On Earth, within the borders of China, lies the majestic Kunlun Mountains. A group consisting of several dozens of individuals trudges laboriously along the snow-covered ridges, elevated several thousand meters above sea level. These individuals are all esteemed faculty and students from the archaeology department of Huaxia University. With this field investigation, I should undoubtedly receive an excellent mark for my thesis, exclaimed a girl appearing to be around 20, panting as she spoke to her companion. Indeed, the professor will surely award us a commendable grade, considering our perseverance and the lengths we have traveled to reach the Kunlun Mountains. A bespectacled young man eagerly chimed in. The Kunlun Mountains truly live up to their legendary status as a sacred mountain. Though the journey is arduous, I feel an unparalleled sense of physical and mental rejuvenation. My body seems to have grown considerably stronger. The young man exaggeratedly inhaled deeply, as if to emphasize his sentiment. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, his words resonated with the surrounding students, who found themselves in agreement. The leading instructors exchanged amused glances at the relatively vibrant students behind them, their expressions reflecting a sense of relief. Before we embarked on this journey, I feared that these university students, unaccustomed to hardship, would not endure until the end. To my surprise, they have all persevered. Have you noticed that none of the students have experienced altitude sickness this time? This observation left the leading instructors in disbelief. As in previous excursions, at least a third of the students would succumb along the way. Perhaps it is because this group of students possesses commendable physical fitness. Do you not feel that the climate on Kunlun this time is significantly better than during our previous visits? Indeed, I have not utilized the oxygen tanks or first aid kits that I prepared in advance. Perhaps it is due to the influence of atmospheric currents. We are indeed fortunate this time. A group of individuals leisurely descended the mountain. At the rear of the line, a girl with a ponytail and a delicate appearance held her phone, capturing the distant, mist-shrouded snow peaks. Yuan ran. Stop taking pictures, we're going to fall behind. Rin Shui urged her. We'll be right there. As Yuan ran, snapped her final photo, she suddenly exclaimed, "Yay!" Then, she blinked her almond-shaped eyes vigorously and shook her head, as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. I think I saw a cerulean bird. Yuan Ran gazed at the sky, her eyes filled with astonishment. Where is this cerulean bird? Upon hearing this, Rin Shui immediately became excited and looked around. Although she had heard of the myths surrounding Kunlun Mountain, she saw nothing upon surveying the area. It was right. Yuan Ran, momentarily lost in thought, extended her hand to indicate the location of the blue bird, only to realize she could no longer find the ethereal creature that had briefly passed by, enveloped in shimmering light. Yuan Ran, could it be that you're experiencing altitude sickness and seeing illusions? Rin Shui regarded her with suspicion. I did see it. I truly saw it. Moreover, I even captured a photograph. Yin Ran felt a wave of confusion wash over her. In a hurry to validate her sighting of the azure bird, she swiftly retrieved her phone and began sifting through the images she had previously taken. As she gazed at the photos, which only displayed the snowy peaks shrouded in mist, doubt began to creep into Yin Ran's mind. Yet she was certain that she had witnessed a magnificent bird, radiating a brilliant azure glow, resplendent in its colors, akin to the legendary divine bird of lore. She was convinced that she had captured the bird on camera at the moment of her sighting, but why? Then, did her phone contain no image of that striking azure creature? Furrowing her brow, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her eyes. Could it truly be that she had imagined it? Rin Shui looked at Yin Ran in silence. All right, Yin Ran, let us hurry and catch up with our teacher and the senior brothers and sisters, lest they begin to scold us. In that instant, the clouds swirling above the Kunlun Mountains began to churn violently. Wow! Beams of colorful, auspicious light pierced through the mist, cascading over the Kunlun Range. At that moment, the scenery of Kunlun Mountain transformed dramatically, enveloped in ethereal mist, resembling a mythical paradise of celestial beings. The sudden alteration of the landscape left Yin Ran and her companions utterly astonished. All stood in a state of wide-eyed disbelief, gazing vacantly at the sky. When a shadow, vast enough to obscure the sun, swept over them, the group was jolted back to reality. Oh my, what is that? A magnificent bird, resembling a phoenix, with an enormous form and radiating a divine azure luminescence, soared swiftly overhead, heading deep into the Kunlun Mountains, leaving shimmering azure light in its wake. The melodious and harmonious chirping of birds reverberated through the mountains, as if conveying some profound message. I knew I wasn't mistaken. Upon witnessing the azure bird's reappearance, Yin Ran, filled with excitement, eagerly tugged at Ren Shui, exclaiming with fervor, "The azure bird! It is the divine messenger!" A professor trembled with exhilaration, his body quivering in disbelief. Is it truly possible for such divine birds to exist in this world? Although the students appeared astonished, a sense of skepticism lingered within. Divine birds were mere legends. As the azure bird soared further into the distance, several professors took off in pursuit, prompting the students to hastily follow suit. Yin Ran, let us go and see. With that, Ren Shui grasped Yin Ran's hand, urging her to run alongside the others. In the midst of their sprint, Yin Ran inadvertently collided with a passing boy. Caught off guard, she stumbled forward, losing her balance, and in those few faltering steps, her entire worldview was overturned. What? Is this a paradise from mythology? When she regained her senses, initial delight swiftly gave way to sheer terror. There was no one else around her. Captain, teacher, silence enveloped this ethereal realm, a stillness so eerie it sent shivers down her spine. Even for Yin Ran, who had always possessed an extraordinary fearlessness, the sudden encounter with such a strange and uncanny space stirred a profound unease within her. In this profound silence, devoid of any living creature, after a brief survey of her surroundings, an unsettling chill crept over her. Where have I found myself? Just a moment ago, she was on the Kunlun Snow Mountain with her classmates and teachers. How could she have arrived at such a peculiar place in the blink of an eye? Unbeknownst to Yin Ran, shortly after her disappearance, her teachers and classmates also vanished from the Kunlun Mountains. Simultaneously, the entire earth plunged into darkness, as the sun in the sky inexplicably vanished. Chapter 2. The Great Transformation of Heaven and Earth. A month ago, the sun vanished for a full day. Fortunately, governments around the world acted swiftly, preventing any significant unrest. However, when the sun re-emerged, the Earth was met with a monumental transformation. On the first day of the sun's return, meteors descended upon the planet like a meteor shower. Fortunately, these celestial bodies were relatively small and landed in remote areas, sparing humanity from widespread calamity. On the second day following the sun's reappearance, meteorological stations reported that the atmosphere was in a state of violent upheaval. By the third day, data indicated that the Earth's crust was undergoing frequent movements, with the implications yet to be determined. On the 15th day after the sun's return, scientists discovered a significant increase in beneficial substances in the air, advantageous to humans, animals, and plants alike. On the 16th day, the sun's radiance appeared to intensify, bringing warmer days. Curiously, the air remained refreshing rather than oppressive. By the 17th day, the stars in the sky began to shimmer with greater brilliance. On the 18th day, the moon shone more brightly. However, the nights on Earth grew increasingly chilly. Despite the sharp drop in nighttime temperatures, people found themselves enjoying deeper, more restorative sleep. On the 19th day following the sun's reappearance, the flora appeared to have grown significantly, with their reproductive rate accelerating. The daily workload of sanitation workers in the city increased as they endeavored to remove the rapidly proliferating greenery. By the 20th day, the animals within the zoo and domesticated pets became increasingly agitated, leading to a rise in incidents of aggression. In the remote forests, the occasional roar of wildlife echoed ominously. These transformations transpired subtly, exerting no immediate impact on the daily lives of the populace. Though an initial wave of panic ensued, it gradually subsided under the reassuring guidance of various governments. The majority continued their routine existence, while a few perceptive individuals sensed an underlying disquiet. A dozen robust adventurers were traversing a primeval forest, accompanied by a foreign host who provided a professional English narration of the myriad challenges encountered. Cameras trailed closely behind, presenting a comprehensive view of the forest's environment to a global audience. The host's deep voice, combined with the dim, serene ambience of the ancient woods, and the cautious expressions of the explorers, infused a sense of tension among the viewers. Suddenly, the host emitted a piercing scream, and the audience beheld a gruesome sight. A gaping wound appeared on his chest, from which a slender branch protruded. Hearts of those watching the video seized in shock. Were those branches? The abruptness was startling. Was nature morphing into something sinister? The transformation was alarmingly swift, reminiscent of a cinematic spectacle. A barrage of comments flooded the screen instantaneously. The video continued to unfold, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing screams that echoed from the footage. The chilling and despairing cries sent shivers down the spines of the viewers. Suddenly, the camera began to shake violently. Crash! The device tumbled to the ground. Almost immediately, a deafening thud resonated, and through the lens, the audience witnessed the host collapsed on the floor, the image freezing on his face, a portrait of terror and disbelief. As the camera lay on the ground, the captured scene shrank considerably. Yet the viewers could still discern the frantic figures of a dozen explorers sprinting forward with the speed of a 100-meter dash. The palpable tension and panic permeated the screen, enveloping the audience. Behind them, branches thicker than a human arm, slithering like serpents, pursued relentlessly. Snap! Snap! Several adventurers were struck violently by the branches, blood erupting from their mouths, splattering onto the ground, with droplets even staining the camera lens, releasing a pungent scent of iron through the screen. Soon after, more individuals became ensnared by the branches, yanked away in a swift motion, vanishing from the frame. Within moments, the video was plagued by a rustling sound reminiscent of gnawing, sending the viewer's hair on end. The branches, seemingly unable to reach those at the forefront, ceased their pursuit. Just as the audience breathed a sigh of relief for the leading figures, several pale blue arrows shot forth from ahead, and in an instant, a fantastical spectacle unfolded. The runners transformed into ice figures, frozen in the blink of an eye. A gust of wind swept through, causing several individuals to vanish from the video. Ahead lay a surge of energy, as ice-based abilities manifested. Is this a scene from a fantastical blockbuster? Are those ice arrows? They could at least provide a close-up of the archer, allowing us a glimpse of the legendary ability user. The production quality is rather crude, definitely warrants criticism. Today's actors are truly dedicated. The screams before demise almost convinced me of their authenticity. The special effects are simply astonishing. I would give them full marks. Crack! A shattering sound erupted as something crushed the camera. Just before the image faded, the audience caught a fleeting glimpse of a formidable tail, covered in grotesque scales and glimmering with a frosty sheen. Even through the screen, viewers felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines. In the following hours, the video went viral online, igniting fervent discussions globally. However, it wasn't long before the video vanished, leaving no trace behind. In xianxia, within the Kunlun Mountains, a squad of special forces clad in camouflage, their faces painted with war paint, sprinted through the terrain. Strange occurrences abound each year, but this year seems particularly rife with them. Who would have believed that in just over a fortnight, the once snow-clad peaks would transform into verdant hills? Observing the towering trees around, one might mistakenly think this was once an untouched forest. What is so peculiar about that? Foreigners have even reported the emergence of ability users. These so-called ability users are merely fabrications, sensationalist tales to capture attention. If they truly existed, they should step forth and demonstrate their prowess. Let us see if they can really conjure fireballs or shoot water arrows. The Kunlun Mountains have been revered as sacred since ancient times, shrouded in countless myths and legends. One might ponder whether the recent transformations here are somehow connected to celestial beings. What fanciful thoughts! However, it is noteworthy that many scholars are currently engaged in research pertaining to this very matter. Numerous researchers from xianxia have ventured into the Kunlun Mountains for the purpose of scientific inquiry. Should they uncover significant findings, it would indeed be a monumental achievement, perhaps even leading to the possibility of transcending mortal limitations. Although these individuals are emblematic of the new generation, the allure of immortality and boundless powers is universally enticing. The changes in the Kunlun Mountains have been so profound that numerous foreign entities are negotiating with the government for permission to conduct investigations here. While transformations are occurring across continents, none compare to the magnitude of those witnessed in Kunlun. The ancient snows, long frozen for countless years, have begun to melt, giving rise to towering trees in an astonishingly short span of time. Such phenomena are truly extraordinary. Presently, access to the Kunlun mountain range has been restricted, prohibiting unauthorized individuals from entering. This measure was taken after scientists from Huagua discovered that the air in the Kunlun Mountains contains substances beneficial to life, at levels hundreds of times greater than those found elsewhere. Although the exact nature of the changes on Earth remains unclear, it is evident that these airborne elements are advantageous to humanity, necessitating the preservation of the Kunlun Mountains. Furthermore, there is an additional concern. Over a fortnight ago, all who entered the Kunlun Mountains mysteriously vanished. The special forces now present have been dispatched to locate and rescue these missing individuals. Do you not think that those missing individuals may have been taken by celestial beings? Let us not indulge in such fanciful notions. If divine beings truly existed, would we still be permitted to approach Kunlun Mountain? Other teams have already located some of the missing persons and are currently inquiring about their circumstances, so we shall soon uncover the truth of what transpired. Chapter 3. A harrowing entrance 2 months after the sun's resurgence. A mysterious beam of multicolored light erupted from Kunlun Mountain, soaring into the heavens and nearly disrupting the operations of the International Space Station. At the moment the beam manifested, the Earth trembled with tumultuous winds and violent seismic activity. Above Kunlun Mountain, thunder roared and lightning crackled amidst a fierce gale. The beam's brilliance was fleeting, yet the commotion it incited was only beginning. Nations across the globe were profoundly shaken by the extraordinary phenomenon at Kunlun Mountain and expressed a desire to conduct investigations. Concurrently, control over Kunlun Mountain was further reinforced as a multitude of troops hastened to secure its various access routes. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the Jiao Long Special Forces, 1st Division, Flying Dragon Team, prepared to escort a group of investigators into the mountain. While others busied themselves with their equipment, Captain Luo Xian gazed solemnly toward Kunlun Mountain. The events of the past month had been utterly astonishing, steeped in an air of mystery, and combined with the mountain's inherent mythological allure, had led many to speculate wildly. "Captain, what occupies your thoughts?" inquired Sun Haonan, the youngest member of the team, who approached with a smile before adopting a similarly serious demeanor as he gazed in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Luo Xian cast a piercing glance at Sun Haonan, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. "I hope we can accomplish our mission smoothly this time." Upon hearing this, Sun Haonan immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "Chief, what do you think that colorful glow was?" "I cannot say." Just before vanishing, the multicolored beams emitted by Kunlun Mountain transformed into countless specks of light, varying in intensity and size, scattering across the mountain's expanse. It was this phenomenon that led to waves of researchers venturing into Kunlun Mountain. "Everyone, please pause." Luo Xian's voice, though not loud, resonated with a compelling authority that brooked no dissent, causing all those who were packing to cease their activities and direct their attention toward him. "Luo team, is there something you wish to address?" inquired Qian Mingrong, the head of the research team. "Professor Qian, the Kunlun Mountain of today is no longer as secure as it once was. For this expedition, we must travel light." Luo Xian's tone remained calm, betraying no hint of emotion. However, his sharp gaze swiftly swept over the piles of equipment beside the researchers. "But these are essential exploration tools," protested Qian Mingrong, visibly troubled. "The Kunlun Mountain is exceedingly perilous now. The flora and fauna within harbor hostility towards intruding humans. We cannot predict the dangers we may encounter once we enter, so it is prudent to bring only the necessities. This consideration is for your own safety, as the physical exertion required to ascend is considerable." Qian Mingrong wished to articulate further, yet upon observing Luo Xian's resolute countenance, he could only address the personnel accompanying him. "Esteemed colleagues, apart from the essential research equipment, refrain from bringing any superfluous items. In 30 minutes, the expedition would commence." The members of the Flying Dragon Squad led the way, swiftly advancing towards the Kunlun Mountains. Having spent over half a month in the Kunlun Range, Luo Xian and his companions had encountered numerous waves of animal assaults. Although they had narrowly evaded peril each time, they had expended considerable ammunition, and several special forces personnel bore injuries, while the researchers found themselves in a far more dire predicament, having lost a significant amount of their equipment. What has caused these animals to become so formidable? Sun Haonan asked incredulously. The tigers, wolves, and bears they faced were 2 to 3 times larger than those they were accustomed to. The mere act of standing before them was enough to instill considerable pressure. The air within the Kunlun Mountains is rich in substances beneficial to life. The creatures residing here, having absorbed these elements, have experienced a remarkable enhancement in their physical capabilities, leading to their current state, Qian Mingrong elucidated. Does this imply that the animals here will continue to grow stronger? Indeed, theoretically, that is the case. Is it not alarming? If we allow them to proliferate unchecked, who will be able to contend with them in the future? The moment Qian Mingrong offered his explanation, a wave of dread washed over the group. What if these animals, dissatisfied with remaining in the mountains, venture into human habitats? Upon utterance of this thought, concern etched itself across the faces of all present. At this juncture, they found it increasingly difficult to restrain the creatures dwelling within Kunlun Mountain. As these beings grew in strength, humanity risked plummeting from the apex of the food chain. We, too, draw strength from the beneficial elements present in the air, Qian Mingrong remarked. This sentiment resonated deeply with everyone. Upon entering Kunlun Mountain, they all felt a palpable enhancement in their physical abilities. Even scholars, who typically devoted themselves to scientific inquiry and often exhibited frail physiques, sensed a notable increase in their strength and agility. However, the pace at which humanity was evolving could not keep up with that of these animals. Luo Xian spoke solemnly, his expression tinged with concern. This revelation rendered Qian Mingrong silent as well. Previously, animals would instinctively flee from humans, never daring to engage in direct confrontation. Yet now, they exhibited an alarming propensity to attack. In the past, these creatures had little ability to retaliate against firearms. However, the threat posed by weapons had diminished significantly, a fact that the Flying Dragon Squad could clearly discern. To subdue the animals of Kunlun Mountain, considerable firepower was required, and even then, it might only succeed in injuring or driving them away. Since the emergence of life-enhancing substances in the air, the situation for humanity had indeed become precarious. Not only were the animals growing stronger, but even certain plants were exhibiting increased vitality. Fortunately, plants remained rooted to the ground and could not roam freely. Thus, the current threat was not insurmountable. Nonetheless, as vegetation continued to thrive, there loomed the possibility that one day, plants could also wander. Presently, numerous cities were grappling with incidents of pets injuring humans, a troubling trend that appeared to be escalating. Fortunately, various regions responded promptly, prohibiting residents from keeping pets, thereby minimizing casualties. A few days later, a group arrived at the site of a ruin. The moment they beheld the remnants, scholars such as Qian Mingrong were filled with immense excitement, and even Luo Xian's expression shifted noticeably. Ruins, these must undoubtedly be ruins. Qian Mingrong's voice trembled with emotion. Following the cataclysmic changes in Kunlun Mountain, satellite imagery revealed that numerous previously non-existent ruins had inexplicably emerged atop several peaks. Kunlun Mountain, the foremost sacred mountain. The sudden appearance of these ruins ignited the imagination of scholars nationwide, who focused their attention here and dispatched numerous teams for exploration. Yet, for reasons unknown, no excavation team has ever discovered any ruins within Kunlun Mountain to date. Thus, upon witnessing the remnants, all present were overwhelmed with excitement. Qian Mingrong and the other scholars rushed toward the site, while Luo Xian promptly instructed a messenger to convey their findings to the outside world. However, before the jubilant scholars could step foot into the ruins, they were compelled to halt abruptly, their faces revealing caution as they slowly retreated. Who are you? The scholars' unease was swiftly sensed by the Flying Dragon team, who rushed to position themselves protectively in front of Qian Mingrong and the others. Moments later, a group emerged slowly from the ruins. Upon seeing the foreigners, Luo Xian and his companions' expressions changed, and they shouted in anger, "How did you enter Kunlun Mountain?" The presence of these individuals could not have been achieved through conventional means. Upon this realization, the expressions of the Dragon Squad grew increasingly foreboding. Do not be alarmed. Let us converse civilly. Suddenly, a Chinese individual emerged from the ruins, exclaiming, "Esteemed guests, they are foreign scholars here for research." The impulsive Sun Haonan retorted vehemently, "Nonsense. Currently, it is impermissible for foreign nations to enter Kunlun Mountain. What do you mean by that? Sun Haonan continued, as a fellow Chinese. Are you unaware that access to Kunlun Mountain is strictly prohibited? We entered Kunlun Mountain before the lockdown. Wu Kai interjected urgently, positioning himself before the foreigners. Despite his earnest tone, none of Luo Chun and the others believed him. Friends, we harbor no ill intentions. A foreigner, noticing the tense atmosphere, spoke in impeccable Mandarin. Then what brings you here? Sun Haonan questioned, casting a wary glance at the ruins behind the foreigners. Surely, you are not here to pilfer our nation's relics? Absolutely not. Wu Kai hastily refuted. Why must we speak so harshly? The foreigner's eyes narrowed slightly, anger flickering across his face. With both sides at an impasse, a standoff ensued. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the ruins began to shake, followed by a beam of white light emanating from the debris. At the sight of the light, both Wu Kai and the foreigners displayed signs of excitement, and in an instant, they dashed into the ruins like a gust of wind. As the foreigners moved, Luo Xian and the dragon squad surged forward into the wreckage as well. What once was merely a collection of dilapidated ruins now revealed a magnificent palace of pure white jade standing majestically at its center. The palace, devoid of excessive ornamentation, exuded an ancient and profound aura. Luo Xian and his companions exchanged glances with the foreigners before they all hastened into the palace. The interior was vast and spacious, and at its heart, a pearl larger than a basketball floated gracefully, radiating a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the palace with a resplendent glow. Gasps of awe erupted within the chamber, as all present could sense that the air within was imbued with a richness of beneficial substances far more potent than that outside. The nature of these substances remained a mystery, yet it was clear to them that they were something extraordinary. The palace appeared empty, and it was undoubtedly the luminous pearl that instigated this remarkable change in the atmosphere. After a brief moment of astonishment, the members of the Flying Dragon Squad and the foreigners exchanged glances and surged toward the white pearl. Meanwhile, Yin Ran awakened amidst a violent tremor. Where am I? As she opened her eyes, a sense of confusion washed over her. Rubbing her heavy head, she soon realized she was lying in a cold and narrow groove. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed in her ears. Glancing upward, her pupils dilated in terror. A massive stone plummeted from above, landing less than a meter away from her. If it had fallen just a fraction closer, she shuddered at the thought of being reduced to mere pulp. Cold sweat trickled down her brow as she contemplated her precarious situation. Bang! Bang! The sound of two more heavy objects crashing to the ground reverberated through the air. The violent shaking caused Yin Ran, who lay in the cramped space, to see stars. As she regained awareness of her surroundings, her previously hazy mind became entirely alert. Just then, the ground trembled violently once more, sending rocks of various sizes flying in all directions. As a massive stone rolled toward her, Yin Ran's pupils constricted sharply. She attempted to rise and escape the hollow, but her body, stiff and weary from prolonged immobility, lacked strength in her legs. This was dire. Meanwhile, Luo Xian, who was protecting the scholars as they exited the stone hall, noticed Yin Ran. Realizing that she was in peril, he gritted his teeth and, disregarding the danger of being struck by the flying debris, dashed toward her. Just as the boulder was about to crush her, he seized her and pulled her away. The moment they escaped, the hollow where Yin Ran had been was completely filled by the massive stone. Seeing this, Yin Ran's face turned pale with fear. At that moment, a tremendous force struck her, and she was flung away. Captain Luo. The members of the Flying Dragon team and the scholars from Huagua turned ashen at the sight of the boulder crashing down on Luo Xian. Drip, drip, drip. After narrowly escaping death, Yin Ran, in a daze, touched the warm liquid trickling down her face. Her unfocused gaze gradually regained clarity as she looked at the person who had shielded her, whose face was smeared with paint. It was this individual who had saved her. Chapter 4. The gathering spirit pearl inside the stone hall. The shaking persisted. Fearing another unforeseen disaster from the tumbling boulders, Yin Ran struggled to push aside the unconscious figure that had collapsed atop her, then quickly dragged him to a corner for safety. Although she was still unclear about her whereabouts, her instinct for survival prevailed, prompting her to seek refuge. After carefully placing the person who had just saved her life to safety, Yin Ran spotted two foreigners stumbling toward their direction. Unfortunately, the palace was shaking violently, and falling debris was becoming increasingly frequent. In a matter of moments, one individual was struck by a massive stone, collapsing into a pool of blood. Yin Ran watched in terror, soon noticing the other person emerging from the rubble, clutching a handbag and attempting to flee. Suddenly, the foreigner turned around, having detected Yin Ran and Luo Xian hiding behind the boulders, and aimed their firearm directly at them. As the gun was pointed in their direction, Yin Ran's pupils contracted, and instinctively, she fumbled over to Luo Xian, seizing the rifle slung across his shoulder. Without hesitation, she began firing at the Westerners. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable speed. The foreigner, poised to shoot, was startled to see Yin Ran suddenly wielding a weapon aimed at him, causing him to hastily duck behind a nearby pillar, gasping for breath. However, after a brief moment of waiting, he realized that no bullets had been fired in his direction. Peering out cautiously, he observed the Eastern girl looking rather embarrassed at the rifle in her hands. No bullets. Yin Ran's mind was flooded with exasperation. The foreigner quickly understood her predicament and swaggered toward her. Before long, the cold muzzle of his gun was pressed firmly against her forehead. "My life is over," she thought, as a jolt of fear surged through her at that moment. Gazing at the foreigner before her, who inexplicably harbored the intent to take her life and wore a smug expression, Yin Ran felt a surge of anger. With a swift motion, she brandished her rifle and struck the burly man, delivering what she deemed her final retaliation. What followed was astonishing. With a resounding thud, the foreigner was sent hurtling away, utterly defenseless against the force of Yin Ran's weapon, causing his handbag to tumble from his grasp. Staring in disbelief as the foreigner flew through the air, she was momentarily stunned. It seemed her strength had magnified immensely. Glancing at her rifle, she arrived at this conclusion. Previous to this moment, when she had felled an adversary with a pistol, she had attributed it to mere fortune. "What is this?" Yin Ran retrieved the fallen handbag. Just then, another foreigner rushed toward her. Upon witnessing his companion being hurled away, he immediately detected Yin Ran's presence and raised his firearm to fire at her. Bang! Without even glancing at the assailant, as if she had foreseen his position, she aimed her rifle with precision, executing the motion fluidly. Thud! As the bullet connected with the foreigner, he erupted in a gory spray, crashing violently against the stone wall. In his final moments, an expression of sheer astonishment graced his features. He seemed unable to comprehend the situation, his eyes betraying profound confusion. A sharpshooter he was, for even his most casual shots were not easily evaded. Yet, how had that Eastern girl managed such a feat? That shot had been delivered with lethal intent. As the foreigner drew his last breath, he remained oblivious to the irony that it was he who sought to take a life, yet in the end, he was the one who perished. From the moment the first foreigner discovered Yin Ran to the instant both were slain, scarcely a minute had elapsed. Clutching her handbag, Yin Ran anxiously surveyed her surroundings, relieved to find herself in a corner far removed from the chaos of battle. Gradually, her racing heart began to stabilize. Only now did she notice the lifeless bodies strewn haphazardly nearby, blood splattered across the ground. The pungent scent of blood assaulted her senses, inducing a wave of nausea that led her to retch violently. Having not eaten for quite some time, she could only expel bile. This upheaval, compounded by her earlier exertions against the two foreigners, left Yin Ran utterly drained. When the members of the Flying Dragon squad arrived to conclude the fight, they found her leaning against a stone pillar, gasping for breath. "Captain!" The team rushed over, their faces paling at the sight of Luo Xian, bloodied and unconscious on the ground. "Li Feng, come quickly!" Sun Haonan shouted in desperation, prompting Qian Mingrong and the others to hasten to the scene. "Everyone step back. Do not crowd together." Li Feng deftly began to assess Luo Xian's injuries as the others stood anxiously around him. "What is the situation?" "The captain has been struck by a large stone and is losing too much blood. He has slipped into unconsciousness. We need to administer medical attention immediately," Li Feng replied gravely. The group exchanged worried glances, their expressions darkening, while Yin Ran, hidden behind the pillar, was consumed by guilt and self-reproach. This individual sustained injuries solely to rescue her. I immediately contacted the outside world, requesting them to dispatch a helicopter. Zhou Xiaohui promptly retrieved his communication device to reach out for assistance. The leader was clearly on the verge of departing. Why has he returned? It seems the captain's intention was to save someone. Save someone. At that moment, it appeared that people finally noticed Yin Ran, who was leaning against a stone pillar not far away. "Hello." Upon realizing the precarious condition of the Special Forces soldier who rescued her, Yin Ran felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. gazing apologetically at the members of the Flying Dragon team. The members of the Flying Dragon team exchanged quick glances, their expressions revealing surprise at having overlooked her presence. "Are you from Huahua?" the vice captain, Gu Ying, inquired. "Yes, indeed. I hail from Shudi. What brings you here?" "I accompanied my school teachers on an expedition to Kunlun Mountain, but I became separated from them not long ago," Yin Ran replied earnestly. Gu Ying glanced at Qian Mingrong, who promptly whispered, some university professors were indeed involved. Having confirmed Yin Ran's identity without issue, Gu Ying then instructed Li Feng, conduct an examination on her. However, he still harbored some doubts regarding her sudden appearance. "Captain Gu, it's bad news. The white orb is missing," a scholar exclaimed, rushing over. "How could that be? Those foreigners haven't managed to escape. The white orb must still be within the stone hall." Gu Ying's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately ordered everyone to search. Due to a sudden and violent tremor of the palace, the Dragonflight team suffered the loss of several valiant warriors, along with a few scholars. If the white orb had been lost, their sacrifices would have been in vain. Are you searching for this?" Yin Ran emerged from behind a stone pillar, revealing the handbag she had obtained from a foreigner. Upon seeing the handbag, Qian Mingrong rushed forward, eagerly opening it, and in an instant, a blinding white light burst forth. "This is it. Thank goodness, the orb is still here." The sight of the white orb brought a collective sigh of relief from everyone present. At that moment, Li Feng had also finished examining Yin Ran's injuries. Fortunately, she was unharmed, though she appeared somewhat weak, as if she had not eaten in quite some time. His words prompted her stomach to audibly grumble, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. "Please share some food with her." Upon hearing Gu Ying's request, the logistics assistant, Wang Yusen, displayed an unmistakable reluctance. Their supplies were dwindling, and the next airdrop was uncertain. The current state of Kunlun Mountain was fraught with peril, as the wildlife seemed to deliberately oppose humanity. Each airdrop attracted attention from the animals, and several special forces soldiers had sustained injuries while retrieving the dropped supplies. Reluctantly, she understood that despite her reservations, she had to comply. After all, Yin Ran had just presented the white orb, and Gu Ying's wishes carried weight. She was acutely aware that their survival was due to the protection of these special forces. It was essential to maintain the necessary decorum. "Come with me." Wang Yusen, somewhat reluctant, spoke to Yin Ran. "Oh, fine." Upon hearing about the food, Yin Ran, unable to contain her excitement, immediately stood up and followed Wang Yusen out of the stone hall. Their encounter with the foreigners had been exceedingly abrupt, and most of their supplies remained in the ruins outside. "Here you go." Wang Yusen retrieved a packet of compressed biscuits and a tin can from her backpack, handing them to Yin Ran. "Thank you." Yin Ran hastily accepted the food. Having just vomited, her already empty stomach felt even more hollow, and she longed to devour an entire cow. In mere moments, she finished the food in her hands, yet her stomach continued to grumble. "How long have you been hungry?" Wang Yusen was astonished by Yin Ran's pace of consumption. "Since separating from the teachers, I haven't eaten much," Yin Ran replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice as she gazed longingly at the backpack filled with provisions. "Here." Wang Yusen produced 2 more packets of compressed biscuits. Upon hearing a cheer erupt from the stone hall, she handed the entire backpack to Yin Ran, saying, "Help yourself." With that, she dashed toward the stone hall. Inside, apart from Sun Haonan who stayed by Luo Xian's side, the rest of the Flying Dragon team was clearing the battlefield, while the scholars gathered around a white orb. Engrossed in their studies, the recent cheer had originated from their excitement. "Professor Qian, what is happening?" Gu Ying and the members of the Flying Dragon team approached them. "This orb is undoubtedly a treasure of immeasurable value." Professor Qian and the other scholars wore expressions of exhilaration. "It is indeed a treasure. Its brilliance and size are unparalleled on Earth." Qian Mingrong shook his head with a smile, his voice slightly trembling as he spoke. "This pearl can autonomously absorb beneficial substances from the air." Upon hearing this, Gu Ying and the others were momentarily taken aback, their breaths growing somewhat hurried. Outside the ruins, Yin Ran glanced at Wu Kai, who was trapped like a dumpling and frequently casting her meaningful looks, while she continued to indulge in her food, completely indifferent to the cheers emanating from the stone hall. At this moment, none of them were aware of the immense value of this white pearl, which would soon cause all cultivators to flock towards it. This was a supreme spiritual treasure known as the Gathering Spirit Pearl. Because of this Gathering Spirit Pearl, Huahua had nurtured a group of high-level cultivators far surpassing those from other nations on Earth, establishing itself as the foremost power and the epicenter of the world. Chapter 5. A Web of Confusion. When Qian Mingrong carefully stowed the white pearl away, Wang Yusin recalled the supplies outside the ruins and stepped out of the stone hall. However, upon exiting, her smile froze instantly as she beheld Yin Ran, who had nearly consumed half of a large backpack of food, prompting an indignant scream from her. The sharpness of her cry attracted Gu Ying and the others from within the stone hall. What is happening? The members of the Flying Dragon team gripped their firearms, anxiously surveying their surroundings. She has eaten almost half of the backpack's food, Wang Yusin exclaimed, pointing at Yin Ran in a fit of frustration. Swiftly, all eyes turned towards Yin Ran, and upon seeing the deflated backpack, their expressions flickered with concern. While external supplies were indeed provided, they had to ensure prior communication and confirm their location to receive them. In the present moment, amidst the majestic Kunlun Mountains, the signal is intermittent, rendering communication with the outside world rather tenuous. The uncertainty of external supplies, coupled with the inherent dangers of the mountainous terrain, has made sustenance exceedingly vital for them. A fit of coughing seized Yin Ran, her face flushed crimson from the exertion. When Wang Yusin emerged, a half-eaten sausage lodged in her mouth. Her startled scream startled Yin Ran, causing her to choke. Sensing the discontent in the eyes of her companions, Yin Ran felt quite uncomfortable, perplexed by their exaggerated reaction. Overwhelmed by hunger, she had indulged a bit too much, yet she couldn't help but think that the others were rather stingy. Despite her inner turmoil, she sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, I may have overindulged. Earlier, she genuinely believed that Wang Yusin had offered her the backpack as an invitation to eat freely. In a flurry, Wang Yusin rushed over and snatched the backpack from Yin Ran's grasp. Upon discovering the meager remnants of their provisions, she erupted in anger, exclaiming, "How can you eat so much?" Yin Ran was infuriated by Wang Yusin's harsh demeanor. However, recalling that she had indeed consumed their food, she chose to swallow her indignation. The gazes of those around her bore down upon her, amplifying her embarrassment. Had she known they were so protective of their supplies, she would never have touched their belongings. Do you realize you've consumed all of our food for tonight? What are we to eat now? Wang Yusin rummaged through her backpack while glaring at Yin Ran. Resembling a famished ghost returned to life. Upon hearing Wang Yusin's remark, Yin Ran could no longer contain herself. She had never been one to suffer in silence. And she shot back at Wang Yusin. I admit I have eaten quite a bit of your food, but it was not intentional. I had no idea you cared so much about these matters. Rest assured, I will return everything I consumed. Who knows if you did it on purpose? Wang Yusin retorted, her anger intensifying as she regarded Yin Ran with scorn. Your words are charming, but what do you intend to repay with? Given the perilous nature of Kunlun Mountain, it's still uncertain whether you can make it out alive. At this, Yin Ran was momentarily taken aback. What did this person mean? Just then, Li Feng stepped forward. Enough with the bickering. She's simply very hungry. Wang Yusin cast him a glance and muttered a few words under her breath, but ultimately refrained from further argument. She shot another glare at Yin Ran before joining several other scholars to move the remaining supplies into the stone hall, clearly anxious that Yin Ran might consume the food. As night approached, and with Team Luo still unconscious, it was decided they would spend the night in the stone hall. Gu Ying stated this, and then turned to lead the members of Team Filong toward the stone hall. Observing Li Feng at the back, Yin Ran hurried over to express her gratitude. Had it not been for his intervention, she could only imagine how much more the female assistant would have berated her. Thank you, Li Feng merely nodded, offering no further words, and swiftly departed. Before long, only Yin Ran and the bound Wu Kai remained amidst the ruins. The members of the Flying Dragon team had ceased to pay him any heed after tying him up. In the present perilous environment of Kunlun Mountain, it was virtually impossible for a lone individual to escape unscathed, thus they bore no concern for his potential flight. It seemed I had inadvertently caused them considerable trouble. First, their captain sustained grave injuries while rescuing her, and he had yet to regain consciousness. Just moments ago, she had consumed their dinner. Reflecting on this, the anger stirred within Yin Ran by the assistant swiftly extinguished. She had always despised feeling indebted to others, yet in such a brief encounter, she had incurred a monumental favor. Wasn't he that glaringly evident? Suddenly, a jarring voice pierced the air. Yin Ran glanced toward the source of the sound, discovering it was the man bound before her. This individual, restrained as he was, could hardly be deemed a person of virtue. Hey, classmate, could you kindly untie the ropes binding me? I would like to relieve myself. Wu Kai flashed a self-proclaimed amiable smile, speaking to Yin Ran in a soft tone. Yin Ran cast a sidelong glance at Wu Kai, choosing to disregard him as she silently moved to a different spot. After consuming a significant portion of food, she finally felt a surge of strength and began to attentively survey her surroundings. However, as she did so, her brow furrowed in confusion, the weight of her uncertainty growing heavier. Upon seeing Luo Xian and the others, Yin Ran questioned whether her previous visit to the ethereal palace had merely been a dream, an illusion brought on by altitude sickness. Yet now, she found herself in doubt. Was this truly Kunlun Mountain? When she accompanied the schoolteacher for an inspection, the mountains were blanketed in pristine white snow, yet now, towering trees of considerable girth surrounded her. As the sky gradually darkened, the temperature within the mountains plummeted. Even Yin Ran, clad in her down jacket, felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her. However, the moon above appeared to shine more brightly than before. Shortly thereafter, Gu Ying emerged, leading Wu Kai into the stone hall while calling out to Yin Ran. She immediately rose and silently followed them inside. The atmosphere within the stone hall was somewhat oppressive, particularly in light of the recent sacrifices made by several special forces and scholars. The bodies of those individuals lay amidst the ruins, and corresponding Guashawi had already established contact with the outside world. Soon, a helicopter would arrive to transport them away. 2 fires blazed within the hall, one surrounded by the members of the Flying Dragon team and the other by the scholars. Upon entering, Yin Ran noticed them partaking in their meal. She chose a corner to sit, curling up and burying her head in her legs, seeking a moment of solitude. The transformation of Kunlun Mountain was so profound that she felt as though she were no longer in the same place. What had transpired here? Let us share some of the food we have with them, Guing remarked, casting a glance at the solitary Yin Ran in the corner and the discarded Wu Kai on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed her comrades. Oh, Xianxia exclaimed, devouring the compressed biscuit in his hand before reaching into his backpack to retrieve more food. Wang Yusin observed as Gu Ying and her companions prepared to sacrifice their rations for Yin Ran and Wu Kai. She promptly exclaimed, Captain Gu, that girl has already consumed an abundance of food. She surely isn't starving now. The provisions you hold are already scarce. It is best you keep them for yourselves. Indeed, you are the main combat force. It is imperative that you remain well fed. Let us instead share a portion of our supplies. Qian Mingrong glanced at the scholars, signaling them to contribute some of their provisions. Professor Qian, how could we allow you to go hungry? Guing replied instantly. We rugged men can endure a meal without food, but you scholars must maintain your strength. Tomorrow, we will receive supplies. We will not go hungry. So please, eat your share. Yin Ran lifted her head, puzzled by their interaction, her heart filled with confusion. When had food become so scarce? Previously, the numerous teachers and students had endured a fortnight in the icy expanse of Kunlun Mountain without facing hunger. How had the situation changed so drastically? The Kunlun Mountains were now lush and verdant. Surely there was sustenance to be found? Suddenly, as Yin Ran immersed herself in thought, a fearsome roar echoed from the distant mountains, startling her. When did the sounds of wildlife become so piercing and intimidating? In her astonishment, she noticed the special forces' expressions turn grave, while the scholars appeared visibly frightened. Even her normally dulled senses began to stir with unease. Everyone, do not panic. The beast's roar is still quite far from us. Guing offered a comforting sound. The creatures of the mountains have grown increasingly formidable. Qian Mingrong wore a grave expression, remaining silent for a moment before addressing the Flying Dragon team. Captain Gu, we must accelerate our exploration efforts. Indeed, Guing nodded silently, her worried gaze drifting towards the still unconscious Luo Xian. Although I have staunched the captain's bleeding, the current conditions do not allow for a blood transfusion. Moreover, due to the proximity of the grenade explosion, he likely suffers from a significant concussion. Without needing to be instructed, Li Feng resumed his examination of Luo Xian's condition. He will be fine. The helicopter will arrive tomorrow. The members of the Flying Dragon team fell into a contemplative silence. In their hearts, Luo Xian was not only their leader but also their spiritual pillar, having led them through every mission. Nearby, Yin Ran overheard their conversation and lowered her head once more. The following day, the anticipated helicopter failed to arrive at the ruins on schedule. Have we made contact with the outside? The group looked anxiously at Zhou Xiaowei. We have. Zhou Xiaowei replied heavily. The command center reported that the dispatched helicopter was shot down by a few eagles. What? Everyone was utterly astonished, especially Yin Ran. Eagles shot down the helicopter. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her tone laced with incredulity. Could it be that she had misheard? When did eagles become so powerful as to take down a helicopter? How could this happen? This news was too astonishing to comprehend. Both the Flying Dragon team and the scholars found it difficult to accept. What shall we do now? Wang Yusin inquired with a quivering voice, expressing her trepidation regarding the current perilous state of Kunlun Mountain. First, she had found herself inexplicably trapped in a mystical realm, and now, the animals were undergoing alarming transformations. Who could predict what might transpire next? They had to depart immediately. No, Qin Mingrong countered vehemently. We have yet to ascertain the nature of those colorful beams of light, and we have scarcely located any of the ancient relics captured by the satellite. We cannot simply leave. The other scholars echoed his dissent. Captain Gu, consider. Qin Mingrong fixed his gaze upon Gu Ying, acutely aware that without the protection of these special forces, they would struggle not only to conduct their investigation of Kunlun Mountain, but even to survive within it. Gu Ying remained contemplative, hesitating to respond. At that moment, a rustling sound broke the silence, followed by a faint voice urging, "Continue forward." "Boss, you're awake," Sun Haonan exclaimed, rushing toward Luo Xian with palpable excitement. Luo Xian, appearing somewhat weakened, nodded gently and addressed the members of the Flying Dragon team, stating, "As long as there is no order from above to retreat, we must ensure the safety of Professor Qian and his team as they continue their scientific exploration." His voice, though soft, resonated with conviction. Understood. All members of the Flying Dragon team immediately stood at attention, responding in unison. The sight of Luo Xian regaining consciousness filled Yin Ran with joy, prompting her to express her gratitude repeatedly. During this time, Guing took the initiative to discuss Yin Ran's situation with Luo Xian, which elicited several inquisitive glances from him, revealing a clear curiosity in his eyes. This scrutiny made Yin Ran feel both wary and inexplicably puzzled. As Li Feng tidied up the communication devices, Yin Ran approached him and said, "Hello, may I borrow your phone to contact my teacher and classmates?" Li Feng cast a puzzled glance at Yin Ran and replied, "The mobile signal in Kunlun Mountain has been unreachable for over a month. Are you not aware of this?" Yin Ran was taken aback, especially when she noticed the date displayed on the communication device. It dawned on her that it had been 2 months since she had parted ways with her teacher and classmates. Chapter 6. The Shield Upon Waking. Luo Xian and the group rose to continue their journey deeper into Kunlun Mountain. Yin Ran followed behind the group, her mind somewhat dazed. She longed to escape. Yet the current state of Kunlun Mountain resembled an untamed forest, leaving her utterly disoriented. 2 months have passed. How could it have been 2 months? I wonder how my teachers and classmates are doing, and I haven't called my grandmother in such a long time. She must be quite worried. As she walked, her thoughts spiraled, growing increasingly anxious, yearning to flee from Kunlun Mountain. Suddenly, a tin of food appeared before her eyes. Looking up, she realized it was the military doctor, Li Feng, who was observing her with concern. "Are you hungry again? You seem rather fatigued," he remarked. Upon seeing the tin, Yin Ran instinctively swallowed hard. She was indeed very hungry. However, knowing the scarcity of food, she hesitated to take from the rations of these elite soldiers. I'm not that hungry," she replied. "Just take it." As Yin Ran struggled to divert her gaze from the can, Li Feng subtly lifted the corners of his mouth before swiftly placing the can into her hands and advancing forward. Just as Yin Ran was touched by the unexpected gift, an incongruous voice broke the moment. "Why is the treatment so disparate? I haven't eaten today either, and I'm feeling quite exhausted. Why hasn't anyone brought me some food?" The speaker was Wu Kai, who trailed at the end of the group alongside Yin Ran. Wu Kai, in his 30s or 40s, bore an ordinary appearance. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. His neatly cropped hair suggested a sharp and capable demeanor. Given the occasional animal attacks in the mountains, the Flying Dragon team had untied the ropes binding him, unconcerned about his escape, for a solitary wanderer in Kunlun would inevitably become prey for the beasts. Noticing Wu Kai's covetous gaze fixed on the can in her hands, Yin Ran cast a wary glance his way. She promptly opened the can and quickly consumed its contents before speaking. "You're not a good person, and I have no desire to converse with you." At this, Wu Kai's eyebrows shot up in indignation, his voice rising in pitch. "I say, classmate, one must be careful with their words. How can you claim I'm not a good person?" Unfazed, Yin Ran retorted, "You brought foreigners into Kunlun to seize our nation's treasures. How can that possibly qualify you as a good person? Why are you associating with those Westerners? Why should I divulge that to you? Speak if you wish. I'm not interested in your inquiries. With a dismissive glance at Wu Kai, Yin Ran hastily rejoined the main group ahead. In the days that followed, Yin Ran truly witnessed the immense transformations and perilous nature of Kunlun Mountain. Waves of beasts, towering several times larger than those seen in a zoo, continuously assailed their group. Were it not for the formidable prowess of the members of the Flying Dragon team, they would have surely perished at the jaws of these ferocious creatures. How have these animals grown so enormous? Yin Ran's voice trembled slightly. I thought you came to Kunlun Mountain for an expedition? How could you be unaware of this? Wu Kai regarded Yin Ran with a hint of suspicion. I separated from the teachers as soon as I entered, so I am not well informed. Yin Ran replied ambiguously. She had spent nearly 2 months in the fairyland and felt it prudent to keep certain matters to herself. In recent days, she had heard from scholars about the missing groups in Kunlun Mountain. Nearly all of them had been found a month ago, except for her, who had been missing for an entire month. Such a remarkable difference was best kept secret. Wu Kai pondered for a moment, then began to recount the changes that had transpired on Earth over the past 2 months. More than 2 months ago, the sun vanished for a day, after which Earth underwent tremendous alterations. The atmosphere became infused with a substance beneficial to life. It is this very essence that has enabled those animals to grow so large. The beneficial material in Kunlun Mountain is hundreds of times more concentrated than elsewhere. Furthermore, over a month ago, a colorful beam of light appeared in Kunlun Mountain, and those scholars entered to investigate the nature of that radiant phenomenon. At this juncture, Wu Kai paused momentarily, casting a glance at the special forces and scholars ahead. Noticing their inattention to the rear, he spoke with an air of mystery. Have you ever heard of supernatural abilities? Yin Ran regarded Wu Kai with a peculiar expression. Brother, have you read too many novels? Observing the bewilderment on Yin Ran's face, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Wu Kai's eyes, yet he quickly masked it with a smile. Perhaps. With that, he fell silent. As the group ventured deeper into Kunlun Mountain, the dangers they encountered escalated. Their ammunition was proving insufficient against the mountain's wildlife, and they were also facing a dire shortage of provisions. Have we established contact with the outside world? Luo Xian inquired, his demeanor somber, and his pallor exacerbated by his untreated injuries. Zhou Xiaoyi shook his head. No signal. Indeed. The members of the Flying Dragon team understood that the firearms in their possession were their primary means of survival within the treacherous terrain of Kunlun Mountain. We must ration our food, leave foam, the doctor was reminded. From now on, keep a vigilant eye for any edible plants. As for animals, we dare not contemplate that. With their firearms no longer capable of dispatching wildlife efficiently, the beasts posed a formidable threat. To hunt them would require an exorbitant amount of ammunition, depleting their already limited supplies. Previously, when encountering animals during their journey, they had sought to evade them whenever possible, and when avoidance was not feasible, they primarily focused on driving them back. Understood. Luo Xian refrained from issuing further commands, yet it was not long before Wang Yusin's discontented voice broke the silence. Were it not for someone's indulgence in consuming a substantial portion of our provisions, our current predicament would not be so dire. The scholars surrounding her cast glances at Yin Ran, who was seated beside Wu Kai. Though they uttered no words, their expressions bore a hint of resentment, tacitly endorsing Wang Yusin's sentiments. Observing Yin Ran's crestfallen demeanor, Wu Kai spoke with a smile. Bear with it. When one is under a roof, one must bow one's head. To them, we are merely burdens, superfluous. I haven't taken from them. Yin Ran muttered sullenly. In recent days, the food she and Wu Kai had consumed had been generously provided by a handful of special forces soldiers. Subsequently, as supplies dwindled, her share of food became increasingly meager. The gnawing hunger left her utterly fatigued, and her pace slowed considerably. One fateful night, Yin Ran and her companions found themselves targeted by a pack of over 10 wolves. Not far from their campfire, pairs of eyes glowed ominously in the darkness. Even the members of the Flying Dragon team felt a shiver run down their spines, while others trembled in fear. Prepare for battle. Protect Professor Qian and the others, commanded Luo Xian. Instantly, the members of the Flying Dragon team positioned themselves in front of Professors Qian Mingrong and the other scholars, shielding them within their ranks, their weapons aimed steadily at the encroaching wolves. In that moment, Yin Ran too was gripped by terror and unease. As she approached the fire, an idea struck her. Recalling that wolves feared fire, she swiftly grasped a burning branch as a makeshift weapon. The wolf pack did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, they lingered about 10 meters away, observing them, as if assessing the strengths of both parties. Surely that wolf hasn't become enlightened. As the visage of the alpha wolf revealed a semblance of human contemplation, Xianran found herself astounded, her grip on the branch tightening perilously. A haunting howl pierced the air, and a pack of colossal wolves, larger than fully grown tigers, surged towards them with alarming speed. The cacophony of gunfire, agonized screams, and wolf howls erupted simultaneously, resonating starkly against the tranquil backdrop of the Kunlun Mountains. The pungent scent of blood swiftly permeated the atmosphere. Amidst the turmoil, the alpha wolf, towering over a meter and measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, leaped towards the bonfire, while the members of the Flying Dragon team were ensnared by other giant wolves, rendering them incapable of intervention, and the scholars cried out in terror. In the very moment the alpha wolf's lethal claws swung towards the crowd, Xianran felt an immense force from behind her, propelling her towards the giant wolf. The scholars instinctively shut their eyes, convinced that Xianran would be torn asunder by the monstrous beast. Thud! A muffled grunt echoed as the branch struck flesh. In the next instant, a pained scream emanated from the alpha wolf's maw. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The onlookers stood agape as they witnessed the alpha wolf being hurled backward like a withered leaf. The pack, momentarily thrown into disarray, abandoned the crowd and vanished in the blink of an eye, as the wolves disappeared without a trace. The members of the Flying Dragon team remained in a state of disbelief, having just steeled themselves for a desperate fight. A profound silence enveloped the scene. After a considerable pause, the vivacious Sun Haonan broke the silence with a smile. "Professor Qian, you are quite impressive. I previously thought that those engaged in scientific research were delicate beings, but I never imagined you could send that wolf flying. Who is the expert among you?" The members of the Flying Dragon team, engrossed in their battle with the wolf pack, had not noticed the events unfolding behind them. As these words were spoken, the expressions of Qian Mingrong and his companions flickered with uncertainty. Observing this, Luo Xian and the others sensed something amiss. A glance revealed Xianran, holding a branch and gazing coldly at the scholars. At that moment, her aura had transformed significantly. The flames on the branch had extinguished, and streams of blood flowed down her arm, dripping onto the ground. "Captain Luo, it seems that female student is injured." Wu Kai was the first to shatter the silence. He had not been with Xianran earlier and was unaware of how she had lunged at the wolf. Li Feng glanced at Luo Xian before approaching Xianran to examine her injuries. Upon seeing the 5 deep, bone-exposing gashes on her left arm, even Li Feng, accustomed to witnessing knife and gun wounds, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. "Hiss!" Sun Haonan exclaimed, casting an admiring look at the silent Xianran. "Sister, you are quite remarkable. Such spirit." The scholars, unaccustomed to the sight of blood, averted their gazes from the gruesome wound. "Hold on, I will bandage you up." Li Feng swiftly retrieved a bandage and, noticing that Xianran remained fixated on the group of scholars, began to tend to her injuries. During the bandaging process, Xianran furrowed her brows tightly, a pained expression evident on her face, with tears glistening in her eyes. Despite the unbearable agony in her arm, she remained silent. This torment paled in comparison to the despair and fear she felt at the moment she was thrust forward. Once Li Feng finished bandaging Xianran, Qian Mingrong awkwardly addressed Luo Xian and the others, saying, "Just now, we owe a great debt to classmate Xianran. Had she not stepped forward, some among us might have perished at the claws of the alpha wolf." Indeed, everyone should be grateful to classmate Xianran. Several scholars expressed their thanks to her. Throughout this exchange, Xianran maintained an impassive demeanor, and when they concluded, a cold smirk appeared on her lips as she hoarsely stated, "I was pushed out." Chapter 7. Flesh and Bone. I was pushed out. This declaration resonated like a bombshell in the ears of the crowd. Luo Xian's expression immediately darkened, and the members of the Flying Dragon team exchanged wary glances. They directed their gazes towards Qian Mingrong and the others, now tinged with suspicion. For a team that frequently undertakes life and death missions, such matters were particularly taboo. Sensing the change in Luo Xian and the others' expressions, Qian Mingrong grew anxious and hastily clarified. "Classmate Xianran, such words should not be spoken lightly. How could we possibly push you out? Professor, do you think I am lying? Am I to lie with my own life?" As Qian Mingrong and the others not only denied her claim, but also turned the blame upon her. Xianran's countenance could no longer contain her rising anger. "That is not what I meant. Captain Luo, you must trust us. We would never engage in such actions. Qian Mingrong earnestly gazed at Luo Xian, acutely aware that it was crucial not to allow any discord to arise among the members of the Feilong team at this juncture. The recent situation had been perilously close to death itself, and in a moment of desperation, it was only natural for one to push another forward as a shield. The instinct for self-preservation knows no bounds, regardless of one's academic credentials. Meanwhile, Wu Kai surveyed the surroundings with a grin and remarked, "Your understanding is quite astute. Could it be that you were the one who initiated the push?" A bespectacled scholar shot a glare at Wu Kai in response. Luo Xian and the members of the Feilong team refrained from immediate declarations, yet their solemn expressions betrayed their deep concern regarding the matter at hand. "Are you able to identify who pushed you?" Luo Xian inquired, directing his gaze toward Yin Ran. She cast a glance at the scholars opposite her. Wang Yusin and two others exhibited a hint of evasion in their eyes. However, she could not ascertain which among them was responsible, and thus, she despondently shook her head. "Since you cannot be certain, let us consider this matter closed," Luo Xian stated after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Yin Ran's expression turned somewhat indignant. She held Luo Xian's gaze for a considerable time before reluctantly nodding in acquiescence. Deep down, she understood that even if she knew who had pushed her, it was unlikely that Luo Xian and the others would take action against those individuals on her behalf. Over the past few days, she had come to realize the significance of these scholars, or rather, the importance of the scientific research they were conducting. The members of the Feilong team would rather endure harm themselves than jeopardize their safety. If she wished to remain part of this group, she had no choice but to let the incident of being pushed go. Seeing Yin Ran nod, Luo Xian let out a sigh of relief, then turned his gaze towards Qian Mingrong and the others, speaking with a stern tone. "I do not wish to hear of such matters a second time. Of course, there must be some misunderstanding regarding today's events. We would never engage in such actions." Qian Mingrong hastily affirmed, with the other scholars nodding in agreement. Aside from the somewhat sullen Yin Ran, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, it was crucial for the team to avoid any discord. Following this incident, Luo Xian became increasingly observant of Yin Ran. Ever since the sun vanished and then re-emerged, humanity's physical capabilities had been on the rise. A change that had become even more pronounced since their entry into Kunlun Mountain, with notable improvements in both strength and speed. Yet, how could a petite girl like Yin Ran possess the ability to strike down a wolf that weighed several times more than she? It was an astonishing feat moreover. Her sudden appearance amidst the ruins was far too unexpected. As dawn broke, the team continued their journey. Yin Ran, already weakened by hunger, moved even more slowly after being attacked by the wolf. "Come, I will carry you." At Luo Xian's gesture, Sun Haonan approached the back of the line, smiling at Yin Ran as he patted his shoulder. "No need, I can still walk." Yin Ran shook her head in refusal. These special soldiers had not had a proper meal in a while, and she felt it would be inconsiderate to let someone else bear her weight when they needed to conserve their strength for potential encounters with wildlife. "You need not hesitate. I am quite robust. Carrying you alone, or even two more, while navigating the mountainous terrain is as effortless as walking on flat ground. Since that is the case, why not let me carry you?" Interjected Wu Kai with a smile. These special forces soldiers were rather decent. During their capture, they had not treated him poorly, and he was more than happy to maintain a friendly rapport with them. "Get lost. How could you, a grown man, even suggest that?" Sun Haonan retorted with a smirk. "I could. Humph, you may find it acceptable, but I certainly do not." As he spoke, Sun Haonan disdainfully scanned Wu Kai with an appraising glance. Truly a case of double standards, Wu Kai muttered under his breath. Their playful banter provided a momentary respite for Yin Ran, who was enduring hunger and pain. "Come on, I'll carry you. It will expedite our pace." Sun Haonan turned his gaze back to Yin Ran. "Really, there's no need." Seeing the resolute expression on Sun Haonan's face, Yin Ran conceded, "How about you just help me along instead?" With Sun Haonan's assistance, Yin Ran found the journey considerably less strenuous. "I can hear the sound of flowing water. There must be a river ahead." Guing exclaimed from the front, a joyful smile breaking through his weary visage. "Is that true? How wonderful." The news filled everyone with immense joy. After running out of supplies, their drinking water had also dwindled, and they had been relying on dew collected in the morning for hydration. Before long, the group arrived at a river nearly 10 meters wide. Judging by the direction of the river, it seems to be flowing from deep within the Kunlun Mountains. Qian Mingrong observed, gazing at the gently flowing waters. Luo Xian, however, cautioned against approaching the river too hastily. After a thorough reconnaissance, he finally instructed, Guing, take Li Feng with you to fetch some water, but remember to be careful. Captain Luo, may I accompany you? Scholar Qinsheng exclaimed urgently, his chapped lips already bleeding from the relentless thirst. The sun's rays intensified, causing the temperature on the planet to rise dramatically. Even within the lush confines of the Kunlun Mountains, the heat was oppressive. As the temperature increased, the moisture within the body evaporated more swiftly. Qinsheng possessed a constitution that sweated profusely, since his water supply was cut off. He had been in a state of parched desperation, and upon seeing water, he could not suppress his desire to indulge. Well, Captain Luo Su furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with displeasure. The visibility here is excellent. Even if there were wild animals, we could detect them in advance. It should not pose any danger. So let Chen join us. Qian Mingrong, aware of Qinsheng's physical condition, quickly interjected. Seeing that Qian Mingrong had spoken and that no animal tracks were evident, Luo Su relented, be cautious as you approach. Understood. Guing and Li Feng took up the water canisters, with Qinsheng trailing behind. As the trio cautiously made their way toward the riverbank, just as they were mere meters from the water's edge, Yan Ran suddenly frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping into her mind. Wait, do not approach just yet. What is it? Have you noticed something? Luo Su inquired sternly, his gaze fixed on Yan Ran. I haven't observed anything specific. I merely sensed something peculiar about this river. Although Yan Ran felt somewhat uncertain under the intense scrutiny of her companions, she solemnly voiced her unease. You haven't noticed anything, so why are you shouting like that? Trying to scare us to death? Wang Yusin retorted immediately, her attitude toward Yan Ran growing increasingly hostile since that fateful night of the wolf attack. Ignoring Wang Yusin, Luo Xian inquired, what is peculiar about this river? It's too quiet. Yan Ran swiftly responded, harboring an unsettling feeling about the eerie stillness of the water. Oh, I thought it was something serious. Many rivers are quite tranquil. What is so strange about that? Wang Yusin replied sarcastically. We finally found a river. And you want to leave just like that? This time, not only Wang Yusin, but several other scholars cast disapproving glances at Yan Ran. They were researchers, not special forces. They could hardly endure an excessively harsh environment for long. Let us wait here for a moment and observe, Luo Xian said. Glancing at Yan Ran and then at the placid river, his voice grave. 15 minutes passed. As they continued to watch the unremarkable river, Qinsheng could no longer contain himself. I see nothing unusual about this river. I'm going to fetch some water. With that, he picked up his water bottle and dashed toward the riverbank. Guing and Li Feng exchanged looks with Luo Xian, who considered Yan Ran for a moment before finally stating, go fetch water, but be extremely cautious. Understood. Her unease stemmed from intuition, yet it could not be substantiated. The three of them reached the riverbank safely and began collecting water. Everything seemed to proceed normally, with no signs of danger. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air not from Yan Ran, but from Luo Xian. At this moment, a small whirlpool, roughly the size of a basketball, emerged in the center of the river. If it weren't for the binoculars in Luo Xian's hands, it might have gone unnoticed. The instant he spotted the whirlpool, a sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to urgently warn the three individuals by the riverbank. However, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, the whirlpool expanded immensely, and a massive python, thicker than a barrel and over a dozen meters long, adorned with shimmering blue scales, shot forth from its depths, lunging at Guing and the others. The appearance of the python left everyone in utter shock. Its size was beyond their comprehension. Prepare for cover. Luo Xian was the first to regain his composure, commanding the members of the Flying Dragon team to counterattack. Ah, help! The python clamped its jaws around Qinsheng, who was trailing behind, swallowing him whole in a matter of moments, its speed astonishing. Qinsheng's cries for help still lingered in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The members of the Flying Dragon team continued to fire at the python, attempting to buy some time for Guing and Li Feng. However, it appeared that the bullets had little effect on the creature upon impact. The scales of the python emitted a faint blue glow, effectively warding off the bullet's damage. These creatures have grown stronger. Qian Mingrong stared in disbelief at the python, muttering to himself. Despite the barrage of bullets, they could only slightly hinder its movements. Haonan, take the scholars away from here, Luo Xian instructed while firing. Go, move quickly. Wu Kai pulled Yan Ran along, following closely behind Sun Haonan as they hastily distanced themselves from the river. What are you all hesitating for? Hurry. The captain and the others can't hold out much longer. When the giant python launched its attack, with the skills of Gu Ying and Li Feng, alongside the cover provided by the members of the Flying Dragon team, they could have easily escaped. Yet, they chose not to flee, instead engaging in a fierce struggle with the serpent, all to buy time for the scholars. The exploration equipment had yet to be retrieved. Qian Mingrong and the others were hastily packing their bags, having previously set them down. In their panic, bags were strewn about haphazardly. Those belongings were no longer of any consequence. Survival took precedence. Caution! At that moment, several blades of water emanating a blue glow erupted from the mouth of the python, with a few hurtling towards Sun Haonan and his companions. Upon seeing this, Yin Ran's pupils constricted, and she swiftly hurled the wooden stick in her hand. One water blade was deflected by the stick, but another continued its deadly arc towards Sun Haonan. A piercing scream escaped his lips as the water blade severed his left arm, while another slash grazed his back as he pushed Qian Mingrong aside, blood instantly saturating his entire back. Haonan, wake up! As Sun Haonan slowly opened his eyes amidst the calls, he was met with faces filled with both surprise and relief. Boss, the giant python. It cannot stray far from the river. We are safe now. Luo Xian recalled the moment they had evaded the python and dashed to catch up with Professor Qian. Upon seeing Sun Haonan, covered in blood, lying beside Yin Ran, his heart tightened instinctively. And Professor Qian and the others? They're all fine. That's good. A weak smile flickered across Sun Haonan's lips as he surveyed the familiar faces of his comrades, but his expression shifted slightly. What about Old Wang and Old Ming? They, in their valiant effort to secure everyone's retreat, were ensnared by the giant python and dragged into the river. Luo Xian lowered his head, his voice hoarse. Upon hearing this, Sun Haonan's eyes immediately reddened. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before reopening them to gaze at Luo Xian. Captain, since entering Kunlun Mountain, we have lost several brothers. We cannot allow this to continue. Luo Xian furrowed his brow even tighter. After leaving the ruins, they had lost contact with the outside world. Even if you wished to escape now without external assistance, the likelihood of their survival in Kunlun Mountain was perilously slim. Indeed, Sun Haonan forced a bitter smile, glancing at his empty left arm, his face betraying a painful expression before he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Li Feng. Luo Xian urgently turned to Li Feng. Haonan's entire arm has been severed, and the wound on his back is too severe. Under our current conditions, we cannot staunch the bleeding. He may succumb to shock from excessive blood loss. Old Li, you must devise a solution. The members of the Flying Dragon team looked on anxiously at Li Feng. Li Feng sighed deeply, crouching down with his head in his hands, remaining silent for a prolonged period. The sorrowful atmosphere enveloping the Flying Dragon team also permeated the scholars and Yin Ran, Wu Kai by their side. It's all our fault. Had we not needed saving, Soldier Sun would not have been injured. Qian Mingrong's eyes brimmed with tears, his face etched with guilt and self-reproach. The other scholars bowed their heads in agreement. Professor, Chen Sheng and Li Chong have also perished. Wang Yusin spoke with a heavy heart, and as she reached this point, a thought seemed to strike her, causing her to glare furiously at Yin Ran in the distance. It's all because of you. If you had been clear from the beginning, Chen Sheng and the others would not have perished, and Sun Jianshi would not have been injured. Are you out of your mind? Yin Ran, who was already anxious about Sun Haonan's injuries, immediately flared up upon hearing Wang Yusin's words. Considering you are older than I am, I have endured your nonsense for long enough. Do you think my youth makes me an easy target for your ire? Just because you are Professor Qian's assistant doesn't give you the right to berate others. Your attitude is truly detestable. You, Wang Yusin trembled with rage, her finger quivering as it pointed at Yin Ran. Isn't it your fault? If you had warned us about the dangers in the river, how could Chen Xing and the others have ventured there to fetch water? Did I not voice my concerns? Who was it that first opposed the idea? Wasn't it you? Yin Ran sneered at Wang Yusin. Fine, I concede that the water-fetching incident was my error. But you bear the brunt of the responsibility for Sun Jianshi's injuries. Had he not dragged you along for so long, exhausting his strength, how could he have possibly evaded that attack? Before Yin Ran could respond, Wu Kai burst into laughter. Well, today has certainly opened my eyes. I've encountered shamelessness before, but yours is on an entirely different level. Do you truly lack any sense of accountability regarding Sun Jianshi's injuries? Enough. Everyone, quiet down. Luo Xian gazed coldly at Yin Ran and the others, proclaiming, I shall only say this once. You would do well to remember it. The perils of Kunlun Mountain are evident, and I need not elaborate. From this moment forth, should anyone fall into danger for disregarding orders, regardless of who they may be, the members of the Flying Dragon team shall not return to offer aid. The Flying Dragon team, originally comprising 10 members, now dwindled to a mere 6, including the unconscious Sun Haonan. The loss of 4 brothers weighed heavily on Luo Xian's heart as he surveyed the somber faces around him before issuing instructions for the night watch. Beneath the full moon, Yanran tightened her clothing, casting a worried glance at the feverish Sun Haonan. She felt immense gratitude towards him for previously rationing supplies to share with her and for supporting her with a stick during their journey, making her fervently wish for his safety. Yet, witnessing the sorrow etched on the faces of the Flying Dragon team, she realized his condition had become dire. In the dead of night, Yanran was jolted awake by a heart-wrenching cry, only to discover that Sun Haonan's plight had worsened. Just as she lamented his suffering, a familiar fragrance wafted through the air. Fruit. The scent instantly reminded her of the fruits she had consumed on the cloud ladder. Recalling the changes in her body and the surge of strength she had experienced, she glanced at the others, whose attention remained fixated on Sun Haonan, and quietly slipped away. Following the enticing aroma, Yanran ventured 1,000 meters away, where she beheld 3 resplendent golden fruits, unmistakably the very ones she had ingested before. Upon arriving at the spirit fruit, Yanran immediately plucked one and consumed it. Instantly, a warm current surged through her limbs, dispelling her fatigue. Noticing the remaining 2 fruits, a sudden inspiration struck her. Such extraordinary fruits must surely be beneficial to Sun Haonan. With this thought, she plucked another one. But just as she was about to pocket it and gather the last, she realized the fruit in her hand was rapidly fading, as if it were on the verge of vanishing. Moments later, Yanran stared in astonishment at her empty palm. Where had the spirit fruit gone? Was it imperative to consume it immediately after harvesting? If that were the case, how could she present it to Sun Haonan? Yanran circled the last spirit fruit several times before hastily making her way back to the campsite. Upon her return, she found Luo Xian and Li Feng still gathered around Sun Haonan, while the others, exhausted from the day's fierce battle, had retreated to rest. Captain Luo, brotherly, you should take a break. I'll keep watch over Sun Go. Both Luo Xian and Li Feng shook their heads in unison. We have to continue our journey tomorrow. If you don't rest, you won't be able to keep up. Don't worry, if anything happens to Sun Go, I'll call for you immediately. After much persuasion from Yanran, Luo Xian and Li Feng reluctantly agreed to rest nearby. Once their breathing steadied, Yanran noticed that the 2 scholars on watch were oblivious to their activities. She then hoisted Sun Haonan onto her back and sprinted towards the spot where she had previously discovered the spirit fruit. Having consumed a spirit fruit, her stamina was remarkably restored, and carrying Sun Haonan through the mountains proved effortless. The following morning, Guiying awoke with a thunderous scream that reverberated through the air. What happened? Is there a beast attacking? Where is the beast? The commotion stirred everyone from their slumber, and they anxiously scanned their surroundings. After a brief moment, they realized that all was quiet, and there was not a trace of any beast. Only then did their gazes shift towards Guiying, who was pointing in astonishment at Sun Haonan on the ground. Shadow, what is the matter? Haonan's arm. Guiying stuttered. Oh my heavens. As the crowd turned their attention to Sun Haonan, they erupted in a chorus of screams. Luo Xian and Li Feng rushed to Sun Haonan's side, only to find him breathing steadily, his complexion rosy, and his severed left arm miraculously restored as if the previous injury had been but a figment of imagination. The only peculiarity was that his left arm bore no sleeve. Chapter 8. The Sea of Consciousness Revealed. Oldly, what are you staring at? What is so fascinating about a grown man like me? Sun Haonan exclaimed, exasperated, as Li Feng continued to gaze at him with a scrutinizing expression. He felt utterly beleaguered by the relentless attention he had garnered since his injuries had miraculously healed overnight. Still no insights? Luo Xian inquired, as their minds swirled with questions regarding how Sun Haonan, who had been on the brink of death just moments before, now appeared vibrant and full of life. No. Li Feng shook his head, but one thing is certain, Haonan's physical condition is now at least several times stronger than before. Luo Xian and Li Feng simultaneously cast their gazes towards Yanran in the distance. If it weren't for the scar lingering on Haonan's back, I would have thought his injury was merely a figment of our imagination. Guiying's attention also shifted to Sun Haonan. Astonished that his severed arm could miraculously regrow overnight, it was utterly unfathomable. Previously, I deemed this notion absurd, yet now I find myself wavering in uncertainty. In recent days, Professor Qian and his colleagues have been discussing this matter, seemingly hoping we might capture a specimen for their research. We are special forces, not deities. How could we possibly capture a serpent that even firearms cannot subdue? Furthermore, its water blade is far sharper than the daggers we wield. The mere mention of Professor Qian incited frustration within Luo Xian and his companions. After a moment of silence, Luo Xian redirected his gaze to Sun Haonan, who was bustling around Yanran. Haonan is concealing something from us. Indeed, while examining his health these past few days, he often hesitated to speak. His lips poised yet unuttered. Li Feng interjected. The most notable change has been the way Haonan, since regaining consciousness from his injury, has frequently gravitated toward Yanran. His demeanor tinged with a hint of servility. Haonan has never kept secrets from us. His current behavior suggests he harbors some reservations. We ought not to pry. If he wishes to disclose something, he will do so in his own time. Agreed. Both Li Feng and Guing nodded in affirmation. Over the past few days, that girl named Yanran has indeed been in remarkably good spirits. Luo Xian's gaze drifted toward Yanran, who was beside Sun Haonan. Indeed, just a few days ago, she appeared utterly listless. Yet, she and Sun Haonan seemed to share an inexplicable bond, both transformed overnight into vibrant beings. Subsequently, she resolved to pay him more heed. As the gaze that lingered upon her shifted away, she secretly exhaled in relief. Casting a disgruntled glance at the obsequious Sun Haonan beside her, she had not anticipated the miraculous efficacy of that spiritual fruit, which had instantaneously restored the ailing Sun Haonan to health, even regrowing his severed arm. Although the matter of the spiritual fruit was not entirely unmentionable, its astonishing effects left her somewhat uncertain. Moreover, witnessing the unabashed fervor and excitement in Qian Mingrong's eyes when Sun Haonan was well further dissuaded her from speaking of it. After all, she too had consumed the spiritual fruit, and in considerable quantity, yet she was reluctant to be subjected to scrutiny. Hey, what exactly was that fruit you gave me that night? Sun Haonan inquired softly, crouching beside Yanran and glancing around nervously as if fearing eavesdroppers. Upon hearing his question, Yanran, who was tilting her head back to drink water, inadvertently sprayed the contents of her mouth all over Sun Haonan's face. Staring at him in shock, she stammered, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Sister, I was awake when you fed me the fruit that night. Sun Haonan wiped the water from his face, his expression unperturbed. Brother Sun, you must have been delirious. When did I ever give you any fruit? Don't speak nonsense. Yanran retorted without a second thought, turning her back to him and choosing to ignore his presence. After a moment of contemplation, Yanran felt a sense of unease and turned back to say, Brother Sun, considering your previous kindness towards me, I must caution you. Do refrain from mentioning anything about the fruit in front of others. Have you not noticed the predatory gaze of Professor Qian and his companions these past few days? It is as if they are eager to pounce upon you for examination. Should they discover what fruit you have consumed, especially after your miraculous recovery and the regrowth of your severed limb, one can only imagine the lengths they might go to in order to dissect you. Seeing Sun Haonan's expression shift multiple times after hearing her warning, Yanran chose not to elaborate further and quickly made her way over to where Wu Kai was rekindling the fire. Hey, what did you discuss with Warrior Sun? Wu Kai casually inquired as he tossed wood onto the flames. I jokingly suggested that his overnight recovery might somehow be related to you, he added, though a glimmer of curiosity lingered in his eyes. I wish that were the case, but do I possess such capabilities? Yanran retorted, slightly annoyed. Wu Kai's gaze flickered, but he refrained from pressing further and remarked, It seems your spirits have notably improved over the past few days. Yanran hesitated momentarily as she added more firewood. Perhaps it is because I've consumed more. While you all may disdain those wild herbs, I do not. Since those wild herbs are so filling, I shall indulge more next time, she concluded with a haphazard nod. As they ventured deeper into Kunlun Mountain, the wildlife encountered became increasingly formidable. At dawn, the group had scarcely traveled a few miles when they came face to face with two colossal black bears standing upright, towering at 4 to 5 meters high. Upon catching sight of the black bears, the scholars were immediately struck with terror, their legs trembling beneath them. Even the members of the Flying Dragon team were drenched in cold sweat. Yet, when the black bears beheld Yanran and the others, their eyes sparkled with a fierce glint, their massive jaws agape, revealing sharp teeth. With a thunderous roar, the black bear met their gaze, its voice resonating like muffled thunder, causing a painful ringing in the ears of those present. Then, with a swift motion, one of the bears struck down a nearby tree with a mighty paw. Crack! A tree as thick as a barrel was effortlessly snapped in two by the bear's blow. Following this display of strength, The bear cast a triumphant glance at Yin Ran and the others, exuding an air of arrogance. Was the bear trying to intimidate them? Yin Ran swallowed hard, gripping the stout wooden stick in his hand, which was as thick as a baby's arm. It seemed so. The creatures of Kunlun Mountain had indeed become formidable. Wukai watched the two bears from several dozen meters away, his heart racing so violently it felt as if it might leap from his throat. After breaking the tree, the black bears did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, they stood their ground, their heads held high, casting sidelong glances at Yin Ran and his companions. As if anticipating something, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. The flying dragon team provided cover while the others swiftly retreated. Luo Xian spoke in a hushed tone, his expression grave. Fixated on the two bears, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Upon hearing this, Qian Mingrong and the others hastily withdrew. However, their movement provoked the displeasure of the bears, whose roars reverberated through the air once more, as another towering tree was felled, crashing down towards their direction. It became clear that with every step they took back, the bears would respond with a roar and another tree would fall. What do these two black bears mean? They won't let us pass, yet they do not attack us. What are they trying to achieve? Leader, should we initiate an attack first? Sun Haonan glared angrily at the black bears across from him. No, if we engage in a fight with the bears, we may be fine. But Professor Qian and the others will undoubtedly be unable to escape. Luo Xian shook his head in disagreement. So what exactly do these creatures intend to do? I believe they seem to be waiting for us to surrender. Yin Ran's voice emerged, tinged with uncertainty. The group's expressions stiffened momentarily. Sister, they are beasts, devoid of intelligence. Sun Haonan shook his head in denial, though his tone lacked conviction. I find Yin Ran's assertion to be quite plausible. Qian Mingrong suddenly interjected. Is that so? We are already struggling against the enhanced animals. If they gain intelligence, how will we survive? Sun Haonan exclaimed in astonishment. Soldier Sun, what are you saying? Humanity stands at the pinnacle of creation. There is no beast we cannot handle. Qian Mingrong cast a disapproving glance at Sun Haonan. That was not my intention. Sun Haonan recoiled slightly. At that moment, the two black bears, having recently awakened their intelligence and growing impatient from waiting for their prey to surrender, began to slowly approach them. This is bad. The bears are coming closer. Professor Qian, you all should leave quickly. Luo Xian shouted to Qian Mingrong and the others, then raised his weapon, starting to fire at the bears. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets rained down upon the bears. Despite their imposing size, the black bears exhibited remarkable agility when they charged, evading numerous bullets. Their tough skin rendered the projectiles ineffective against them. The members of the flying dragon team had evidently provoked the two bears, who quickened their assault, toppling towering trees in their wake. Before long, they confronted Luo Xian and his companions head-on. Be careful. Avoid the bear's paw, Luo Xian shouted. Though the members of the flying dragon team were formidable, they stood little chance against the bears. Bang! By sheer misfortune, Li Feng found himself perilously close to one of the bears as its massive paw descended upon him. In a stroke of luck, a wooden stick flew in, striking the bear's paw with precision. Crack! The sound of breaking bone echoed. Roar! Struck by the stick, the bear let out a pained roar, momentarily leaping in discomfort, comically shaking its paw in a manner reminiscent of human frustration. Seizing the opportunity while the bear was distracted, Luo Xian lunged towards Li Feng, intent on rescuing him from the bear's vicinity. However, the bear quickly took notice of Luo Xian's approach, baring its teeth in a fierce snarl as its unscathed paw swung back in retaliation. Thud! The blow landed squarely on Luo Xian's back. Captain, this is bad. Captain Luo is in danger. Upon witnessing Luo Xian being flung away, Yin Ran's expression shifted, and with a decisive snap, she broke off a hefty branch from a fallen tree, charging towards the bear. Sister, don't get too close. The sight of Yin Ran wielding a branch several meters long and thicker than an adult's thigh sent a chill of apprehension through Wu Kai and the others, who remained hidden behind her. Her strength is so formidable. Why didn't she venture out sooner to confront the black bear? Wang Yusin's ill-timed words rang out once more. The black bear is so powerful. Why don't you step up against it? Wu Kai glared furiously at Wang Yusin, and this time, even the other scholars refrained from siding with her. I don't possess her strength, Wang Yusin muttered under her breath. But you are older than she is. Wu Kai retorted coldly. Just because you lack courage doesn't mean everyone else shares your timidity. Captain Luo and his team are clearly operating in unison, armed with firearms. Are you suggesting Yin Ran should rush out to face gunfire? What a shame for someone who is a research assistant. You. All right, let us keep our voices down. Captain Luo and the others are still in peril. Just as the black bear advanced towards Li Feng, Ran arrived, swinging a branch horizontally and forcing the black bear back several paces. To her astonishment, the bear was not sent sprawling. Despite her considerable strength, having recently tested her prowess by shattering a solid rock with a single strike, she found that her full force could not budge the bear, indicating that its physique was even more resilient than stone. This momentary distraction allowed the bear to seize the opposite end of the branch. Thus, a contest of strength ensued between the towering creature and the petite human, echoing the essence of a tug-of-war. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Haonan was engaged in a fierce struggle with another black bear. Each time the bear lunged at him, a radiant golden light enveloped Sun Haonan, dissipating the bear's force upon impact. Each collision between man and beast produced a resounding clang, akin to metal striking metal. Bang! As the bear's paw descended once more, Sun Haonan was enveloped in a radiant golden glow, effortlessly sending the black bear soaring away, while he himself collapsed to the ground as if utterly drained. Roaring. Witnessing his companion being sent flying, the black bear, now devoid of any trace, swiftly abandoned its struggle with Ran, vanishing without a sound. The thud of a fallen branch echoed as Ran, overwhelmed, crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath. "Why do you always follow me?" Ran said helplessly, glancing back at Sun Haonan. Their leader had been unconscious for a whole day and night. If he did not awaken soon, the consequences could be dire. Sun Haonan's voice trembled with emotion, recalling how the bear's strike had shattered several of Luo Xian's ribs, piercing his internal organs. Without prompt medical attention, the outcome would be grim. "I share your concern for Captain Luo. I too wish for his swift recovery, but discussing it won't change anything," Sun Haonan exclaimed. "The fruit you gave me, that particular fruit, it must hold the power to save our captain." Sun Haonan looked at Ran with hopeful eyes. Ran surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before whispering. "Do you think that fruit is so easily found? After wandering through Kunlun Mountain for so long, we have only encountered three." "Three?" Sun Haonan's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "Don't get your hopes up. Once the fruit is plucked, it must be consumed immediately, or it will vanish," Ran cautioned. "Hey," she started to call out to Sun Haonan, but ultimately relented. If there was a possibility of finding the mystical fruit to save Captain Luo, then perhaps revealing the truth about the fruit was worth the risk. Before long, Li Feng, Gu Ying, and Qian Mingrong approached Ran with palpable excitement, repeatedly inquiring about the spiritual fruit. "The fruit I had stumbled upon was a mere coincidence. I truly did not know where else it might be found." In the days that followed, aside from evading wild beasts, everyone devoted their time to searching for the type of spiritual fruit Ran had mentioned, yet they found nothing. Captain Luo was a good man. He would be fine, Ran murmured, as 3 days had passed, and Luo Xian's vitality had grown exceedingly faint. "Indeed, if you could find the spiritual fruit for me, and the captain had once saved your life, surely you can assist him in locating it as well?" Sun Haonan's hopeful demeanor rendered Ran somewhat hesitant to speak. She stared at him, unable to utter a word. Fortunately, Sun Haonan did not press the matter further, exchanging a few words before resuming his search. That night, Luo Xian's presence fluctuated, his body growing cold. Listening to the muffled sobs of Sun Haonan and the others, Ran felt a weight in her heart. Remembering how she had discovered the 3 golden fruits under the cover of night, she wandered the vicinity. Upon hearing Ran's words, Sun Haonan, without a moment's hesitation, hoisted Luo Xian onto his back and followed closely behind her, swiftly vanishing into the darkness. "Captain Gu, quickly, let us follow as well," Qian Mingrong urged, his expression fraught with urgency. Prior to entering Kunlun Mountain, he had mentioned the spiritual fruit, as it was the topic most frequently raised by the group that had initially disappeared in the mountains. Given its secretive nature, the spiritual fruit was undoubtedly of immense value. Gu Ying, however, did not acquiesce. Firstly, Ran and the others had already ventured far, and secondly, the night was too dark, making it easy to lose one's way in the mountains. It is not easy to catch a glimpse of Gu Ying. Hence, the crowd can only remain in place, waiting. 5 miles away, a fruit tree radiating a purplish light stands out remarkably against the night sky. "Sister, how did you discover that there were spiritual fruits here?" Sun Haonan gazed at Ran in astonishment. Throughout their journey, he had followed closely by her side, yet he utterly failed to notice the presence of the spiritual fruits. Had she not paused, he likely would have walked right past them without a clue. Almost instantaneously, a series of purple lightning bolts materialized around Luo Xian, causing Sun Haonan, who was carrying him, to have his hair stand on end. Crack! A bolt of purple lightning struck a tree as thick as a water barrel, toppling it to the ground in an instant. Bang! A golden blade shot forth, severing another tree in twain. Gooing from the Flying Dragon team, along with Li Feng and several scholars, watched with envious expressions as Luo Xian and Sun Haonan familiarized themselves with their newfound powers not far away. One could unleash lightning, while the other could conjure golden blades, ensuring their safety considerably over the past few days. However, at this moment, Yin Ran, standing at the back of the crowd, wore a displeased expression. She too had consumed the spiritual fruit, and in greater quantity than they. Yet why was she unable to manifest either golden or lightning powers? Did consuming the spiritual fruit only enhance her strength? Oh, and her sensory abilities. Since awakening from the ruins, she had noted a significant improvement in her hearing, vision, and sense of smell, yet these enhancements seemed of little utility. As she observed Sun Haonan unleashing golden blades and hurling lightning, Yin Ran's eyes gradually narrowed. A glimmer crossing her gaze as she recalled their previous encounters with spiritual fruits. The locations of the two spiritual fruits were not far from the others. Yet no one had noticed them, not even the creatures of the mountain. Was it possible that only I could discover the spiritual fruits? Yin Ran furrowed her brows and nodded intermittently. As the group passed a sheer cliff, a thought struck Yin Ran. After surveying her surroundings, her gaze was drawn to a protrusion at the top of the cliff. Although there appeared to be nothing there, it held an irresistible allure for her. After pondering for a moment, Yin Ran resolved to investigate further. She approached Sun Haonan and said, "Brother Sun, I need your assistance." "Sure, just tell me what you need. If it's within my capability, I shall certainly help." Sun Haonan responded, filled with immense gratitude. In his heart, he believed Yin Ran had not only saved his and Luo Xian's lives, but had also bestowed upon them a tremendous opportunity. "I wish to visit a certain location. Would you accompany me?" "Certainly. Where to?" "Do you see that cliff?" "That's where I want to go." Yin Ran pointed at the cliff. "All right. I'll inform the leader." "No, just the two of us should go. Don't tell anyone else." Yin Ran quickly grasped Sun Haonan's arm, not wanting to create any commotion. All right then." Seizing the moment while others were distracted, Yin Ran and Sun Haonan stealthily departed. However, as soon as they left, they were soon discovered. After a while, Qian Mingrong could no longer contain himself and asked, "Captain Luo, aren't you going to check on them?" At this utterance, all eyes turned toward Luo Xian. In recent days, the formidable prowess exhibited by Luo Xian and Sun Haonan has captivated the attention of all, and their remarkable abilities are attributed to the spiritual fruit discovered by Yin Ran. Now, as Yin Ran takes Sun Haonan away once more, one wonders if she has stumbled upon another spiritual fruit. The mere thought ignited a fervor in the eyes of the onlookers. Luo Xian glanced at the crowd and mused, since Haonan and Yin Ran have remained silent, it suggests they require no assistance from us. Let us wait. Suddenly, an anguished scream echoed from the cliff's edge, prompting Luo Xian and the others to spring to their feet and rush towards the source of the sound. "Yin Ran, what has happened?" At the cliff's precipice, Sun Haonan anxiously observed Yin Ran, who was rolling on the ground, cradling her head in her hands. He attempted to approach her, but she forcefully pushed him away, rendering him unable to get close. At that moment, Yin Ran's complexion was as pale as a sheet of paper, with veins protruding on her forehead, and she appeared as if she had just emerged from the depths of water. By the time Luo Xian and the others arrived, Yin Ran had ceased her cries, though her gaze seemed vacant, and she appeared somewhat dazed. "What has transpired?" Luo Xian inquired of Sun Haonan. "I have no idea," Sun Haonan replied, bewildered. "Old Li, please assist in examining her." "Understood." As Li Feng approached Yin Ran, she struggled to rise, her expression somewhat stiff as she declared, "I am fine. No need to trouble Brother Li." With that, she began to make her way down the mountain. Qian Mingrong opened his mouth to inquire further, but was halted by Luo Xian. As the journey continued, aside from her somewhat dazed expression, Yin Ran exhibited no peculiar behavior. After consuming the colorless, tasteless, and transparent fruit, a cacophony erupted in her mind, and she felt as if a unique space had been unfurled within her consciousness. Although her head throbbed intensely, she sensed a remarkable clarity of spirit. The fruit, seemingly devoid of any characteristics, allowed her to perceive things atop the cliff. Yes, it was perception, not mere sight. At this moment, Yin Ran could finally ascertain that she truly possessed the ability to sense phenomena invisible to others. Gazing at the full moon above, bathed in its silvery light, she felt her headache begin to fade. Chapter 9. I am in charge, boss. Are you looking for me? Sun Haonan inquired as he presented the sweet, tender branches he had gathered to Yin Ran. After confirming that she was indeed unharmed, he hesitantly approached Luo Xian and the others. I say, don't you just wish to stay by Yin Ran's side forever? Li Feng teased. Not at all. She is injured, after all, Sun Haonan replied, somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Think carefully, has anything unusual occurred? Luo Xian prompted. If I were to pinpoint something odd, it would be that she made a gesture of eating, but strangely enough, I didn't see what she was holding. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Luo Xian and the others turned perplexed. Do you think she consumed a spirit fruit? Guing could not help but ask. Haonan, are we not brothers? Zhou Xiaowei interjected. Of course, why would you even ask? Look. Both you and the captain have acquired extraordinary abilities, while the vice-captain and the rest of us have yet to do so. Upon finishing his remark, Zhou Xiaowei gazed expectantly at Sun Haonan. Sun Haonan paused, contemplating, but there is nothing I can do. You are the one who shares the closest bond with Yin Ran. Why not have a heartfelt conversation with her? Perhaps you could persuade her to provide us with a spirit fruit, he suggested. Turning his gaze toward Yin Ran, who was resting against a nearby tree, he hesitantly added, I'll give it a try. At this, even Luo Xian's face lit up with hope. Well, don't get your hopes up too high. Spirit fruits are quite elusive. We are aware of that, but you should also remind her. I noticed that when the captain was injured, you were often lingering near Yin Ran, and subsequently, she found a spirit fruit. Guing interjected. Sensing that Yin Ran's assistance to Luo Xian and Sun Haonan was likely rooted in their previous deeds toward her, Sun Haonan's eyes gleamed with inspiration, right? I'll seize the opportunity to mention it to her more often. Is that appropriate? Doesn't it seem a bit like we are repaying a favor? Li Feng expressed his hesitation. Oh, come on, Li Feng. In these tumultuous times, the significance of possessing formidable strength is self-evident. Moreover, we are not coercing Yin Ran into finding a spirit fruit. We merely wish to motivate her a little more. The following morning, when Yin Ran awoke, she discovered that her headache had vanished. In the days that followed, she noticed that each evening, as her consciousness descended into that unique space within her mind, it gradually expanded. With the enlargement of this realm, her spirit soared higher. She comprehended Sun Haonan's intention, yet was the lingua truly so easily obtainable? One day, as per routine, Zhou Xiaowei activated the communication device, hoping to establish contact with the outside world. To her astonishment, shortly after powering it on, a voice emerged. Captain, we've made contact with the outside. Really? Luo Xian and the others swiftly gathered around. Moments later, Zhou Xiaowei deactivated the device. Her face alight with joy as she announced, the higher-ups have ordered us to advance towards Yuzhu Peak. There is a team awaiting our arrival. Luo Xian promptly retrieved the map for examination. Although the Kunlun Mountains had undergone significant transformation, the orientation remained unchanged, and he quickly pinpointed the location of Yuzhu Peak on the map. Fortunately, we are not far from Yuzhu Peak. If we quicken our pace in the coming days, we should be able to rendezvous with the other teams before long. Upon hearing this news, everyone was filled with elation. As they approached Yuzhu Peak, Yin Ran and her companions encountered an enormous yellow bull, larger than an elephant. This creature possessed immense strength and could manipulate the surrounding flora to attack them. The grass and trees seemed to come alive, swiftly elongating and expanding, ensnaring Yin Ran and her companions like serpents. A scholar inadvertently became ensnared by the grass stalks. And despite Luo Xian and the others' desperate attempts to sever the binds with their daggers, they found it impossible to break free. As the grass stems grew increasingly entangled, the scientists found it difficult to breathe. In a moment of urgency, Yin Ran shouted to Sun Haonan, urging him to use the golden blade, the golden force against wood. No, that golden blade would harm Helion. Wang Yusen was the first to voice her opposition. Upon hearing this, Sun Haonan hesitated momentarily. Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded, leaving everyone astounded. The loss of yet another companion was a blow that all found hard to accept. Reality offered them little time for sorrow, following He Liang's demise. The yellow bull began to stomp and launch its attack. The strength of the yellow bull surpassed that of the water python and the black bear they had previously encountered. Fortunately, its ability to manipulate the flora was not particularly strong, nor could it sustain its control for long. Sun Haonan's golden blade and Luo Xian's lightning seemed inherently antagonistic to the grass and trees. coupled with Yin Ran's occasional hurled branches and surprise boulders. They managed to devastate a significant portion of the surrounding vegetation. Exhausted and bruised, Sun Haonan and Luo Xian ultimately succeeded in bringing the yellow bull to the ground. As soon as the bull fell, Yin Ran lifted a massive boulder nearly 2 meters high and brought it crashing down upon the bull's head. With all her strength, she struck, for the yellow bull was too formidable. Both Luo Xian and Sun Haonan had collapsed. Should it rise again, their escape would be impossible. With a thunderous crash, the bull's massive head was driven into the earth. Confirming that the yellow bull could no longer rise, Yin Ran too collapsed to the ground. Though her condition appeared less perilous than that of Luo Xian and Sun Haonan, her exertion had been no less significant. Had she not wielded the branches to restrain the yellow bull's movements, the two might not have found the opportunity to defeat it. In this fierce battle, Gu Ying and the 4 Special Forces soldiers found themselves utterly unhelpful. The bullets proved ineffective against the yellow bull, and only Luo Xian's lightning and Sun Haonan's golden blade could inflict harm upon it. "We must leave this place," urged Gu Ying as he hurried to assist Luo Xian and the others. "Wait," Yin Ran interjected hastily. "What is the matter, sister?" she asked, perplexed. Previously encountered beasts had either come in swarms or were impossible to kill, rendering them inedible. Now, with a yellow bull finally in sight, how could they simply walk away? "What time is it? And you're still thinking about food? Moreover, Heliang has perished here. How can you even think of eating?" Wang Yusin glared at Yin Ran with a mix of anger and restraint, as though Yin Ran had committed an egregious offense. "Why should I feel guilty? Heliang's death was not my doing," Yin Ran retorted, dismissing Wang Yusin's discontent. It seemed as though Wang Yusin could not find peace unless she provoked her. Yin Ran shot her a cold glance before striding toward the yellow bull. The others exchanged uneasy glances, and Wang Yusin trembled before bursting into tears. "After such a fierce battle, I am quite famished too. Sister, wait for me." Sun Haonan disregarded the commotion and chased after Yin Ran, with Wu Kai swiftly following suit. Before long, the members of the Flying Dragon team had also joined them. With firewood readily available, the enticing aroma of roasted meat soon wafted through the woods. "Well, this beef is simply divine," Sun Haonan exclaimed in delight. In the midst of it all, Luo Xian called for Zhou Xiaowei and the others to come over and prepare their own barbecue. Before long, apart from Yin Ran, Luo Xian, and Sun Haonan, who continued to eat, the rest lay contentedly on the ground, rubbing their full bellies. This was the most satisfying meal they had after entering Kunlun Mountain. The yellow ox was so large that it should suffice for several days, Qian Mingrong remarked with a smile. "Perhaps not," Li Feng exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Yin Ran and her companions consuming an entire ox larger than an elephant, while they had only managed to eat 2 legs among them. How on earth did these 3 accomplish such a feat? Observing their distended bellies, Li Feng was once again struck with disbelief. Where had all the food vanished? Noticing the peculiar tone in Li Feng's voice, everyone sat up, their expressions mirroring his, becoming vacant. "This is truly delightful," Sun Haonan exclaimed, patting his belly. "Boss, sister, have you felt the surge of strength after consuming this beef?" "Indeed," Luo Xian nodded. Not only had their strength increased, but the pain from their injuries seemed to have lessened as well. This ox must possess what attributes. In novels, what attributes are known for their healing properties. Yin Ran swallowed the last piece of beef and turned to Luo Xian, pointing at the scarred wounds on Sun Haonan's body. After a brief rest, Luo Xian instructed everyone to prepare for the journey ahead. Yin Ran wandered around the skeleton of the ox for a while, eventually picking up a hind leg bone nearly 1.5 meters long, ready to use it as a weapon. Wu Kai's eyes lit up upon seeing this, and he swiftly grabbed another bone. Inspired by their actions, the others rushed to the skeleton as well, selecting bones for themselves. The bones of the yellow ox were remarkably tough. When Luo Xian attempted to cut them with a dagger, he could barely leave a scratch. In recent days, Sun Haonan has frequently mentioned to her the matter of Li Feng's treatment, which has led her to feel somewhat remorseful for not having found the spiritual fruit for him. "Brotherly, what bone did you choose?" "I arrived a bit late and could only procure a 4-leg bone," Li Feng replied with a smile, playfully shaking the bone in his hand. Perhaps due to his background as a military doctor, Li Feng exudes a gentle demeanor, imbued with an air of scholarly grace. "This bone appears quite decent. Let us go over there and compare," Yin Ran suggested, pointing towards the direction from which he had just caught a whiff of the fragrant fruit. Let us proceed." Yin Ran took the lead, striding ahead. Li Feng felt a twinge of confusion, but followed suit. However, as he noticed Yin Ran moving further away and increasing her pace, He contemplated intervening. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, a sudden realization dawned upon him, hinting at a possible scenario. Brotherly, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Oh, I'm coming. At that moment, as soon as Yin ran and Li Feng slipped out of the crowd's sight, the members of the Feilong team exchanged glances filled with excitement. Upon witnessing this, Qian Mingrong and the others hurriedly pursued them without greeting Luo Xian. Ah, soldierly, spare some fruit. As Qian Mingrong and his companions caught up, they happened to see Li Feng reaching out for a plump, dew-laden green fruit, roughly the size of a cherry. At this juncture, their speed was rather impressive. Noticing that everyone was in hot pursuit, Yin Ran's expression turned somewhat displeased. Professor Qian, what do you mean by this? Luo Xian's demeanor also reflected his dissatisfaction. Qian Mingrong swiftly recalibrated his emotions and spoke. This fruit possesses immense research value. I implore Captain Luo to hand it over to me. Observe the green luminescence emitted by this fruit. It may very well be linked to the vanished multicolored beams. Upon hearing this, the members of the Feilong team furrowed their brows, and Sun Haonan glared furiously at Qian Mingrong. Do not heed his words. The moment this fruit is plucked, it will disappear. Brotherly, please harvest it and consume it at once. Yin Ran disregarded Qian Mingrong's remarks and urged Li Feng instead. Noticing Li Feng pausing his actions, Qian Mingrong immediately signaled to Wang Yusen, Yusen, do retrieve the spiritual fruit. Understood. Wang Yusen replied, her expression brightening as she hurried towards Li Feng and Yin Ran. Humph. I discovered this fruit. I shall decide who partakes of it. Yin Ran sneered, casting a glance at Wang Yusen before swiftly plucking the spiritual fruit and feeding it to Li Feng. Ah, Yin Ran, how dare you destroy national research materials? Wang Yusen exclaimed in exasperation upon witnessing Li Feng consume the fruit. Do not flatter me unnecessarily. It is merely a wild fruit, not some research material. Have you perhaps overindulged in your studies? Yin Ran retorted with a scoff, quickly passing by Wang Yusen and the others. Sister, you were absolutely magnificent just now. Sun Haonan exclaimed, grinning as he followed her. Indeed, Yin Ran replied, lifting her chin with pride. She had successfully provoked Wang Yusen, and her spirits were exceedingly high. A radiant smile adorned her face, her bright eyes curving like crescent moons, the corners of her mouth gently upward, revealing dimples that danced upon her cheeks. Chapter 10. Spiritual Roots. After several days of travel, Yin Ran and her companions soon approached the vicinity of Yezhufeng. After consuming the spiritual fruit, Li Feng's hands occasionally emitted a green glow, allowing him to manipulate a twig of thumb-sized proportions, altering its length at will. However, this ability was fleeting, yet even so, it brought him immense joy, evoking envy and admiration from others. Do not overuse it. It depletes your energy rapidly, Luo Xian cautioned. Captain, you and Haonan can only summon a few bolts of lightning and golden blades each day, while my output is even lesser. Is there any way to enhance our abilities? He inquired. There should be, though we are yet to discover it, Luo Xian pondered before responding. After releasing several bolts of lightning and golden blades each day, he and Haonan found themselves extraordinarily fatigued. However, after a night's rest, they would awaken revitalized. He speculated that this rejuvenation was linked to the beneficial substances present in the air of Kunlun Mountain. During their nightly respite, they absorbed and stored these beneficial substances within their bodies, which they could then unleash the following day in the form of lightning and golden blades. Unfortunately, the rate of absorption was vastly outpaced by consumption. If only there were a means to accelerate the absorption of these beneficial substances, their strength would undoubtedly surpass its current limits. Later, as they traversed a mountain hollow, the foliage ahead rustled, prompting Luo Xian and his companions to immediately adopt a defensive posture. Soon after, a number of firearms emerged. Who goes there? Upon sighting the weapons, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At present, beasts posed a greater threat than armed humans. Which team are you from? Before long, a squad of soldiers clad in camouflage approached. We are the Flying Dragon team of the Jiao Long Special Forces, exclaimed Luo, recognizing his comrade. A young girl, adorned in camouflage attire and possessing striking beauty, emerged from among the soldiers, her face alight with joy as she gazed at Luo Xian. Wenyan, what brings you here? Luo Xian inquired, a hint of surprise evident in his expression as he beheld the graceful figure before him. According to what Brother Luo said, why shouldn't I come? Jiang Wenyan feigned displeasure, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Xian. Their familiarity was unmistakable, indicating a close acquaintance. Noticing Luo Xian's helpless demeanor, Jiang Wenyan adopted a serious tone, saying, All right, I shall cease my jesting. My father instructed me to accompany Professor Su to Kunlun Mountain for the sake of broadening my horizons. Subsequently, Jiang Wenyan introduced the individuals accompanying her to Luo Xian and established contact with the outside world to verify their identities, enabling the two groups to engage in dialogue. During this exchange, two individuals found themselves sidelined, Wu Kai and Yin Ran. Captain Luo, Professor Qian, you have achieved a remarkable feat. This white pearl is undoubtedly of immense value, exclaimed Su Jingyuan, the leader of Jiang Wenyan's team. His expression brimming with excitement as he gazed at the white pearl cradled in Qian Mingrong's hands. Just as Qian Mingrong was about to express modesty, he was interrupted by Sun Haonan's voice. Professor Su, we owe our acquisition of this white pearl to Sister Yin Ran. She was the one who discovered it. Soldier son, your words seem misplaced. Were it not for our efforts in holding back those Westerners, could Yin Ran have possibly obtained the white pearl? Wang Yusen retorted without hesitation. I merely spoke a few truths. Why must soldier son take offense? Enough, both of you, let us speak less. Each of you has contributed, and I shall report it without neglecting anyone. Su Jingyuan hastily intervened to quell the dispute. We must dispatch the orb immediately. Does anyone object? No. With Luo Xian and Qian Mingrong in agreement, Su Jingyuan promptly summoned several soldiers, instructing them to transport the orb via helicopter. Is it safe? Luo Xian inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Rest assured, the helicopter's route has been cleared by the military. It is entirely secure. Upon hearing that a helicopter was departing, Yin Ran rushed over. You have a helicopter heading out of Kunlun Mountain. Might I hitch a ride? This helicopter is designated for transporting supplies and cannot accommodate passengers. Su Jingyuan replied without hesitation. I will not cause any inconvenience. Just a small corner will suffice. Yin Ran implored, her expression tinged with desperation, for she had not contacted her family in months, and her grandmother must be worried sick. Seeing Yin Ran's distress, Luo Xian leaned closer to Su Jingyuan and whispered a few words. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jingyuan approached the soldiers and exchanged a few remarks. Observing that Su Jingyuan seemed inclined to permit Yin Ran's departure, Qian Mingrong hurried over, whispering something unknown, leading Su Jingyuan to directly decline Luo Xian's request. Young lady, they do not wish for you to leave. This scene was witnessed by both Yin Ran and Wu Kai. Yin Ran cast a cold glare at Qian Mingrong, her demeanor utterly indifferent. At that moment, Jiang Wenyan approached. Gazing at the girl before her, who was of similar stature, Jiang Wenyan's expression became somewhat intricate. Yuan Ran. Is it? She inquired. Subsequently, Luo Xian received orders to safeguard Su Jingyuan and others as they journeyed to Yuzhu Peak, seeking a particular relic located there. Soon, the group set out once more. Sister, we must leave. Staying behind could spell our doom, Wu Kai urged, observing Yuan Ran's stillness. After a moment of silence, Yuan Ran finally murmured a faint acknowledgement, rising to follow Wu Kai, her heart heavy with a sense of helpless indignation. The others, ahead, noticed Yuan Ran had caught up and collectively exhaled in relief, while simultaneously harboring greater discontent towards Qian Mingrong. Once perpetually cloaked in snow, Yuzhu Peak now flourished with verdant vitality. As they approached the mountain's base, a fearsome roar echoed through the air. This is bad. We are under attack. The group's expression shifted dramatically, and the soldiers tasked with protecting Su Jingyuan swiftly readied their mortars, aiming toward the source of the roar. Before long, a majestic golden tiger emerged, its formidable presence striking fear into the hearts of all. Have the creatures of Kunlun Mountain been enhanced? Each one seems larger than the last, they thought, as they beheld the nearly 5-meter-long beast, a shiver running down their spines. Chief, this tiger poses a significant threat. It seems to possess abilities akin to my own, of the metal element. Sun Haonan stated gravely. Luo Xian's countenance grew increasingly stern. Proceed with caution. We will flank it while the mortars engage head-on. The tiger, however, refrained from launching an immediate assault, instead roaring defiantly at the group. It appeared as though the beast intended to prevent their ascent. And zoologist besides Su Jingyuan spoke up, insisting, we must proceed. It is a rare opportunity for the satellite to have pinpointed a relic. We cannot abandon it now. Su Jingyuan, with unwavering determination, gazed at the tiger and declared, Captain Luo, prepare to launch a forceful assault. The tiger, witnessing that Luo Xian and his companions not only refused to retreat, but also aimed their artillery at it, became enraged. With a powerful leap, it charged towards the crowd. Much like Sun Haonan, the tiger was capable of unleashing golden blades. As the distance closed to mere meters, several golden blades hurtled towards the soldiers, striking them directly. In response, Luo Xian and Sun Haonan rushed forward to engage the tiger in combat. Upon witnessing Luo Xian summon purple lightning and Sun Haonan unleash golden blades, Su Jingyuan and the other scientists were initially taken aback, only to soon reveal expressions of delight. "Are you not going to assist?" Wu Kai quietly inquired, noticing Yin Ran standing motionless at the back. "What obligation do I have to help?" Yin Ran replied with a calm tone, betraying no emotion. Yet, Wu Kai sensed the suppressed anger within her. Rather than feeling concerned, he found himself quite pleased by it. The battle raged on for over half an hour, culminating in the Golden Tiger's retreat under the onslaught of Luo Xian's lightning, Sun Haonan's golden blades, and the occasional entanglement of branches by Li Feng, along with the incessant bombardment of artillery. "Brother Luo, do you three possess spiritual roots?" As the fight concluded, Jiang Wenyan approached the weary Luo Xian, her face alight with excitement, closely followed by Su Jingyuan and the other scientists. "Spiritual roots?" Luo Xian and the others were left somewhat perplexed. "Are you not aware?" Jiang Weiyuan expressed her surprise. Luo Xian and the others immediately shook their heads. "It makes sense. You entered Kunlun Mountain early, and the government has only recently discovered the matter of spiritual roots. Through extensive research, it has now been confirmed that the ice arrows and fireballs emitted by humans and animals do not stem from any extraordinary abilities, but rather from the activation of their spiritual roots. With these roots, one can manipulate the corresponding spiritual energy, thus unleashing phenomena such as lightning and golden blades. From your previous battles, it is evident that Brother Lei possesses a lightning-type spiritual root, Brother Sun wields a metal-type spiritual root, and Brother Li has a wood-type spiritual root." Upon hearing Jiang Wenyuan's explanation, Luo Xian and the others appeared dazed, quickly glancing at Yin Ran beside them. Subsequently, Sun Haonan stared blankly at Luo Xian and, with a silly grin, exclaimed, "Boss, have we acquired the fortune of immortality? Can we cultivate?" Chapter 11, Cultivation. To be precise, we can enhance our strength by absorbing the spiritual energy present in the air, Su Jingyuan said with a smile, unperturbed by the astonishment of Luo Xian and the others. Even when he first grasped this conclusion, his own shock was not much less than theirs. "What is spiritual energy?" Luo Xian inquired. No wonder. Luo Xian, Li Feng, and Sun Haonan all displayed expressions of understanding. "Does everyone possess spiritual roots?" Wang Yusin asked urgently, as soon as this question was posed. The members of the Flying Dragon team and Professor Qian's team all looked at Su Jingyuan with eager anticipation. Certainly not. According to current information, among the hundreds or thousands of individuals in China, only one possesses a spiritual root, and this statistic pertains solely to the vicinity of Mount Kunlun. The numbers may be even lower in other regions. Such a scant figure? Our country may have a relatively higher count, but the numbers in other nations are even fewer. Upon hearing this, a look of disappointment spread across the faces of the majority. Presently, a group of individuals capable of manipulating spiritual energy, akin to Captain Luo and his team, has emerged across the globe, referred to by scientists as cultivators, with those from China being the most numerous and powerful. Why is this so? It is due to the rich density of spiritual energy present in our nation in several areas. The concentration of spiritual energy is several times greater than that of other countries, and it continues to increase. At this juncture, Su Jingyuan and the scholars accompanying him wore expressions of pride. On the periphery of the group, Yin Ran listened with astonishment to the conversation between Su Jingyuan and the others. Having emerged from the fairyland, she was aware of the significant changes surrounding Mount Kunlun, yet she had not anticipated that such transformations would occur on a global scale. "Professor Su, how can we ascertain whether we possess a spiritual root?" Currently, there is no specific method to detect whether an individual has a spiritual root. However, one thing is certain: those endowed with a spiritual root are highly sensitive to spiritual energy, and even a slight stimulus can activate that root. By the way, Captain Luo, how did you activate your spiritual roots? Su Jingyuan inquired with a smile. It was through consuming spiritual fruits that Captain Luo and his companions activated theirs. Before Luo Xian could speak, Qian Mingrong interjected. From Qian Mingrong's somewhat obsequious demeanor, it is evident that Su Jingyuan holds a significantly superior status. So that is the case. Noticing that Luo Xian and his companions did not refute, Su Jingyuan smiled, acknowledging their fortune. As far as I know, these spiritual fruits are exceedingly rare. Indeed, most cultivators have activated their spiritual roots solely by consuming them. These fruits were all procured with the assistance of our classmate, Yin Ran. Qian Mingrong continued with a smile. Gesturing towards Yin Ran at the back of the group. Upon hearing this, the gazes of all present, including Su Zhengyuan, shifted towards Yin Ran with newfound intrigue. Luo Xian and his companions cast disapproving looks at Qian Mingrong before turning their attention back to Su Zhengyuan. Professor Su, if I understand correctly, are there alternative methods to activate spiritual roots? Yes, as far as I am aware, there are two methods. One is to consume spiritual fruits. The other is to cultivate in areas abundant in spiritual energy. Cultivation? Sun Haonan's eyes lit up with eagerness as he inquired. But is it akin to the cultivation methods described in novels? So, are the spiritual fruits of Kunlun Mountain primarily for activating spiritual roots? Li Feng asked. Not exclusively. There exists a multitude of spiritual fruit varieties within Kunlun Mountain, some for activating spiritual roots, others for shaping them, and some for replenishing spiritual energy. Due to the limited quantity of harvested fruits, many of their effects remain unknown. Fruits that can shape spiritual roots? The members of the Feilong team and Qian Mingrong's group immediately exhibited a remarkable gleam in their eyes. Indeed, the elusive spirit fruit is challenging to find. Although the spiritual energy in Huagua is gradually reviving, and news of spirit fruit discoveries occasionally emerges from the renowned mountains, the plastic spirit fruit is exclusively found in Kunlun Mountain. Individuals inherently endowed with spiritual roots are rare. Thus, the plastic spirit fruit represents the sole hope for those without such roots. This explains the continuous dispatch of numerous exploration teams to Kunlun Mountain, not only to investigate the suddenly appearing ruins but also to harvest the plastic spirit fruit. Subsequently, Su Zhengyuan did not withhold information, sharing several known spirit fruits with Luo Xian, Qian Mingrong, and the others. What kind of fruit are we consuming then? Sun Haonan exchanged glances with Luo Xian and Li Feng, perplexed, for the spirit fruits they ingested were markedly different from those described by Su Zhengyuan. The three of them evidently had not engaged in cultivation, yet they could manipulate spiritual energy, which was astonishing. Could it be that they had ingested spirit fruits? However, that seemed implausible. Though spirit fruits are rich in spiritual energy, they inevitably deplete over time. Once the energy is exhausted, they cannot generate spiritual power. According to Qian Mingrong, the trio could only produce a limited amount of spiritual power each day, and it was clear that they had consumed their supply. Yet they could generate it anew the following day. Could it be that they could autonomously absorb the spiritual energy from the air? Upon this realization, Su Zhengyuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Perhaps the fruit we consume differs from what you described. Sun Haonan replied sheepishly. Could you possibly describe that spirit fruit? Su Zhengyuan inquired eagerly, his anticipation evident, as the spirit fruit consumed by Luo Xian and his companions might very well be a novel variety unknown to them. Sun Haonan and the others simultaneously glanced at Yin Ran, who was resting her chin on her hand beneath the tree, seemingly oblivious to their presence. They began to describe the appearance of the spiritual fruit. With each word from Luo Xian and his companions, Su Zhengyuan's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement. Captain Luo, what exactly is this spiritual fruit you consumed? I remain in the dark. Yet I can assert with certainty that it is far more precious and rare than the plastic spiritual fruit. To call it a treasure of heaven and earth would not be an exaggeration. Professor Su added, when it comes to understanding this spiritual fruit, no one surpasses classmate Yin Ran. At this reminder, Su Zhengyuan's eyes brightened, and he quickly approached Yin Ran. Excuse me, could you share how you discovered this spiritual fruit? Su Zhengyuan inquired, smiling warmly at her. Yin Ran chose to ignore him. The helicopter was more than capable of taking her away. Yet this person had altered his decision based on a few words from Qian Mingrong. At that moment, she felt no inclination towards Su Zhengyuan. Classmate. Su Zhengyuan attempted again. Yin Ran shot him a sarcastic glance. Since you believe everything Professor Qian says, why not ask him? He has been with us all along. With that, she turned her back on him, leaving Su Zhengyuan to gaze at her retreating figure. Surprised, he was unaccustomed to such blatant disregard, especially since he had recently become one of the principal leaders of the Kunlun Mountain expedition. Yin Ran, what is your attitude? You must not be rude to Professor Su. Several individuals behind Su Zhengyuan glared disapprovingly at her. What does my attitude have to do with you busybodies? She retorted. With a hint of irritation, Yin Ran remarked, You. Well, since Yin Ran is unwilling to speak, we shall refrain from pressing further. Su Zhengyuan, unfazed, chuckled gently to halt the scientist trailing behind him. Casting a contemplative glance at Yin Ran, he departed. The encounter with the tiger was merely a fleeting incident, and the group resumed their ascent towards Yezhufeng. However, the fauna atop Yezhufeng appeared to be more abundant than in other regions, and within a short distance, they encountered 2 or 3 more groups, each exhibiting increasingly formidable prowess. Why were the creatures here so numerous and potent, surpassing those in other locales? Was it due to the ruins captured by satellite imagery? Su Jingyuan and Luo Xian exchanged somber expressions. What exactly were those ruins? It was an impeccably preserved ancient palace. Su Jingyuan did not conceal this fact. He revealed that not only they but also other exploration teams were converging upon this site, which held significant importance to their superiors. Therefore, regardless of the challenges ahead, they were compelled to advance. As dusk approached, they discovered a cave, deciding to take shelter there for the night and continue their journey at dawn. Agreed. While resting, Su Jingyuan sat contemplatively by the fire for an extended period, then summoned Jiang Weiyuan, whispering a few instructions. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Weiyuan made her way toward Luo Xian, Sun Haonan, and Li Feng. Before long, Yan Ran observed the trio sitting cross-legged in meditation, joined by several others brought by Su Jingyuan, who were engaged in the same practice. What were they up to? Could it be that they were cultivating? Wu Kai's words sparked a fleeting glimmer in Yan Ran's eyes. Chapter 12. The primordial return of harmony. After practicing the techniques as instructed by Jiang Weiyuan for a while, Luo Xian and his companions opened their eyes, their faces illuminated by unmistakable joy. While Luo Xian and Li Feng attempted to maintain a semblance of composure, their expressions betrayed an excitement that was difficult to conceal. The admiration in the gazes of those around them was palpable, as they all harbored envy for the trio. Did their cultivation signify that they might truly have the opportunity to transcend to immortality, just as depicted in novels? Yan Ran observed their fervent reactions with a thoughtful demeanor. Their pace of cultivation was rather astonishing. Su Jingyuan remarked softly, an enigmatic gleam flickering in his eyes. He had encountered many cultivators, yet few exhibited such a rapid recovery of spiritual energy as these 3. Jiang Weiyuan, seated beside him, nodded in agreement, noting, "The spiritual fruits that Brother Luo and the others consumed are indeed extraordinary." Her expression grew complex as she glanced at Yan Ran, seated by the fire. "You are of a similar age to that girl. Seize the opportunity to converse with her and perhaps glean some insights." Su Jingyuan suggested with a smile directed at Jiang Weiyuan. Jiang Weiyuan's father, Jiang Jiandong, was the CEO of a technology company and during a previous research project, he had collaborated with that company, providing Su Jingyuan with considerable assistance. Thus, he had consented to Jiang Weiyuan accompanying them to Kunlun Mountain. "Yes, I will find a chance." Jiang Weiyuan responded promptly. Before her journey to Kunlun Mountain, her father had advised her to cultivate a good relationship with Su Jingyuan. She was already well aware of this without his prompting. Since the sun vanished and then re-emerged, the world has undergone a profound transformation. The resurgence of spiritual energy and the emergence of practitioners herald a new era on the horizon. With the advent of this grand epic, opportunities and challenges shall undoubtedly accompany it. Only those who stand at the forefront will seize these opportunities. Su Jingyuan is such a person, and by following him, she can gain access to invaluable first-hand information. With this thought, Jiang Weiyuan glanced back at Yan Ran, who appeared to be lost in thought, and a fleeting glimmer of subtle aversion flashed in her eyes. Meanwhile, Sun Haonan's excitement began to subside, and he suddenly thought of Yan Ran. He hurried towards Su Jingyuan, inquiring, "Professor Su, may I share this cultivation technique with Yan Ran? This cultivation method is from above. You are military personnel, which is why I made an exception in disclosing it to you. However, I fear it cannot be shared with classmate Yan Ran." Su Jingyuan replied decisively. "But, Professor Su, Yan Ran has assisted us greatly along the way, and without that white orb, we might not have succeeded. On account of her contributions, please consider sharing the technique with her. I do not deny Yan Ran's merits, nor is it a matter of unwillingness. Do you comprehend the immense cost incurred to obtain this technique?" Su Jingyuan's voice was not particularly low, and he cast a glance in Yan Ran's direction. However, seeing that Sun Haonan was about to say more, Jiang Weiyuan interjected, "Brother Sun, let us not put Professor Su in a difficult position. He is merely following orders from above. Professor Su, I apologize for my rashness." Upon hearing Jiang Weiyuan's words, Sun Haonan felt a twinge of disappointment and regret. "Brother Sun, if you truly wish for Yan Ran to cultivate, there is indeed a way." "Really?" Sun Haonan's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he inquired, "What is the method? Did the professor not just mention that any government personnel are eligible for cultivation?" Perhaps you could suggest to Yanran that she join Professor Su's team. In that case, she would qualify as government personnel. As Jiang Wenyuan spoke, she observed Su Zhengyuan, noticing his unperturbed demeanor, his smile growing ever more composed. Her father's technology company is quite substantial, frequently engaging with a myriad of individuals, and she had learned much about reading people's expressions. The moment Su Zhengyuan spoke, she discerned the underlying implications of his words. Upon her revelation, astonishment spread across the faces of those present, with Qian Mingrong and others displaying envious glances. Su Jingyuan's research team was distinct from theirs, being directly affiliated with the government. Ever since the upheaval at Kunlun Mountain, countless individuals have aspired to join such an esteemed team. But Yanran is still a student. Sun Haonan's expression fell, and he furrowed his brow as he glanced at Su Jingyuan. It's of no consequence. Have you not seen that I am also a student? But, oh dear. Sun Haonan smacked his forehead heavily, apologetically glancing at Yanran. Look at me. In my excitement, I completely forgot about this. I was hoping you could cultivate alongside us. Hearing this, astonishment flickered across the faces of Su Jingyuan and the others. Has Yanan never tasted a spirit fruit? To encounter such a delicacy and refuse to partake, instead offering it to others. Does such a fool truly exist in this world? Su Jingyuan lamented. Yanan felt a tinge of disbelief. If she lacked a spiritual root, how could she sense the presence of the spirit fruit? Yet, if she possessed one, why could she not manipulate the spiritual energy like Luo Xian and the others? After confirming with Qian Mingrong and the others that Yanan, despite her considerable strength, was indeed incapable of harnessing spiritual energy, Jiang Wenyuan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. With the conversation drawing to a close, everyone except for the night watch began to rest. Yanan, however, did not seek rest. Instead, she approached the cave entrance, found a secluded corner, and, bathed in the moonlight, mimicked the meditative posture previously demonstrated by Luo Xian and the others. Many observed her actions, yet few paid her any heed, most regarding her with mocking glances, anticipating her failure and ultimate abandonment. Often, human nature reveals itself in such a manner. When one cannot attain something, they wish for others to fail in their pursuits as well, thus fostering a peculiar harmony. Surely she does not aspire to emulate our meditative practices? Scoffed a scholar endowed with a spiritual root as he watched Yanan. Her determination was palpable, for she too had partaken of the spirit fruit. Alas! What a pity, a precious spirit fruit squandered. If it had been given to another, perhaps the nation would have gained another cultivator. One, perhaps even more. Indeed, the youth of today exhibit an overwhelming sense of selfishness. Upon encountering something remarkable, they are eager to claim it as their own. This inclination is especially evident when it comes to spiritual fruits. I suspect that if that female classmate were to discover another spiritual fruit, she would likely consume it herself, indifferent to the fact that lacking a spiritual root renders the fruit ineffectual for her. Those who speak possess spiritual roots themselves, and since they have realized their potential for cultivation, they now view themselves as superior, often disregarding others in their speech and actions. Sun Haonan's expression darkened at these remarks. Had it not been for Li Feng restraining him, he would have charged forward to deliver a stern reprimand to these individuals. Why bother with them? He exclaimed. It infuriates me. Although the group remained at a distance from the cave entrance, Yanran could not hear them. But any conflict would only serve to inform her of their disparaging comments, inevitably causing her distress. At that moment, while meditating at the cave entrance, Yanran's ears perked up. Unbeknownst to Li Feng and the others, her senses had heightened immensely. Her vision and hearing were now magnified several-fold. She could discern everything clearly from hundreds of meters away, even the sound of bees flapping their wings from 100 meters distance. Naturally, she overheard the scholar's disparaging remarks. But at that moment, she had no time to address them. As she began to meditate and attune herself to the surrounding spiritual energy, a unique space within her mind reemerged. Simultaneously, a dazzling white jade tablet, radiating a mysterious aura, materialized in the center of that space. Following this, 5 luminous golden characters soared forth from the jade tablet. Hongming Guiyuanju. Chapter 13. The emergence of the 5 characters White Jade Tablet and Hongming Guiyuanju caught Yanran off guard. Overwhelmed with emotion, her consciousness abruptly withdrew from that peculiar space within her mind. At that moment, Yanran's eyes widened, her expression wavering, filled with profound astonishment and disbelief. To the onlookers, her demeanor suggested that she had attempted to sense the spiritual energy, only to confirm her inability to do so, leading to her evident frustration. Even Su Jingyuan, who had been observing her closely, shook his head and chose not to dwell further on the matter. Humans can preliminarily ascertain whether they possess spiritual roots through the sensing of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in Kunlun Mountain is particularly dense, facilitating such sensations. If one cannot perceive spiritual energy even in this environment, it is an indication that they are more than 80% likely to lack spiritual roots. Unlike the indifference of others, and even tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, Luo Xian and the members of the Feilong team regarded Yin Ran with a measure of concern. In their hearts, Yin Ran was not only the savior of Luo Xian and Sun Haonan, but also a benefactor to Li Feng, and in a sense, a comrade in arms, having repeatedly aided them in fending off animal attacks throughout their journey. If Yin Ran had not provided us with the spirit fruit, who knows? Sun spoke, his voice trailing off. Brother Sun, for one without spiritual roots, consuming more spirit fruits would be futile. I believe that classmate Yin Ran genuinely wishes to share the spirit fruits with you. Observing the guilt on the faces of Luo Xian and his companions, Jiang Wenyuan felt compelled to interject gently, her tone soft and soothing. She discerned the unique bond that Luo Xian and the others share with Yin Ran. I will go and check on Yin Ran. Jiang Wenyuan's words did little to alleviate Sun Haonan's discomfort. He muttered a response before striding towards Yin Ran. Brother Sun. Just as he had taken a few steps, Jiang Wenyuan called out to him. Although Yin Ran does not possess a spiritual root, that cultivation technique cannot. What do you take me for? Sun Haonan interrupted angrily, casting a fierce glare in her direction before swiftly turning away. Brother Luo, have I upset Brother Sun? Jiang Wenyuan inquired cautiously, glancing at Luo Xian. Luo Xian regarded her with a sidelong glance, his expression inscrutable. When Jiang Wenyuan could no longer bear the intensity of his gaze, he finally spoke in a low voice. Haonan is my subordinate. He will not err in matters of principle. I understand. It was my mistake. I merely intended to offer a reminder. Luo Xian acknowledged with a nod. Thereafter lapsing into silence, choosing not to elaborate further. Are you all right, sister? Sun Haonan asked with genuine concern. What could possibly be wrong with me? Yin Ran replied, her mood buoyant as she smiled at him. Sun Haonan scrutinized her, as if to ascertain whether she was merely putting on a brave face. As long as you're fine. Sister, even if you cannot cultivate, do not lose heart. Trust me, I will surely find the spirit molding fruit for you. Seeing Sun Haonan's fervent assurance, almost as if he were swearing an oath, Yin Ran chuckled teasingly. Will you really find the spirit molding fruit? I've been with you for quite some time now, and I have yet to see you procure a single spirit fruit. Even if you did, would you not give it to your brothers instead of me? In my heart, you have already become my brother. Who is your brother? Yin Ran shot a glare at Sun Haonan, who chuckled in response. In my eyes, you are akin to Captain Gu and the others. Once the spiritual fruit is found, whatever belongs to them will undoubtedly include you. The chief and Old Li must think similarly. We shall speak of it when you have found it. Yin Ran casually remarked, though she did not outwardly display her emotions. Her heart was nonetheless filled with joy. Observing that Yin Ran's spirits were indeed high, Sun Haonan felt relieved. Sister, should anything arise, remember to seek me out. Or the chief and the others. In our hearts, you have already become like a dear sister to us, and we shall protect you in the days to come. A dear sister? The word struck a chord within Yin Ran. Having grown up with her grandmother, she had no siblings, and in her childhood, when bullied by neighbors, she often fantasized about having an older brother. However, the feeling was fleeting, as she had never been one to easily trust others. Who could say if he spoke merely out of kindness? After Sun Haonan departed, Yin Ran did not retreat into the cave, but chose to linger at its entrance, waiting patiently until everyone had drifted into slumber before she stealthily ascended to the cave's summit. Eagerly, she settled into a cross-legged position and swiftly plunged her consciousness into the unique space within her mind. At this moment, she had come to understand what this special space entailed, all thanks to the Hongmeng Gui Yuanju, which introduced her to a wealth of knowledge previously unknown to her. The sea of consciousness, the realm where the primordial spirit is nurtured. The colorless, tasteless, transparent spiritual fruit she had consumed had directly opened her sea of consciousness. Had it not been for that spiritual fruit, she would have had to wait until her cultivation reached the foundation establishment stage and her soul attained a certain level of strength to open her sea of consciousness. Undoubtedly, that spiritual fruit was an exceedingly precious treasure. For cultivators, there are two principal sources of origin. One is the dantian, and the other is the sea of consciousness. The destruction of either would signify a severance from the great Tao. The sea of consciousness serves as the cradle of the primordial spirit, the larger it is. The more robust the primordial spirit can become. Initially, the sea of consciousness is relatively small, and currently, Yanran's sea of consciousness resembles the size of a green bean. Even so, she has acquired a certain degree of spiritual awareness, although she is still uncertain of its precise utility. She knows one thing. She can now turn her gaze inward, clearly observing her internal organs, bones, muscles, and more. The strength of spiritual awareness is correlated with the primordial spirit. The stronger the primordial spirit, the more potent the spiritual awareness. As cultivators advance in their practice, the sea of consciousness will gradually expand, and the primordial spirit will become increasingly powerful. Furthermore, the primordial spirit can also be strengthened through cultivation. The thought of cultivation ignited an irrepressible excitement within Yanran. The Hongming Guiyuan Ju is a technique that cultivates both the physical body and the primordial spirit simultaneously. Although she possesses limited knowledge regarding cultivation, she can still sense the extraordinary nature and value of this technique. While she feels joy and gratitude for this unexpected boon that has seemingly fallen from the heavens, a sense of confusion and doubt lingers in her heart. This technique must be the legacy imparted to her by the celestial maiden in white. Yet receiving such a significant opportunity without apparent reason leaves her with a feeling of guilt for having gained something for nothing. Yanran was not a person prone to excessive entanglement. When faced with matters she could not comprehend or resolve, she generally entrusted the passage of time to provide clarity. At this moment, she was wholly absorbed in practicing the first chapter of the primordial return technique, as revealed to her. The primordial return technique was designed to open the energy sea of the dantian and the sea of consciousness. As the technique commenced, Yanran felt an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy rushing towards her. With her inner vision, she could distinctly perceive the vibrant hues of the spiritual essence swiftly entering her body. Upon entry, this energy, guided by the primordial return technique, began to circulate through her meridians in a specific and orderly manner. After completing a full cycle, some of the spiritual energy permeated her organs, bones, and flesh, refining her physical form, while some surged towards her forehead, nourishing her sea of consciousness, and others directly flowed into her dantian. However, the moment this energy entered the dantian, it vanished without a trace. After several cycles, noticing that the energy consistently disappeared upon entering the dantian, Yanran furrowed her brow. According to the teachings of the primordial return technique, guiding the spiritual energy into the dantian should lead to the opening of the energy sea. Yet the energy seemed to dissipate instantly. Lacking a mentor to elucidate her doubts, Yanran persevered in her practice of the technique. Although the energy still vanished upon entering the dantian, she observed that her sea of consciousness had expanded slightly, enhancing her inner vision. Previously, she could only discern the external appearance of her organs, but now she was able to glimpse some of their internal structures. As dawn approached and the moon began to wane, Luo Xian and the other two, who had been cultivating throughout the night, opened their bright, spirited eyes. The distinction between possessing a martial art and lacking one is indeed profound. At present, I find myself capable of confronting the golden tiger from yesterday. While I may not possess the ability to slay it, I am more than capable of holding my ground. Sun Haonan exclaimed with palpable excitement. Indeed. Luo Xian and Li Feng nodded in agreement. Where is Yanran? Sun Haonan inquired, scanning the surroundings and noticing her absence. The trio exited the cave, and after a brief search, they discovered Yanran seated cross-legged atop the cave, her eyes gently closed, hands forming the orchid seal resting upon her knees. Luo Xian and Li Feng fully concurred with Sun Haonan's sentiments, yet before they could voice their thoughts, they observed Yanran's hands beginning to rise gradually. Once they reached her chest, she swiftly crossed and rotated them a few times, then separated her hands, lifting them slowly until pausing at her temples for 3 seconds before gently lowering them back to her abdomen. The entire sequence was imbued with grace and a certain rhythm. How beautiful! I must try that next time, Sun Haonan remarked. Luo Xian and Li Feng exchanged bemused glances, thinking that they were not girls who needed to focus on aesthetics. The purpose of Yanran's final movements was primarily to enhance the vital energy within her, nurturing her primordial spirit. Much later, the three would feel an immense sense of gratitude for having witnessed and emulated her graceful routine, which significantly strengthened their primordial spirits compared to other practitioners of the same level. Chapter 14. The Source of Talisman's Brother Sun. What are you all doing standing there? Yanran exclaimed, her eyes fluttering open to find Luo Xian and the others gazing up at her from the cave below. She quickly rose to her feet and, with a few agile leaps, gracefully descended from the nearly 10-meter-high cave ceiling. Certainly, the agility displayed by Yin Ran has nearly matched my own. Sun Haonan and his companions were momentarily captivated by Yin Ran's swift movements. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile graced Yin Ran's face. She too sensed that after a night of rigorous training, her strength and speed had notably increased. How did you manage to scale the peak of the cave? What were you doing up there? I went up to train. Soon, the others began to awaken gradually. And Luo Xian and his companions departed to arrange their tasks, parting ways with Yin Ran. Hardly had they left when Wukai approached Yin Ran, deliberately guiding her behind a hidden tree. Yin Ran, you must be hungry. Here, take this. Wukai cheerfully handed her a can of food. Brother Wu, how do you have this? After merging with Su Jingyuan's team, the food supply became somewhat more abundant, yet individuals like Yin Ran and Wukai, who were not firmly aligned with either side, received only meager rations, such as biscuits. Fortunately for her, the members of the Flying Dragon team had been quite considerate, allowing her to enjoy some decent provisions, but Wukai appeared to be in a rather pitiable situation. Just as I received this, a scholar from Professor Su's side inquired about a matter, and this is my reward. Wukai nudged the can toward Yin Ran. Brother Wu, you should eat it yourself. What? Do you look down upon me? Wukai feigned indignation as he regarded Yin Ran. I did not mean that. This time, Yin Ran did not refute him, for both she and Wukai belonged to the periphery of both factions, leading to a degree of estrangement from both teams. Thus, they had inadvertently formed their own alliance. Mississippi. Wukai cautiously glanced at Yin Ran. I am uncertain if you are a villain, but previously, you brought foreigners into Kunlun Mountain and contended with Captain Luo and his team over treasures. That is undoubtedly wrong. Oh dear, things are not as you perceive them. What? Are you implying those foreigners coerced you? No, let me be frank. Those foreigners are my hired bodyguards. This revelation left Yin Ran momentarily stunned. I anticipated that Wu Kai might fabricate an excuse, yet I did not foresee him presenting this rationale. It is the truth. Have you heard of the Tomb Robbers Guild? Wu Kai spoke mysteriously. Yes, they are tomb raiders. Oh, do not speak of it in such a derogatory manner. Wu Kai retorted with wide eyes. We are also a group of archaeologists, merely, without a license. Seeing Yin Ran still wear a skeptical expression, Wu Kai felt compelled to add, I am actually affiliated with the Tomb Robbers Guild. What is the Tomb Robbers Guild? I have never heard of it. Regardless of your excuses, that does not alter the fact that you sought to seize national treasures. Well, in the end, I did not acquire that pearl, did I? Why do you share this with me? I merely wish to convey that you should not regard me as a villain. Whether you are a villain is of little consequence. Is it not? Of course it is significant. Wu, what precisely are you trying to convey? Yin Ran gazed at Wu Kai with a serious expression, her eyes now tinged with wariness. I simply wish for Yin Ran to assist me in locating a spirit fruit. Wu Kai immediately retracted the smile from his face, his expression tinged with anxiety as he gazed at Yin Ran. Perhaps you should seek someone more capable. This task is beyond my abilities. With that, Yin Ran turned to leave. Wait, please. Wu Kai hastily intercepted her. I am not asking for your help without compensation. If you can aid me in finding the spirit fruit, I shall offer you this. Wu Kai glanced around cautiously before carefully extracting a small amulet, roughly the size of a cigarette case, from around his neck. If you can assist me in locating the spirit fruit, what lies within is yours, he said, a pained expression crossing his face. What is this? Yin Ran inquired, her curiosity piqued as she examined the amulet. I truly entered Kunlun Mountain before the seal was established. To be precise, it was on the 10th day after the sun vanished and reappeared that I ventured into Kunlun. This item was discovered in a palace that emerged amidst the colorful beams of light. Noticing a flicker of interest in Yin Ran's eyes, Wu Kai swiftly opened the amulet, revealing a remarkably thin, ancient-looking gray metal box. You may inspect it before making a decision, he said, extending the box towards her. Yin Ran considered that it wouldn't hurt to take a look, so she accepted the box and studied it closely. Upon noticing a tiny protrusion, she cautiously pressed it. And with a click, the box opened to unveil a transparent leaf, thinner than paper, appearing before her. What is this? I cannot say. I have examined it multiple times and have yet to discern anything remarkable about the leaf. Wu Kai sighed, but as soon as the words escaped his lips, he immediately regretted it and hastily rectified. It cannot be that my ignorance is to blame. Surely, you, Sister Yin Ran, with your remarkable intellect, will uncover the secrets within. He gestured towards the leaf, pointing out its exquisite texture and the intricate patterns adorning it, asserting, "This is no ordinary object." His eyes were filled with a resolute conviction that even Yin began to believe in her own exceptional prowess. Carefully, Yin took the leaf into her hands. And as she did, her eyes sparkled with wonder. The leaf seemed almost weightless, had it not been for the occasional glimmer that danced upon its surface. One might hardly discern that she was holding anything at all. "What do you think? I have not misled you. This leaf is undoubtedly a treasure." In truth, as Wu Kai presented the leaf, he felt an immense reluctance, although he could not ascertain its true nature. His 30 years of archaeological experience assured him that this object was extraordinary, were it not for the necessity of cultivating his spiritual roots and enhancing his strength. He would have been loath to part with it. Over the past few days, he had followed Su Jingyuan's advice to sense the spiritual energy, but found himself utterly incapable, indicating that he likely lacked spiritual roots. Despite spending months in Kunlun Mountain and being largely unaware of the outside world, he had observed the changes among the creatures there, leading him to conclude that the broader world was likely fraught with unrest. Thus, he prioritized strength over the possession of treasures, without the requisite power. Even the most precious artifact could not be safeguarded. Yanran studied the leaf for some time, and suddenly, a thought struck her. She pressed the leaf to her forehead. Whoosh! As the leaf made contact with Yanran's forehead, a myriad of white rays instantaneously surged into her consciousness. In the fleeting moment when the light vanished, the leaf turned to ashes, swept away by a gentle breeze, leaving no trace behind. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, so rapid that it was almost overwhelming. Yanran and Wu Kai exchanged bewildered glances for several seconds before they finally reacted. One wore a distressed expression while the other was on the verge of tears. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." "Don't worry, I know it wasn't intentional. You are not that kind of person." Wu Kai forced a smile, more grotesque than a frown, attempting to reassure the visibly anxious Yanran. At that moment, he was filled with regret, wishing he could expel the bitterness from his heart. How could he have overlooked the idea of placing the leaf on her forehead? That leaf. Wu Kai ventured cautiously, astonished that the leaf had transformed into light and entered Yanran's mind. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have deemed it unbelievable. "I'm not entirely sure either," Yanran murmured softly. Then, regarding the spiritual fruit, Wu Kai inquired tentatively, aware that if Yanran were to have second thoughts, there would be little he could do. The leaf had already vanished, and even if he spoke of it, no one would believe him without evidence. "I will do my best," Yanran replied with rare seriousness, "but this is something only the two of us can know." Upon hearing her agreement, Wu Kai's face brightened with joy, a clear understanding dawning upon him. However, feeling a twinge of guilt, Yanran averted her gaze. That leaf was indeed precious, inscribed with the legacy of a unique talismanic heritage. The inheritance imbued within the leaves can only be deciphered through spiritual awareness, rendering any research conducted by Wu Kai futile in uncovering its mysteries. However, she refrained from voicing this observation, for she remained uncertain of Wu Kai's true identity. Once they departed from Kunlun Mountain, she wished to sever any ties with these individuals. Thus, providing him with a spiritual fruit would suffice as a fair exchange. Chapter 15. The Conversing Ginseng at Dawn. The group resumed their arduous ascent of Yuzhu Peak. After several days of strenuous climbing and countless skirmishes with wildlife, they finally reached the midsection of Yuzhu Peak, albeit in a disheveled state. Fortunately, they had the support of Luo Xian, Sun Haonan, and Li Feng. Since acquiring their cultivation techniques, their abilities had surged remarkably. During encounters with ferocious beasts, their initial trepidation transformed into deafness, inciting envy among their companions. It was not just he who felt disheartened. Most of Su Jingyuan's entourage possessed spiritual roots, and they too shared in his frustration. They could only muster a few strands of spiritual energy before depleting their internal reserves, while Luo Xian and his companions emerged from intense battles with reserves still intact. The disparity was indeed staggering. This only served to highlight the extraordinary nature of the spiritual fruits they consumed, Su Jingyuan remarked with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Before the group could catch their breath, they were startled by the sounds of fierce combat echoing from above the peak, roars of beasts, the cries of humans, and the resounding crashes of collapsing rocks and trees filled the air. Upon hearing the anguished cries for help, Luo Xian's expression changed dramatically. It indicated that other teams had ventured above, and judging by the intensity of the screams, the individuals up there had encountered formidable beasts. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xian addressed Su Jingyuan, stating, There are other teams engaged in battle above. We must ascend to provide support. However, the situation remains unclear. Therefore, Professor Su, I ask that you and your team remain here and wait. I shall lead the Flying Dragon team to scout the situation. If it poses no danger, I will return to escort you. All will heed Captain Luo's command. In matters of tactical operations, Su Jingyuan refrained from interference, fully aware that each field possesses its own expertise. After arranging the soldiers' defenses, Luo Xian and his 6 companions swiftly made their way up the mountain, their figures vanishing in a matter of moments. The captain and his team were indeed the finest special forces in Huagua, though it was lamentable. Professor, what is there to lament? Jiang Wenyin inquired, puzzled, as she gazed at Su Jingyuan. It is regrettable that 3 of the special forces lack spiritual roots. But there are spirit-nurturing fruits stored above, are there not? Simply provide them with 3. As if it were that simple. Do you believe spirit-nurturing fruits are so easily obtained? While there may be a few up there, it is utterly impossible to cater to everyone. Su Jingyuan chuckled softly, shaking his head, as if amused by Jiang Wenyin's naivety. Indeed, that is truly unfortunate, Jiang Wenyin remarked, a hint of embarrassment tugging at her lips. Since Luo Xian and his companions departed, several days had passed, and the sounds of combat atop the peak had remained relentless, intensifying with each passing moment. At the edge of the group, Yanran furrowed her brow as she gazed towards the summit. The situation above appeared rather bleak. In recent days, the awkwardness between Yanran and Wu Kai had intensified. During the distribution of food, they were consistently overlooked, whether intentionally or not. Let us go. Yanran beckoned Wu Kai with a tilt of her head. Where to? He inquired. To find something to eat, of course. Aren't you hungry? Yanran led the way out. Over the past few days, she had only practiced once, not out of reluctance, but because each session left her feeling extraordinarily famished. They were situated halfway up Yuzhu Peak, unable to ascend further or descend, forcing her to limit her training sessions. As the 2 departed, Qian Mingrong, who had been observing them from the shadows, immediately reported to Su Jingyuan. Subsequently, Su Jingyuan, Jiang Wenyuan, and Qian Mingrong discreetly left the group, stealthily trailing behind Yanran and Wu Kai. Professor Qian, are you certain that the girl named Yanran can locate spiritual fruits? Su Jingyuan inquired, his expression grave. Professor Su, she was the one who found the spiritual fruits for team leader Luo and the others. It could be a coincidence if it happened once or twice. But for her to have discovered 3 consecutive spiritual fruits speaks volumes about her exceptional skills in this regard. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyuan nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further questioning. Meanwhile, a few dozen meters away, Yanran, who was scanning her surroundings, suddenly paused in her steps, a sardonic smile appearing on her face. Sister, what's wrong? Wu Kai asked. It's nothing, carry on. I think I can hear the sound of flowing water. Let us hurry over and take a look. Wu Kai cast a skeptical glance at Yanran, pondering if there really was the sound of water, as he had not heard anything. However, when he followed Yanran out of the dense forest and beheld a river 2 to 3 meters wide, he began to genuinely trust her. Sister, are you really going over? Upon seeing Yanran approach the water, Wu Kai hurriedly grasped her arm. The haunting memory of the water python they encountered in the great river loomed large in his mind. But how will we find food? He pressed. Aren't you afraid that a water snake or some other creature might leap from the river? This river should be safe. We just need to exercise caution. Yanran replied confidently. After meticulously assessing the small river, she sensed no imminent danger. Before long, she skillfully used a cowbone knife to spear 3 sizable silverfish, each over a meter long, from the water. Observing that there was indeed no threat near the riverbank, Wu Kai quickly gathered some firewood in the vicinity to roast the fish. Half an hour later, both were satiated, having indulged in a hearty meal, and they caught a few more fish before turning back towards their camp. Upon returning, Yanran noticed the somewhat grim expressions on Su Jingyuan and Qian Mingrong's faces, and a subtle smile graced her lips. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, a stir erupted within the camp, and upon turning her head, Yanran saw Luo Xian and his companions, bloodied and supporting one another as they staggered into the campsite. Captain Luo, what happened to you? Su Jingyuan and the others rushed over in concern. After a round of inquiries, they learned just how perilous the situation on Yuzhu Peak had become, with powerful creatures lurking everywhere. The team that had ventured there before them had nearly been wiped out. Thankfully, the timely deployment of potent firearms from above had halted the overwhelming casualties. What? Animals can speak now? A voice, filled with astonishment, echoed, leaving the crowd utterly dumbfounded. What What ignorance! Is merely speaking such a marvel? A tender, almost childlike voice, tinged with a milky tone, reached the ears of the onlookers. Their gazes followed the sound until they ultimately rested upon the shoulder of Li Feng. At that moment, a 1-foot-long, tender yellow ginseng was perched upon his shoulder. Upon seeing the ginseng, several scholars gasped in disbelief, their comprehension utterly shattered. What had they witnessed? Not only could the ginseng speak, but more astonishingly, it possessed a visage of its own, with 2 roots clasped around its chest like arms, while the other 2 roots were crossed in a manner reminiscent of a relaxed human. The ginseng sat atop Li Feng's shoulder, casting a contemptuous glance at the crowd. What was all the commotion about? Had they never encountered ginseng before? The ginseng, with disdain, regarded the startled individuals, shaking its head as it spoke. Oh dear. Li Feng, feeling somewhat exasperated, attempted to halt the ginseng, which seemed poised to continue its tirade. Noticing the puzzled expressions directed at him by Su Jinyuan and the others, he clarified. This ginseng is my magical pet. Upon hearing this introduction, the ginseng curled its lips in dissatisfaction, reflecting on how, had it not fortuitously ingested his essence and forged a master-servant bond due to his misfortune, it would never have settled for such a feeble master. The ginseng swiftly surveyed the crowd, and suddenly its eyes sparkled with excitement. In a swift motion, it slid down from Li Feng's shoulder and darted towards the periphery of the gathering. Dear lady, a respectful greeting from your humble ginseng, it proclaimed, bowing with a gentlemanly flourish before Yen Ran. Yen Ran's expression was somewhat stiff as she gazed at the ginseng standing at her feet. Miss, why didn't you go to the peak earlier? If you had, it would have been yours. Upon hearing this lament filled with grievance, Yen Ran could no longer contain herself and shivered slightly. Meanwhile, Li Feng, who had just approached, visibly twitched several times. Throughout their return journey, the incessant complaints and disdain from the ginseng had made their ears numb. After a considerable pause, Yen Ran finally managed to gather her thoughts and inquired, Little ginseng, how is it that you can speak? I, the ginseng, am fortunate to have received the blessing of the sacred mountain, obtaining a drop of dew essence, which has allowed me to awaken my intelligence ahead of time. As it spoke, the ginseng wore a solemn and respectful expression, even bowing towards Jade Pearl Peak. Curiously, Yen Ran asked, what is dew essence? Dew essence is a rare gift from the sacred mountain, exceedingly precious. Generally, only those of exceptional talent, like myself, can attain it. On Jade Pearl Peak, only a handful of ancient beings have received such blessings. Is it possible for us to obtain this dew essence? A scholar hurriedly inquired. Surely, something that enables a ginseng to speak must be incredibly valuable. You all. The ginseng cast a sidelong glance at the speaking scholar, its tone shifting drastically compared to its earlier conversation with Yen Ran. Stop dreaming. Why are the creatures on Jade Pearl Peak so formidable? Luo Xian had now joined the conversation, recalling how the ginseng had previously been uncooperative and refused to answer any questions. Can't you feel it? The spiritual essence atop Yuzhu Peak is far more potent than in other locales, and it is replete with numerous precious spiritual herbs and fruits. At the summit, there exists a pool of spiritual liquid. Those ancient beings have resided on the peak for centuries. How could their prowess not be formidable? I am not in need of this. Yen Ran, unable to tolerate the reproachful tone of the ginseng, swiftly interrupted its words and vanished from sight. Hey, miss. Don't leave. I haven't finished speaking yet. The ginseng attempted to pursue her, but was abruptly seized by Li Feng. Chapter 16. The opening of the Qi Sea at the pinnacle of Yuzhu Peak. The battle raged on, with thunderous noises echoing intermittently. After more than a week, circumstances took a sudden turn. The conflict seemed to cease in an instant, and tranquility enveloped the entire Yuzhu Peak. Why have those ancient beings stopped fighting? The ginseng, dangling from Li Feng's shoulder, murmured in confusion. They must be intimidated by humanity. Sun Haonan chuckled in response. The ginseng cast a sidelong glance at Sun Haonan, then, with a face full of regret, addressed Li Feng. Had I known they would concede so easily, I would not have fled from the peak. If I had remained at the summit, how could we have forged a contract? I say, you should take it easy, Li Feng replied, exasperated. Over the past few days, he had been made to question his own worth by the ginseng's disdainful remarks. Something must have transpired at the peak. Luo Xian stated gravely. What are we waiting for? Let us ascend and investigate. The ginseng exclaimed excitedly. As long as there was no fighting, it could seize the opportunity for gain, despite its awakened intelligence. It was still a weakling in battle. At the summit, opportunities abound, should one encounter high-grade spiritual fruits or elixirs. it is quite possible that one's cultivation could be significantly enhanced. Oh, where's the young lady? As Luo Xian and the others remained observant, the ginseng scanned the crowd, only to discover that Yin Ran was conspicuously absent, prompting it to exclaim loudly. I believe I saw them heading in that direction. A scholar interjected. With Sun Haonan's departure, the ginseng became anxious and hurriedly urged Li Feng to follow suit. My foolish master, do keep up. How could I not be anxious? If you want to go, I shall venture forth alone. The ginseng swiftly slid down from Li Feng. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you see the kind of master you have? Following the young lady means there's plenty to gain. The ginseng cast an exasperated glance at Li Feng before setting off in pursuit of Sun Haonan. As a ginseng, it does not require the same constraints as other plants, being bound to the soil. It had roamed freely across the Yuzhu Peak long before its spiritual awareness had fully awakened. Seeing the ginseng dart away, Li Feng exchanged glances with Luo Xian. Just as Su Jingyuan approached, Captain Luo, shall we also take a look? Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountainside, Yin Ran and Wu Kai stood before a steep cliff towering several dozen meters high. Sister, are we really going to climb this? Wu Kai gulped, surveying the nearly featureless wall. If you desire the spiritual fruit, then follow closely behind me. With that, Yin Ran began to ascend, employing both hands and feet. Very well. For the sake of the spiritual fruit, I shall give it my all. With a determined bite of his teeth, Wu Kai followed closely behind Yin Ran, beginning their ascent up the sheer mountain wall. Although the cliff was steep and smooth, there were some vines hanging down, providing a means to climb. Despite several perilous slips that nearly caused them to plummet, the two ultimately persevered. Fortunately, having spent much of their childhood exploring the mountains, they had scaled numerous peaks. Otherwise, this ascent would have been quite impossible. Yin Ran, trembling with fear, dared to glance down the cliff. It was a stroke of luck that she had engaged in archaeological adventures in her youth, or she too would have struggled to ascend. Breathless, Wu Kai sat down, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, both ends of his garment thoroughly soaked. Let us go. When Sun Haonan and the ginseng finally reached the base of the cliff, Yin Ran and Wu Kai had already departed some time ago. The young lady and her companions have gone up this way, Ginseng said, leaning against the cliff to sniff the air for a moment. At that moment, Luo Xian and Su Jingyuan arrived as well. Captain Luo, since we are here, let us ascend and take a look. Before Luo Xian could respond, Su Jingyuan spoke up first. This cliff is not easy to scale. Professor Su, do you think you can manage? No problem. Meanwhile, Yin Ran had led Wu Kai to an area enveloped in swirling mist, where visibility was barely a few meters. Crouching cautiously among the foliage, she attentively attuned herself to the surrounding environment. Although they had encountered no animals while foraging for spiritual fruit earlier, she dared not let her guard down in this wildlife-rich region of Yuzhu Peak. Wu Kai lay beside Yin Ran, subtly glancing at her, who was wholly absorbed in her task. He felt an immense sense of relief for the decision he had made earlier. Although he had yet to catch a glimpse of the spiritual fruit, he had a premonition that today he would surely taste its sweetness. Stay close to me, and try to remain silent, Yin Ran whispered. Understood. Wu Kai nodded eagerly. As he navigated through the mist, he soon caught a whiff of an enchanting fragrance that filled the air. After advancing a little further, the fog around them thinned, and Wu Kai's eyes widened in astonishment, the brightness within them intensifying. A small pool, about a meter in diameter, bubbled with white mist, reminiscent of boiling water. The vapor continuously overflowed from the pool, dissipating rapidly into the atmosphere. Suspended in the center of the pool was a diminutive tree, over a foot tall, adorned with a fruit that resembled a small sun, roughly the size of a thumb. Surrounding the pool were numerous spiritual fruits of various hues, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. Upon seeing such an abundance of spiritual fruits, both Yin Ran and Wu Kai were initially struck with awe, quickly followed by an exhilarating joy. Unable to contain himself, Wu Kai dashed towards the fruits, hastily plucking one from the edge of the pool to bring it to his lips. Wait, what is the matter? Yin Ran inquired. Noticing Wu Kai's anxious demeanor, she raised her hand and pointed toward a small tree shrouded in mist, which was difficult to discern. The fruits on this tree were noticeably smaller than those surrounding the pool, yet they radiated a brilliance far exceeding that of the other spiritual fruits. How did I overlook this spiritual fruit before? Following the direction of Yin Ran's finger, Wu Kai finally noticed the earthy brown spirit fruit not far away. At a glance, he could tell that it was far superior to the one in his hand. Thank you, sister. After expressing his gratitude to Yin Ran, Wu Kai proceeded to pluck the spirit fruit. As he consumed the earthy brown fruit, Xianran felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had fulfilled her promise to him. Upon ingesting the spirit fruit, Wu Kai was immediately enveloped in a faint earthy brown glow, and his joy was palpable as he danced with exuberance. At that moment, the mist in the pool was dissipating at a visibly rapid pace, while the white fruit grew increasingly radiant, its fragrance intensifying with each passing second. In less than a minute, the mist had completely vanished. Following her inner thoughts, Xianran swiftly plucked the white fruit and placed it in her mouth. Boom! An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursed through her entire being, autonomously navigating through her meridians. Feeling the expansion within her channels, Xianran promptly sat cross-legged and commenced the first chapter of the Hongming Guiyuanju, the Behaiju. The spiritual energy circulated within her. And to her astonishment, the energy that had previously vanished upon entering her dantian now showed signs of condensing. Guided by the Behaiju, waves of spiritual energy surged into her dantian, and after countless cycles, a small vortex emerged within it, producing a gratifying crackling sound. As she concluded her hand seals, Xianran slowly opened her eyes, which sparkled with a brilliance surpassing that of the stars. With the dantian's qi opened, she felt she had truly embarked on the path of cultivation. Chapter 17. A shared fate. Hey sister, you're awake? Upon seeing Xianran's eyes flutter open, Wu Kai felt a surge of relief and quickly rushed to her side. As the mist surrounding them dissipated, he faintly heard the roar of a beast, prompting the urgency to depart from this place. With a slight nod, Xianran felt a twinge of regret. It was indeed reckless to enter a state of meditation before someone she barely knew. She resolved never to act so carelessly again. Are you cultivating? Wu Kai inquired tentatively. I have no cultivation technique. How could I be cultivating? Xianran replied, tilting her head at Wu Kai. Wu Kai chuckled awkwardly, contemplating whether to pursue the matter further, but ultimately decided against it. Instead, he swiftly retrieved over a dozen spiritual fruits from his pocket. Here, sister, I have gathered the spiritual fruits, all right here. Xianran examined the fruits and remarked, these spiritual fruits closely resemble those described by Professor Su and the others. Yes, these 3 should be spirit root fruits, which can shape one's spiritual root. The 5 here are spirit fruits, meant to replenish spiritual energy, and these 6. I just tasted one, and it possesses remarkable healing properties. As she spoke, Wu Kai extended his hands for Xianran to see. Previously, during their climb, his hands had been battered and bloodied by the rocks, yet now they bore no trace of injury. How shall we divide these spiritual fruits? Wu Kai asked with a smile, glancing at Xianran. Had he been here with anyone else, he would have hesitated to share the fruits so readily. But with Xianran, he felt compelled to act differently. First, because it would be unjust not to share, and second, he had an instinct that forging a bond with Xianran was far more valuable than merely acquiring these fruits. What do you think, Wu Gu? The spiritual fruits were discovered by you, sister. You decide how to divide them. Wu Kai responded swiftly and decisively. Very well, I shall divide them. If Brother Wu has any objections, he may voice them. Xianran, indifferent to whether Wu Kai was sincere or feigning interest, promptly divided the spiritual fruits into 2 portions. She took 2 spirit fruits for herself, 3 qi fruits, and allocated 3 healing fruits for each of them. Upon witnessing Xianran's efficient distribution, Wu Kai said nothing and happily stowed away his share. Observing Wu Kai's inscrutable expression, Xianran rose to leave, but at that moment, a cacophony of fierce combat resonated in their ears. This is bad. Someone and some beasts are approaching. We must leave at once. They were perched on a protruding cliff face, and should any assailants arrive, they would surely find themselves cornered. 3 colossal wolves, their bodies marred by wounds, advanced toward them. Behind them, over a dozen special forces soldiers, clad similarly to Luo Xian and his companions, unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Ultimately, only one giant wolf reached the edge of the cliff. Upon spotting Xianran and Wu Kai atop the precipice, along with the barren spirit tree behind them, the wolf emitted a furious and mournful roar. The beast struggled to rise from the ground, but despite its formidable strength, it could not regain its footing. The soldiers understood well the power of this creature. Not only was it immensely strong, but its speed was astonishing, and its body was harder than rock. That girl, with a mere flick of her wrist, sent the giant wolf sprawling. Sister, your strength is quite remarkable. Wu Kai swallowed hard, relieved that he had not entertained any improper thoughts earlier. Devouring the spiritual fruit was not a thought that had eluded him. Fortunately. Xianran's expression bore a hint of surprise, and upon reflection, she concluded that it must be related to the opening of her spiritual sea. After the giant wolf collapsed, A special forces soldier swiftly approached and executed it with a shot. We are members of the Chinese Special Operations Team and scientific researchers. Who are you? Captain Shinjio inquired. Aside from the more than 10 special forces soldiers, their team also included several scholars. Half an hour later, Luo Xian and Su Jingyuan arrived at the cliff, but the atmosphere upon their arrival was rather eerie. Wu Kai was using earth elemental energy to construct several earthen walls on the cliff, visibly furious as he engaged in a theoretical debate with the scholars across from him, demanding that they surrender the spiritual fruit. Yin Ran, standing behind the earthen walls, remained silent, occasionally popping a spiritual fruit into her mouth. Each time the scholars witnessed Yin Ran consume a spiritual fruit, they gasped in alarm, unaware that she was merely indulging in a delicacy, prompting their anxious reactions. Just as Luo Xian and the others arrived, Yin Ran had just tossed the last spiritual fruit into her mouth. The treasured creature, perched on Li Feng's shoulder, brightened at this sight and promptly slid down, darting towards Yin Ran. Meanwhile, the attention of Fai Long team and Su Jingyuan was fixated on Wu Kai, their eyes reflecting astonishment. Yin Ran and Wu Kai had only been away from them for a few hours, yet in such a brief span. Wu Kai had transformed into a practitioner capable of manipulating spiritual energy and wielding spiritual power. Sister, a slightly coquettish voice of Cambao suddenly reached Yinzhan's ears, nearly causing her to falter in her absorption of the spiritual energy from the fruit. Cough, cough. Miss, Cambao has searched for you with great difficulty, Kanao exclaimed, scrambling onto the earthen wall directly in front of Yinzhan, gazing at her with its round, glistening eyes, filled with an air of pitifulness. Is that so? Yinzhan teased, casting a playful glance at Cambao. Indeed. Cambao nodded vigorously. Miss, in order to find you, my rather weak master was grievously injured by those vile beasts. Look. The blood at the corner of his mouth has yet to dry. It gestured towards Li Feng with its tendrils. Li Feng's face flushed crimson with indignation at being belittled by a ginseng spirit. Miss, considering my master's lackluster talent, could you kindly grant us a spiritual fruit for his recovery? Upon uttering these words, all eyes turned towards Li Feng, their gazes shimmering with inscrutable significance. Li Feng, under the weight of their scrutinizing stares, felt a wave of shame wash over him. He had not instigated Cambao to solicit spiritual fruits from Yinzhan. Yinzhan glanced at Li Feng and his companions, noticing indeed that they bore some fresh wounds, her eyes swirling with contemplation. Miss, given that my master is a bit foolish yet possesses a kind heart, I implore you to show him some compassion. Cambao pleaded pitifully. Just as Li Feng was about to step forward to halt Cambao, he was taken aback to see Yinzhan genuinely produce a green spiritual fruit. Upon sighting the fruit, Cambao wasted no time. Its tendrils swiftly snatched it from Yinzhan's hand, then it leapt from the earthen wall, scampering up to Li Feng's shoulder and presenting the spiritual fruit to him. Gazing at the ethereal fruit before him, Li Feng appeared momentarily dazed. Having already partaken of a spiritual fruit, he thought to offer this one to Captain Gu and his team. In an instant, the wounds visible on his skin, including his face and hands, began to scab over and heal at an astonishing rate. This spectacle left everyone around him utterly speechless, their excitement palpable. However, Cambao paid no heed to this spectacle. Upon witnessing Li Feng consume the spiritual fruit, he clambered back onto the earthen wall, gazing longingly at Yin Ran. Miss, what about mine? You too have sustained injuries? Not quite, she replied, though I possess a delicate constitution. Just look at how emaciated I've become. I am in dire need of a spiritual fruit to restore my vitality. As she spoke, two tendrils of Sanbao's reached out, mimicking the gesture of begging for something. Yin Ran scrutinized Sanbao for a moment, noting its bashful demeanor under her gaze, which left her utterly speechless, pondering how this ginseng truly resembled a 1,000-year-old spirit. You do appear rather frail, she remarked, producing a verdant fruit. Without hesitation, Sanbao eagerly consumed the fruit, letting out a satisfied exclamation, yet lingeringly gazed at Yin Ran, who chose to ignore him entirely. Reluctantly, he climbed onto Li Feng's shoulder, understanding the need for moderation. This display of Sanbao's antics left those around in awe, with Sun Haonan particularly impressed, exclaiming that Li Feng had acquired a true treasure, one who seemed even more adept at seeking favors than he. Amidst his admiration, Sun Haonan strode purposefully towards Yin Ran. Sister, why did you give the spiritual fruit to them? Wu Kai, with a hint of urgency in his voice, tugged at Yin Ran's sleeve and whispered, do you truly believe we can safeguard the spiritual fruit we possess? But this is something we have painstakingly acquired. Those scholars will not easily relent, and Professor Su is likely coveting the spirit fruits as well. Since we cannot retain them, it would be better to give them to those who have assisted us rather than be forced to hand them over. Wu Kai felt a sense of reluctance. Yet he understood that Yin Ran spoke the truth. Gazing at the few spirit fruits in his hand, he hesitated and ultimately refrained from consuming them. It was not that he lacked desire. Rather, each spirit fruit contained a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Presently, the spiritual energy within him likely surpassed that of Luo Xian and the other two, yet he possessed no cultivation technique to absorb the excess energy. If he were to consume more spirit fruits, he feared he might very well burst from the overload. At that moment, Sun Haonan approached, prompting Wu Kai to swiftly dismantle the earthen wall. Sun Haonan, appearing somewhat embarrassed, leaned closer to Yin Ran, hesitating for quite some time, which made Wu Kai anxious on his behalf. After a considerable pause, Sun Haonan finally mustered the courage to ask in a low voice, "Sister, could you assist Team Gu and the others? Rest assured, it will not be in vain. Whenever you require assistance in the future, we will undoubtedly stand by you." They possessed a considerable number of spirit fruits, having plucked at least a dozen. The scholars from Chun Jifei's team exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Luo Xian and Su Jingyuan's eyes lit up with excitement. "Sister." Sun Haonan's expression brightened, yet he soon lowered his gaze in embarrassment. As if unsure how to proceed, the spirit fruits belonged to Yin Ran, and asking her to relinquish them felt somewhat inappropriate. Yin Ran maintained a calm demeanor. "It is not as many as they claim." Upon encountering Sun Haonan's gaze, filled with both yearning and shyness, Yin Ran lowered her head in contemplation and produced the two spirit fruits she had acquired, one red and one blue, representing the fire and wind elements, respectively. Su Jingyuan's eyes flickered with interest. The members of the Flying Dragon team, Gu Ying, Zhao Yunjie, and Zhou Xiaowei, observed with palpable excitement as Sun Haonan truly obtained the spirit fruits. Overcome with gratitude and elation, he approached the trio, yet when it came time to decide who would receive the fruits, a look of indecision crossed his face as he sought help from Captain Luo Xian. At that moment, even Luo Xian was at a loss for how to allocate them. "Perhaps I should give them to Yunjie and Xiaowei. My physical constitution surpasses theirs, and it is possible that I could awaken my spiritual root without consuming the fruit." Breaking the silence, Gu Ying interjected, "No, it should go to Captain Gu and Yunjie. I am young and have ample opportunities ahead. They are both at an age where they might not have the same chances as I do." Zhou Xiaowei quickly countered her statement. Luo Xian glanced at Wu Kai, pausing for a moment before looking back at Gu Ying and the others. "You have brought foreigners into Kunlun Mountain without authorization, infringing upon national interests. My assurances alone cannot rectify this situation." With that, he turned on his heel and departed without hesitation. Wu Kai, wishing to speak with Su Jingyuan, was about to take a step forward when he caught a glimpse of Yin Ran's sidelong glance. Redirecting his path, he approached Gu Ying and the others with a smile. "I happen to have another fruit. It works out perfectly, one for each of you." After relinquishing the spirit fruit, Wu Kai found himself puzzled by a sudden change of heart. Nevertheless, he felt reassured knowing he still possessed several other spirit fruits, which he could offer to Su Jingyuan for his endorsement, confident that this would pose no complications. The individuals accompanying Qinzhiyo merely watched as Yin Ran and her companion divided the spiritual fruits, with the first scholar to voice his discontent turning red with anger. "I told you, you should have approached them with a more amiable demeanor. You insisted on being obstinate, and now, look, none of you have obtained a single spiritual fruit." Chapter 18. A stunning glimpse. The scholars from Qinzhiyo's team, unwilling to accept their lack of rewards, urged Chun Jifei to negotiate with Su Jingyuan and Luo Xian. However, Yin Ran paid no heed to the resolution of their dispute. Her entire focus was captivated by the magnificent hemispherical light screen atop Yuzhu Peak, which shimmered with various hues of spiritual light. This light screen, as reported by Captain Chun and others, had only recently manifested, and its emergence was directly linked to the tranquility that had settled over Yuzhu Peak. With a smile, Su Jingyuan approached and eagerly shared the latest information he had acquired. Regardless of whether Yin Ran possessed a genuine talent for treasure hunting or had merely stumbled upon the spiritual fruits by chance, he found himself deeply intrigued by her. Casting a glance at the ecstatic members of the Flying Dragon team, a glimmer flashed in Su Jingyuan's eyes, and his smile broadened. It seemed that each member of the Flying Dragon team was profoundly grateful to Yin Ran. Only recently appeared, Yin Ran did not engage with Su Jingyuan's sudden approach, as her thoughts remained fixated on the light screen. It was uncertain whether it had manifested as a result of their fierce battle, but it had indeed materialized in an instant. Su Jingyuan's eyes were filled with profound perplexity. Strangely enough, The creatures atop Yuzhu Peak seemed to harbor an intense fear of the luminous barrier, daring not to approach even within several miles of it. But what of us humans? Are we also forbidden from nearing the barrier? This remains a mystery to me. We battled fiercely against the mountain's inhabitants for over half a month. Unable to even ascend to the summit, relegated to observing the barrier from a distance. Subsequently, Yin Ran ceased her inquiries, instead gazing contemplatively towards the peak of Yuzhu. Meanwhile, Sun Haonan and Li Feng adopted the demeanor of wise mentors, watching as Gu Ying and the others eagerly commenced their meditation and cultivation, occasionally offering guidance on the challenges they encountered. After a considerable amount of time, they finally settled down. Once they paused, the two noticed something amiss. The typically loquacious Kinbao was inexplicably silent, perched on Li Feng's shoulder, casting a sly glance at Yin Ran with its deceptively innocent eyes. Bang! Sun Haonan delivered a resounding flick to Kinbao's forehead, nearly sending it tumbling from Li Feng's shoulder. Hey, Sun Haonan, what on earth are you doing? Kinbao exclaimed, covering its forehead with a tendril and glaring indignantly at Sun Haonan. What is your name, anyway? In response, Sun Haonan flicked Kinbao's forehead once more, inciting the creature's ire over its unappealing name, which had earned it the nickname Sun the Rat. I'm calling you, Sun the Rat, Kinbao retorted, retreating behind Li Feng's head before shouting loudly. You. Enough already, you two, quiet down. As Sun Haonan and Kinbao began to quarrel once more. Li Feng felt a headache coming on. Kinbao, I ask you, why do you gaze at Yin Ran in such a manner? What? Li Feng and Sun Haonan exclaimed in unison, taken aback. Huh, you think Miss Yin is as foolish as you two? Kinbao scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Li Feng and Sun Haonan. The peak is laden with treasures. How could she possibly resist? Sun Haonan, brimming with curiosity, queried, Kinbao. What leads you to believe that Yin Ran surpasses us? I simply know. Kinbao crossed its arms, tilting its head in a haughty manner. Then, turning to Li Feng, it admonished, you, my foolish master, must follow her immediately if you see her leave. Do you understand? Remember, trailing behind her means feasting on delicacies. Did you notice that crew-cut fellow? He has become stronger than both of you simply by following her. Li Feng and Sun Haonan followed San Bao's gaze and spotted Wu Kai seated not far from Yin Ran. That fellow must have consumed quite a few spiritual fruits, Kinbao remarked, its tone tinged with envy. No, I must inquire with her. If she truly intends to ascend the peak, I must advise her. She has no inkling of the dangers that lie ahead. Sun Haonan declared as he prepared to approach Yin Ran. Does she need your concern? Do not disturb her. San Bao's tendril suddenly elongated, restraining Sun Haonan. Let go of me, or I shall be angry. Quickly, follow after her. She has gone that way. Oh dear, how did I end up with such a foolish master? What are you waiting for? Hurry and chase after her. Chan Bao exclaimed, anxiously hopping on Li Feng's shoulder. Li Feng, feeling flustered by Chan Bao's urgency, called out, Haonan, go inform the captain that Chan Bao and I will pursue ahead to investigate. On the winding, concealed path of Yuzhufeng, Yin Ran moved cautiously, and upon catching sight of the luminous barrier at the peak, an inexplicable urge to draw nearer surged within her. After gathering information from Su Jingyuan about the general situation at the summit, she resolved to explore further. While searching for spiritual fruits for Wu Kai, she had detected a peculiar scent in the air, which seemed to guide her away from encounters with the mountain's wildlife. This discovery bolstered her confidence to venture alone. Now, it appeared her intuition was indeed correct. After climbing for quite some time, she had yet to encounter a single animal. In stark contrast, Luo Xian and the others trailing behind her were less fortunate. Upon learning of Yin Ran's departure, they decided, without consultation, to follow her. To them, Yin Ran had become synonymous with a walking spiritual fruit. They believed that staying close to her would surely lead to success. Yin Ran is quite inconsiderate. She didn't even call out to me before leaving. Wu Kai grumbled, as he used earthen walls to contain the approaching beasts. Exactly. Not only did she not call you, but she didn't even call me. How inconsiderate. Sun Haonan chimed in immediately. What do you mean by that? I share a profound revolutionary friendship with Yin Ran. Wu Kai retorted swiftly. If it weren't for your incessant prattling, would I have lost track of her? Complained Kinbao, visibly irritated. I say, enough of this nonsense. How long has it been? And you're still babbling about trivial matters. Luo Xian admonished, then turned his gaze towards Kinbao. Can you not trace Yin Ran's whereabouts? Hurry and locate her. Do you think it's that simple? Kinbao retorted sharply. The last time I managed to follow her was by detecting the lingering essence she left behind. But now we are too close to the peak. The spiritual energy here is exponentially denser than below, and her essence has long been diluted. What do we do now? Sun Haonan asked anxiously. Why do you ask me? Who should I inquire? Qin Bao snapped back. Isn't it more pressing to worry about our own safety? What if something happens to her? Qin Bao, stop sulking. The commotion we're causing could attract other creatures. Li Feng urgently interjected, aiming to quell the brewing argument with Sun Haonan. If we delay any longer, we will have even less chance of finding Yanran. Finally, Qin Bao ceased his bickering and focused intently on tracing Yanran's lingering essence. Meanwhile, atop Yuzhu Peak, Yanran emerged from the hollow of a colossal tree, long since dead, with a diameter of nearly 10 meters. As she stepped out, the entire summit of Yuzhu Peak unfolded before her. The peak appeared as though it had been severed by some extraordinary force, leaving behind a vast, smooth, and level open plaza. The shimmering light that had drawn Yanran to this place occupied 4/5 of the plaza's expanse. At this moment, Yanran stood before a withered tree at the edge of the square, approximately 1,000 meters away from the shimmering barrier. It was then that she finally comprehended why the creatures dared not approach the luminous veil. The barrier emanated an overwhelming pressure that rendered Yanran nearly unable to stand upright amidst the square. Contemplating the barrier, she felt a profound ambivalence. Despite its seemingly innocuous appearance, the force it exuded was formidable enough to instill trepidation. Should she venture closer? On one hand, the oppressive aura of the barrier instilled a sense of fear within her, yet on the other, the allure it presented stirred an insatiable curiosity. Relinquishing this opportunity felt unjust. She resolved not to succumb to fear at such a pivotal moment and determined to approach the barrier. Reflecting on the monumental transformations that had occurred in Kunlun Mountain, Yanran ultimately decided to draw nearer to the shimmering veil. After several cautious attempts, she discovered that invoking the sea partitioning technique could somewhat mitigate the pressure weighing upon her. And thus she commenced her slow advance toward the barrier. As she reached the luminous veil, she found herself nearly prostrate on the ground. How ironic it was, she mused, that she once felt similarly suppressed within the palace, and now, the same weight pressed upon her. When would she be free from such oppressive force? With a wry smile, she gazed at the barrier before her. What could this ethereal veil truly be? With this thought, Yanran cautiously extended her hand toward the barrier. In an instant, as her fingers made contact, the barrier sprang to life, revealing vivid images of a cataclysmic battle from a forgotten era. In the vast expanse of the starry sea, celestial bodies flickered and soared, while a stunning woman clad in white, akin to freshly fallen snow, engaged in a fierce battle with several men of formidable magical prowess. These individuals, adorned in immaculate Taoist robes, exuded an ethereal grace, wielding powerful artifacts capable of causing the very stars to shatter and plummet with a mere flick of their wrists. Despite being besieged by multiple adversaries, the white-clad woman remained composed and unyielding, subtly hinting at a growing dominance over her opponents. Suddenly, a violet beam of sword light, tearing through the cosmos, descended with lethal intent, aimed directly at the white-clad woman. Witnessing this, Yanran felt her heart constrict, her breath momentarily stolen. She had no doubt that should the beam strike, the woman would meet her inevitable demise. Fortunately, a white circular fan soared forth, intercepting the overwhelming sword energy. Almost instantaneously, an ageless man with white hair, brandishing a violet sword, materialized within the luminous expanse, launching a deadly assault upon the white-clad woman. As the violet-clad man appeared, the white-clad woman began to falter. With a resounding crash, she wielded her fan, summoning 12 towering pillars capable of stirring the starry seas, which immediately shot forth to form a unique and intricate formation, ensnaring the violet-clad man and his companions within its confines. The moment the formation solidified, 12 colossal beasts, exuding an ancient aura and larger than the stars themselves, erupted from the pillars. These creatures, resembling dragons, rodents, and sheep alike, unleashed boundless magical energy. Engaging in fierce combat with the men ensnared within the formation, under the relentless assault of the 12 monstrous beasts, one man after another fell, their blood staining the starry sky. Just as Yanran believed that the woman in white would emerge victorious, the purple-clad man's sword suddenly ignited with blazing violet flames, accompanied by an overwhelming cacophony of thunder and lightning. With a mighty swing, he cleaved through the firmament, sending the 12 pillars of heaven crashing away. The violet flames surged forth like a deluge, propelled by the boundless sword aura, rushing towards the woman in white. A blinding beam of white light erupted from the barrier, shattering it in an instant, and the immense force sent Yanran hurtling backward. Had it not been for the gnarled ancient tree that intercepted her, she would have been flung from the summit of Yuzhu Peak. The white light, akin to a volcanic eruption, swept outward with terrifying speed, sending the creatures lingering at the peak's edge tumbling away into oblivion. Chapter 19. Lotus Seed Pod Cough. Cough. Yanran felt as though her body had been crushed by a cart. Every cell screamed in agony. Yet, the most excruciating pain emanated from her eyes, as she sensed warm, viscous fluid trickling from the corner of her eye. The slightest attempt to open her eyes would unleash a bone-deep torment that made her wish for immediate death. It was a suffering so profound that life felt unbearable. Uncertain how long she lay on the ground, Yanran gradually perceived a diminishing pain in her eyes and body, allowing her to cautiously stir. Realizing that her limbs remained intact, she finally exhaled in relief, slowly rotating her eyes and attempting to open them. Ultimately, she managed to pry them open. Yet her vision remained shrouded in a dense fog. Am I destined to be blind? Yanran's voice was laden with a distinct sob, and as fear intensified, tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Prior to this moment, she had believed her inner strength to be unyielding, yet when faced with such a tumultuous transformation, she realized she was not as resilient as she had imagined. However, this outburst of tears proved to be a remedy for her sight. It was not that her eyes were flawed, but rather that prior congestion had left blood lingering in her orbs, obscuring her vision. The act of crying washed away the residual blood, restoring her ability to see. What a fright, she exclaimed, alternating between laughter and tears as she patted her chest to calm her startled heart. It was then that she recalled being thrust into the hollow of a withered tree by that blinding ray of light. The mere thought of it caused her expression to shift, her brows furrowing tightly as she murmured to herself. The woman in white battling within the light curtain bears a striking resemblance to the celestial maiden I beheld in the Cloud Ladder Palace. I wonder who emerged victorious in the end, the woman or the man in purple. A sense of regret washed over her for not witnessing the final outcome. Just then, the roar of a beast echoed once more across Jade Pearl Peak. Upon hearing it, Yanran cast aside her memories of the fierce battle, struggling to rise from her pain-riddled body, and slowly made her way toward the mouth of the tree hollow. As she emerged, she discovered that the luminous curtain had vanished, and the vast expanse atop Jade Pearl Peak remained unscathed, with even the withered tree seemingly untouched by the earlier brilliance. At this moment, the entire summit square lay in profound silence, devoid of any sound. However, within the area once shrouded by the luminous barrier, radiant jewels of light intermittently manifested, soaring from the ground to heights of several meters above. Witnessing these dazzling lights, Yanran would be disingenuous to claim she felt no excitement. Yet, the eerie stillness of the square instilled a sense of trepidation within her, for the lesson imparted by the barrier was still fresh in her memory. Her hesitation did not imply that others shared her caution. Just as Yanran faltered, several swift silhouettes darted past her line of sight, racing towards the radiant lights in the square. These were creatures from the Jade Pearl Peak, remarkably colossal in stature. Initially, they appeared unaffected, but as they ventured into the area previously cloaked by the barrier, a calamity unfolded. Each creature began to manifest wounds of varying sizes, initially disregarded. Yet as they pressed further inward, the injuries multiplied and worsened. The foremost black bear, unable to halt its momentum, soon bore deep lacerations that exposed bone, its body rapidly drenched in blood. A chilling wail of anguish echoed through the still square. Before the sound could dissipate, the black bear was mercilessly disassembled by an unseen force, its blood splattering across the ground. The remaining creatures, demonstrating remarkable intelligence, delineated a safety line after several cautious attempts, clearly marking the periphery of the previously illuminated area. Once the macaques stepped within this safe zone, the other animals immediately gathered around, their eyes brimming with envy. Subsequently, several other animals followed the actions of the macaque and entered the illuminated zone. However, apart from a lone green snake, all the other creatures that ventured into the shimmering area met a tragic fate, leaving behind a pool of blood on the square. Witnessing this, both the macaque and the green snake were filled with horror. They disregarded the treasures glimmering in the square and hastily retreated from the peak, vanishing into the dense underbrush. Yanran waited cautiously in a hollow tree for a while, and upon seeing no other animals ascend, she carefully emerged from her refuge and made her way toward the center of the square. Upon reaching the safety line drawn by the fallen animals, she paused. What lies above? With a tinge of trepidation, Yanran gazed toward the square, contemplating for a moment but ultimately refraining from stepping forward. Oh my, sister. We finally found you. Upon spotting Yanran, Bao exclaimed, urging Li Feng to approach. Sister, are you hurt? The members of the Flying Dragon team swiftly surrounded Yanran, with Li Feng immediately rushing over to assess her injuries. I'm fine. Fine? You look like this and still claim to be fine? Sun Haonan looked at Yin Ran with disbelief. You are not a doctor. How can you determine the extent of her injuries? Let old Li take a look. Exactly. While the Flying Dragon team expressed their concern for Yin Ran's condition, Su Jingyuan and Chen Zhiyo's group had already been entirely captivated by the sparkling treasures in the square. Upon reaching the summit, their attention was not initially drawn to Yin Ran, but rather to the dazzling lights. The sight of these treasures ignited immense excitement among them, with a few scholars even eager to rush toward the radiant displays. Upon completion of her examination by Li Feng, Yin Ran lifted her gaze and was startled to see several special forces soldiers and scholars entering the area shrouded by the luminous barrier. Alarmed, she shouted, "Don't go in there. It's dangerous." The soldiers and scholars paused, turning their attention to Yin Ran, perplexed by her warning. Observing them standing unscathed within the barrier, she was taken aback and filled with confusion. Despite her doubts, she recounted the earlier incidents involving the animals. The expressions of those within the barrier shifted as they noticed the pools of blood. Yet, as they recalled the treasure glimmering not far away, hesitation clouded their faces. "Classmate, are you mistaken? We are perfectly fine. Where is the danger?" one inquired. "I cannot explain it, but several animals did indeed perish inside." Suddenly, a scholar erupted into laughter. "I find it hard to believe those animals died without reason. I suspect some individuals wish to deter us from obtaining the treasure." "Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you implying my sister Yin Ran is lying?" Sun Haonan exclaimed angrily, stepping forward. "You." Yin Ran quickly grabbed Sun Haonan, casting a wary glance at those who appeared swayed by the scholar's words. "I have already warned you that the square is perilous. Whether you choose to believe me is up to you." Although Chen Zhiyo's team harbored skepticism towards Yin Ran's warnings, they remained cautious and dispatched several skilled soldiers to probe the area. Remarkably, these individuals traversed over 100 meters past the safety line, retrieving several treasures without encountering any danger. Humph, I knew it was mere alarmism. They seemed perfectly fine, devoid of any peril. Now even the members of the Flying Dragon team are left speechless. Su Jingyuan and the scholars he brought, upon witnessing another team's success, could hardly contain their excitement. Those radiant treasures had been transformed into jade vases, jade boxes, and even cold weapons, clearly not of mundane origin. "Captain Luo, let us also venture inside," Luo Xian proposed, glancing at the furrowed brow of Yin Ran, before adding, "We must exercise utmost caution once we enter." Only after everyone had crossed the safety line did Yin Ran, filled with perplexity, cautiously step into the area enveloped by the shimmering light. Upon crossing the safety threshold, she paused to take in her surroundings, discovering that indeed there was no immediate danger. Could it be that this realm is accessible solely to humans and certain animal species? Unlike the others who rushed towards the treasures, Yin Ran followed her instincts and gradually approached the heart of the square. Humph, they claimed there was danger here, yet she moved the swiftest of all. As the treasures would not remain stationary indefinitely, acquiring them required considerable effort. However, Yin Ran disregarded those luminous objects, quickly gaining the upper hand and leading the group by a wide margin, ignoring the grumbling behind her. She dared not let her guard down and remained acutely aware of her surroundings. When she was approximately 1,000 meters from the safety line, Yin Ran perceptibly sensed a faint, yet ominous aura of danger in the air. As she advanced a few dozen meters further, a startling crimson mark suddenly appeared on the back of Yin Ran's hand, causing her to retreat in fright. During her retreat, 2 additional streaks of blood emerged on her other hand. In the blink of an eye, her hands were drenched in blood, droplets cascading downward. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, the elite soldiers and scholars, wholly absorbed in the brilliance of the treasure, remained oblivious to the fact that blood had begun to seep through the garments of many. The piercing scream acted as a catalyst, triggering a series of calamities. Soon, numerous individuals discovered that they were already smeared with blood. Shortly thereafter, more anguished cries erupted, as some found their legs severed in an instant, while others were cleaved in two. "Quick, flee!" Luo Xian shouted, his expression drastically altered. The silent slaughter and gruesome scene electrified everyone's nerves. In the frantic escape, some individuals belatedly realized that their hands, legs, ears, and other body parts had mysteriously vanished. The chorus of screams echoed relentlessly atop the mountain. Bang! Just a few hundred meters from the safety line, Yin Ran unknowingly tripped over something and fell to the ground. As she rose to flee, her eye caught the object that had caused her stumble, a gray, shriveled lotus pod, roughly the size of a fist. Remembering that this object was within the luminous barrier, Yin Ran swiftly picked it up and dashed towards the safety line. In the course of her flight, she failed to notice that the blood from her hand flowed onto the lotus pod, which immediately emitted a faint red glow before swiftly vanishing. Yin Ran was the last to cross the safety line, and he emerged with the least injuries. The 6 members of the Flying Dragon team, mindful of Yin Ran's words, exercised utmost caution upon entering the illuminated area, resulting in their only sustaining minor abrasions without any significant issues. Conversely, half of the scholars brought by Su Jingyuan perished, and he himself bore considerable injuries. The heaviest casualties fell upon Xianxia's team, where both special forces and scholars suffered a staggering loss, with the survivors mostly gravely wounded. The members of the Flying Dragon team rejoiced at Yin Ran's safe return, while the expressions of the others grew increasingly complex. The scholar who had first questioned Yin Ran was the first to fall, and his tragic demise lingered vividly in the minds of the onlookers. A pervasive atmosphere of fear and sorrow enveloped the square. Even the acquisition of numerous treasures failed to lift the spirits of the crowd. I have already established contact with the outside world, and the higher-ups have decreed that all treasures obtained must be surrendered, with corresponding compensation to be provided. Xianxia broke the silence. Upon hearing his words, Luo Xian and Su Jingyuan exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with dissatisfaction. How infuriating it was that he reported our hard-won treasures without even consulting us. Sun Haonan, with his impatient nature, muttered his discontent aloud. Within the research institutions and the military, factions inevitably exist, and Luo Xian and his companions naturally wished to submit the treasures to their direct superiors, leaving the distribution to their superiors' discretion. Xianxia averted his gaze, avoiding the scrutiny of Luo Xian and Su Jingyuan. This time, the team he led suffered significant losses, with several scholars perishing. If no achievements were garnered, he would undoubtedly face punishment upon their return. Thus, without consulting the 2 others, he took the initiative to report the events atop the peak. Such actions bore the taint of usurpation and lacked integrity, yet he chose not to dwell on his companion's dissatisfaction. Instead, he graciously remarked that external parties would soon arrive, and suggested they document the treasures acquired for future governmental assistance. Although the members under Luo Xian felt discontent, they were bound by orders from above and had no choice but to comply, ultimately surrendering several treasures. Classmate Yin Ran, please relinquish the treasures you have obtained. After cataloging everyone else's contributions, Xianxia finally approached Yin Ran. Classmate Yin Ran, this is an order from above, and everyone must adhere to it. Xianxia furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Yin Ran, who remained uncooperative. I truly have not acquired any treasures, Yin Ran replied with a hint of impatience. Casting a glance at Xianxia, how is that possible? You ventured the farthest and claimed to have found nothing? Who would believe such a tale? One of Xianxia's scholars interjected. I saw her pick something up from the ground earlier. We trust her. If she says she has nothing, then it is so. Sun Haonan immediately chimed in. You are all on the same team, naturally defending her. If you wish to ascertain whether she possesses any treasures, a search would suffice. What did you say? Yin Ran exclaimed, rising abruptly and striding towards the scholar. You intend to search me? The scholar recoiled slightly, intimidated by Yin Ran's piercing gaze. I meant to suggest that the female scholar should come forth. Bang! With a swift motion of her right hand, Yin Ran brought the ox-bone knife crashing down onto the ground. Although the earth did not crack beneath the force, those in proximity to her distinctly felt a subtle tremor. The scholar who had spoken earlier turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that, Yin Ran said with a faint smile, her expression warm as she gazed at him. And no, I didn't say anything at all, the scholar stammered, shaking his head vigorously. The moment the knife struck the ground, he sensed a tremendous force impacting the soles of his feet, rendering them numb and insensible. But I recall you mentioning that you saw me pick something up. No, I misspoke. I did not see you pick anything up. In the future, it would be prudent to think twice before speaking, lest calamity arise from your words. After saying this, Yin Ran cast a glance at Xianxia and coldly remarked, with so many treasures scattered across the square, why not gather them yourself? What skill is there in bullying a mere girl? With that, she turned and walked away. Xianxia stared at Yin Ran's retreating figure, disbelief etched on his face, while Luo Xian and others beside him appeared equally stunned. Bullying? Who exactly is bullying whom? Once he regained his composure, Xianxia's face flushed with anger. Yin Ran has quite the fiery temperament. She aligns perfectly with my tastes, Sun Haonan remarked cheerfully. Oblivious to Xianxia's displeasure, the young lady exuded an air of dominance. Meanwhile, Cambao, refusing to be outdone, stood upon Li Feng's shoulder and shouted, casting a sideways glance at Qianxia and his companions, seemingly oblivious to his own limitations as he dared to challenge the young lady. Luo Xian felt a twinge of headache as he observed this peculiar duo and decided to clarify the situation to Qin Zhifei, stating, I am familiar with Yin Rand. If she claims there is nothing, then it is indeed the truth. The treasures at hand are sufficient for you to atone for your misdeeds. Qin Zhifei's expression stiffened as he glanced at Yin Rand before taking his leave with the ledger in hand. With Qin Zhifei no longer pursuing the matter, Yin Rand resumed her contemplative pose, resting her chin on her hand. She realized that she had not acquired any significant treasures during her time in the light curtain, having only picked up a withered lotus pod, which had mysteriously vanished. She distinctly remembered holding it tightly. How could it have disappeared? Chapter 20. Celestial beings beyond the skies. After the events atop Yuzhu Peak were reported to the outside world, Luo Xian and his companions maintained their vigil at the summit, awaiting the arrival of officials sent to assume control. Despite the glimmering treasures displayed in the square, most onlookers felt a pang of desire tempered by the grim remembrance of those who had perished. At that moment, the perimeter of the square was divided into 3 groups, one led by Luo Xian, another by Su Jinyuan, and the last consisting of Yin Ran, who sat alone before a barren tree, lost in thought. Initially, Yin Ran had been with Sun Haonan and his group, but after dispatching Qianxia, who had been pursuing the treasures, Su Jinyuan relentlessly inquired about the happenings atop the peak. Considering that Luo Xian and others were quite concerned about the matter, Yin Ran patiently recounted what she had witnessed atop the peak. She skillfully avoided disclosing the details of her encounter with the luminous barrier and the fierce battle within. Fortunately, Luo Xian and the others refrained from further inquiries after her narration. However, Su Jinyuan persistently questioned her, ultimately cornering Yin Ran near the hollow tree. Aware of the gazes that intermittently fell upon her, Yin Ran's brow remained furrowed, and feeling increasingly vexed by the scrutiny, she retreated into the withered tree hollow to meditate. To her surprise, just as she began to cultivate her sea-opening technique, she was interrupted, not by external disturbances, but by an unexpected discovery within her. She realized that an object had manifested in her dantian SGC, the long-vanished, shriveled lotus pod. How astonishing that the lotus pod had found its way into her dantian. Yin Ran, come here. Upon spotting her, Sun Haonan waved her over. What is it? Look quickly. There's a purple orb in the sky. Sun Haonan pointed upwards, and at that moment, everyone in the square was gazing up at the suddenly appearing purple sphere. Yin Ran raised her head to see the enigmatic purple orb. What is that? I'm not sure. It appears to have come from outer space. Sun Haonan replied, noting her astonishment. It's not too surprising, though. I heard Professor Su mention that since the sun vanished and reappeared, meteorites have been sporadically falling to Earth, but this time, it seems like a meteorite has transformed into a purple orb. Did the meteorite impacts have any effect on Earth? This should not have any significant impact, right? Professor Su seemed rather indifferent when he mentioned this matter. If it were truly consequential, it would have likely already been announced. Observing Sun Haonan's nonchalance, Yin Ran refrained from further inquiries, redirecting her gaze towards the purple orb of light in the sky. Why does that orb seem to be heading our way? It truly does, exclaimed Sun Haonan in astonishment. The descent of the purple orb was remarkably swift, and before long, those atop Yuzhu Peak felt it hovering just above them. Surely, the orb won't crash onto Yuzhu Peak, will it? It can't be. If it truly were to strike Yuzhu Peak, we would be in grave danger. Captain Luo, Captain Chun, we must evacuate immediately. Everyone, do not panic at this moment. Even fleeing may be too late, shouted Luo Xian. Although the orb was approaching, it might not necessarily land on Yuzhu Peak. As the orb drew nearer, Yin Ran's pupils suddenly constricted. She realized that what was hurtling towards them was not merely a sphere of light, but a purple gilded sailboat enveloped in violet flames, exuding an air of ancient Chinese elegance. Ah, the orb is indeed coming for us. Everyone run. Chaos erupted in the square as people scattered in all directions. Sister, stop staring and hurry. Seeing Yin Ran frozen in place, Sun Haonan grasped her and dashed towards the foot of the peak. There's no time. Seek refuge in the hollow of the dead tree. With a determined pull, Yin Ran yanked Sun Haonan towards the withered tree, which seemed capable of withstanding even the radiant shards of light that shattered the barrier. Surely, it could endure the bombardment from the spaceship. Do not stray, follow the lady. The ever-watchful Zhan Bao, noticing Yin Ran's hasty retreat, called out urgently to Li Feng. You are the ones being reckless. Stay close to the lady. In a frenzy, Zhang Bao sensed an imminent peril encroaching upon them, and without hesitation, it leapt from Li Feng's shoulder, using its tendrils to urge him to flee. What are you still standing there for? Zhang Bao exclaimed, exasperated by its inability to move Li Feng. How did I end up with such a foolish master? Boss. Li Feng looked towards Luo Xian. Just then, a figure darted past them. Luo Xian and the others recognized it as Wu Kai. Let's go find Haonan. Luo Xian gritted his teeth and declared. A few minutes later, a massive vessel nearly 30 meters long, adorned in purple and gold, descended directly upon the summit of Yuzhu Peak. The dazzling violet light radiated outward, swiftly sweeping across the landscape from the peak's center. When the purple light erupted, both humans and animals atop Yuzhu Peak experienced a fleeting blindness, save for Yin Ran, who had previously gazed into the white radiance. Hidden within the hollow of the withered tree, she witnessed the arrival of the purple-gilded ship. By a stroke of misfortune, it landed precisely within the area that had been shrouded by the barrier, and upon its descent, it was instantly disintegrated by the invisible assault from the square, resulting in the explosion of purple light. As the violet glow dissipated, Yin Ran swiftly exited the hollow of the withered tree and raced down towards the mountain's peak. The purple-gold sailboat was disassembled into several fragments, cascading in various directions towards Yuzhu Peak. At this moment, Yin Ran was approaching the largest wreckage. Just as she discovered the remnants, before she could explore, an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. The several-meter-long remains of the sailboat shrank at a visibly rapid pace, transforming into a small vessel of about 1 foot in length, devoid of both bow and stern, leaving only a cabin. To Yin Ran's further astonishment, the diminutive ship immediately took flight, soaring towards the dense forest not far away. Am I merely dreaming? Yin Ran pinched her cheek, and upon noticing the remaining fragments of the purple-gold sailboat scattered on the ground, she confirmed that the previous spectacle was indeed real. What is this? Beneath a shard of purple gold, Yin Ran discovered a jade vial. Upon uncapping it, an enchanting fragrance wafted forth, revealing 3 beads radiating a soft green light within. Could this possibly be the legendary elixir? Yin Ran promptly resealed the vial and carefully tucked it into her pocket. The ship was now heading towards the dense woods. Should I venture over to take a look? After a moment's contemplation, her curiosity proved irresistible, and she cautiously approached the forest's edge. As she arrived at the periphery of the woodland, her eyes widened in disbelief. There stood a figure, an ethereal man, with flowing hair and an aura steeped in ancient charm. He appeared to be around 30, clad in a flowing white robe, emanating an imposing pressure that made one reluctant to gaze directly at him. Yet, at this moment, the man seemed unwell. His complexion was pallid, his eyes tightly shut, his brow contorted in pain, with fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he leaned heavily against a colossal tree. After pondering for a while, Yin Ran still dared not approach recklessly. Instead, she cautiously retreated. Upon encountering a few individuals, her eyes brightened, and she immediately informed them of the matter concerning the man in white. An extraterrestrial? Sun Haonan exclaimed. Yin Ran shrugged, indicating her uncertainty. Let's go take a look, Luo Xian said, leading the flying dragon team swiftly toward the dense forest. Yin Ran followed closely behind, returning to the edge of the thicket. However, she did not proceed further. Instead, she concealed herself nearby, observing as Luo Xian and the others approached the man in white. Soon, the man opened his eyes and began a peaceful conversation with them. Just as Yin Ran was intently watching the situation unfold in the forest, she suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind behind her and instinctively swung the ox bone knife in her hand. Bang! A half-meter-long crimson fox was sent flying over 10 meters by the force of her strike. Chapter 21. The Old Fox Cough. It seems even a tiger can be bullied when it falls to the ground. I never anticipated that I would be bested by a mere child who has just entered the chi refining stage. The red fox struggled on the ground for quite some time, but could not rise. Yin Ran warily observed the distant, dull-furred red fox, gripping her ox bone knife tightly, her heart surging with tumultuous waves upon realizing that the fox could speak. Although she had previously encountered the talking ginseng, hearing a fox articulate human speech left her utterly astonished, her expression one of disbelief. After a moment, seeing that the red fox remained on the ground, she cautiously approached and blurted out, "Hey, what are you? Are you blind? Can't you see that I am a red fox?" Hu Tong, resembling a puddle of mud, grumbled indignantly at Yin Ran, who had approached. Were it not for its grievous injuries, its temperament would have swiftly dealt a fatal blow to this insolent creature. Why did you attack me? Yanran halted a few meters away from the red fox, her expression wary as she scrutinized it. This fox must have descended from the sailing vessel. The purple-gold ship, having traversed from outer space, held mysteries yet to be unraveled, necessitating caution. Humph! Hutong retorted furiously. You have stolen my elixir. Explain yourself. Elixir? Yanran's heart sank momentarily. Could it be the jade vial she had previously discovered? Nonsense. I possess no such elixir. Observing the fox's agitated demeanor, she felt a twinge of guilt. However, recalling the fox's earlier assault, she mustered her courage and countered, just because you claim it as yours. Does that make it so? I believe that elixir more closely resembles that of the man in white. The man in white. A flicker of panic crossed Hutong's eyes. Where is he now? You mean the man in white? He is currently in the dense forest. My brothers are conversing with him and should emerge shortly. Sensing the fox's unease, Yanran feigned nonchalance. Impossible. Logically, Guheng should be in a worse state than I. They had initially expended considerable lifespan and spiritual energy traversing the interface passage to resist the forces of time and space, and upon landing in this desolate land, they had narrowly escaped having their paths severed by spatial fissures. Guheng was tasked with maintaining the spacecraft's flight while simultaneously fending off external attacks, a feat that was undoubtedly fraught with peril. Even if he were to survive this ordeal, he would likely find himself incapacitated, much like the vessel itself. You will understand when he and my brothers emerge, he stated enigmatically. Upon hearing this, Hutong's demeanor became taut. Her gaze flickered more than before as she cast several furtive glances at Yanran, ultimately lowering her guard to speak kindly. Little girl, it seems fortune smiles upon you. In this desolate land where spiritual energy is scarce, you have managed to cultivate your energy sea. A remarkable feat indeed. Therefore, if you were to relinquish the elixirs you possess, I could grant you an opportunity. What say you? Yanran's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, what opportunity do you have in mind? In such a wild and untamed place, it is unlikely that one could find any decent cultivation techniques. Hence, I would bestow upon you an unparalleled cultivation method. How does that sound? I have no need for techniques, but I might consider artifacts, Yanran replied. Upon hearing Yanran's interest in artifacts, Hutong's expression stiffened. During their passage through the dimensional rift, all of her artifacts had been utilized to withstand the spatial storms, leaving her utterly bereft save for her true form. What? Do you lack even artifacts? She retorted. As a mere chi refinement practitioner, you likely haven't even mastered the circulation of spiritual energy. What use would you have for artifacts? Even if I were to give you one, you would be unable to wield it. I maintain that techniques would serve you better. But if they cannot be used now, they will be useful in the future. Just as Yanran and Hutong were haggling over their terms. A rustling sound echoed from the depths of the forest. My brother and the others are about to come out, Yanran exclaimed joyfully. However, before her words had fully escaped her lips, she noticed the red fox's body tense up even more. Child, quickly, hand me the elixir, the fox urged anxiously. Why should I give it to you? Upon hearing this, Yanran felt a flicker of temptation. From your tone, you seem quite formidable. Of course, many have sought to become my disciple. To receive my guidance is a tremendous fortune. The red fox spoke with an air of arrogance. How do I know you speak the truth? If I give you the elixir, and you fail to instruct me in my cultivation, or worse, if you were to harm me, where would I seek justice? Foxes are notoriously cunning. A distinguished immortal, would betray a mere chi-refining practitioner? After contemplating, Yanran produced a jade vial containing 3 elixirs, and she observed the once listless gaze of the red fox brighten instantly. Will consuming the elixir restore you? I can give you the elixir, but you must first agree to one condition. What condition? Lead me away from Kunlun Mountain, the very range we currently inhabit. Once we leave Kunlun, I shall grant you 1 elixir. Yanran had long been pondering how to escape Kunlun Mountain. As the members of the Dragon Flight team and the investigative team seemed uncertain of their duration of stay, she could not afford to wait that long. Though the origins of this red fox remain shrouded in mystery, its remarkable journey from outer space to Earth, coupled with its survival following the disintegration of a sailing vessel, suggests it possesses a certain prowess. Given their encounter and its urgent need for the elixir in her grasp, perhaps there is merit in attempting to have it whisk her away. If you cannot accomplish even this, how can I trust your previous assertions? A sense of disappointment and reluctance washed over Yanran. Must she truly await the scholar's investigations before she can depart from Kunlun Mountain? The red fox, infuriated to the point of near apoplexy, had already humbled itself so greatly, yet this individual remained skeptical. At that moment, voices emanated from the dense forest, and upon hearing them, Hutong felt a jolt of realization, promptly agreeing to Yanran's proposal. Very well, I consent. You shall lift me, and we shall depart at once. Really? Yanran's countenance brightened with joy, and without further ado, she cradled the red fox in her arms. This is the last remaining life-saving teleportation talisman I possess. The fox lamented, reluctantly producing a yellow talisman the size of a playing card, its material indiscernible. Subsequently, Yanran witnessed a crimson light emanate from the fox's claws, illuminating the talisman with a brilliant white glow. In an instant, she felt herself caught in a whirl of disorientation, and when her feet found solid ground once more, she discovered herself standing upon an expansive and desolate landscape, with the majestic, sprawling Kunlun Mountains looming behind her. They had truly escaped. For a fleeting moment, Yanran was struck by a sense of disbelief. Her months spent within Kunlun Mountain felt like a distant dream. Yet, gazing at the red fox nestled in her embrace and the dramatically transformed mountains behind her, she understood that everything she had experienced over the past few months was undeniably real. Indeed, this world had undergone a profound transformation. At this moment, Yanran remains oblivious to the seismic shifts that have transpired in the world beyond Kunlun Mountain during her months of seclusion. Domesticated pets have morphed into lethal beasts. Meticulously nurtured potted plants have developed the capacity to exude toxins and consume flesh, and wild creatures from the deep forests have begun to encroach upon human habitats. Humanity, too, has awakened to the ability to emit various ethereal lights. As these astonishing occurrences take center stage, the familiar world she once knew has been irrevocably transformed. Towns and villages near major mountainous regions have sustained the most severe damage, with many settlements now eerily vacant. In these remote areas, people are migrating en masse to the larger cities in search of refuge. It can be said that this upheaval has presented humanity with both opportunities and significant challenges, as well as crises. Chapter 22. The desolation of demon cultivation. How desolate it is. Along the national highway leading to Shudi, the silhouette of a young girl and a red fox stretches long in the fading light of the setting sun. The young girl hurries along, while the red fox ambles leisurely beside her. Can you pick up the pace? It's getting dark, and if we can't find a village soon, we'll have to spend the night in the wilderness. The girl and the fox are none other than Yanran and Hutong, who have recently departed from Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, Yanran is exasperated by the incessant complaints of the red fox, which has been disparaging their surroundings ever since they left Kunlun, deeming the earth to be utterly lacking in merit. At this moment, despair enveloped its heart to an unprecedented degree. Although it had prepared itself for the worst upon traversing the interface passage, it never anticipated arriving in a realm so devoid of spiritual energy. This was, in essence, a desolate land rarely chronicled in the annals of trials, an utter wasteland for cultivators. Had it foreseen this predicament, it would never have entertained thoughts of targeting Guhong, thus avoiding capture and subsequent exile to this dire location, an egregious miscalculation indeed. Yet, before long, the crimson fox seemed to wither again, as if in an instant. All vitality had drained from it. What ails you? Do you not wish to accompany me? If that were the case, it would be best to speak plainly. After which it could journey wherever it desired. Yanran was never one to impose upon others. Witnessing the fox's reluctance, she found it challenging to acquiesce. Though she yearned for guidance in her cultivation, she acknowledged that self-discovery, albeit slower, was still feasible. Now that its cultivation had plummeted significantly, it required the solidifying elixir in the girl's possession to stabilize its injuries. Moreover, given the peculiar nature of this planet, remaining close to a native was certainly preferable. Then please, hasten your pace. While camping in the wilderness had once posed little concern, the current circumstances felt decidedly perilous. A sense of unease washed over Yanran as she surveyed her surroundings. The once barren land flanking the national highway was now cloaked in grass ranging from half a meter to over a meter in height. As the wind gently swept through, the expanse of grass undulated like ocean waves, accompanied by a rustling sound that hinted at the potential emergence of unknown entities lurking within. Perhaps it was the influence of Yanran's words, or perhaps it was the realization that no amount of regret could reverse the passage of time. But Hutong no longer languished as before. Instead, her pace quickened considerably. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, the pair, a person and a fox, finally beheld a quaint little town. Try not to speak in front of others. Yin Ran advised the Red Fox as they approached the settlement. She was uncertain about the current state of the world. However, it was rare for the creatures of Kunlun Mountain to possess the ability to converse, so it was likely that those outside were even less capable. Thus, it was prudent for the Red Fox to remain silent, lest it incite panic. Why? Hu Tong inquired, her expression one of disbelief. Because I fear you might frighten them, Yin Ran replied. What? Hu Tong exclaimed, astonished, and then, with indignation, demanded, how could I possibly scare anyone? Am I so unappealing? Not at all, Yin Ran said, exasperated by the overly serious demeanor of the Red Fox. Then why say such a thing? Hu Tong insisted, her expression resolute, as if she would not relent without a satisfactory explanation. Yin Ran's words made her feel as though she were something to be hidden away. Because the creatures here do not speak, Yin Ran explained. Hu Tong's expression shifted to one of surprise, and after a moment's contemplation, she nodded in understanding. Indeed, in such a wild and untamed land, it would be challenging for demonic beasts to develop intelligence. Demonic beasts? Yin Ran's expression changed slightly. Indeed, the animals on this planet could no longer be classified merely as animals. They were what Hu Tong referred to as demonic beasts. As they drew near to the town, Yin Ran's countenance suddenly altered. The sounds of gunfire reverberated through the small town, fierce and unrelenting. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roar of cannon fire erupted, followed by the ominous collapse of buildings, sending dust billowing into the air. Even from his vantage point outside the town, Yin Ran could feel the ground tremble beneath him. High-ranking cultivators were engaged in battle. Beside him, Hu Tong tensed at this moment, sensing impending danger. No, it was not high-ranking cultivators. It was the military. At this moment, just 2 or 3 miles away in the town, several agile soldiers were assaulting a group of cloaked figures, with dozens of armed troops backing them. The clash between the soldiers and the dark-clad assailants was filled with a kaleidoscope of spiritual light and shadows, the intensity of the combat causing buildings to crumble around them. It was evident that both the soldiers and the cloaked figures were cultivators. However, the battle appeared grim. The dark energy unleashed by the assailants seemed to counteract the soldiers' spiritual power, placing them at a disadvantage. The street was already littered with motionless bodies of soldiers and warriors. Bang! Another soldier was struck by the dark energy, sent hurtling through the air to crash against a nearby wall, which collapsed upon impact, burying him beneath the rubble. Covering fire. Under the relentless assault and the barrage of gunfire from the soldiers, the cloaked figures began to falter, with a few of them falling. Yet only 2 managed to escape the military encirclement, fleeing towards the outskirts of the town. Chase them. We cannot allow these 2 to escape. The soldiers, disregarding their injuries, pursued at full speed. Outside the quaint town, Yin Ran sensed an impending danger, just as she intended to flee with Hu Tong. 2 shadowy figures approached swiftly from the distance. Alarm surged within her. They were demonic cultivators. Hu Tong's expression darkened instantly. Aware that she was currently unable to wield her spiritual power and thus could not withstand these 2 adversaries, there was no time to lose. At that moment, the cloaked figures were less than 100 meters away, and Yin Ran realized with dread that she could not outrun them. Fleeing would lead to certain doom. As the figures drew nearer, Yin Ran forcefully suppressed her rising panic and anxiety. She retrieved the oxbone blade strapped to her back, gripping it firmly in her hand while steadfastly locking her gaze upon her approaching foes. She spotted several soldiers in uniform sprinting toward the town. If she could just hold on until they arrived, salvation would be within reach. You don't intend to confront them head-on, do you? The strength of these demonic cultivators is formidable, far beyond what a novice like you, barely entering the chi refinement stage, can handle, Hu Tong urged, her face etched with concern. She swiftly surveyed their surroundings and realized there was no escape, retreating to hide behind Yin Ran. After a moment's contemplation, she added, avoid direct confrontation. Look for an opportunity to strike at their dantians. If you can shatter their dantians, these demonic cultivators will pose no threat. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Yin Ran's eyes. Rather than waiting for the black-clad figures to strike, she sprang into action when they were still a mere 10 meters away, brandishing the oxbone blade and confronting the foremost figure head-on. The dark figure dismissed her presence entirely, and as she charged forward, it swung its arm, unleashing a streak of malevolent energy. It was over. At the moment when the dark aura surged towards Yin Ran, Hu Tong's heart sank. She feared that the girl might meet her demise. A novice in the chi refinement stage was utterly incapable of resisting the encroaching malevolent energy. With this thought, she swiftly darted into the nearby thicket. However, as the darkness loomed over Yin Ran, she wielded her oxbone knife with determination, a faint golden light emanating from her hands and enveloping the blade. The instant the knife made contact with the dark energy, it dissipated into nothingness. The cloaked figure paused in astonishment, and in that fleeting moment, Yin Ran brandished her knife, delivering a decisive blow that sent the dark-clad assailant flying. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped onto a nearby boulder and propelled herself towards another approaching adversary, utilizing her formidable strength to execute a sweeping strike. The second assailant was similarly dispatched. By the time several soldiers arrived, the two dark figures lay incapacitated on the ground, easily subdued by the soldiers. Chapter 23. Chaos unveiled. Thank you for your timely assistance, classmate. Had it not been for you, these two might have escaped. Xianxia expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he approached Yin Ran. No need, no need. Yin Ran quickly gestured dismissively. Indeed, if it weren't for your intervention, we might have lost several people today, he continued. Yes, classmate, you have no idea how formidable these dark figures are. We have been engaged in battle with them for several days in an attempt to capture them. What kind of people are they? Monsters of the worst kind. Upon this subject, Xianxia and the individuals behind him displayed evident indignation. Do you have any knowledge of the whereabouts of the townsfolk? Yin Ran shook her head. Having only just arrived, and thus was unaware. They were all slaughtered. Over 1,000 lives extinguished in a single night by these utterly heartless individuals. In the pursuit of these culprits, many soldiers also lost their lives. Upon hearing this, Yin Ran was profoundly shocked. Why would they commit such an atrocity? Her voice, overwhelmed by astonishment, became somewhat shrill. Because they are demons. At that moment, Yin Ran recalled that Huatong had previously mentioned that these two individuals were practitioners of demonic arts. She glanced at the two deceased figures clad in black. They were distinctly different from ordinary humans, their complexions pale, eyes of vivid crimson, and a faint aura of darkness swirling around them. How could demons exist in this world? As soon as Yin Ran uttered these words, Xianxia and his companions exchanged peculiar glances with her. The existence of demons had long been a topic of widespread discussion across the globe, particularly abroad, where it had stirred considerable uproar. Surely, no one should be unaware of it. You do not know? Yin Ran shook her head. She had been secluded within Kunlun Mountain, entirely oblivious to the happenings outside. These individuals transformed into such a state due to consuming a type of black flower that grows around meteorites. Meteorites? Black flowers? Yin Ran appeared utterly bewildered. Following the disappearance and subsequent reappearance of the sun, meteorites from outer space have continually fallen to the earth and around some of the larger meteorites. Fragrant black flowers have flourished. Are there many meteorites and black flowers? Our nation is relatively fortunate. The number of meteors falling onto our territory is minimal. Even when they do occur, they are swiftly contained. However, the situation abroad is chaotic, with certain countries descending into turmoil. Events akin to what transpired in the small town are unlikely to unfold elsewhere, right? Yin Ran gazed anxiously at Xianxia and the others. That is not expected to happen. Nevertheless, with the upheaval of the world, disturbances are becoming apparent throughout the Earth star. Although our country has witnessed few meteors, we must contend with other formidable challenges. Where have you just been? As Yin Ran entered the tent designated for her temporary stay, she noticed Huatong, who had joined her unbeknownst to her. Casting a fleeting glance, she inquired nonchalantly. Huatong felt a twinge of embarrassment, unable to admit that it had merely been hiding, and thus hastily shifted the topic. What they referred to as the black flower is the demon spirit flower. The meteorite likely contains demonic energy, either as a demonic stone or crystal. Noticing Yin Ran's puzzled expression, Huatong continued. Any being that consumes the demon spirit flower will generate a demonic root, thus becoming a member of the demon race. As for demonic stones and crystals, they serve a similar purpose as spiritual stones and crystals utilized for cultivation. No wonder upon entering this realm, I sensed a certain disarray in the spiritual energy. I had no idea that the demon spirit flower could flourish here. Even in the demon realm, the demon spirit flower is not easily found. This place is indeed extraordinarily peculiar, Huatong remarked with a sense of wonder. Then, pondering for a moment, it turned to Yin Ran and asked, how did you manage to defeat those two mid-stage chi cultivators? Yin Ran's expression momentarily faltered as she calmly remarked, I possess innate divine strength. With a single strike, they shall inevitably be unable to resist. She understood that, in a moment of peril, She had harnessed the elemental energy of metal, which enabled her to vanquish the two demonic cultivators. Hu Tong cast a doubtful glance at Yin Ran, somewhat skeptical of her assertion. By the way, you crafty fox, enlighten me about the various spiritual roots that cultivators possess. Whom are you addressing? Even if you do not honor me with the title of master, you ought to refer to me as senior. Hu Tong expressed her dissatisfaction with Yin Ran's choice of address. Did you not just refer to yourself as old man? Thus, calling you old fox is not amiss, Yin Ran replied. You very well, quickly tell me more. It was quite awkward for her to address an animal as a senior or master. She simply could not bring herself to do so. Furthermore, in her mind, this old fox was not particularly formidable, having just abandoned her to flee alone. There are the 5 elemental spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the variant roots of wind, thunder, and ice. Is that all? Indeed. Is there anything else you seek? Surely, there must be more than these 8 types of spiritual roots in the world? Absolutely not. There are also demonic and yin spiritual roots. Yin spiritual roots? In truth, every living being possesses yin spiritual roots, utilized for cultivating the primordial spirit. However, the techniques for cultivating the primordial spirit are exceedingly rare, and over time, the existence of yin spiritual roots has been largely forgotten. Is there nothing else? Hu Tong shot a glance at Yin Ran. There is one more type, but it is a legendary existence, known to have appeared only in ancient times. It has long since vanished from the annals of history. What spiritual root is that? The sacred spiritual root. Upon this topic, a yearning expression briefly graced Hu Tong's face, only to vanish swiftly. How can I discern what type of spiritual root I possess? Upon hearing Yin Ran's inquiry, Hu Tong couldn't help but express her disdain. In this desolate land, it is likely that you won't even find a spirit-testing orb. However, fret not. As you cultivate, observe the hue of the spiritual energy you can perceive. That will reveal your spiritual root. Golden signifies a metal root. Green denotes a wood root. Blue represents a water root. Red indicates a fire root. Yellowish-brown corresponds to an earth root. Purple symbolizes a lightning root. Cyan reflects a wind root. And pale blue signifies an ice root. What about you? What type of spiritual root do you have? Hu Tong asked, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. She had initially thought Yin Ran possessed extraordinary strength, akin to a mighty warrior. With a dismissive roll of her eyes, Hu Tong leaped onto the bed and reclined. You must be jesting. A complete spiritual root? In this mere wilderness, one would be fortunate to encounter a single instance, even in the expansive realms I previously inhabited. Hu Tong remained skeptical, but Yin Ran paid her little mind. Spreading a carpet at the entrance of the tent, she commenced her meditation under the moonlight. During her time on Kunlun Mountain, she had observed that her cultivation progressed more swiftly at night than during the day. The reason eluded her, yet she sensed a connection to her sea of consciousness. Was it the heightened yin energy at night that benefited the cultivation of her primordial spirit? The primordial spirit, being the essence of one's soul, did tend to favor the yin. As Yin Ran engaged in her practice, she instinctively turned her gaze inward. Before long, she discerned that the spiritual energy surging toward her dantian was dividing into 2 streams. One flowed into her chi sea, while the other was absorbed by the withered lotus pod. After absorbing the spiritual energy, the lotus pod's wrinkled surface had become considerably smoother and less desiccated. What exactly is this lotus pod? It seems to have drawn away the spiritual energy she absorbed, which would undoubtedly hinder her cultivation speed in the future. Chapter 24. Am I useless? The next morning, Yin Ran awoke feeling refreshed, capturing the attention of Hu Tong, who glanced at her multiple times. Based on the fluctuations of spiritual energy, it was evident that the girl was cultivating at an impressive pace. Remembering her earlier attempt to offer Yin Ran a cultivation technique, which had been declined, Hu Tong cautiously inquired, "What cultivation technique are you practicing?" Yin Ran hesitated for a moment in her movements before responding with a smile. "The supreme technique." "Really?" Yin Ran's eyes sparkled. Though she believed the Hongmeng Guiyuan Zhu to be formidable, she had never confirmed it. Hearing Hu Tong's words felt like a reassuring tonic. "So you are indeed remarkable, able to discern the quality of a technique merely from my energy absorption speed?" "Naturally. I am exceptional," Hu Tong replied with a proud sidelong glance at Yin Ran, then continued, "Generally speaking, the quality of a cultivation technique directly influences the speed of a practitioner's progress. The spiritual energy you absorbed last night was decent, indicating that the technique is commendable. That could also be attributed to my good aptitude. You are quite unmodest. However, in my eyes, your aptitude is merely average. Yin Ran curled her lips, intending to retort a few words. However, uncertain of her own abilities, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, she turned and exited the tent. After bidding farewell to xianxia and the others, she sought out an off-road vehicle in the town, filled it with fuel, and took along 2 extra barrels before departing with Hutong. As they watched the vehicle drive away, a soldier standing beside xianxia inquired with confusion, "Captain, why did we not retain that female student?" Indeed, she was a practitioner in her own right, and her strength was commendable. Yet, it was evident that traveling alone posed considerable danger for her. "Yes, we face such risks. Why should others not do the same?" xianxia sighed, aware that many soldiers in the camp harbored deep concerns for their families. Yet, as soldiers, their mission was to protect their homeland, leaving their familial worries to dwell silently in their hearts. "All right, let us hasten our preparations. We too must depart from this place." Meanwhile, within the off-road vehicle, Hutong observed her surroundings with curiosity before expressing her disdain. Although the speed is somewhat sluggish, and even the most basic yellow-tier magical tool pales in comparison, it can still serve as a means of transportation. Yin Ran shot her a reproachful glance. "You seem to find fault with everything. Is our Earth so undesirable? What is there to commend in this desolate land?" Hutong retorted, "I would inquire what your previous abode was like, then. For someone like you, this place might as well be paradise." Yin Ran regarded Hutong with skepticism, pondering the truth behind her words. "The realm I previously inhabited was imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy, far surpassing what you possess here by countless magnitudes. The spiritual herbs and fruits were inexhaustible, and the paradisiacal caves and blessed lands were plentiful. Would you not agree? Is it truly as splendid as you claim? If given the opportunity, I would certainly wish to see it for myself. And you?" Hutong cast a disdainful glance at Yin Ran. "What is it about me? Is there a problem? Leaving aside this realm, even venturing from this planet may not be within your capabilities." Hutong shot a sidelong glance at Yin Ran. "Do not underestimate humanity. We Earthlings have long been capable of departing our planet and traversing the cosmos." Hutong regarded her with skepticism. "Are you jesting? Such meager spiritual energy cannot possibly sustain a cultivator in reaching the void realm." "What is the void realm, you ask? You likely wouldn't comprehend. You would be hard-pressed to even cultivate to the golden core or nascent soul stage, let alone the subsequent realms." Hutong's tone dripped with disdain, inciting a visceral frustration within Yin Ran. "Just wait and see whether I can cultivate. Not only will I reach that so-called void realm, but I shall also far surpass you." Hutong scoffed, dismissing Yin Ran's words entirely, her irritating demeanor only fueling Yin Ran's resentment. "Buzz, buzz, buzz. What are you doing?" Hutong curiously inquired, eyeing the phone in Yin Ran's hand. "Making a call." Once the vehicle started, Yin Ran retrieved her phone, which had been out of battery for several months, to charge it. As the screen illuminated, she immediately began dialing. Fortunately, the service had not been suspended. The call could go through, but alas, the network was disrupted. The phone connected, yet no one answered, leaving Yin Ran in a state of anxious desperation. This directly propelled her to press the accelerator to its maximum, racing towards the land of Shu. Fortunately, at that moment, the national highway was devoid of other vehicles, allowing her passage to remain unobstructed. However, as she ventured farther from the Kunlun Mountains, the roads became increasingly treacherous, with wild grasses overtaking the surface, forcing Yin Ran to reduce her speed. She continued to drive by day and cultivate by night, encountering several assaults from demonic beasts along the way, all of which she swiftly dispatched, providing sustenance for her journey. The provisions she had previously prepared proved ineffective, as only the flesh of beasts imbued with spiritual energy or spirit fruits could truly satiate her hunger. While traversing a great mountain, Yin Ran suddenly slammed on the brakes, sending the unprepared Hutong crashing against the windshield. "Hey, what are you doing?" Hutong exclaimed, dazed and furious. I didn't mean to," Yin Ran replied, feeling guilty as she awkwardly touched her nose before quickly exiting the vehicle. Hutong slowly emerged, her expression still quite displeased. "Why have you stopped? It's not even evening yet. Let's go explore the mountain," Yin Ran declared, gripping her bone knife and striding towards the nearby peak. "I'm not going. If you wish to go, do so on your own." Hutong remained by the car, initially hoping for an apology from Yin Ran. But seeing that she had no intention of conceding, she reluctantly followed her as she began her ascent. Upon ascending the mountain, Yin Ran made her way directly towards the summit with remarkable speed. When faced with steep and perilous terrain, she deftly utilized the surrounding trees to scale the heights. Exhibiting an agility and lightness that astounded the fox spirit, Hutong, who followed closely behind. How could a mere first-level Qi practitioner possess such impressive skills? Could it be that her innate talent is indeed exceptional? Before long, Yin Ran arrived at the entrance of a stone cave at the mountain's peak. At that moment, a fierce battle was unfolding just outside the entrance, where a wild boar, nearly 5 to 6 meters in size, was locked in a ferocious struggle with a leopard measuring 3 to 4 meters. The surrounding vegetation lay in ruins, trampled by the chaos. The boar was immensely strong, while the leopard was agile. Neither could gain the upper hand, both covered in wounds. "You can't possibly be here to watch these two beasts fight," Hutong whispered as she stealthily approached Yin Ran. Yin Ran, however, ignored Hutong. Her mind focused on assessing the disparity between herself and the wild boar and the leopard. Upon noticing Yin Ran's contemplative expression, Hutong realized her intentions and couldn't help but deliver a discouraging remark. "Those two beasts have already reached the 3rd level of Qi practice. You are no match for them." Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be the case. However, once they were sufficiently weakened from their battle, the situation might change. "We still have some beast meat left, so why are you fixated on them?" Hutong inquired. Yin Ran shot a glance at Hutong without responding. The reason was obvious. She sought entry into the stone cave, for she had caught a whiff of the fragrant spirit fruits once more. "How can you call yourself a true practitioner when you are of no help at all?" Hutong lamented, feeling increasingly exasperated. After enduring Hutong's disdain throughout their journey, Yin Ran now regarded her with a hint of annoyance. "That's because I am injured, do you understand?" Hutong retorted, her voice laced with frustration. "I see you have nearly recovered," Yin Ran replied. After consuming the second Gu Yuan Dan, Hutong noticed a marked improvement in her injuries. Her previously dull and lifeless fur began to shine with a newfound luster. "You may only see the external wounds, but my internal injuries remain far from healed," Hutong retorted with irritation. "What internal injuries?" Yin Ran inquired, now acutely aware of the significance of the dantian to a cultivator, as it is one of the 2 fundamental sources of their power. How could you sustain such severe injuries? It was due to traversing the interface passage. The spatial storms within were exceedingly fierce. The recollection of navigating through that interface passage still sent shivers down Hutong's spine. "Is the interface passage the route from your previous realm to our current one? Do you think my injuries will mend so easily?" Hutong's expression turned wistful. "Finding spiritual herbs to restore my dantian, meridians, and vital organs was a challenge in my former realm, let alone in this savage land of yours." With that, Yin Ran found herself at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment, the wild boar and the flower leopard were nearing the conclusion of their fierce battle. Ultimately, the wild boar, leveraging its massive size, managed to overpower the leopard and pin it to the ground. Just as the wild boar prepared to enter the stone cave, Yin Ran leapt forward, wielding her cow bone knife with speed, precision, and ferocity, aiming for the creature's neck. The injured and unsuspecting wild boar could not evade this lethal strike. Nearly 2/3 of the knife blade embedded itself into its neck, blood gushing forth along the handle. Yet, even in such a grievous state, the wild boar refused to succumb and retaliated against Yin Ran. Yin Ran did not confront the wild boar head-on. Had she been struck by it, she would likely have suffered multiple broken bones. Instead, she decisively set aside her oxbone knife and swiftly dodged to the side, waiting for the boar to succumb to its excessive blood loss. The wild boar charged wildly at the mountain summit, its crimson eyes causing the entire forest to tremble, with several massive trees being violently struck. Despite the blood of the boar staining the ground, Yin Ran felt no turmoil within her. Her months spent on Kunlun Mountain were not in vain. At the very least, when hunting supernatural beasts, she bore no burden in her heart and could face the situation with calmness and composure. The tremors at the mountain peak persisted for over 10 minutes before the boar finally collapsed, trembling and unable to rise again. Only when the boar ceased even its faint grunts did Yin Ran cautiously approach, withdrawing her oxbone knife before stepping into the stone cave. The cave was not dark at all. In fact, it was quite illuminated. Yin Ran glanced around, but could not discern the source of the light. "You killed that wild boar just to enter this cave?" Hutong had initially intended to offer a mocking remark, but suddenly, sensing something, her expression shifted dramatically. a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes as she dashed deeper into the cave. Yin Ran hurriedly followed her. The further they ventured into the cave, the more abundant the spiritual energy became. Upon reaching the end, they discovered a stone trough, approximately half a meter in diameter, filled with a luminous white liquid. Spiritual liquid. Upon sighting it, Hu Tong rushed forward, eagerly drinking the liquid in large gulps. It was only after the liquid level had decreased by over 10 centimeters that she finally paused, satisfied. What are you consuming? What kind of spiritual fruit is this? In a swift motion, Hu Tong pounced forward, only to exhibit a faint disappointment upon discerning the true nature of the spirit fruit. I had anticipated something extraordinary, yet it turns out to be merely a body-refining fruit, she remarked. Is this fruit not desirable? With that, Yin Ran consumed another spirit fruit. Not at all. It simply holds no value for me. This fruit is specifically meant for body refinement. For cultivators in the qi refining stage, consuming it enhances physical strength. Indeed, Yin Ran nodded, acknowledging the fruit's efficacy. However, she noted that after ingesting the fruit, her body felt somewhat heated, leading to an uncomfortable profusion of sweat clinging to her skin. Within the stone cave, 5 body-refining fruits had grown in total, and Yin Ran eagerly devoured them all in one go, inquiring between bites, "Old fox, is it true that the greater a cultivator's physical strength, the better?" Hu Tong shot her a bemused glance, as if to say, is that not an obvious statement? Only with increased physical strength can one absorb greater amounts of spiritual energy. If a cultivator's physical fortitude fails to keep pace, an overabundance of spiritual energy can lead to detrimental consequences, ranging from foundational damage to catastrophic bodily explosion. Ah, I see. Yin Ran suddenly grasped the reason behind the division of spiritual energy into a portion for physical refinement during her cultivation of the Hongmeng Guyuanju. Is your abstention from that spiritual liquid related to this? Hu Tong, somewhat vexed, nodded in affirmation. Its dantian and meridians were significantly injured. Should it ingest an excess of spiritual liquid, the surging energy could potentially rupture its meridians. The significance of physical strength is indeed paramount. Alas, I possess only 5 body refinement fruits. How I wish for a few more, Yin Ran lamented. Upon hearing this, Hu Tong couldn't help but roll her eyes. Although the body refinement fruit is merely a first-tier spiritual fruit, it is not to be taken lightly. It is quite rare. Acquiring 5 of them is commendable. Even with just these 5, your physical strength will surpass that of others by several folds, allowing you to store a greater amount of spiritual energy within your body. Thus, when you encounter cultivators of the same tier in the future, having a greater reservoir of spiritual energy will enable you to outlast them, even if your combat prowess is lacking. Is it truly that formidable? Indeed it is. The body refinement fruit holds considerable value. Then I must seek out more body refinement fruits in the future. Hu Tong scoffed, finding it tedious to address the naive girl. In this desolate land, where spiritual energy is scarce, discovering 5 body refinement fruits during the qi refinement stage is a stroke of fortune, and to wish for more is but a dream. Ignoring Hu Tong's remarks, Yin Ran approached the stone trough, from which a significant portion of the spiritual liquid had already been consumed. Old fox, since you can no longer partake in this spiritual liquid, it shall all belong to me. Hu Tong scoffed, having previously found such liquid unworthy of her attention. It was merely liquefied spiritual essence, nothing of great value. We shall spend the night here. You will keep watch. For the past few days, Yin Ran drove during the day and cultivated at night, while Hu Tong rested during the day and kept watch at night. Their roles clearly defined in this partnership of one girl and one fox. Yin Ran did not consume the spiritual liquid in the stone trough as Hu Tong had done. Instead, she seated herself in meditation and began her cultivation. As the Beehive decision commenced its operation, the spiritual energy within the cave surged toward her like a tidal wave. Realizing that the spiritual energy absorbed into her body was not being diverted to refine her physical form, a thought struck Yin Ran. If her physical strength were sufficiently robust, all the absorbed spiritual energy could be utilized for expanding her qi and consciousness. This revelation promised to significantly accelerate her cultivation speed. She concluded that she must seek out more spiritual fruits and herbs to enhance her physical strength. After all, the lotus pod within her dantian was siphoning away a considerable amount of spiritual energy, which directly hindered her progress. Feeling the tumult of spiritual energy in the cave and observing the gradual depletion of the liquid in the stone trough, Hu Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. When the last drop of spiritual liquid was finally absorbed, Yan opened her eyes, feeling invigorated. This session of cultivation had more than doubled the size of her Dantian's Qi Si and consciousness Si, significantly enhancing her internal vision. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with Hu Tong's astonished expression. Could it be that you truly possess a complete spiritual root? Hu Tong stammered. Well, what do you think? Yan replied with a playful smile. Hu Tong's expression was one of mixed emotions. So my aptitude is indeed commendable, isn't it? She remarked, observing Yan's pleased demeanor. Is my aptitude truly lacking? Hu Tong's gaze turned sympathetic as she regarded Yan, causing a flutter in Yan's heart. Do you genuinely believe that having more spiritual roots is always better? Certainly not. The quantity of spiritual roots can be either advantageous or disadvantageous, depending on the context. In my previous realm, someone like you would be considered an unparalleled genius, destined to ascend the supreme path as long as they do not falter along the way. However, in this desolate land, such a person would be deemed utterly inept. Chapter 25, Geological Movements. What do you mean? Please clarify your words. Seeing Hu Tong's unwavering conviction, Yan felt a twinge of worry and urgency. Ever since she discovered her potential for cultivation, she believed her aptitude to be commendable. Even if she were not a prodigy, she certainly could not be classified as a failure, especially since she could sense spiritual fruits that others could not. I ask you, what do you think spiritual roots are? Hu Tong, unusually serious, gazed intently at Yan. Yan shook her head. She had only heard of spiritual roots from Professor Su and others. She had never contemplated what they truly were, only knowing that without spiritual roots, one could not cultivate. Spiritual roots serve as the bridge for practitioners to communicate with the heavens and the earth. Each type of spiritual root can absorb only a corresponding type of natural spiritual energy. Ignoring external factors, it is inherently better to possess more spiritual roots, as this facilitates a more comprehensive absorption of natural energies, thereby enhancing one's understanding of the laws of the universe and leading to the attainment of the supreme path. Throughout history, the vast majority of cultivators have perished, having failed to grasp the principles of the universe, leaving this world with deep regrets. Thus, beings endowed with numerous spiritual roots can undoubtedly be regarded as favored by the celestial order. Yan, if that is the case, does it not imply that my aptitude is rather exceptional? However, this premise hinges upon the presence of a sufficiently rich aura in your surroundings to support your cultivation. In this desolate land, where the spiritual energy is so sparse, even achieving the foundational stage and forming a core is exceedingly challenging, let alone the subsequent advancements which require an immeasurable amount of spiritual energy. To illustrate, if a practitioner with a single spiritual root were to absorb the essence within this stone trough, they could effortlessly ascend from the first layer of Qi refinement to the latter stages, perhaps even reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Yet, in your case, after consuming such a considerable amount of spiritual liquid, you have only progressed from the first to the third layer of Qi refinement. This stark contrast speaks volumes. The spiritual energy you require to advance is several times more than that of others, and this is merely within the Qi refinement realm. As for the future stages of foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul, one must ponder the extent of spiritual energy consumption you will face. How long will it take you to accumulate such an abundance of spiritual energy? Although cultivators enjoy a lifespan longer than that of ordinary mortals, they too are bound by the limits of longevity. The pinnacle of Qi refinement typically allows for a lifespan of just over a century. And among those with multiple spiritual roots, very few can establish their foundation before their lifespan is exhausted. If this is the case, then are practitioners with multiple spiritual roots truly devoid of hope? Yan felt a surge of anxiety. Could she truly be so unfortunate? Had she been overly greedy on the cloud ladder? Should she not have consumed so many spiritual fruits? Yet, had she refrained from eating at that time, how would she have found the strength to ascend to the cloud palace? As Yan appeared visibly anxious, Hu Tong, unable to bear further disheartening her, offered a somewhat insincere consolation, remarking that what the old man stated was merely the general case. Exceptions do exist. If one's fortune is sufficiently robust and one can procure an ample supply of rare treasures from heaven and earth, one might indeed compensate for certain innate deficiencies. However, Yan's mood did not improve with these words. Feeling quite indignant, she muttered under her breath, questioning the fairness of the notion that in their realm, Possessing multiple spiritual roots equated to genius, while in hers, it rendered one a failure. She dismissed Hutong's reassurances and strode purposefully toward the cave's exit. Throughout their journey, Yin Ran remained silent, gripping the steering wheel tightly, her brow furrowed in concentration. Hutong, perceiving her discontent, wisely refrained from provoking her. After a considerable pause, Hutong finally broke the silence, commenting, "You seem to carry an unusual scent." Upon hearing this, Yin Ran's expression stiffened. Having consumed the body-refining fruit, she had sweated profusely, leaving behind a lingering odor as the perspiration dried. "Endure it. There is no place to freshen up now. Are you not a young lady?" Hutong exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Yin Ran. "Isn't it customary for young girls to maintain cleanliness? The maidens of the Fox clan, for instance, tend to their first several times a day." "Indeed," Yin Ran replied. "Then, do you not possess any cleansing spells?" Hutong inquired, her gaze sharpened. "If you relinquish that last solidifying essence pill to me, I shall impart to you a few spells." After a moment of contemplation, Hutong spoke again, her eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. Yin Ran felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart, judging by the condition of Fox Tong's recovery. This elixir must be exceedingly precious. However, considering that Fox Tong was now her companion, she ultimately decided to part with the Gu Yuan Dan, tossing it to Fox Tong. After receiving the elixir, Fox Tong proved to be trustworthy and promptly imparted the techniques of the purification spell, as well as the fundamental arts of water, fire, metal, earth, and wood manipulation to Yin Ran. Although these spells were merely rudimentary, one should not underestimate them. Mastering them to perfection could rival the potency of more advanced spells. Fox Tong took the time to clarify this point. As a novice embarking on the path of immortality, Yin Ran, still naive to the intricacies of cultivation, certainly did not dismiss these spells. She eagerly immersed herself in her studies. It was as if she possessed an innate ability to manipulate the ethereal energies surrounding her. In no time at all, Yin Ran was executing the spells with remarkable finesse, which astonished Fox Tong once again. Following her surprise, a profound sympathy enveloped Fox Tong. Such a pity, to be born in an age of missed opportunities. Had she been in her previous vast realm, she would have undoubtedly sought to take this girl as her disciple, rather than casually bestowing upon her a handful of commonplace spells. Unbeknownst to Fox Tong, Yin Ran's attention was fully absorbed in mastering the spells. With a surge of spiritual energy, she felt a refreshing wave envelop her, leaving her feeling entirely cleansed. "This purification spell is truly convenient. I shall no longer need to bathe or do laundry," Yin Ran exclaimed with a bright smile. Having learned a few spells significantly lifted her spirits, and she gradually came to terms with the notion that even if her future cultivation journey proved to be arduous, it was still far superior to her previous state of being unable to cultivate at all. As long as she perseveres, refusing to surrender or succumb to despair, who can predict how far she may ultimately reach? Just as she was about to enter the territory of Shu, Yin Ran spotted a convoy approaching from the opposite direction, comprising dozens of vehicles that stretched along the road. The sight of these vehicles brought a smile to Yin Ran's face. Since leaving Kunlun Mountain, aside from Qin Shua and a few others, she had not encountered anyone else. Before long, she joined the convoy. "Have you come from Kunlun Mountain?" Chen Yong, the convoy leader, regarded Yin Ran with astonishment. In this current climate, where news travels swiftly, everyone was flocking towards the Kunlun region. Yet here was someone who dared to venture the opposite way. "My dear fellow, I would advise you to reconsider. Traveling through Shu is fraught with peril. Several tunnels have collapsed, and many roads have been overtaken by malevolent flora, rendering them impassable." Chen Yong cautioned her. Malevolent flora? This term had only recently been standardized, referring to those plants that, like humans, could absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. They were dubbed demonic plants. Conversely, creatures that could also absorb spiritual energy for their development were referred to as demonic beasts. The world has become exceedingly treacherous. Both demonic plants and beasts now actively assault humans. It is far too dangerous for a young girl like you to travel alone. You should accompany us to Kunlun Mountain. Do you dare to journey alone? Are you a cultivator? Chen Yong inquired, probing gently. "Yes," Yin Ran replied without hesitation, nodding her head. No wonder she exuded such confidence. Chen Yong scrutinized the youthful Yin Ran, his demeanor shifting to one of greater seriousness. After gathering information about the road conditions, Yin Ran ultimately decided to part ways with the convoy. Not far from the convoy, Yin Ran suddenly felt a tremor. Hutong, seated in the passenger seat, sprang to her feet, her entire body tensed, exuding an air of impending catastrophe. Hurry, accelerate away from here. Without a moment's hesitation, Xianxia pressed the accelerator to the floor, steering towards the direction where the demonic beast fled up the mountain. Hutong shouted urgently. In an instant, as the ground began to quake, the surrounding forest erupted into chaos. Countless creatures startled into flight, all rushing in unison towards a singular direction. Boom, boom, boom. Dust filled the air, and stones flew like arrows. The mountains began to crumble, the earth started to sink, and deep fissures spread across the land like a spider's web. The entire scene resembled the onset of an apocalypse. Simultaneously, the tectonic plates of the world trembled violently. Innumerable mountains and rivers vanished in an instant, only to be replaced by a myriad of new formations. At that moment, the plates seemed to undergo a profound reorganization. Chapter 26. Man conquers nature. Giant trees toppled with thunderous crashes. Massive boulders soared through the air, and the ground heaved and swayed. One side collapsed while another fissured, leaving Xianxia, who was navigating the terrain, tense and drenched in sweat. The off-road vehicle reached its maximum speed, swerving left to evade descending rocks and veering right to dodge the suddenly collapsing trees. The entire vehicle felt as if it were engaged in a breathtaking and perilous drift. A deep rumble echoed as Xianxia drove forward. The ground beneath her suddenly fissured, a sight that filled her with dread. To her astonishment, the crack widened and lengthened at an alarming rate, expanding from half a meter to several meters in the blink of an eye, with no signs of stopping. Glancing back at the collapsing terrain, beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead without respite. If the earth were to collapse beneath her, would it mean her demise? Quick! She must dash ahead, or they would all be entombed here. Hutong's face reflected sheer terror, her nerves taut to the breaking point. Having barely escaped the clutches of the spatial storm, she had no desire to perish in the throes of a ground fissure. Frustratingly, although her injuries had stabilized, she was still unable to harness her spiritual power. A moment's carelessness could lead to ruptured meridians, leaving her in such a wretched state. Xianxia felt an overwhelming tension, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. The atmosphere was thick with anxiety. The emergence of the crack had effectively intercepted countless fleeing beasts. Except for a few formidable creatures that managed to leap over, most lingered hesitantly at the crack's edge, surveying the multitude of beasts surrounding her. Xianxia instinctively swallowed hard. She had never imagined that the once serene and tranquil forest harbored such a plethora of creatures. Gradually, some beasts could no longer restrain themselves and began to retreat, then suddenly lunged across to the other side of the fissure. A cacophony of roars erupted as some creatures leaped successfully, yet the majority plummeted into the abyss of the gaping black chasm. As Xianxia approached within a mere 10 meters of the chasm, she abruptly slammed on the brakes, at which point the fissure had widened to nearly 10 meters. With a relentless roar, she pressed the accelerator to its maximum, gripping the steering wheel tightly, and surged forward like an arrow released from its bow towards the opposite side of the crack. As she crossed the edge of the chasm, time seemed to suspend. Apart from the pounding of her own heart, the world was enveloped in silence. She felt as though she was soaring, her gaze fixated solely on the receding ground ahead. Bang, bang, bang. The world sprang back to life, and Xianxia was instantly engulfed in a dizzying whirl as the off-road vehicle vaulted over the chasm. Upon landing, the sheer force of impact sent the vehicle into a series of violent flips, only halting its tumultuous motion when it was still a considerable distance from the chasm's edge. After what felt like an eternity, Xianxia, dazed and seeing stars, managed to crawl out of the vehicle, her forehead and hands smeared with blood. Help! Help! The anguished cries of those in several vehicles that had plummeted into the seemingly bottomless chasm echoed back, reverberating through the air with an unending despair. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Xianxia's complexion drained of color. The ground on her side had ceased its collapse, but a voice imbued with a mixture of relief and exhilaration pierced through to her ears. This was swiftly followed by the heart-wrenching wails of others. But what about those who remain on the other side? My parents are still over there. My daughter as well. And my son. The cries of anguish resonated in unison. This group of individuals, having narrowly escaped death, had yet to savor the relief of survival, only to confront the sorrow of their loved one's demise. At this moment, the chasm had widened to nearly 20 meters, leaving little chance for the vehicles across the divide to traverse safely. Compounding their misfortune, the ground beneath the group behind them continued to crumble. threatening to collapse toward their position imminently. "Boss, what shall we do?" a young man asked Xianxia anxiously, his gaze fixed in terror upon the ground that was steadily giving way, his legs trembling visibly. "We charge ahead." Although Xianxia did not exhibit the same level of fear and urgency as the young man, his expression bore the strain of the moment. Even one accustomed to the tempest of life could not suppress a chill of dread when faced with mortality. Yet, we were nearly 20 meters away from the other side. It was impossible to dash across. Now, we had no choice but to gamble. If we charged, perhaps a sliver of hope remained. If we stayed, only a dead end awaited. Those willing to follow me, board the truck. Those unwilling, do as you wish. Upon uttering these words, Xianxia climbed into his vehicle. After a brief moment of waiting, seeing no one boarding the truck, he ignited the engine, reversing to prepare for a full-speed dash toward the other side. Observing this, the bold among the crowd followed suit, while the timid remained frozen, as if awaiting the inevitable approach of death. Across the chasm, all eyes were fixed anxiously on the vehicles poised for the charge, and Ran was no exception. "Let us proceed. There is nothing worth viewing here. Merely a futile struggle against impending doom." As Hutong observed Ran standing motionless, she urged her to move. "How can you be so certain? What if?" Hutong's nonchalant demeanor elicited a frown from Ran. In this world, how can there be so many what-ifs? Hutong cast a glance at Ran and cautioned, "Do not blame me for not warning you. You are now a cultivator and can no longer afford to entertain the delusion of luck in the face of peril. Otherwise, you may not even comprehend how your demise will unfold." This statement rendered Ran silent, though her expression remained skeptical. She glanced at the cars that had begun their charge and swiftly retrieved 2 vines from beside her feet, addressing Hutong. "I recall a saying, man can conquer nature. Until the very end, how can anyone claim to know the outcome?" With that, she dashed towards the edge of the chasm, vines in hand. Meanwhile, several vehicles had already burst forth from the opposite side. A few had surged forward over 10 meters, yet perhaps sensing the futility of leaping across. They suddenly stalled mid-flight, losing their momentum and plummeting downward. Indeed, fortune often favors those who refuse to yield until the last moment. Just as everyone believed no vehicle could possibly bridge the gap, 2 vines suddenly shot forth, elongating in midair and accurately ensnaring 2 trucks. As the vines ensnared the vehicles, Ran immediately yanked them towards her. Bang! Bang! The onlookers could only perceive a blur as the 2 trucks crashed to the ground, creating a tremendous din whoosh. Whoosh. After the vehicle landed, Ran did not pause, once again casting her vines towards the other vehicles leaping through the air. This time, nearly 10 vehicles surged forward. With the exception of the initial 3 or 4 that had fallen, the rest had all been pulled in by Ran. However, as the vehicles were drawn closer, Ran felt her strength waning. Each vehicle contained over 10 individuals, and the exertion required to pull them had nearly drained her of all her energy. Her arms had become stiff and numb from the strain. Chapter 27. Spiritual veins. The ground opposite collapsed with a thunderous roar, leaving behind a chasm thousands of meters wide, effectively severing the magnificent and sprawling Kunlun Mountain range from the other side. After a considerable time, the crowd, having just endured a harrowing trial of life and death, began to react, erupting into loud cries, tears of joy for their miraculous survival, and sorrow for the lost loved ones and friends. You meddle too much in others' affairs. You may find yourself suffering the consequences in the future, Hutong remarked, noticing Ran's sympathetic gaze towards the grieving individuals. Ran immediately turned to Hutong, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, "If those people were a group of foxes, would you still say the same? Would you remain indifferent and refuse to help?" Hutong paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding, "I would naturally assess the situation. How do you know that I have not already analyzed the circumstances?" She continued. Given her secure environment and her capacity to save, why should she not extend a helping hand to those in need? "Very well, I cannot argue with you," Hutong conceded, "but I must still caution you. While you may save others, they may not necessarily express gratitude in return. The path of cultivation is a long one, and the ungrateful and the self-serving are countless. You will come to realize this in due time. Whether others feel gratitude towards me is of little consequence. It suffices that I remain true to my own heart. Had she not intervened today, perhaps she would not have exhausted her spiritual energy, yet her heart would remain restless. Nevertheless, she understands that Hutong acts in her best interest, sharing invaluable survival experiences from her cultivation journey. With a gentle tone, she expressed her gratitude, assuring, "Thank you for your reminder. I shall hold it close to my heart." Huatong merely pursed her lips, choosing not to elaborate further. Moments later, Yin Ran seemed to sense something, hastily approaching the edge of the cliff, gazing down into the abyss that appeared as a ferocious beast ready to devour her. She felt a shift in her demeanor. The spiritual energy here was remarkably rich. Since embarking on her cultivation journey, Yin Ran had developed an innate ability to discern the density of spiritual energy in the air. Since leaving Kunlun Mountain, she had not encountered such a profound concentration of spiritual essence. No, the energy here surpassed that of Kunlun Mountain. It seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss. At some point, Huatong had approached, her expression contemplative as she regarded the chasm, evidently aware of the changes in the spiritual energy. Such a dense concentration of energy. Could it be that a spiritual vein lies at the abyss's bottom? What is a spiritual vein? Yin Ran inquired without hesitation. A spiritual vein is the essence that nurtures the world's spiritual energy. To think that such a barren land could harbor a spiritual vein is astonishing, Huatong responded incredulously. Are spiritual veins rare? Yin Ran asked. Indeed, the reason spiritual energy can circulate endlessly in the world is due to the existence of spiritual veins. If a realm is devoid of spiritual veins or if they have run dry, it will not endure for long. It will inevitably succumb to desolation as its spiritual energy dissipates. Moreover, the spiritual stones and crystals that cultivators typically utilize for their practice are sourced from spiritual mines, which themselves are birthed from the nurturing of spiritual veins. One must ponder the significance of these veins. Fox Tong cast an exasperated glance at Yin Ran. Even a Star Lord of the first rank would be captivated by the sight of a spiritual vein, though alas, it is unfortunate. A look of regret crossed Fox Tong's face. What is unfortunate? Yin Ran inquired. There are spiritual veins below. Can you venture down? Even if you could, would you be able to obtain anything? In response to Yin Ran's demeanor, Fox Tong also prostrated on the ground, beginning to channel her cultivation method. Meanwhile, Yin Ran and Fox Tong were engrossed in their training. On the other side, the others gradually emerged from their shock and sorrow. Boss, what is that girl doing? One asked. She must be cultivating, replied a lean, bespectacled elder who approached. Cultivating? Shen Yong's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting she possesses a technique? Most likely. The elder nodded. As a biologist, he had been engaged in the study of spiritual energy since the great upheaval of Earth, thus possessing greater knowledge regarding cultivation than the average person. The elder then shifted his gaze to Fox Tong, noting that the red fox was extraordinary, seemingly having attained spiritual intelligence. What? Chen Yong and his subordinates were astonished. They had heard of the rarity and preciousness of spirit beasts that had awakened their intelligence, and it was thanks to this elder that they were even aware of it. Nowadays, apart from the Tao Alliance and a few immensely powerful families, ordinary individuals rarely had the opportunity to encounter such spirit beasts. It seems we have encountered a person of significance on this occasion, Chen Yong remarked, his eyes gleaming as he regarded Yin Ran. As time progresses, the abyss no longer continues to exude spiritual energy, and the ethereal essence in the air gradually thins. After expanding the energy reservoir within her dantian, Yin Ran slowly opened her eyes. Observing Yin Ran's puzzled gaze towards the abyss, Huatong explained that the previous fissure had allowed some spiritual energy from the veins below to escape. Now that the rift had settled, naturally, no further energy would seep forth. Following Yin Ran's line of sight, Huatong spotted a tender green sapling, over a meter tall, nestled within a concave cliff. The small tree was adorned with more than a dozen shimmering black spiritual fruits. Upon sighting the fruits, Huatong's pupils constricted in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Universal spiritual fruits." Noticing Huatong's excitement, Yin Ran hurriedly inquired, "What purpose do these fruits serve?" Huatong replied, "These are formless spiritual fruits, consumable by all cultivators. They not only replenish spiritual energy, but also nurture and strengthen the meridians and dantian, making them exceedingly rare and precious." Moreover, Huatong added, her voice trembling slightly, "The universal spiritual fruits possess healing properties, beneficial for treating injuries." In a mere moment, they had discovered both the spiritual veins and the universal spiritual fruits. Was this truly the desolate land they had perceived? How could a genuine wasteland yield such extraordinary treasures? The greater the dantian, the wider the energy reservoir one can cultivate. The larger the reservoir, the more stable the foundation. The broader and more resilient the meridians, the more spiritual energy they can sustain. When absorbing spiritual energy, the speed increases. When unleashing spiritual power, the potency intensifies. Let us gather the fruits. Upon finishing her words, Yanran dashed towards the location where the spiritual fruit was said to grow. This time, Hutong exhibited an even greater enthusiasm than she, moving with remarkable speed. However, when they reached the precipice where the spiritual fruit flourished several dozen meters below, both human and fox furrowed their brows in concern. The fruit was precariously situated at the cliff's edge, making it exceedingly difficult to harvest. A moment's inattention could lead to a perilous fall into the abyss. Moreover, they were not alone at the cliff's edge. Others were present as well. Utilize the vines to descend and gather the fruit. I shall keep watch from above, Hutong suggested, casting a glance at the group nearby who were observing them. After a moment of contemplation, Yanran agreed to Hutong's proposal. Wait, what is the plan for dividing the harvest? Hutong inquired. Yanran appeared momentarily taken aback. The entire spiritual fruit is of use to me as well. Then we shall split it evenly, Yanran replied casually. Upon hearing this, Hutong's expression flickered briefly before a smile slowly emerged in her eyes. She had initially thought Yanran would only offer her 1 or 2 fruits, especially since she was currently unable to wield spiritual power. Although she would be keeping watch, she felt that her assistance would be minimal. Watching Yanran descend the vines without hesitation stirred a feeling of nostalgia within Hutong. It had been a long time since she had encountered such sincerity in a person. The path of cultivation, while seemingly glamorous, was fraught with peril and adversity. Many cultivators would resort to fierce conflict over even the slightest resource for their practice, sometimes resulting in the loss of life. Since embarking on her journey of exploration, she has encountered mostly calculating cultivators. Individuals indifferent to gains and losses are indeed exceedingly rare. Yet, will she remain this way indefinitely? It is unlikely, or rather, it is certain that she will not. Having only recently begun her path of cultivation, she remains oblivious to the arduous nature of acquiring cultivation resources and the treachery of human hearts. At this moment, she may not fully grasp the preciousness of the all-spirit fruits. Who can say whether she will later regret sharing these all-spirit fruits with me? Chapter 28. A shift in mindset. As Yanran descended the vine to the precipice below, Chen had already taken notice. Boss, why did that girl jump off the cliff? Exclaimed a young man, astonished. Let us go see, Chen replied, his expression shifting. And he promptly led several subordinates toward Hutong's location, while the bespectacled elder hurriedly followed. Observing the approaching humans, Hutong narrowed her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of coldness crossing her gaze. As Chen drew within mere meters of her, Hutong crouched low, her silken fur bristling instantaneously, emitting a series of low, rumbling growls. The elder, upon witnessing Hutong's demeanor, immediately cautioned Chen and the others. Everyone, be careful. That fox seems poised to attack us. Upon seeing the ragged metal weapons clutched by the humans, Hutong's expression turned scornful. Indeed, the wilderness remains wild. And these cultivators lack even a decent magical artifact. Boss, it seems we are being looked down upon, one subordinate remarked. Chen shot a glare at the speaker. He was not blind. The derision on the red fox's face was unmistakable, evident to anyone with eyes to see. To be scorned by a fox that once existed solely as a pet is truly disheartening. However, the onlookers were astonished to witness such a humanized side of the red fox. Although most animals have transformed into ferocious beasts, the group had only encountered those driven by instinctual aggression. They had never before encountered a creature of such intelligence. Unaware of the red fox's capabilities, Chen and his companions hesitated to act, resulting in a standoff at the edge of the cliff. After a span of over 10 minutes, the vines tethered to the massive boulder at the cliff's edge began to sway violently. Chen and his companions approached to investigate, only to be halted once more by Hutong. With a swift motion, Yanran, who was several meters away from the cliff's edge, used the tension of the vines to nimbly leap onto the precipice. What are you all doing? Upon seeing the weapons in Chen hands, Yanran's expression soured instantly. Please do not misunderstand. We merely noticed your sudden leap off the cliff and thought you might be in danger, which is why we came to see if you required assistance, Chen quickly explained, gesturing for his subordinates to sheath their weapons. Yanran glanced down at Hutong, who wore a mocking smile and furrowed her brow slightly. I do not require any assistance. With that, she brushed past Chen and his group, striding toward her off-road vehicle. Observing this, Hutong followed promptly, turning back to sneer at Chen and the others before departing. Do you possess a wind spirit root? Hutong caught up with Yin and immediately inquired, harboring doubts about her claim of possessing a complete spiritual root, suspecting instead that she had multiple roots. Though the specifics eluded him, the earlier scene of Yin leaping from the cliff had left him momentarily awestruck. What is the matter? Prior to advancing to the foundational stage, cultivators are unable to fly due to insufficient spiritual energy within them, with the exception of those with wind spiritual roots. Although you jumped using the vines, I sensed a hint of wind manipulation in your actions. Upon hearing Hudong's words, Yan's eyes sparkled. She had felt a subtle change within herself as her energy reservoir expanded, making her increasingly light and agile. You previously introduced me to the fundamental 5 elemental spells. Do you possess any wind manipulation techniques? None, Hutong interrupted, shaking her head. Do you think mutated spiritual roots are as common as cabbages? Among thousands of cultivators, it is rare to find even one with a mutated root, and their legacies are even more elusive. Disappointment washed over Yin. If she could master the art of wind manipulation, she could soar freely through the heavens and earth. An exhilarating thought that now seemed out of reach. The vehicle is beyond repair. We must continue on foot, she sighed, gazing at the wreckage of the off-road vehicle. Fortunately, your injuries have nearly healed, and you can walk on your own now. Despite her petite size, Hutong was far from lightweight. Carrying her down from Kunlun Mountain had exhausted Yin. Hutong shot a glare at Yin, questioning the tone of her words. Was she expressing disdain? He, a distinguished individual, had not yet expressed disdain for her, yet she dared to show contempt for him. It was truly infuriating. As Yin ran prepared to set forth, she suddenly found herself at a loss for direction. Due to the prior tectonic shifts, the majority of the landscape had transformed dramatically. Many mountains and forests, previously of modest elevation, now loomed like colossal barriers across the earth. Yin Ran lowered her head in contemplation for a moment, surveying the drastically altered geography, and ultimately nodded. In the past, he would have faced such changes without fear, but now, the creatures of the forest had morphed into demonic beasts, and various plants had become sinister flora, concealing dangers at every turn. Although this young woman was not particularly old, her skills were remarkably adept, providing the group with a greater sense of security. Furthermore, this red fox, astonishingly capable of speech, left Chun Yong utterly astounded. A talking fox must possess strength surpassing that of the young woman. The journey ahead, however, was fraught with challenges. The altered terrain necessitated more time to traverse, and the aggression of the demonic beasts had intensified, their power burgeoning. Throughout their travels, Yin Ran and her companions found themselves in near-constant combat with these beasts. Upon entering the territory of Shu, the group had nearly halved in number. During their evening encampment, Yin Ran approached Qin Yang, suggesting, "We should part ways tomorrow." Why? Before Qin Yang could voice his inquiry, many around them rose to their feet. Throughout this journey, it had become evident to all that the only one among them with superior strength was Yin Ran. Her departure would render their situation even more perilous. You are destined for Shuqing, while I am bound for Langqing. Our paths diverge. Shuqing lies to the north of the Shu territory, whereas Langqing is situated to the south. Once she enters the Shu territory, she will discern the general direction, yet the formidable presence of the demonic beasts compels her to accompany them for a few additional days. But what shall we do if you leave us behind? Indeed, you cannot simply abandon us. Would that not be tantamount to sentencing us to death? Might you not journey with us to Shuqing? Alternatively, could you escort us to Shuqing first before proceeding to Langqing? Upon uttering these words, a chorus of agreement erupted among the crowd, yet Qin Yang, standing nearby, felt a surge of dread in his heart. In this age, no one relishes being morally coerced. As anticipated, Yin Ran scoffed, her expression one of bemusement as she glanced at the middle-aged man who had spoken. She recalled that he always cowered behind others during demonic beast assaults. Rest assured, I shall not let you go empty-handed. Once we reach Shuqing, I will ensure you receive compensation. And what manner of payment do you propose? Money? Does currency still hold value in this world? Yin Ran inquired with a hint of amusement. How could it not? Money is perpetually of utmost utility. Then keep it for yourself. With that, Yin Ran stood and departed. As she walked away, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. I warned you that this endeavor would be a thankless task. Hutong observed Yin Ran with a glimmer of schadenfreude, reminding her that she should have heeded the advice to distance herself from this burdensome lot. Hutong paid no mind to whether Yin Ran was listening or not, and continued speaking to herself. You must understand that one should associate with those of their own kind. Now that you are a cultivator, Remaining among a group of mortals will not only hinder your cultivation, but also burden you further. Look at yourself. Over the past half-month, has your cultivation made any progress? Your pace has already been slow enough, and if you do not exert more effort, by the time your lifespan is exhausted, you may not even succeed in establishing your foundation. Have you not noticed that recently, dealing with the beastly creatures has become increasingly strenuous for you? While the beasts are advancing, you remain stagnant. As time passes, the gap will only widen. If this continues, you may lose even the ability to protect yourself. While Hu Tong spoke, Yin Ran remained silent with her eyes shut. After a considerable pause, she finally replied, "We shall depart early tomorrow morning." That is the correct attitude. The realm of cultivation is one where the survival of the fittest prevails. It is a natural law, devoid of right or wrong. The strong among humanity can hunt the beasts, and conversely, the powerful beasts can slay humans. The world is rife with frail beings, and in time, you will realize that saving them is often futile, unless you possess transcendent strength. Until then, focus on safeguarding yourself. The following morning, Yin Ran glanced at the others and swiftly departed with Hu Tong. How can one be so selfish? She thought. It is a classic case of self-interest, indifferent to the plight of others. Truly, it is heartless. After walking several hundred meters, Yin Ran could still hear some murmurs of discontent directed at her. In the past, such remarks might have stung her, but now she felt nothing but relief. In this world, who could truly rely on others for a lifetime, if not oneself? Chapter 29. An empty abode. Langxing, located at the southern tip of Shu, is a small county town. After parting ways with Qian Yong and his group, Yin Ran swiftly made her way with Hu Tong, weaving through the various forests and mountains. Both she and the fox moved stealthily, striving to avoid any encounters with demonic beasts. Unless confronted directly, they refrained from initiating any attacks. This strategy significantly increased their speed compared to before. Following the geological upheaval, many of the original paths had vanished, leaving Yin Ran to navigate based on a general sense of direction. Suddenly, while passing through a canyon, Hu Tong called out to her, "What is it?" "There's a xianxia tree here." Hu Tong dashed towards a tree as thick as a human thigh, its trunk a reddish-brown. "What is the significance of this tree?" The xianxia tree serves as a primary material for crafting wooden boxes and containers, preserving the vitality of the spiritual herbs and fruits contained within. Hu Tong circled the xianxia tree, her expression tinged with regret. What a pity, this tree is too young. Still, having it is better than not at all. Although its efficacy may be limited, it is far superior to carelessly stowing spiritual fruits in one's clothing. Previously, Yin Ran had placed all the spiritual fruits she had gathered directly into her backpack, which prompted Hu Tong to mutter her discontent throughout their journey. Upon finishing her words, Hu Tong abruptly snapped the xianxia with a resounding crack. With nimble claws, she gestured for a moment, and soon, several exquisitely crafted wooden boxes materialized. Following this, a cluster of crimson flames flickered to life in her paw, and with a gentle breath directed at the boxes, they soared into the air. As the wooden boxes hovered aloft, Hu Tong waved her claw, sending the red flames spiraling toward them. The flames danced around the boxes like lively sprites, and in the blink of an eye, the previously pristine wooden containers took on an ancient, time-worn appearance. Had Yin Ran not witnessed this transformation firsthand, one might have believed these boxes had existed for countless years. What sorcery is this? If you are unaware, refrain from making baseless claims. Observing Yin Ran's astonished and admiring expression, Hu Tong's demeanor shifted to one of pride. Indeed, the practitioners of the wild lands were rather unenlightened, easily awed by a simple display of skill. Mark my words, what I demonstrated was not a spell but a process of artifact refinement. Do not err in your words in the future, lest you embarrass yourself. Artifact refinement? Yin Ran's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Alas, if only my refining furnace still remained. These boxes could have been crafted with even greater finesse. Yet, for now, I must make do with what I have. Hu Tong cast a dissatisfied glance at the wooden boxes on the ground. Surprisingly, you possess such abilities. Might you impart some knowledge to me? Hu Tong regarded Yin Ran with an odd expression. Very well, considering your ignorance, I shall not hold it against you. However, do not speak of such matters to other practitioners in the future. Have I spoken incorrectly? Noticing Hu Tong's serious countenance, Yin Ran felt a twinge of unease. Are you unaware that the teachings of the Tao are not meant to be passed on to just anyone, and that the methods of cultivation should not be divulged to the unworthy? To recklessly allow others to impart their skills or techniques to you is a grave transgression. I certainly would not do so for others. But what about you? If you wish to learn my crafting techniques, you must first acknowledge me as your master. Is it truly that troublesome? Troublesome. Huatong's expression was even more exaggerated than Yin Ran's. Do you think that the transfer of such knowledge is a trivial matter? Those who have mastered profound arts do not simply share their lifelong learning with outsiders. Dream on. From your demeanor, it seems you may not hold me in high regard. Let me tell you, there are countless individuals from various clans wishing to study under me, yet with your aptitude, I would hardly consider you worthy. Huatong spoke with palpable indignation. Yin Ran recoiled slightly, wondering why such a simple inquiry warranted such a loud outburst. Casting a timid glance at the fuming Huatong, she cautiously inquired, "Then how did you manage to impart the 5 elements technique to me earlier?" The 5 elements technique is the most fundamental spell in the realm of cultivation. Nearly everyone possesses this knowledge, Huatong blurted out, only to regret her words immediately. So, it was mere common fare you imparted to me. Noticing Yin Ran's discontented gaze, Huatong's earlier bravado diminished. Did I not mention that mastering the 5 elements technique is not inferior to other spells? Humph. Yin Ran still wore an expression of displeasure. Very well. Quickly place all the spirit fruits from your backpack into the wooden box, for if you do not, the essence of the fruits will eventually dissipate. Huatong hastily shifted the topic. Yin Ran shot a glance at Huatong before picking up the wooden box. As she placed the spirit fruit inside, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her. Old fox, do you possess any spatial equipment like a storage ring? Huatong looked at Yin Ran in astonishment, impressed that she even knew about storage spaces. Do you really have one? Yin Ran's expression brightened. It seemed that her readings of immortal fantasy novels had proven somewhat useful. Indeed, I had one, Huatong replied, but regrettably, it was destroyed by a spatial storm while passing through the interface passage. The mere mention of this caused a pang of regret in Huatong's heart. All the reserves painstakingly accumulated over the years had vanished in an instant. If her rivals were to learn of her current plight, they would likely revel in laughter for days on end. How are storage spaces forged? What does one need to acquire such a thing? Most storage spaces are crafted using advanced refining materials in conjunction with spatial formations. A select few portable spaces are forged from interface stones and various rare treasures of heaven and earth, though such spaces are exceedingly rare. Portable spaces sound significantly more advanced. Indeed, Huatong replied, ordinary storage spaces can only hold inanimate objects, while portable spaces can accommodate living creatures as well, if of a higher grade. The owner can enter and exit at will. The two are utterly incomparable. I wish I could possess one. The size of today's demon beasts had increased several-fold. Even with her large appetite, there were times when she would still have leftover demon meat. Each time she had to discard the uneaten portions. Her heart ached at the wastefulness. Such a waste. If only I had a space, this issue would be effortlessly resolved. Cease your daydreaming. The boundary stone is a premier and exquisite material for crafting artifacts. Countless ancient beings traversing the starry seas may not stumble upon even a fragment. As a mere chi refining practitioner, it would be wise to temper your aspirations. Not necessarily, Yin Ran retorted defiantly. Isn't cultivation about seizing opportunities? What if fortune smiles upon me? Very well, let us assume, for the sake of argument, that you possess extraordinary luck and acquire a piece of boundary stone. Can you refine it? If you cannot refine it, it remains merely a slightly superior stone. Huatong gazed at Yin Ran, who appeared rather naive and foolish. Despite her meager strength, her ambitions were grand, as she sought to possess items coveted even by the mightiest of beings. Can you refine it? Huatong hesitated momentarily. Indeed, he was an exceptionally skilled master craftsman. However, to claim he could forge a spatial artifact of such caliber was a bold assertion. Yet, he could not afford to show weakness before this girl, so he maintained his composure and replied, I can refine it. But can you procure the materials? In this untamed wilderness, even the components for crafting a simple storage pouch would be hard to come by. As long as you can refine it, there is hope. The materials can be sought after gradually. Upon entering Lang City, Yin Ran felt her heart sink. Throughout their journey, they had traversed numerous towns, all of which had expanded significantly compared to the pre-cataclysm era. This was likely due to the transformation of animals into formidable beasts and the emergence of demonic flora, rendering small villages defenseless and prompting the populace to migrate to larger towns. Something feels off about this place, Huatong remarked, his demeanor becoming increasingly vigilant as they navigated the streets. Yin Ran nodded, sensing that the city was not devoid of life. Rather, for reasons unknown, Its inhabitants remained hidden within their homes. A shiver ran down her spine as she perceived an unsettling gaze emanating from within those walls. Without lingering on the streets, she hastened towards a secluded two-story farmhouse on the outskirts of the city. With a forceful kick, she flung open the gate and rushed into the yard, calling out, "Grandmother!" Despite searching every nook and cranny of the house, Yinran found no trace of her beloved grandmother, who had raised her. Observing Yinran's frantic search, Hutong shook her head and advised, "Do not fret. The city is largely deserted. Perhaps your family departed with others." Indeed, one must remain composed in times of crisis. Suppressing her growing anxiety, Yinran began to scrutinize the yard. Its impeccable order suggested that no one had intruded, implying her grandmother had left of her own volition. But where could she have gone? In such perilous times, what could a 70-year-old woman do alone? The thought filled Yinran with dread. Eventually, she stumbled upon a note in the living room, which alleviated the weight that had settled in her throat. Grasping the note tightly, she turned to Hutong and declared, "Let us go to Shuqing." "Great, what a pointless trip," Hutong replied, rolling her eyes. "Night is falling. Let us resume our journey tomorrow." Yinran glanced at the sun, which was almost kissing the horizon, and nodded in agreement. Chapter 30. The Ghost Clan. As the full moon ascended, casting its silvery light upon the earth, Yinran found herself atop the building, gazing at the silent and still-laying city, her thoughts drifting into the ether. Several months ago, she was still accompanying her mentor and classmates on an expedition in the Kunlun Mountains. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the world transformed into a realm of danger and unfamiliarity, brimming with boundless opportunities. Gazing up at the vast expanse of the starry sky, Yinran inhaled deeply, then settled cross-legged on the ground. She retrieved the last of her spirit fruits and consumed it, initiating the cultivation of the sea-splitting technique. She had harvested a total of 10 spirit fruits from the cliffside, perfectly dividing them with Hutong, each possessing 5. In recent days, she had consumed all 5 of hers. Indeed, as Hutong had remarked, the spirit fruits possessed the remarkable ability to nourish and strengthen one's dantian and meridians. She could now distinctly feel that the breadth of her meridians had more than doubled, significantly accelerating her cultivation speed. If, in her earlier practice, the spiritual energy inhaled into her body flowed like gentle streams coursing through her meridians, it now surged with the vigor of a mighty river. The old fox had explained that the chi condensation realm comprises 12 levels, with each ascent presenting a barrier. Reaching this barrier would allow one to swiftly progress to the next level. Failing to do so would result in stagnation. From the first to the third level of chi condensation, she experienced no notable sensations. However, each time she advanced, she heard a cracking sound emanating from her dantian, which she assumed signified the breaking of the barrier. The next time she heard that cracking sound, she would be poised to enter the 4th level of chi condensation. Logically, her cultivation pace had been quite rapid, yet her progress remained stagnant, much to the old fox's chagrin, who often criticized her lack of aptitude. Each time she hears this, Yinran can only sigh silently. If it weren't for the floating lotus pod above her energy sea, siphoning off the spiritual energy from her dantian, her cultivation would have likely progressed significantly by now. It appears to be quite extraordinary. Yinran is unaware of the true nature of the lotus pod. She had once subtly inquired about it from Hutong, who seemed to imply that only artifacts of spiritual instrument quality would nurture energy within the dantian. Observing that the lotus pod merely absorbs some of her spiritual energy without any further reaction, she chooses to disregard it. Coupled with a substantial enhancement in her physical attributes and sensory perception, she can immediately sense even the slightest disturbances around her. Bang! A man, as pale as a ghost and nearly skeletal, was struck down from the building like a withered leaf. Yinran leaped gracefully from the 2nd floor, landing effortlessly. Just as she touched the ground, she witnessed the previously toppled man staggering and struggling to rise, emitting chilling sounds that sent shivers down her spine. Upon seeing this, Yinran's expression shifted dramatically. Can the person before her still be referred to as human? Such a quick response. A disembodied voice, indistinguishable in gender yet sending chills down her spine, echoed through the courtyard. What kind of ghost clan is this? Yinran's demeanor hardened as she hastily turned to the incredulous Hutong and asked, "Why are there so many spirits? Is this place truly a gathering point for the ghost clan?" With a sudden exclamation, Hutong's fiery red hair ignited with blazing flames, and she instinctively retreated. Her expression one of vigilance as she fixated on the encroaching figures. "The individuals in the courtyard are entrusted to you. I shall confront the one above. Remember to strike directly at their heads. Only by annihilating their consciousness can we disperse the souls that have latched onto these people. As Hutong spoke, her expression was grave as she regarded the shadow hovering in midair. Judging by the aura emanating from that spirit, it had already attained the foundational realm. Fortunately, having consumed 5 spirit fruits, she could now harness spiritual energy. Otherwise, against this horde of ghostly beings, they would inevitably meet a fate of having their souls completely devoured. What did you say? Yin Ran exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Hutong. Though these individuals appeared bizarre and uncanny, it did not alter the fact that they were human. Hutong immediately discerned Yin Ran's reluctance to harm her own kind and, in exasperation, asserted, "These people are no longer human. They are merely puppets controlled by spirits. If you do not wish for your own soul to be consumed, you must swiftly deal with this group. Do you see that shadow in the air? It has already reached the foundational realm. When the battle ensues, I must focus all my energy on confronting it and will be unable to assist you. Your survival this time rests solely upon your own strength. But with so many of them, how can I possibly contend? Do not worry. These spirits are not particularly strong. With your cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, you are more than capable of handling them." Before Hutong could finish her sentence, a chilling gust of wind surged down from the sky, targeting both her and Yin Ran. In an instant, the battle erupted. Yin Ran and Hutong deftly evaded the onslaught, and in an instant, Hutong surged forth like a crimson whirlwind, aiming directly for the shadow suspended in the air. The 2 figures, one red and one black, engaged in a fierce battle amidst the skies. In the courtyard, the crowd seemed to have received a sinister command, raising their hands and converging upon Yin Ran in a frenzied wave. As the throng drew nearer, Yin Ran's countenance drained of color, her expression taut with fear, retreating until her back met the walls of the courtyard, leaving her with no further escape. "They are not human. They are not human," Yin Ran chanted fervently within her mind, and just as the nearest assailant's hands reached within half a meter of her, the bone knife, crafted from cattle, was finally unleashed. With a sickening thud, the blade cleaved into a man's neck, a gushing torrent of blood erupting forth, splattering Yin Ran's face. The overwhelming stench of blood and the visceral sound of the knife striking flesh sent a jolt through Yin Ran's senses, and as she beheld the bodies collapsing one after another, her movements grew increasingly sluggish. With a swift sweep of the bone knife, several assailants were severed in 2. Gritting her teeth, Yin Ran resolutely shut her eyes, choosing not to witness the encroaching horde, relying solely on her acute instincts to mount an almost primal defense. After what felt like an eternity, the courtyard fell silent, littered with lifeless bodies. Yin Ran stood motionless, tightly gripping the bone knife, her visage as pale as snow. Chapter 31. One of a kind. A flurry of crimson flames erupted from Hutong's claws, unleashing a cacophony of chilling screams that reverberated through the courtyard. "You have merely slain the corporeal forms controlled by the spirits. The true specters remain unvanquished." "How do you know that?" Yin Ran exclaimed, her expression filled with surprise. For she had not sensed any spirits in her vicinity. Once you advance to the foundation establishment stage and open your sea of consciousness, you will naturally be able to perceive them. "Is merely opening the sea of consciousness sufficient?" she inquired, for she had already opened hers, yet had not previously detected the presence of any spirits. Simply opening the sea of consciousness is not enough. You must wait until your divine sense can extend outward. How can one achieve the outward projection of divine sense? She pondered, as she was only capable of introspection at present. To project your divine sense outward, your primordial spirit must attain a certain level of strength. The capacity of your divine sense is directly correlated to the potency of your primordial spirit. Hutong cast a sidelong glance at Yin Ran and remarked, "You are merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. You are still far from foundation establishment. So it is quite normal that you cannot perceive those spirits. Must a cultivator wait until foundation establishment to open the sea of consciousness? Generally speaking, yes. But there are exceptions. In this world, there exists an exceedingly rare treasure known as the recognition fruit. It is said that consuming it allows one to immediately open the sea of consciousness. However, according to ancient texts, such a wondrous fruit can only be obtained by those with exceptional fortune." Upon hearing this, Yin Ran's expression shifted slightly. "The recognition fruit? Is it the colorless, tasteless, transparent fruit I consumed on Kunlun Mountain? By the way, how do those spirits control the bodies of others? Speaking of which, I am rather curious. What exactly is this place? The demon race is one thing. Those beings are ubiquitous, present in many realms. But the spirit race should not be found in such places. Fox Tong was utterly bewildered. Initially, it perceived this realm as a desolate wilderness. But upon discovering the spiritual veins and the all-spiritual fruit, its perception began to shift. Now, with both the demon and ghost clans making an appearance, it was left questioning the implications. Why could the ghost clan not manifest? The presence of the sun star in this realm emitted an abundance of yang energy, which the ghost clan was utterly incapable of withstanding, rendering them unable to exist for any extended period beneath its radiant influence. Seeing Yanran still wearing a puzzled expression, Fox Tong continued, upon the demise of all living beings, their souls naturally detach from their corporeal forms, becoming independent entities. Souls are of the yin nature and cannot survive in a realm saturated with yang energy. Prolonged exposure will cause them to dissipate entirely. For the sake of survival, these souls must depart. From the dawn of creation, the universe established comprehensive laws governing existence. When a living being passes away, their soul separates and follows the guidance of these celestial rules to the underworld, a principle applicable to any realm. Although many cultivators in various realms might evade this rule for myriad reasons, such cases are exceedingly rare. This place is indeed peculiar. The number of lingering spirits is alarmingly high. Do you understand why? Fox Tong turned to Yanran, recognizing that as an outsider, it lacked the insight possessed by the natives. After a moment of contemplation, Yanran replied slowly, "We previously had no spiritual energy here." What? Fox Tong was taken aback. Upon arriving in this realm, it had neglected to inquire further due to the harsh cultivation environment and scarcity of resources. Thus, it had not taken the initiative to understand this realm until now. The spiritual energy emerged merely a few months ago, and the so-called ghost and demon clans you mentioned also came into existence only after the arrival of this energy. Prior to its emergence, the people here were utterly incapable of cultivation. It is no wonder that your understanding of the cultivation realm is so woefully inadequate, leaving you bewildered when questioned. Fox Tong's expression shifted to one of realization. Her demeanor suddenly ignited with excitement. Could this be a realm on the verge of evolution? What does it signify? The absence of spiritual energy in this place once rendered it a desolate wasteland, yet its recent presence indicates a transformative journey from a lower, barren realm to a higher cultivation realm. Observing Fox Tong's exuberance, which seemed to urge her to laugh out loud, Yanran couldn't help but furrow her brow in confusion. What exactly are you talking about? Fox Tong turned to Yanran, her smile unwavering, and spoke with enthusiasm. How fortunate it is to encounter such a grand tide. The inception of any cultivation realm is brimming with boundless opportunities, yet it also harbors infinite perils. If one can seize the opportunity and strive forward, achieving the supreme path would not merely be a legend. Yanran understood the implications of the opportunities Fox Tong mentioned. The emergence of spiritual energy had significantly enhanced human capabilities, leading to the rise of cultivators. From this perspective, it indeed brought considerable advantages, yet danger accompanied it as well. Yanran's changing expression did not escape Fox Tong's notice. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "Are you aware of the consequences that arise from the chaos of the heavenly rules?" Yanran simply shook her head, confessing her ignorance. The most immediate consequence of the chaotic rules of heaven and earth is the rampant conflict among various races, each vying to become the sovereign of the realm. In essence, it remains uncertain which race will ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of power within this domain. It could be your human kin, or perhaps the swiftly advancing beast folk, or even the demon race. Moreover, one cannot discount the possibility of the ghostly entities who linger in this realm due to the imperfections in the established rules. Every realm, in its quest to establish a complete set of celestial laws, is invariably saturated with bloodshed. In your realm, humans, beasts, demons, and ghosts converge, and it is truly unclear who will emerge as the sovereign in the days to come. Fox Tong spoke with an air of nonchalance, seemingly indifferent to the potential strife that might erupt among the indigenous inhabitants. What captivated its interest was the boundless opportunities concealed within this realm. Initially, it harbored little hope for its own recovery from injuries, yet it unexpectedly encountered such profound fortunes. Why is it unclear? You may be unaware that the human race has always been the unparalleled ruler of the Earth Star. This was true in the past, is true in the present, and will undoubtedly remain true in the future. Yanran's voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority, leaving no room for dissent. The imposing aura it exuded momentarily stunned Fox Tong, which typically would have countered Yinran's assertions, yet found itself rendered speechless at this moment. Chapter 32. The Food Crisis. As Fox Tong surveyed the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn about, it waved its claw, and orbs of flames swiftly erupted forth. In a matter of moments, all that remained on the ground were mere blackened ashes. Upon witnessing this, Yinran's expression shifted slightly. The old fox's fire control ability was indeed formidable and precise. When incinerating the corpses, not a single object was harmed in the vicinity. Furthermore, the potency of that crimson flame appeared to surpass that of flames formed from the gathering of fire spirits, as the bodies on the ground were nearly reduced to ash in an instant. Old fox, how is it that the fireballs you conjure possess such immense power? Hu Tong, with an air of pride, cast a glance at Yinran and remarked, "Not bad. You possess a keen eye to discern that my flames are extraordinary. Are you suggesting that flames are categorized into different ranks?" "Of course," Hu Tong replied. "The universe is vast, and within its myriad of blessed lands, there exist numerous perilous and peculiar locales that give rise to potent and unique heavenly fires. The strength of these miraculous flames is closely linked to the extraordinary nature of their origins. The more enigmatic and mystical the location, the more formidable the fire it produces. A rare few of these heavenly fires even encapsulate the laws of nature, offering immense benefits to cultivators, whether in enhancing their cultivation or in comprehending the great Tao." As Hu Tong spoke, a look of longing crossed his face. "What, then, is the nature of your crimson flame?" At this inquiry, Hu Tong's demeanor became somewhat uneasy. After a prolonged silence, he muttered, "My flame does not quite qualify as a heavenly fire. It is merely a type of spiritual fire with commendable power." Noticing that Yinran seemed poised to ask further questions, Hu Tong hastily interjected, "Do you not possess the wind spiritual root? Quickly clear away the ashes in the courtyard. We must spend the night here." Upon hearing these words, Yinran chose not to pursue the matter further, primarily because she felt that the extraordinary elemental fire was still a distant concept for her. Inquiring about it at this moment would yield little benefit. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind, as thick as a water barrel, swept through the courtyard, lifting the ashes from the ground and swiftly carrying them out of the gate. Observing the now pristine courtyard, Hu Tong nodded in satisfaction, but then her expression faltered, and with a look of bewilderment, she turned to Yinran, questioning, "How do you possess the ability to manipulate the wind?" "I certainly did not teach you that. I do not wield wind manipulation," Yinran replied. "Then how did you just?" Hu Tong inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I merely utilized my control over the 5 elemental energies to guide the wind energy," Yinran explained. That is quite a remarkable synthesis of knowledge," Hu Tong exclaimed, momentarily rendered speechless. She had intended to speak further, but upon noticing Yinran's pale complexion, she furrowed her brow, asking, "Are you injured?" "Yes," Yinran acknowledged with a nod, revealing that her back had been scratched by someone. "Allow me to take a look," Hu Tong said, swiftly moving to examine Yinran's back, where 2 distinct blood-red handprints were visible. The wounds exuded a chilling aura. "Quickly, meditate and focus your energy on your back to expel the malevolent cold from the wounds." Seeing Hu Tong's serious demeanor, Yinran refrained from questioning further and complied with her instructions. This meditation persisted until the following morning. "How do you feel? Is there still a cold energy seeping into your body from the wounds?" Hu Tong asked, her expression earnest as she regarded Yinran. "There is none," Yinran replied, shaking her head gently. "As you take a moment to truly absorb the situation, it is imperative to proceed with caution. Just as the warmth of the sun can dissolve the soul, so too can the chill of darkness corrode the flesh. Should any remnants of this malevolent energy linger within you, over time, it may hinder your cultivation, jeopardize your foundation, or even cost you your very life." Upon hearing Hu Tong's grave warning, Yinran immediately closed her eyes to introspect, meticulously examining every corner of her body, bones, muscles, and meridians, repeatedly, until she was assured that no traces of dark energy remained. Only then did she reopen her eyes. Hu Tong was somewhat astonished by Yinran's swift completion of the inspection. A practitioner at the 3rd level of qi refinement would typically require several days to expel such malevolent energy, yet this girl had accomplished the task in mere hours. However, recalling the weak spirits they had encountered the previous night, Hu Tong quickly reassured herself that the damage inflicted must have been minimal, which explained Yinran's rapid recovery. She chuckled, realizing she had been overly concerned, mistakenly equating the spirits they faced here with those that evaded the laws of heaven and lingered across various realms. Unbeknownst to Hu Tong, Yin Ran's ability to expel the dark energy in such a short span was largely due to her newly opened sea of consciousness, granting her the capacity for internal observation. This newfound insight allowed her to swiftly and accurately locate the dark energy within her, enabling targeted action and significantly reducing the required time. While the dark energy had been expelled, the wounds would not heal instantaneously. Consequently, Yin Ran remained in Lang City for several days, departing only after her injuries had scabbed over, before setting off for Shu City. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Shuqing Dao Alliance is undergoing a perilous recruitment mission. Presently, Shuqing has expanded several-fold compared to a few months ago, and imposing, robust city walls have been erected. In the eastern district lies a cluster of villas, where 17-year-old Zhao Yuanyu stands outside one such villa, his brow furrowed, wearing a sorrow that belies his tender age. Within the villa, a heated debate is taking place regarding the recent summons. Shortly thereafter, a silver-haired elderly woman emerges, remaining silent for a considerable time before softly uttering, "Xiao Yu, let your uncle accompany you on this mission." "No way," Zhao Yuanyu immediately retorts, without a moment's hesitation. "Grandma, please disregard my second aunt and the others. I will not allow my uncle to join us on this mission." "Yuanyu, how can you speak like that?" A middle-aged woman steps out, her expression one of discontent as she gazes at Zhao Yuanyu. "It's as if we are forcing your uncle to go out and work. Isn't it true? You all are fully aware that my uncle suffers from autism, yet you still insist he partake in this mission. Is that not coercion?" Zhao Yuanyu replies, equally incensed. "If he has the capability to procure his own sustenance, then he need not participate," she counters. "I have stated that I will take responsibility for my uncle's needs. And how will you manage that, if you are not trailing behind your two cousins? Could you possibly acquire anything? Even if you do manage to gather some food, it will be scant, after sharing with your incapable grandmother and uncle. What will remain for you? In the end, will you not require our assistance?" The middle-aged woman spoke without a shred of consideration for the elderly man standing beside her. "Aunt, do not forget that when we first arrived in Shuqing and found ourselves without a place to stay, it was my grandmother who took us in. Now that they are facing difficulties, is it not possible to extend a helping hand? Have we not already supported them enough? Were it not for your two cousins being cultivators, do you truly believe this house could be sustained solely by your grandmother and your rather simple-minded uncle?" The middle-aged woman spoke with a tone of disdain. "Yuanyu, Anne understands your concern for your grandmother and uncle, but you must also consider our Zhao family. Your grandfather, despite his advanced age, still ventures out to assist in the construction of the city walls. Why do you not feel pity for him? Furthermore, the food your cousin brings is not a gift from the heavens. Each time he ventures out, he risks his life. It pains me to see him return battered and bruised. Why should I give away food that my son has risked his life to obtain to outsiders? Aunt, that food does not come solely from your cousin. Everyone has contributed, and my grandmother and uncle have not consumed what is rightfully yours." Just as the argument between Zhao Yuanyu and the middle-aged woman escalated, a solemn elder emerged, exclaiming, "What are you all arguing about? Look at you. Do you even resemble a family anymore?" Upon seeing the elder, the middle-aged woman's demeanor immediately softened. "Father, I am merely concerned for Yuan Hao. If Yuanyu's uncle is unable to assist, then so be it. Yet, it is undeniable that he possesses considerable strength." Zhou Xiaoyun did not raise her eyelids, merely nodding wearily as she was supported by Zhao Yuanyu into the house. Once Zhao Yuanyu and the others entered the room, various murmurs immediately arose around the villa. It is truly astonishing. One can hardly escape the sound of their quarrels almost daily this month. In my opinion, the Zhao family is far from virtuous. It is also the fault of the master of this household. He should never have taken in outsiders so carelessly. Indeed. Sigh. All of this turmoil stems from the food crisis. Chapter 33. Reunion since the outbreak of the large-scale crustal movement that swept across the entire planet. Significant alterations have occurred in the major landforms and terrains. With the continuous strengthening of monstrous beasts and plants, alongside the emergence of demon and ghost factions, the living space for humanity has begun to shrink dramatically. One of the most conspicuous changes has been the sharp decline in food production. The emergence of spiritual energy has significantly enhanced the physical constitution of humanity, while simultaneously inducing transformations in both flora and fauna. Many fields, once fertile with grains, are now overrun by unknown wild grasses that ravenously consume the nutrients essential for the crops. leading to the desiccation of the majority of the harvest. Furthermore, the frequency of monstrous beasts around human settlements has escalated alarmingly, with incidents of injury and cannibalism on the rise, instilling a profound fear that prevents individuals from venturing outside the city to cultivate food. Although a considerable number of cultivators have emerged among humanity, the number of plants and animals capable of absorbing and assimilating the spiritual energy from the air is not insignificant, and indeed, they may even outnumber human cultivators. Unbeknownst to us, the food chain is quietly undergoing a transformation, and whether humanity can maintain its position at the pinnacle of this chain has become an unsettling uncertainty. At this moment, several hundred kilometers away from Shuqing, in a medium-sized city, a team predominantly composed of cultivators is embroiled in a fierce battle with a group of monstrous beasts. The beasts clearly possess greater strength than the cultivators. However, due to the sheer number of cultivators, a stalemate has ensued. Captain Zhou, these beasts are formidable beyond measure. We should retreat quickly, or we shall all perish here today. We cannot. The food reserves in Shuqing are nearly depleted. We must transport the supplies from Ningqing. But, everyone, hold on a little longer. We are approaching the food storage facility, and none of you wish to return empty-handed, do you? Damn it, why is it that we, who also absorb spiritual energy, find ourselves so inferior to these beasts? Indeed, it stands to reason that with our cultivation practices, the pace at which we elevate our abilities should surpass that of others. Yet, paradoxically, the situation has reversed. Our physical strength has been enhanced only at a glacial pace. How I wish for something that could directly amplify our bodily fortitude. I have heard whispers of individuals who have encountered mystical fruits capable of fortifying one's constitution. However, such fruits are exceedingly rare, and even when they do exist, they are concealed within the dense foliage of remote forests. Would you dare venture forth to seek them? Presently, regions rich in spiritual energy have been claimed by formidable flora and fauna. Rather than pinning our hopes upon the elusive mystical fruit, it would be wiser to pray for scholars to develop the art of alchemy. Who could have imagined that we would one day find ourselves so beleaguered by a horde of animals? After enduring nearly half of our ranks in casualties, this group finally breached the granary. Upon witnessing the hundreds of warehouses brimming with provisions, the faces of the crowd lit up with exhilaration. Although they are cultivators, their sustenance is far from adequate. The energy required by practitioners is substantial, and the current food supply offers scant nourishment. To satiate their hunger, they must consume quantities several times greater than that of ordinary individuals. With the recent plummeting yields of grain, they cannot afford to indulge. Moreover, with entire families relying on each of them, the amount of food available grows ever more scarce. Despite their status as cultivators, the majority have not savored a fulfilling meal in quite some time. The sight of such an abundance of grain brings a sting to their eyes. Yet, not long after, the group finds themselves in a quandary once more. Zhou Zhurong, the captain of the 1st Division of the Dao Alliance and the person in charge of this mission, exhibited no signs of distress. He swiftly approached an area abundant with rice, placing his right hand upon it. In an instant, the rice vanished at a visibly astonishing rate. Zhou Zhurong repeated this action time and again until the grain from over 100 warehouses had completely disappeared, at which point he finally halted. This spectacle left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Could this possibly be the legendary spatial equipment? Captain Zhou, the grain must now reside within your spatial apparatus, correct? They had no intentions of robbing Zhou Zhurong. After all, the Dao Alliance's influence was formidable. The crowd merely felt that if such spatial equipment truly existed, they too might one day have the opportunity to acquire it. Let us depart swiftly from this place. The stench of blood was overwhelming. As they approached the path to Shuqing, Ning Cheng, Yin Ran, and Hu Tong became increasingly vigilant. Not long ago, this area had evidently witnessed a fierce battle. Yin Ran warily scanned the surroundings, noting the unmistakable signs of conflict and the ample bloodstains that marred the ground. We must leave this place quickly. The scent of blood is too strong and will attract nearby beasts, Hu Tong cautioned. Despite her foundational cultivation, that girl possessed commendable combat prowess. However, should a multitude of beasts arrive, they could find themselves overwhelmed. Even ants can slay an elephant. Yin Ran nodded, escalating their pace to its maximum as she and Hu Tong dashed forward. Just as they neared the outskirts of Ningcheng, a dozen beasts suddenly leaped forth, obstructing their path. The Shuqing must indeed be a splendid place. As we draw nearer, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air becomes increasingly rich. Observe how the cultivation levels of the nearby demonic beasts surpass those we encountered earlier. Foxtong commented on the beasts obstructing their path. Yin Ran remained silent. Yet her expression conveyed her agreement with Foxtong's assessment. Enough idle chatter. Let us swiftly dispatch them, so we may reach Shudi sooner, Yin Ran declared, disregarding Foxtong's reaction as she brandished her oxbone knife and charged forth. This girl is indeed beginning to resemble a true cultivator, Foxtong thought with satisfaction. Throughout their journey, whenever confronted by demonic beasts, Yin Ran would always lead the charge. After numerous battles, her proficiency and agility in combat had markedly improved. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhirong and his group, having just exited the grain storage, cautiously approached the area. Strange, where are all the demonic beasts? Before entering the warehouse, several were in hot pursuit of us. Could it be they were frightened away? Do not let your guard down. The intelligence of demonic beasts is not to be underestimated. Who knows if they are lying in wait, preparing to ambush us? As they continued, Zhou Zhirong and his companions moved with even greater caution than when they had stormed the city. They encountered not a single demonic beast until they exited the city gates. Could it be that the beasts truly feared us? The group exchanged incredulous glances. Before leaving the warehouse, they had braced themselves for a fierce battle. But that was not the case. Suddenly, an unusual sound echoed. There they were, the demonic beasts. As the crowd followed the sound, they beheld, several hundred meters away, the very beasts that had pursued them, lying motionless on the ground. To their astonishment, above these beasts floated a fiery red fox. Momentarily, a fireball, the size of a fist, shot forth from the fox's paw, encircling the fallen beasts before they were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Good heavens! What formidable creatures are these? At that moment, Zhou Zhirong and the others wore expressions of utmost gravity. This was the first flying beast they had encountered since the upheaval of the world. The beast had not noticed them. We must flee quickly. Wait. It seems that beast has captured someone. The group, initially intent on retreating, momentarily faltered at this revelation, though their expressions soon returned to composure. The creature's power was overwhelming. Even if we charged at it together, we could not rescue anyone. We should hasten our escape. The majority concurred, beginning their swift withdrawal. Yet, one individual remained rooted to the spot. Yuan Hao, that figure appears to be my sister, Zhao Yuanyu exclaimed, his face a mixture of anxiety and excitement. Zhao Yuanhao's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly glanced toward the red fox. Upon seeing the figure drenched in blood, his pupils contracted. Yuanyu, you are mistaken. That is not your sister. We must leave at once. No, it is her. I would not mistake her. I must go to her aid. Are you mad? You are not even a cultivator. How can you hope to rescue her? Zhao Yuanyu looked at Zhao Yuanhao, hope glimmering in his eyes. His lips moved. Yet the plea for assistance remained unspoken. Regardless, I cannot bear to witness my sister meet her demise within the belly of a beast. With that, Zhao Yuanyu suddenly broke free from Zhao Yuanhao's grasp and swiftly approached the direction of the red fox. Observing Zhao Yuanyu's reckless charge, Zhao Yuanhao stamped his foot in frustration and, gritting his teeth, followed suit. At that moment, Hu Tong, who was engrossed in refining the flames and absorbing spiritual energy, sensed an approaching presence and immediately furrowed her brow. With a swift motion of her right paw, she unleashed two fiery projectiles that hurtled toward Zhao Yuanyu and his companion. Stop, old fox! Just as the fire arrows were within half a meter of Zhao Yuanyu, Yin Ran's voice rang out to halt their trajectory. Boom! The fire arrows veered sharply at the last moment, striking the ground nearby and creating two charred craters, sending a chill of dread through Zhao Yuanyu and his companion. They simultaneously thought, if struck by those fire arrows, they would likely be reduced to mere ashes. However, Zhao Yuanyu could not afford to dwell on fear. He rushed directly toward Yin Ran. At that moment, Yin Ran appeared somewhat fatigued from expending a significant amount of spiritual energy during her previous battle with the beast, and her bloodied appearance led Zhao Yuanyu to conclude that she had been captured by the red fox. Sister. Upon reaching Yin Ran's side, Zhao Yuanyu, despite his trepidation, instinctively shielded her with his body, gazing warily at Hu Tong. Yuanyu, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Zhao Yuanyu, Yin Ran felt no joy, only a deep sense of dread. Had she opened her eyes even a moment later, her half-brother might have already met his untimely end. Chapter 34. A godlike existence in an environment where one must band together, collaborate closely, and advance or retreat in unison to fend off the assaults of monstrous beasts. This assembly appeared decidedly peculiar. Weak, pathetically weak. Indeed, the human race here was lamentably feeble. As Hu Tong ambled along, she muttered her disdain under her breath. Meanwhile, Yin Ran, who walked behind, paid no heed to Hu Tong's grievances. After a while, she would pause to wait for Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao, who, despite her efforts to moderate her pace, still trailed behind, panting heavily. Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao followed cautiously, occasionally glancing at Yin Ran and the unfathomably powerful red fox ahead. Although both were utterly exhausted, neither dared to voice their desire for a respite. They had traversed mountains and rivers overnight before, engaged in battles with the occasional sudden appearance of beasts, yet never had they felt so wearied as they did now. Following the red fox, they had not encountered any beast attacks. Logically, the journey should have been easier. However, the reality was starkly different. The red fox moved with astounding swiftness, and they found themselves in a perpetual chase, scarcely able to pause for a moment. Were it not for Yin Ran's frequent stops to wait for them, they would likely have collapsed from fatigue along the way. Having journeyed from Kunlun Mountain, Yin Ran and Hu Tong had grown accustomed to traveling by day and practicing by night. Thus, when the sun finally dipped below the horizon, Zhao Yuanyu and his companion were rewarded with the long-awaited opportunity for rest. Before long, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Golu Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao felt an involuntary gulp in their throats as they traversed the arduous journey for the better part of the day, their hunger rendering them almost skeletal. The flesh of the demon beasts, imbued with spiritual energy, was both tender and delectable. It enhanced the physical prowess of cultivators and common folk alike. However, hunting such beasts proved to be no trifling task, requiring the collaboration of several cultivators. Now, as they beheld a massive boar-like creature roasting, their mouths watered uncontrollably. "Why are you just standing there? Come and eat," Yin Ran beckoned them. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao hesitated, cautiously glancing at Hu Tong, who was engrossed in devouring the roasted meat and appeared indifferent to their presence. Only then did they approach slowly. After satisfying their hunger, Yin Ran observed her younger brother, who was still gnawing on a bone devoid of substantial meat. Pondering something, she gently inquired, "Are you full? If not, we can hunt another demon beast. Since that is the case, we should rest early to regain our strength. We have more traveling to do tomorrow." Having grown up apart, the siblings shared a bond filled with concern yet lacked intimacy. Aside from their initial meeting where they exchanged inquiries about each other's well-being, they found it difficult to articulate their feelings. Yin Ran rose and chose a spot facing the moon to meditate and cultivate, while Hu Tong, having had her fill, had already retreated to a tree to sleep. Soon, only Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao remained by the fire, exchanging glances in silence. It is astonishing to witness the transformation of the timid girl who once trailed behind her aunt into such a remarkable young woman. Zhao Yuanhong regarded Yin Ran with a mixture of emotions. He recalled that since the passing of her aunt, he had not encountered her again. Yet, she bore an uncanny resemblance to her aunt in her youth, both possessing an elegant grace and poised demeanor. Perhaps due to the infusion of spiritual energy, Yin Ran exuded an ethereal charm that made her presence even more captivating. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanyu's expression darkened slightly, being the half-brother of his sister. Their encounters had dwindled to a mere handful since their mother's demise, and she had not visited the Zhao family since. He vividly remembered a summer long ago when he visited his grandmother and witnessed a group of children injuring his uncle, blood staining their faces. Upon seeing this, his sister had charged out with a wooden stick, mercilessly striking the assailants until they cried for mercy, rolling on the ground in distress. It was only after much coaxing from the adults that she finally relented. At that time, she was merely 10 years old, while he was 7. From a young age, he recognized her as a formidable fighter, having defended herself and their uncle against all who dared to bully them in their neighborhood. To his innocent mind, she was akin to a deity. Now, as they reunite, his sister remains unchanged, still embodying that extraordinary essence, radiating brilliance despite the world's transformations. In Shucheng, he had never heard of any prominent figure accompanied by a talking beast. Yet, the pressing issue remains. While he may tolerate for the sake of family, his sister, unlike him, has no ties to the Zhao family beyond him. On both sides stood his relatives, and he sincerely wished to avoid any discord between them, which is why he had previously cautioned Zhao Yuanhao. Although he had not spent much time with Yin Ran, it was evident from her lengthy debates with the Red Fox about the pace of their journey, aimed at making things easier for them, that she was fiercely protective of her own. After all, in the current environment, survival was not a given, and without the support of the Zhao family, Grandma Zhou and Uncle Yin would struggle, particularly given that the house they resided in now belonged to Yin Ran. Chapter 35. The Dao Alliance. Gazing at the vastly expanded Shuqing in the distance, with its towering walls reaching several dozen meters high, Yin Ran was filled with awe. In just a few months, amidst the upheaval of the world, humanity had managed to construct such a magnificent city. The sheer magnitude of human effort was truly beyond comprehension. Even the usually critical Hu Tong could not find words of disparagement upon seeing Shuqing. Well, this city is quite well constructed, and the concentration of spiritual energy is decent, she conceded. Though it cannot compare to even the smallest city at the edge of our territory, it is indeed a remarkable achievement in this wilderness. Yin Ran chose to ignore Hu Tong's boastfulness and turned her attention to her younger brother. How did they manage to build the walls so high? They must be nearing 100 meters. Before the construction of these walls, the inhabitants of Shuqing had already endured several attacks from packs of demon beasts. Zhao Yuanhao, standing nearby, added, there have also been incursions by demonic cultivators and ghost cultivators. As a cultivator and a member of a mercenary group, he had access to more information than an ordinary person like Zhao Yuanyu. Are there many demonic and ghost cultivators in Huagua? Yin Ran inquired eagerly. Not quite, he replied. At this moment, when Jian Hutong directed her gaze towards him, Zhao Yuanhong felt a jolt of surprise. A wave of anxiety surged within him, stemming from the awareness of being scrutinized by someone of high stature, prompting him to hastily explain. The number and distribution of demonic cultivators are directly proportional to the frequency and distribution of meteorite falls. Given that there are relatively few meteorite impacts on Chinese soil, the number of demonic cultivators is correspondingly low. However, due to the significantly more abundant spiritual energy in China compared to other nations, the number of ghost cultivators is somewhat higher here. What does the concentration of spiritual energy have to do with ghost cultivators? Yin Ran inquired, puzzled. Zhao Yuanhao sheepishly replied, the Alliance of Dao has not explicitly stated the reason. Perhaps they are unaware themselves. Yin Ran then turned her attention back to Hu Tong. This time, Hu Tong was unreserved. Of course it is related. Spiritual energy nourishes and strengthens the soul, which is precisely why a cultivator's primordial spirit also becomes more formidable after advancing in their cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yin Ran experienced a sudden epiphany, as the lingering confusion in her mind finally dissipated. While practicing the Hongmeng Guiyuan technique, a portion of spiritual energy would surge into her consciousness. Though she had previously been unaware of the reason, she now understood. Zhao Yuanhao, pondering this revelation, nodded thoughtfully, his gaze towards Hu Tong growing increasingly reverential. It was remarkable that she possessed knowledge regarding matters that even the Alliance of Dao could not elucidate. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanyu appeared somewhat dejected, as he was not a cultivator and found much of the discussion beyond his comprehension. Yet, true to his optimistic nature, he swiftly cast aside his feelings of disappointment and attentively listened to the discourse between Yin Ran and the others. The sources of information for ordinary individuals are quite limited, and during discussions, monks typically avoid engaging with them. Thus, when the opportunity arises to gain deeper insights into the realm of cultivation, one cannot afford to overlook it. The lethality of ghost cultivators is formidable, their movements elusive. Upon their appearance, they directly consume the souls of others. Previously, numerous ghost cultivators had surfaced in Shuqing, resulting in the demise of many. The Dao Alliance exerted tremendous effort to eradicate the ghost cultivators within the city, thereby providing the populace with a semblance of safety. Subsequently, Zhao Yuanhao divulged additional information regarding ghost cultivators. Dao Alliance. What is its purpose? Yin Ran inquired, her expression shifting. She had previously heard Chen Yong and others mention the Dao Alliance on several occasions. The Dao Alliance is a newly established organization by the state, tasked with addressing the myriad issues arising from the cataclysmic changes in the world. Presently, every city has a branch of the Dao Alliance, and all cultivators are required to register with the local Dao Alliance office. All cultivators? She pressed. Is there no cultivator who is unwilling to comply? Why would one refuse? Any cultivator who is registered with the Dao Alliance is granted priority in applying for housing within the city. The allure of securing a residence was immense. Even before the upheaval, in the current peerless environment, a home within the city holds an irresistible appeal for all. Although major cities are undergoing expansion, The influx of people migrating from various regions has led to a persistent shortage of housing. Given that most cultivators are responsible for large families, it is inconceivable that they would relinquish such an opportunity. When it comes to matters of the house, Xianxia suddenly realized that she was unaware of her grandmother and uncle's residence, prompting her to swiftly glance at Zhao Yuanyu. Where do grandma and uncle live now? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanyu appeared unfazed, but Zhao Yuanhao's expression grew slightly uneasy. Although cultivators could apply for housing through the Dao Alliance, it was not as simple as an immediate allocation. Housing was not provided free of charge, and one had to complete a certain amount of tasks. Undertaking these tasks inherently implied danger, and considering the villa area they resided in had a significantly higher concentration of spiritual energy than other locations, they had not contemplated moving. Living in my sister's villa? Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. How could someone like her, who had to work diligently to afford university, possibly own a villa? When our family first arrived in Shuqing, we had nowhere to stay, so grandma took us in. Now, my grandparents also live in the villa, Zhao Yuanyu explained. Observing Xianxia's reaction, living with the Zhao family, Xianxia's brows furrowed in discontent, causing Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao to feel a sudden unease. Let's set aside other matters for now. We should first visit grandma and uncle, he suggested. In the eastern villa district of Shuqing, a man who was part of Zhao Yuanhao's team stepped forward, saying, Aunt Zheng, please do not blame Yuanhao. The reason Yuanhao did not follow was seemingly to rescue Yuanyu. What did you say? Zheng Xiaoke was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into an even louder wail. Her gaze filled with rage as she directed it towards Zhao Yuanyu's father, Zhao Jian. It's all your fault. If Yuan Ti insisted on having your worthless son follow Yuanhao, my Yuanhao Wu Ti have met with such misfortune. You owe me a life. With those words, she charged recklessly towards Zhao Jian, and no one could restrain her. Ultimately, after her furious assault left Zhao Jian's face in disarray, Zhao Ling stepped forward, his expression heavy with sorrow. He embraced the nearly deranged Zheng Xiaoke in his arms. It's all because of you, all because of you. Zheng Xiaoke relentlessly struck Zhao Ling's chest, lamenting, if you hadn't prioritized brotherly bonds, Yuanhao would still be alive. Zhao Ling's words seemed to awaken a realization in Zheng Xiaoke, and she suddenly broke free from his embrace. Glaring furiously at the old man, and the simpleton silently weeping in the corner of the courtyard. It's all you're doing. If it weren't for the need to support you, Yuanyu, an ordinary person, would never have had to venture out on missions. If he hadn't gone out, my Yuanhao would still be at the city gate. As Xianxia and her companions arrived with Hu Tong, an immediate commotion ensued. On the city wall, more than a dozen cultivators clad in black attire brandished firearms, their expressions vigilant as they focused their aim on Hu Tong, their guns trained steadily upon it. It seemed that any sign of movement from Hu Tong would prompt them to fire without hesitation. Before Hu Tong could devise a plan to teach those black-clad cultivators a lesson, it felt a sudden lightness, only to find itself cradled in Xianxia's arms. For now, just be a good pet of mine and refrain from causing any trouble. Upon hearing the term pet, Hu Tong instantly bristled, desperately attempting to escape Xianxia's embrace. However, no matter how fervently she struggled, she could not extricate herself from Xianxia's strong hold. I remarked, have you consumed a strength-enhancing potion? How can you exert such power? Xianxia, although aware of her own extraordinary strength, did not anticipate being able to restrain Hu Tong so effectively, which left her somewhat astonished. She speculated that her formidable strength was likely connected to her experiences in the celestial realm of Kunlun Mountain, where she had been suppressed beneath an overwhelming force for an indeterminate time. Perhaps it was then that her physique underwent a transformation. Enough with your chatter. Don't you see the hostility radiating from those around you? Observing Hu Tong's docile demeanor as she lay nestled in Xianxia's arms, Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao exchanged incredulous glances. And even the cloaked cultivator atop the city wall appeared taken aback. Under his scrutiny, the cloaked figure meticulously recorded Hu Tong's details before permitting the trio to enter the city. Once they arrived in Shuqing, Xianxia headed directly toward the eastern district. As they neared the villa mentioned by Zhao Yuanyu, Xianxia's expression abruptly shifted, her eyes flickering with sparks of indignation, and she dashed toward a villa like a tempest. This is dire. Zhao Yuanhao, trailing behind, also experienced a sudden change in demeanor. He summoned all his strength and sprinted toward the villa. Having just heard the sound of his mother's reprimand, along with the low, furious roar of Uncle Yin. Chapter 36, clamor under the relentless barrage of scolding. Yin Yong'an's emotions surged tumultuously. In the face of the menacing xianxia, his entire body trembled, yet he resolutely positioned himself behind his mother, Zhou Shuyun. He recalled Yin Ran's earnest admonition. In her absence, he must safeguard his mother. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as the villa's gate was forcefully kicked open. Zhang Xiaoka's voice abruptly ceased, and the Zhao family members stared in shock at the entrance. There stood Yin Ran, her countenance ominously dark, her hands clenched tightly, trembling slightly from her overwhelming fury. Upon the gate's abrupt opening, she beheld her elderly grandmother and her panicked uncle cornered by Zhang Xiaoka, who was perilously close to invading her uncle's personal space. What was even more infuriating was the sight of the Zhao family standing idly by, none daring to intervene. In that instant, Yin Ran concluded that all the Zhao family members were colluding with Zhang Xiaoka, conspiring against her vulnerable grandmother and uncle. Overwhelmed with rage, she strode purposefully towards Zhang Xiaoka, her arm extending to seize the latter's collar, lifting her effortlessly. Yet, Yin Ran's grip was as unyielding as a vice. No matter how Zhang Xiaoka struggled, she could not escape the confinement. You dare to bully my grandmother and uncle? You seek your own demise. With that, she flung her arm, sending Zhang Xiaoka hurtling away like a lead weight. No. Upon rushing into the villa, Zhao Yuanhao was struck with terror at the sight before him, his heart seemingly ceasing to beat. In a frantic motion, he lunged forward, inadvertently serving as a cushion for Zhang Xiaoka as she descended to the ground. Zhao Yuanyu, who followed just a moment too late, felt his eyelids twitch with anxiety. The entire episode unfolded in mere seconds, leaving the Zhao family with no opportunity to react before witnessing Zhang Xiaoka being hurled away. It was only after Zhao Yuanyu entered the villa that the Zhao family hurried towards Zhang Xiaoka. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuyun gazed at Yin Ran with tear-filled eyes, trembling as she extended her hands. Since Yin Ran's disappearance, she had not enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep. The absence of news over the past few months had led her to the brink of despair. Now, seeing her granddaughter standing safely before her, she could scarcely believe it. Grandma. Yin Ran's expression shifted to one of concern as she steadied Zhou Shuyun. I am fine. Please do not worry. Grandma, let me assist you to your room for some rest. Yin Ran surveyed the villa, which spanned 2 floors and boasted numerous rooms. Unsure of where her grandmother resided, she turned her gaze to her uncle. Uncle, please show me to Grandma's room. Before long, Yin Yong'an led Yin Ran to a corner on the first floor of the villa, gesturing with his hand to indicate their living quarters. At that moment, Yin Ran's complexion turned ashen. Without needing to enter, she recognized it as a storage room. Taking several deep breaths, she barely managed to suppress her urge to retaliate. This is what your father left for you. Yin Ran's expression froze as she realized that in her 20 years of existence, she had never truly known the role of a father. When my mother was alive, she never mentioned it. After her passing, my grandmother also refrained from bringing it up. Now, suddenly, my father has emerged, leaving Yin Ran with a tumultuous mix of emotions. Your father is the owner of a technology company. When the university notified me of your disappearance, I was frantic and sought him out, hoping he could help locate you. This villa was given to me at that time. Yin Ran remained silent, not responding. After a considerable pause, she finally lifted her head and said, if that is the case, then this villa has no connection to the Zhao family. This villa is yours, so it naturally has nothing to do with them. They constantly bully my mother and me. Yin Yong'an suddenly said in a low voice. Help me teach them a lesson. All right. Yin Ran cast a cold glance at the Zhao family in the courtyard, assisted her grandmother into the room, and shortly emerged wielding a bone knife. In the courtyard, the Zhao family anxiously surrounded Zhang Xiaoka. Sister. Upon seeing Yin Ran, Zhao Yuanyu immediately tensed. If we leave the villa, where will we stay? Zhao Yuanyu's grandmother called out directly. That is your concern. It has nothing to do with me. Yin Ran, how can you be so heartless? We are, after all, relatives. Relatives? Did you consider us relatives when you bullied my grandmother and uncle? You call me heartless. But compared to you, I feel I am far too lenient. My grandmother kindly took you in, and how did you treat her and my uncle? Enough with the nonsense. Leave at once. Yin Ran said impatiently. At that moment, the patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Yuanyu's grandfather, Zhao Qingji, stepped forward. In these times, food has become exceedingly scarce, and I trust you are aware of this. While Yuanyu has managed to procure some sustenance, he is but an ordinary individual. How much can he truly obtain? Ultimately, we will still require your support. It is rather abrupt for you to demand that we vacate the villa, even if Yuan Hao and Yuan Hong possess the qualifications to apply for housing from the Dao Alliance. The current housing shortage renders it impossible for them to secure accommodation in the near future. Therefore, might you allow us to remain here for a few more days? Once Yuan Hao and Yuan Hong successfully obtain a residence, we shall vacate immediately. Sister, Zhao Yuanyu's lips moved as he attempted to voice his thoughts, but upon catching sight of their displeased uncle in the corner, he found himself at a loss for words. Observing Zhao Yuanyu's demeanor, Yin Ran furrowed her brow in concern. If the Zhao family were to depart, do you truly believe this young girl could maintain possession of the villa? As Yin Ran remained unyielding, Zhao Yuanyu's grandmother, feeling anxious, could no longer contain herself and interjected, "Let me tell you, had it not been for my grandson Yuan Hao and Yuan Hong, this villa would have changed hands long ago, and you ought to be grateful for our assistance." "Grandmother!" Zhao Yuan Hao exclaimed, though he too was uncertain of Yin Ran's capabilities. After all, someone capable of taming a powerful beast must possess some degree of skill. Given her current discontent with the Zhao family, it would be unwise to resort to coercion or threats at this juncture. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, an overwhelming force surged forth, and in an instant, the Zhao family members within the villa were unceremoniously ejected. The commotion was deafening. Hutong languidly leaped down from the rooftop of the villa, casting a discontented glance at Yin Ran. "Such a trivial matter, and look at you. It has taken so long to resolve. A throng of ordinary mortals. Was it necessary to show them any kindness? Absolutely not." Yin Ran's lips curled upward, and she found herself uncharacteristically in agreement with Hudong's perspective. Opportunities are often fleeting. Cultivators must shun indecision and timidity. In future dealings, one must act with more resolve. Hudong cast a sidelong glance at Yin Ran before effortlessly bounding to the second floor. After a brief exploration, she selected the largest room, declaring it her temporary abode henceforth. Following this, a cacophony of sounds erupted within the villa as various items were hurled out, littering the ground. Outside, the Zhao family watched in dismay as their belongings were discarded like refuse, their faces etched with sorrow, yet none dared to intervene, for just moments ago, Zhao Yuanyu had recounted Hudong's formidable prowess to the onlookers. "Yuanyu, if you wish, you may come in and stay." With this declaration, Yin Ran waved her arm, summoning a gust of wind that swiftly shut the villa's gate. Chapter 37, Spirit Stones. After the Zhao family departed, Yin Ran was indifferent to their whereabouts. Her focus was solely on nurturing her grandmother and uncle, who had been deprived of proper sustenance and rest since their arrival in Shuqing. She had intended to purchase some delectable treats for them. However, upon perusing the market, she was horrified to discover that she could scarcely afford even a pound of rice. The former currency has lost its significance. Nowadays, one must utilize spirit stones or exchange equivalent items to make purchases. Due to Hutong's conspicuousness, Yin Ran chose not to bring it along when she ventured out. In the present-day Shu City, few factions can afford to sustain a demon beast. Walking down the street would undoubtedly cause a commotion, much like her previous entrance into the city. Just as Yin Ran found herself at a loss, Zhao Yuanyu unexpectedly appeared. "What brings you here?" Yin Ran asked, somewhat astonished. After she had expelled the Zhao family from the villa, he had accompanied them. "Shouldn't he be busy seeking accommodations now? I thought that since you have just arrived in Shu City and might be unfamiliar with it, I would come to see if there is anything I can assist you with." Zhao Yuanyu replied with a cheerful smile. Yuan Hao, being a dual spiritual root cultivator, is quite valued within the mercenary group. Upon reporting the lack of housing, he was promptly allocated a modest 2-bedroom apartment. While it may seem somewhat cramped compared to the spacious villa, it nonetheless provides a place to settle for the entire Zhao family. Observing her younger brother's demeanor, Yin Ran surmised that the Zhao family must have found accommodations. She then shifted the conversation. "Yuanyu, are you familiar with spirit stones?" "Yes, I am. Nowadays, purchasing items almost invariably requires spirit stones, though they are not easily acquired. I happen to possess one, a gift from Yuan Hao during a previous mission." As Zhao Yuanyu spoke, he retrieved a diamond-shaped crystal, no larger than a coin, from his pocket. The crystal emitted a cascade of vibrant colors. Although the spiritual energy within this gem was somewhat chaotic and thus not particularly beneficial for cultivation, its purchasing power remained equivalent to that of other spiritual stones. Yin Ran held the stone in her hand and soon displayed a look of astonishment. The amount of spiritual energy contained within was substantial. roughly equivalent to what she would accumulate after half a day of cultivation. Why do you say the spiritual energy in this stone is rather disordered? Because it harbors various types of spiritual energies. When cultivators practice, they can only absorb energy that corresponds to their specific spiritual roots. An excess of chaotic energy can hinder the speed of cultivation. Are there stones that contain only one type of spiritual energy? Indeed, but they are quite rare. I heard from Brother Yuanhao that the foremost family in Shuqing, the Guan family, discovered a small fire spirit mine, which exclusively yields fire spiritual stones. A spirit mine? Spiritual stones are extracted from spirit mines. Nowadays, several mines have been discovered across various regions. Most are controlled by the Tao Alliance. While a few have been divided among other significant factions, whoever discovers a spirit mine, it belongs to them. In theory, yes. However, those without influence or strength may find themselves unable to protect their discovery, potentially facing life-threatening dangers. Typically, such finds are reported to the Tao Alliance, which will offer rewards based on the circumstances. Yin Ran nodded, acknowledging that the monumental changes in the world had only just begun. Everyone was navigating this new reality. And while they had not yet reached the extreme where individuals would resort to murder for mere cultivation resources, the prevailing circumstances certainly encouraged recklessness among many. I wished to procure some food for my grandmother and uncle, yet I lacked spirit stones. Do you know how one might acquire spirit stones? There are various avenues through which cultivators can obtain spirit stones. One might join a mercenary group, like Brother Yuanhao, and earn spirit stones by accepting quests. Alternatively, one could enlist in the martial department under the Tao Alliance. Although entry requirements are stringent, only cultivators with 3 spirit roots or fewer are accepted, while those with mixed spirit roots are excluded. Mixed spirit roots? This refers to cultivators possessing more than 3 spirit roots within their bodies. Oh, that aligns with what the old fox mentioned, Yin Ran murmured softly. But how is one to determine the number of spirit roots? The Tao Alliance's refinement department has developed a spirit testing orb specifically designed to assess a cultivator's spirit roots. By simply placing their hands on the orb, a cultivator's spirit roots can be revealed. Sister, do you know what type of spirit root you possess? I must be the mixed spirit root you mentioned. Yin Ran replied casually. What? Zhao Yuanyu's expression shifted in surprise. To him, even if his sister was not endowed with a singularly exceptional spirit root, she should at least possess superior dual spirit roots. He had never considered that Yin Ran could be a mixed spirit root. Sister, are you mistaken? The Tao Alliance has long made it clear that single spirit root cultivators have the best aptitude, followed by dual spirit roots, then 3 spirit roots, and lastly, mixed spirit roots. The issue of qualifications varies from person to person and should not be overly concerned. Yin Ran had long ceased to worry about her own qualifications. Although Hu Tong often belittled her, she could perceive the astonishment that flickered in Hu Tong's eyes whenever her cultivation advanced. The fact that someone as proud as Hu Tong displayed such expressions suggested that her aptitude was likely not lacking. Besides joining the Tao Alliance and the Mercenary Corps, are there other means to obtain spirit stones? In Shu City, there are numerous shops that purchase demon beasts. Selling these beasts to them can also yield spirit stones. These are the primary avenues for cultivators to acquire spirit stones. Are there any other methods? There are indeed. But those avenues are generally controlled by the Tao Alliance or major powers. What are they? Alchemy, forging, talisman crafting, and array formation. Talisman crafting? Yin Ran's expression shifted. She had nearly forgotten that she possessed a legacy of talisman arts. Noticing her keen interest, Zhao Yuanyu felt compelled to temper her enthusiasm. Sister, while these 4 methods may facilitate the acquisition of spirit stones, they all require a certain heritage that ordinary cultivators cannot easily access. Upon hearing this, Yin Ran chuckled, surely. The finest treasures of this world cannot all be monopolized by those great powers. There must be some leftovers for us, ordinary folk. That is indeed true. Yin Ran glanced at her brother, who wore a foolish grin, and teased, Yuanyu, do you lack a spiritual root, or is it simply dormant? Zhao Yuanyu's smile faltered, and with a hint of despondency, he replied, I do not possess a spiritual root. Do not lose heart. The absence of something today does not preclude its existence in the future. Seeing her younger brother's face clouded with disappointment, Yin Ran felt compelled to offer words of comfort. Perhaps the opportunity had slipped away, as even the Tao Alliance and various factions find it exceedingly challenging to locate the spirit cultivation fruit. Even if it were to be discovered, it is unlikely that someone of my humble stature would be able to obtain it. Is there indeed the spirit cultivation fruit in Shu? Yin Ran's eyes gleamed with interest. Although her time spent with Yuan Yu was limited and their bond not particularly close, it did not signify a lack of concern on her part. There had been reports of someone obtaining the spirit cultivation fruit in Mount Shu. Yet such occurrences had only been whispered of once before. The mere fact that someone had succeeded suggests that there remains a possibility. Yin Ran squinted her eyes thoughtfully. Chapter 38. The test accompanied by Zhao Yuanyu. Yin Ran took a cursory tour of Shu City, gradually gaining a preliminary understanding of the profound transformations that had befallen the world. Due to the rapid rise of demon beasts, the living space for humanity has significantly diminished. Furthermore, the previous tectonic upheaval had devastated most of the domestic roadways, and new mountain ranges had emerged, severely impeding communication and travel between regions. Presently, humanity faces not only a scarcity of food but also a dearth of essential resources for daily life. The cataclysmic changes in the world have ushered in a series of crises, yet they also harbor boundless opportunities. Setting aside the cultivators who can practice their arts, even ordinary individuals have reaped immense benefits from the emergence of spiritual energy. Under the nurturing influence of this energy, human physiques have improved, rendering them stronger. After countless hours of research by dedicated biologists, it has been concluded that the average lifespan of humanity may increase by a decade or two, or even more. The transformation in the physiques of robust young adults is particularly remarkable, as their strength and speed are now several times that of their predecessors. The contraction of living space and the scarcity of resources have undeniably rendered existence considerably more arduous than before. However, as long as these young individuals muster the courage to venture forth, they can still address their basic needs. Thus, on the streets of Shuqing, the majority of people remain resolutely engaged in the struggle for survival, exhibiting little in the way of negativity or despair. Sister, there lies the Tao Alliance. Upon entering the inner city, a grand edifice, reminiscent of an ancient palace, came into Yin Ran's view. At the entrance stood a contingent of practitioners clad in dark, fitted attire. These were the cultivators of the martial division under the Tao Alliance. Noticing Yin Ran's gaze upon the dark-clad practitioners, Zhao Yuanyu elucidated. The individuals in black we encountered upon entering the city belonged to the martial division as well. Yin Ran nodded in acknowledgement, then turned her attention to the throng entering and exiting the Tao Alliance's grand doors. Judging by their demeanor and appearance, most were indeed cultivators. Are those traversing the entrance all practitioners who have joined the Tao Alliance? The majority, though a few belong to other factions and mercenary groups, while a scant number are independent cultivators unaffiliated with any particular force. Does this imply that most practitioners have opted to join the Tao Alliance? Indeed, for the resources for cultivation that the Tao Alliance provides are unparalleled by any other faction. Certain superior techniques and legacies are exclusive to the Tao Alliance. Come, let us venture inside as well. Yin Ran led Zhao Yuanyu, following the other practitioners into the Tao Alliance. Upon entering the Grand Hall, they were immediately captivated by the enormous screen occupying nearly an entire wall, where rolling subtitles were continuously displayed. The aforementioned tasks were all issued by the Tao Alliance. Whether it be cultivators affiliated with the Tao Alliance, those from other mercenary groups, or independent practitioners, anyone with the capability can undertake the tasks listed. As Zhao Yuanyu explained to Yin Ran, he gazed longingly at the substantial rewards attached to each task, only reluctantly diverting his attention after a considerable time. Tasks released by the Tao Alliance are generally perilous, and even some mercenary groups may find them insurmountable. They are certainly not suited for ordinary individuals. Yin Ran perused the tasks published by the Tao Alliance, noting their diverse nature. Some involved exterminating demonic beasts in the vicinity of Shu, others entailed escorting individuals to different cities, while some required the collection of materials. Upon encountering the task related to gathering spiritual herbs, her expression shifted. Spiritual herbs? She had harvested plenty of spiritual fruits, yet had never encountered spiritual herbs. Certain plants, upon absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, undergo mutations, harboring not only abundant spiritual energy, but also possessing various extraordinary medicinal properties. Such plants are referred to as spiritual herbs. However, unlike spiritual fruits, spiritual herbs cannot be consumed directly. Previously, a cultivator from a mercenary group harvested a spiritual herb and, unwilling to surrender it, consumed it instead. Tragically, within half an hour, that cultivator perished in an explosive demise. Zhao Yuanyu remarked with a hint of regret. Yin Ran was taken aback. having never heard of any mishaps occurring from consuming spiritual fruits. In any case, just remember, should you ever harvest a spiritual fruit in the future that you cannot identify, do not consume it lightly. Just as she ventured into the realm of consciousness, had her spirit been even a shade weaker, unable to withstand the colossal impact of the enlightenment fruit, she might have long since been rendered a fool. Although Zhao Yuanyu was somewhat perplexed, he nodded in agreement. After noting the characteristics of the spiritual herbs whose efficacy had been verified and publicly announced by the Tao Alliance, Yan Ran departed the task hall alongside Zhao Yuanyu. Barely a few steps out of the hall, they were greeted by a cacophony of voices emanating from the square. "Sister, someone is testing their cultivation level. Let us hasten to witness it." Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Yuanyu's face lit up with excitement, for it is a common inclination to revere the strong, and he was no exception. In the present day, one's strength is often gauged by their cultivation level. Thus, whenever an individual arrives at the Tao Alliance to assess their prowess, a throng invariably gathers in eager anticipation. At this moment, a considerable crowd had amassed in the Tao Alliance square, comprising both cultivators and numerous ordinary folk. At the center of the square stood a stone platform over a meter high with a radius exceeding 10 meters. Surrounding the edge of the platform were several crystalline pillars exceeding 2 meters in height, filled with layers of intermingling, transparent bubbles. And at the very core lay a crystal sphere the size of a basketball. Before they could draw near the stone platform, Zhao Yuanyu began to elucidate the sphere and pillars to Yan Ran. "Sister, the crystal sphere at the center of the platform is the spirit testing orb used for assessing spiritual roots, while the crystalline pillars lining the edge serve to gauge cultivation realms." Before he could finish his explanation, another wave of fervent cheers erupted from the crowd, drowning out his voice. Fifth layer of qi refinement. Guan Miaoxin has advanced to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Indeed, it is no surprise that the exceptionally gifted single spiritual root cultivator is advancing at an astonishing pace. The cultivation speed of single spiritual root cultivators is truly terrifying. Currently, the most accomplished among dual spiritual root cultivators has only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, a pace that is nearly twice as fast as their own. However, not all single spiritual root cultivators progress as swiftly as Guan Miaoxin. The majority remain at the 3rd level of qi refinement, with only a select few having ascended to the 4th level. This is understandable, as the Guan family possesses immense wealth and abundant resources for cultivation, naturally facilitating a more rapid advancement. On the stone platform, Guan Miaoxin surveyed the crowd below with an air of tranquility, displaying neither the elation of her recent promotion nor an arrogant demeanor. She remained oblivious to the surrounding voices, perceiving that most of the individuals present no longer belonged to her realm of existence, rendering their words unworthy of her attention. With the support of her fellow cultivators from the Guan family, Guan Miaoxin departed from the Tao Alliance Plaza with poise and grace. Truly, she is the foremost talent in cultivation within Shu City, eliciting similar exclamations of admiration from numerous onlookers. "Sister, what are you looking at?" Zhao Yuanyu inquired, casting a dubious glance at the crystal column, unable to comprehend what could possibly be captivating enough to warrant his sister's intense focus. "I am observing the transparent bubbles within the column." "Bubbles?" Zhao Yuanyu immediately redirected his gaze toward the column. At this moment, the bubbles at the bottom of the crystal cylinder emitted a crimson glow, a manifestation of the spiritual energy input during Guan Miaoxin's previous test. The red light just surpassed the 5th scale on the cylinder, indicating that the practitioner's cultivation had ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement. What is so captivating about the bubbles? I pondered why this crystal cylinder could measure a cultivator's prowess. Furthermore, why had not all the bubbles illuminated? The individual named Guan Miaoxin, after inputting spiritual energy, only managed to illuminate a portion of the transparent bubbles, with nearly half of those below the 5th scale remaining dark. These two inquiries left Zhao Yuanyu in a state of bewilderment. As a cultivator's skill level increases, the output of spiritual energy grows stronger, the more potent the energy. The higher the scale it can reach upon inputting into the cultivation column. As for why not all the bubbles glowed, it was simply due to insufficient spiritual energy. The incomplete illumination of the bubbles was not a significant concern. As one's cultivation progressed, the body would gain strength, allowing for greater storage of spiritual energy. Thus, being able to illuminate around half of the bubbles, as Guan Miaoxin had done, was quite commendable. Ordinary cultivators typically only manage to activate a third of the bubbles. Suddenly, a young cultivator clad in a black outfit spoke up beside them. Captain Zhou, Zhao Yuanyu exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer. Zhou Zhirong nodded at Zhao Yuanyu and then turned to Yan Ran, smiling as he inquired, "Given your ability to contemplate these two questions, you must be a cultivator. Would you be interested in joining the first division of the martial department?" "Thank you, but I have no such plans at the moment," she replied. Yuan Ran politely declined the invitation. She was not one to relish constraints. It was evident that the Dao Alliance's martial department adhered to strict discipline, which was unsuitable for her disposition. While this may seem a trivial matter, it pertains to a cultivator's insight. Those with heightened perception can discern profound truths from minuscule and seemingly simplistic occurrences, leading to deeper realizations. As the captain of the first squad of the Dao Alliance's martial department, Zhou Zhirong could not afford to be idle and swiftly departed from the square. Subsequently, Yuan Ran observed numerous cultivators stepping forward to assess their abilities, most of whom were around the second or third level of Qi training. "Sister, why did you not accept Captain Zhou's offer? His first squad is a coveted place that countless cultivators aspire to join." While Zhao Yuanyu rambled on, Yuan Ran, unable to contain her curiosity, placed her hand upon the realm pillar. Instantly, the crystal column radiated a dazzling array of colors, far surpassing the previous red glow. Almost every transparent bubble within it illuminated, with the beam of light soaring towards the fifth notch on the scale. After their departure, the square erupted into a new wave of commotion. Chapter 39, The Secret Realm. Indeed, there were individuals who, as the ancient Heng Zhenjuan had claimed, could activate all the spiritual bubbles within the realm pillar. In front of the stone platform, a robust and astute middle-aged man gazed in astonishment at the multicolored luminescence emanating from the realm pillar. As far as he knew, even the most gifted prodigies in Kunlun City could only illuminate about 2/3 of the bubbles, and even the mysterious Zhenjuan's disciple had not surpassed that mark. The leader mused. The radiance emanating from the realm pillar is so intricately mixed. Could it be that the tested cultivator possesses a heterogeneous spiritual root? Zhao Yifei, the minister of the martial department, wore an expression of perplexity. After all, cultivators with mixed spiritual roots typically exhibit a rather sluggish pace in their cultivation. From the brilliance emitted by the realm pillar, it appeared that the tested individual was indeed a cultivator with a highly varied spiritual constitution. Yet that ethereal glow had already surged past the fourth mark, nearing the fifth. A practitioner with a mixed spiritual root at the fourth level of Qi refinement? Many cultivators with singular spiritual roots had yet to ascend to that level, while those with mixed roots generally lingered around the first or second levels. When did cultivators with mixed spiritual roots begin to progress so swiftly? Mixed spiritual roots. Zhang Yuqian, the leader of the Dao Alliance's Shuqing branch, murmured those words repeatedly, recalling the words of the venerable master Gu Hong when he spoke of the relationship between spiritual roots and aptitude. Here, possessing fewer spiritual roots merely indicates a faster initial cultivation speed. It does not signify superior aptitude. Thus, one cannot solely rely on the quantity of spiritual roots to determine a cultivator's potential. "Have you identified the cultivator being tested at this realm pillar?" Zhang Yuqian inquired. Glancing at Zhao Yifei, both had been preoccupied with their duties and seldom appeared in public. Their presence in the square this time was solely due to the dazzling brilliance radiating from the realm pillar. The luminosity was simply overwhelming. They had never anticipated that the intertwining hues would weave together such an astonishing spectacle, as if all the colors of the universe paled in comparison at that very moment. Today, a considerable number of individuals have arrived to assess their cultivation levels. First, there is Guan Miaoxin from the Guan family, followed by Wu Kuan from the Wu family. Both are prominent figures in Shuqing, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd, leaving little notice for a cultivator of mixed spiritual roots. Zhao Yifei's expression was one of deep regret. There are numerous cultivators with mixed spiritual roots in the martial department, yet their cultivation progresses at a sluggish pace. Encountering a cultivator who advances so swiftly sparks a desire to gain insights from him directly, to inquire about his methods of training. However, due to the overwhelming number of people present in the square, the surveillance failed to capture any useful information. Let us continue our search. This cultivator's aptitude is undoubtedly not inferior to that of Guan Miaoxin or Wu Kuan. There are still far too few cultivators at the mid-stage of Qi refinement in the Dao Alliance. With the imminent opening of the Shushan secret realm, we are in dire need of formidable cultivators. Isn't there's still several months to go? We cannot afford to wait that long. The entrance to the secret realm is already becoming unstable. Alas, I never expected that Shudi would become the fourth location to unveil a secret realm following Kunlun, Qinling, and Taihang. It is uncertain whether this development is a blessing or a curse. Zhang Yuqin's expression bore traces of concern. Since the great upheaval of heaven and earth, our nation has witnessed the emergence of 3 secret realms, each accompanied by significant turmoil. At such times, not only do monstrous beasts lie in wait, but demonic and ghostly cultivators also surface in contention for the resources and opportunities within. Leader, will the headquarters not send anyone for this upcoming secret realm opening? It seems that sending out a dispatch is no longer feasible. Currently, communication between various regions is fraught with obstacles and perils. With the increasing ferocity of demonic beasts and malevolent flora, the likelihood of casualties among cultivators is alarmingly high, a loss that the Dao Alliance cannot afford. Moreover, as we are presently amidst the opening of the Kunlun secret realm, the headquarters is entirely focused on that matter, leaving us with little attention. Thus, we must rely solely on ourselves for the opening of the Shushan secret realm. This instance is not merely an isolated event. We must cultivate the habit of self-reliance in all future endeavors. Meanwhile, the various influential factions in Shuqing, well informed, are abuzz with discussions regarding the events that transpired at the testing platform. Unbeknownst to Yin Ran, the impact of the Dao Alliance square has reverberated widely. Upon discovering how to acquire spirit stones, she set out early the next morning with Hu Tong, determined to hunt a few demonic beasts to exchange for some spirit stones. Sister, not long after they exited the city gates, they spotted Zhao Yuanyu waving at them, flanked by Zhao Yuanhao and several others. Are you also heading out to hunt demonic beasts? Yin Ran approached, glancing at the impassive expression of Zhao Yuanhao before turning her gaze to her cheerful younger brother. Didn't you mention yesterday that you would venture out today to hunt demonic beasts? Here we are, waiting for you. Waiting for me. Sister. Zhao Yuanyu tugged at Yin Ran's sleeve, speaking softly. The demonic beasts now appear in swarms. Although you have that fox by your side, it is still too dangerous to go alone. Brother Yuanhao and the others possess considerable strength. Traveling together would provide mutual support. Indeed, Yin Ran, let us join forces. The surrounding demonic beasts of Shucheng have been largely eradicated. If you wish to hunt these creatures for spirit stones, you must venture further afield. Traversing the distance on foot would be exceedingly time-consuming. At this juncture, Zhao Yuanhao spoke up. He was reluctant to allow Yin Ran to accompany them, particularly due to her previous expulsion of them from the villa. However, he could not withstand Yuan Yu's persistent pleas, and to his surprise, even his grandfather had suggested that he take Yin Ran along when leaving the city. Thus, he suppressed his discontent and remained here. Presently, oil is a scarce resource, and few can afford to drive. It appears she will need to devise a means to acquire a vehicle. Otherwise, venturing out will prove exceedingly inconvenient. Old fox, aren't you adept at crafting tools? Could you not forge a means of transportation? Yin Ran quietly inquired of Hu Tong, whom she had forcibly embraced. I certainly possess the ability to forge, the old man replied, but you lack the necessary materials. Even the most rudimentary yellow-grade flying instrument requires dozens of components. And given that you are merely at the qi refining stage, the spirit energy stored within you is insufficient to sustain the operation of such a device for any length of time. Are you suggesting that cultivators at the qi refining stage cannot utilize flying instruments? Yin Ran asked. Not at all. While your internal spirit energy may be lacking, you can substitute it with spirit stones. Flying instruments typically have operational formations inscribed upon them. As long as you place spirit stones within the formation, the instrument will fly autonomously. Why does everything require spirit stones? Yin Ran exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. In your vernacular, spirit stones equate to currency. Tell me, is there anything you do that does not require expenditure? Yin Ran found herself at a loss for words. His reasoning was undeniably sound. If only she could possess a spiritual mind, then she would not have to worry about the scarcity of spirit stones. Chapter 40, The Awakening. There were not few cultivators venturing out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts. After Yin Ran and her companions emerged, they encountered numerous teams, much like their own, embarking on the same perilous endeavor. Those of considerable strength mostly traveled by vehicle, while the less capable were left to traverse on foot. Yuanhao, do you think bringing that woman along will hinder us? Not at all. The fox by her side is quite formidable. That is reassuring. I certainly do not wish to end up like those in the Martial Division, burdened by a throng of ordinary individuals leading to our demise. I have heard that the second team of the Martial Division suffered severe losses. How could the casualties be so extensive? Weren't there quite a few meteors that fell into our Shu region? Moreover, most were swiftly obliterated by the Tao Alliance. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be many demonic cultivators in Shu. Who knows? Perhaps they were merely unfortunate, encountering the few stragglers that slipped through the cracks, or perhaps the demonic cultivators they faced had come from elsewhere. Surely not. The Shu path is treacherous enough as it is, and given the current prevalence of ferocious beasts, it would not be easy for demonic cultivators to make their way here from other regions. Anything is possible. Haven't you heard that the secret realm of Mount Shu is about to open? At that time, all manner of monstrous entities will emerge, not just ferocious beasts and demonic cultivators, but also ghostly practitioners. Who knows, even foreign powers might seek to stake their claim. That cannot be true. The audacity of foreigners is remarkable. They have frequently engaged in perilous ventures. Since the great upheaval of the world, only the Huagua has unveiled secret realms. Previously, the Kunlun, Qinling, and Taiying mountains yielded numerous treasures, igniting intense envy among foreign powers. This time, they are undoubtedly restless. Yuan Hao, given the dangers of the secret realm, should we still consider participating? Absolutely. I have heard the team leader mention that the spiritual herbs and fruits within the secret realm far surpass those found in the outside world, brimming with opportunities. It is rumored that there are exceedingly rare treasures within, with some exceptionally fortunate cultivators ascending from the initial to the latter stage of qi refinement merely by consuming certain spiritual fruits. Ascending from the initial to the latter stage of qi refinement in such a short span? Not only that, I have heard that in Kunlun City, there are already cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Just think, cultivators with a single spiritual root take considerable time to advance even a single layer. Yet, those cultivators manage to transition from the qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage in mere months, which raises the question, how is this possible? They must have encountered great fortune within the Kunlun secret realm. Indeed, this is the only explanation that holds water. Therefore, regardless of the dangers lurking within the secret realm, we must venture in and test our luck. At the back of the truck, Yin Ran quietly listened to Zhao Yuan Hao and the others discussing in hushed tones. A secret realm? How could such a wild land harbor a secret realm? Hu Tong, who was also attentive to their conversation, displayed a countenance filled with confusion and bewilderment, in stark contrast to Yin Ran's eager curiosity. In the nascent transition from a primitive and desolate realm to a realm of cultivation, the emergence of a secluded space, such as a secret realm characterized by its exclusivity, seems both improbable and inappropriate. Hu Tong found herself in a state of perplexity. This realm was rife with chaotic laws of nature, and as time progressed, the spiritual energy grew increasingly potent. Humans, demons, monsters, and ghosts appeared simultaneously, presenting the unmistakable image of a brand new realm of cultivation gradually taking shape. Yet, now the existence of a private space, accessible only to supreme beings, had surfaced. Could it be that this wild land had once witnessed the presence of such exalted entities? Or perhaps this primitive realm was not merely evolving into a realm of cultivation, but rather experiencing a revival? Revival. The thought sent a tremor through Hu Tong's being. Her body shook with such intensity that it startled Yin Ran, who had been attentively listening to Zhao Yuanhao and the others. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Nothing at all. Hu Tong forcefully suppressed the tumultuous excitement within her. A realm in revival must harbor immense opportunities. If she could inherit the legacies left by the powerful beings who once thrived in this realm, the likelihood of healing her internal injuries would soar to 90%. But could this truly be a realm in the midst of revival? Noticing the fluctuating emotions of Hu Tong, her moments of exhilaration followed by expressions of concern, Yin Ran felt a sense of surprise. Having spent considerable time together, she had never witnessed Hu Tong so torn between hope and fear. Just as she was about to inquire about Hu Tong's distress, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Sister, we have arrived. Yin Ran looked up and realized they had reached a level expanse before a thicket. This place was once a grain cultivation base. But ever since the great upheaval of nature and the emergence of spiritual energy, various plants have been growing wildly, transforming fertile fields into dense thickets within just a few months. Although it may not rival the depths of ancient forests, it is home to a considerable number of mythical beasts. Our purpose today is to eradicate these creatures. Before Yin Ran could inquire further, Zhao Yuanyu proactively shared the circumstances of this area. Zhao Yuanhao and his companions were quite familiar with this locale, indicating they had frequently come here to hunt the beasts. Before long, they arrived at a particularly dense thicket. This region belonged to the badgers, with hundreds of them residing within. Badgers are known for their ferocity and will attack upon sighting humans. Once inside, one must be cautious not to be surrounded. If encircled, even the most well-intentioned would find themselves powerless to assist. Zhao Yuanhao directed this warning specifically at Yin Ran. Indeed, my dear, should you find yourself in peril, do not blame us for our lack of chivalry in coming to your rescue, chimed in another young male cultivator. Yin Ran chose to ignore the remark, casting a glance at Zhao Yuanhao and nodding to acknowledge his caution. She then turned her attention to Zhao Yuanyu, asking, "Will you accompany me or stay with them?" "Sister, let us all go together." Zhao Yuanyu responded eagerly. "I am not accustomed to having too many people around. You should. I'll accompany you." Zhao Yuanyu interrupted before she could finish. "Very well, let us proceed." With that, Yin Ran surveyed the surroundings and headed towards a direction with relatively sparse underbrush. Upon witnessing Yin Ran leave without hesitation, Zhao Yuanyu exchanged a few words with Zhao Yuanhao before pursuing her. "Yuanhao, how could you agree to undertake a mission with someone like her? She exhibits no sense of teamwork whatsoever. If she encounters danger later, should we come to her aid or not? Women are nothing but trouble." Listening to his teammates' grievances, Zhao Yuanhao felt a surge of frustration. However, concerned for Zhao Yuanyu's safety, he gritted his teeth and led his companions in the direction Yin Ran had departed. Chapter 41. Experience prevails, damn it. Why are there so many badgers? Perhaps it was sheer misfortune, but not long after Zhao Yuanhao began following the path taken by Yin Ran, he and his companions stumbled upon a horde of badgers. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red with animosity. Upon confrontation, a fierce battle erupted. Zhao Yuanhao's side consisted of only a handful of cultivators, most at the initial stages of qi refinement, while the badgers numbered nearly 20. Though their individual strength was comparable to the first level of qi refinement, their sheer numbers rendered them swift and relentless in their attacks. In no time, injuries began to afflict Zhao Yuanhao's team, and the badgers gradually encircled them. "Is it just me, or have all the badgers in the vicinity gathered here? I told you, during missions, one should avoid entanglements with women. The moment we did, disaster struck." Yuanhao, with exasperation, declared, "If you ever dare to bring a woman on a mission again, I will withdraw from this team. Next time." At this point, our survival is uncertain. This is truly a stroke of bad luck. At this moment, the badger had encircled Zhao Yuanhao and his companions, its glistening claws striking at them repeatedly. "Hold on, everyone. The commotion we've created will surely attract the attention of nearby cultivators. If they come to investigate, we shall be saved." Observing the increasing wounds on his teammates, Zhao Yuanhao felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would have never consented to accompany Yin Ran. "What are you standing there for? We must leave at once. The beasts on the outskirts of this thicket are far too feeble, and the spiritual energy they possess is insufficient to replenish our own. If we are to hunt, we should venture deeper to confront those mid-stage qi refinement beasts." Hutong, noticing that Yin Ran had paused, cast a glance towards the direction they had come from and impatiently urged, "Hurry up." Upon seeing Yin Ran look his way, Zhao Yuanyu could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Sister, are we truly going to disregard these badgers?" In Shu City, a first-stage qi refinement badger can be sold for 10 spirit stones. Throughout their journey, Yin Ran had already dispatched no fewer than 10 badgers with a single stroke, some of which appeared to be at the second stage of qi refinement. When did hunting beasts become so effortless? He recalled that during his previous missions with Zhao Yuanhao, several individuals had to cooperate to successfully slay a single beast, often sustaining injuries or even facing death in the process. Yet, what had he witnessed earlier? Those formidable and fierce beasts, which he had once deemed powerful, were effortlessly cleaved in two by his own sister, lacking even the capacity to retaliate. He had initially believed that his sister's presence in Shu was solely due to the protection of that red fox. But now it was painfully clear that he had been gravely mistaken. His sister herself was an immensely powerful being. Look at your achievements. You are merely dealing with a first-level spirit beast, so what is there to lament? Fox Tong glanced disdainfully at Zhao Yuanyu, rather than feeling offended by her contempt. Zhao Yuanyu chuckled and replied, Senior, I am just an ordinary person. To be fortunate enough to hunt down a first-level spirit beast is already a stroke of luck for me. Now, seeing so many spirit beasts discarded here naturally evokes a sense of regret. Fox Tong shot him a sidelong glance, but remained silent, shifting her attention to Yin Ran. All right, let us go. Once inside, hunt down a few mid-level spirit beasts for this foolish brother of yours, so he doesn't appear so naive. When Yin Ran and the others found Zhao Yuanhao and his companions, they had already fallen into a dire predicament, with two of them gravely injured and unable to rise. Brother Yuanhao. Upon seeing Zhao Yuanhao surrounded by badgers, Zhao Yuanyu's face drained of color, and he raised his wolf fang club, ready to charge in, only to be pulled back by Yin Ran at his side. It's futile for you to go. After restraining Zhao Yuanyu, Yin Ran dashed forward herself. In their desperate struggle for survival, Zhao Yuanhao and his companions, despite being battered and bloodied, fiercely battled against the badgers, refusing to relinquish hope. Suddenly, several white phantoms flickered into view, and they witnessed the insurmountable encirclement of the badgers parting to create a significant opening. As those that had been gradually consuming their lives began to fall swiftly. Brother Yuanhao, are you all right? Once the dog badger was dealt with, Zhao Yuanyu immediately rushed to Zhao Yuanhao's side, his expression filled with concern as he gazed at the injuries covering him. I thought this time would be my end, laughed a burly man with a scruffy beard, looking up at the sky. Brother Yuanhao, the stench of blood here is overwhelming. We should leave swiftly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanhao and the others turned their attention to him. Yuanyu, did you save us? At that moment, apart from the few of them, only Zhao Yuanyu remained. I wish I could take credit, but I lack the ability. It was my sister. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd, who had intended to complain about Zhao Yuanyu, fell silent. Yinran? Zhao Yuanhao's expression shifted as he suddenly recalled the white silhouette he had seen earlier, which resembled the oxbone knife that Yinran always carried. Where is she? She left. My sister hasn't yet hunted any demon beasts and has gone deeper inside. As Zhao Yuanyu spoke, he began to gather the fallen dog badgers. But there are so many dog badgers here. Why pursue other demon beasts? Zhao Yuanyu's face stiffened, his expression growing complex. Could he admit that his sister deemed these early-stage demon beasts beneath her? Others risked their lives for a single hunt, yet she dismissed them so easily. It was truly disheartening. It's best not to mention it. My sister said these dog badgers are ours. She doesn't want them. Observing the multitude of dog badgers scattered across the ground, Zhao Yuanhao and the others felt a twinge of embarrassment, having previously spoken ill of her. Watching Zhao Yuanyu, who was collecting the dog badgers with an untroubled demeanor, Zhao Yuanhao's expression flickered. He understood Yuanyu's character quite well. According to reason, Yin Ran should have ventured into the thicket by now. He ought to have followed suit. Even if he chose to remain behind due to their injuries, he should not display such an unsettling calmness. At the very least, some semblance of concern ought to have emerged. Yet, he did not, and this provokes curiosity. Glancing at the badger on the ground, Zhao Yuanhao noted that, aside from the few they had hunted, all others bore a common characteristic: a deep, elongated wound at their necks. A swift death. The moment Zhao Yuanhao glimpsed the wound, this phrase sprang to mind. Has Yin Ran's strength ascended to such heights? At that moment, Zhao Yuanhao began to comprehend why. After Yin Ran had expelled them from the villa, his grandfather had still encouraged Yuanyu to assist him, even prompting him to bring Yin Ran along on the mission. In matters of discernment, he could not rival his grandfather's experience. Within the thicket, Hu Tong expressed her dissatisfaction towards Yin Ran, saying, "When will you amend your habit of meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Your foresight is indeed commendable." Chapter 42. The unexpected contrast. This formidable team had successfully hunted such a multitude of badgers. Though the badgers were not particularly powerful, their agility and speed rendered them difficult targets during combat, often requiring several cultivators to subdue a single one. Yet, this small team had managed to hunt over 20 badgers. However, upon witnessing Zhao Yuanhao and the others, who were battered and bruised, the onlookers felt a sense of relief. The team had evidently paid a grievous price for their bounty. Yuanhao, how shall we handle so many badgers? After absorbing the essence of spirit, the badger's size had multiplied several times, with over 20 of them huddled together, creating a rather astonishing scene. For the first time, Zhao Yuanhao and his companions found themselves troubled by the sheer number of beasts they had hunted. If you are unable to manage them, perhaps you could sell them to us? Very well, that price seems quite reasonable. Zhao Yuanhao was about to agree when a somewhat arrogant male voice interrupted. What splendid treasure has Miaoxin laid eyes upon? You cannot keep it all for yourself. It must be shared with those who witness it. Wu Kuan, who prided himself on his charm, approached with a beaming smile, flanked by more than a dozen cultivators. It's merely a few badgers. Are they truly worthy of your attention? Young Master Wu? Guan Miaoxin shot a cold glance at Wu Kuan, her tone laced with sarcasm. The Wu family was akin to a cat that could scent blood, always appearing wherever relics surfaced. This time, the Guan family had finally discovered an underground relic before the Dao League, and she had intended to lead her direct descendants to investigate. However, she was taken aback to find the Wu family trailing behind them, forcing her to divert to the thicket. I find no fault with it. I am simply weary of consuming mid-stage chi beasts and am in search of a change in palate, Wu Kuan declared, unfazed by Guan Miaoxin's demeanor, his self-satisfaction unabated. Guan Miaoxin, already irked by the Wu family's persistent following, felt exceedingly uncomfortable at Wu Kuan's smugness and asserted that she had already claimed the badgers, urging Zhao Yuanhao to finalize the transaction. Wu Kuan, naturally opposing this declaration, found himself in a standoff with her. At this moment, Zhao Yuanhao and his companions were drenched in sweat, realizing that both Guan Miaoxin and Wu Kuan had simultaneously set their sights on the badger. Regardless of which family it was sold to, the other would inevitably harbor discontent. The Guan and Wu families were among the most prominent in Shuqing, and offending either was not an option for them. What if we each take half of the badgers? Just as Zhao Yuanhao was at a loss, Zhao Yuanyu spoke up. Upon hearing this suggestion, Guan Miaoxin immediately shot a glare at Zhao Yuanyu, while Wu Kai, in stark contrast, burst into laughter, cryptically remarking to Guan Miaoxin, "This is a splendid idea, Miaoxin. One cannot indulge in such treasures alone. It may lead to choking." Guan Miaoxin cast a sideways glance at Wu Kai. Noticing his gaze wandering towards the martial practitioners, her expression darkening. After a prolonged silence, she finally conceded, "Fine, let us split it." Precisely. Instantly, the previously tense standoff between the two transformed into amicable resolution, leaving onlookers momentarily stunned. In the end, the badgers were divided between the two families, and Zhao Yuanhao and his companions fortuitously acquired 250 low-grade spirit stones, which, when evenly distributed, granted each of them several dozen, a remarkable harvest indeed. "I shall wait with you," Zhao Yuanhao declared without much thought. "I cannot leave you here alone." Shortly after Guan Miaoxin and Wu Kai departed, Yin Ran emerged from the thicket, dragging a brown wild buffalo larger than a fully grown elephant. The effortless manner in which he towed it, akin to pulling a sponge, left Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao visibly taken aback. "You, a delicate and fragile maiden, are boldly leading a beast that dwarfs you in size. Is this truly fitting?" Such a striking contrast evokes a sense of despair. Yin Ran is indeed impressive. It took Zhao Yuanhao a while to articulate his thoughts. Previously, the martial cultivators from the Guan and Wu clans, who had not yet appeared in the dispute over the badger, rushed over upon seeing the wild bull. Several of them approached Yin Ran, inquiring, "Are you selling this wild bull?" "Indeed," Yin Ran replied, flamboyantly tossing the vine tethering the bull to the ground. "What price are you offering in spirit stones?" In Shucheng, a beast of the 5th layer of chi refinement is typically priced at 100 low-grade spirit stones. "Is it so inexpensive?" Yin Ran was somewhat taken aback, having exerted considerable effort to subdue this bull. "Inexpensive?" The astonishment on the faces of the martial cultivators was even greater than hers. "Sister, this price is tenfold that of a beast in the 1st layer of chi refinement." At that moment, Zhao Yuanyu arrived beside Yin Ran. "Sister, that price is not cheap at all." "Very well then." Upon hearing Yin Ran's reluctant tone, the martial cultivators felt a pang of disappointment. After all, their monthly wages amounted to only 100 spirit stones, earned through arduous labor and perilous endeavors. "What brings you all together here?" A commanding voice resonated, followed by the approach of a rugged man in his 30s. "Captain, we have purchased a beast of the 5th layer of chi refinement. Currently, the majority of practitioners in the martial division are at the 2nd or 3rd layers of chi training. The flesh of beasts at the 5th layer of chi training contains a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Consuming it may facilitate someone's advancement. The individual approaching is none other than Su Tao, the captain of the 3rd team of the martial division. At first glance, Su Tao did not focus on the massive wild bull, but rather on Yin Ran and the fox, Tom. He held a profound impression of the girl and her fox. as he was the one who granted them passage when they entered the city. The headquarters of the Tao Alliance had previously announced that not all beasts harbor animosity towards humans. Those with sufficient strength could tame these creatures, transforming them into companions, reminiscent of the pets many kept before the upheaval of the world. In Kunlun City, several extraordinary talents are accompanied by spirit pets. However, such occurrences had not been witnessed in Shu City until now. Thus, Su Tao was genuinely astonished upon seeing the girl and the fox together. He cast a deep glance at Yin Ran and Tong before addressing several martial division practitioners, instructing them to proceed, as there were tasks to undertake. Observing Yin Ran's demeanor, Zhao Yuanhao seemed to recall something, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke up, noting that the practitioners from the Guan and Wu families had also headed in that direction. Before Yin Ran could inquire further, Zhao Yuanhao continued, explaining that the Wu family had originally consisted of tomb raiders, well-versed in ancient tombs and relics, while the Guan family was a prestigious clan with a history spanning over 100 years in the Shu region, possessing extensive knowledge of local circumstances. Yin Ran's expression shifted slightly as she suddenly turned to Zhao Yu. "Sister, wherever you go, I shall follow. I promise not to be a burden." Zhao Yuanyu instantly comprehended Yin Ran's intention. "In that case, let us proceed to take a look." Chapter 43. It is not particularly difficult. "Sister, have we lost track?" Zhao Yuanyu, bewildered and unable to discern the direction amidst the lush greenery and towering trees, glanced at Yin Ran. Just a moment ago, they had been trailing behind the group from the martial department, yet in the blink of an eye, those individuals had vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence of their passage. Were it not for the proximity to the thicket and the absence of deep mountains and forests, he might have believed they had entered a primeval wilderness. Something feels amiss in this place. At this moment, Hutong's expression also turned serious. "What seems to be amiss?" Yin Ran immediately inquired of Hutong. "A maze formation," Hutong explained. "It is a type of formation that disorients individuals, rendering it exceedingly difficult for them to escape once ensnared. A more advanced maze formation could even trap a cultivator to their demise within its confines. Such formations are commonly employed by cultivators for entrapment. It is no wonder I sensed we were merely going in circles," Yin Ran mused, surveying their surroundings thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Hutong cast a sidelong glance at Yin Ran, pursing her lips. When did this girl learn to put on airs? Is it so easy to detect a naturally formed maze formation based on the local terrain? Natural maze formations differ significantly from those created by formation masters. The latter often present unchanging landscapes, while natural formations are highly variable, relying on geographical advantages, and thus do not exhibit identical terrains. Thus, may I inquire how she discerned that they were merely going in circles? Her ability to perceive this so swiftly is undoubtedly attributed to her extensive experience and insight gained from years of wandering. Now, a mere cultivator at the 4th level dares to audaciously claim she can detect a natural illusion array. Surely, this is a jest. Yin Ran, oblivious to the subtle shift in Hutong's expression, inquired, "What shall we do to escape?" "You ask me, and whom shall I ask in return?" Hutong retorted with an exasperated roll of her eyes. After a few huffs, she continued, "Fortunately, this natural maze is not particularly sophisticated. It is merely a simple illusion. If we wander for a few more days and identify terrain that significantly differs from the surroundings, we should be able to find our way out." "A few days of wandering? Is it truly going to take that long?" Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao exclaimed in disbelief, and even Yin Ran appeared taken aback. "Long. If we manage to escape, it will be sheer luck." Hutong cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Yuanyu and his brother. "If this place were a complex maze nested within another, we might as well prepare to perish here." At this juncture, Hutong turned her gaze sternly toward Yin Ran, advising, "In your future excursions, never venture into regions with peculiar terrain. While they may conceal great opportunities, they also harbor extreme dangers. Without substantial skills to rely on, entering such places could lead to one's demise." "I shall remember," Yin Ran replied earnestly, nodding. "Old fox, let us prioritize finding a way out as swiftly as possible." Hutong let out a cold snort, hesitating for a moment before rising to her feet. She walked at the forefront, leading the way while scanning her surroundings. Yin Ran and the 2 others followed closely behind her, mirroring her pace. The trio and the fox traversed from day into night, resting for a spell before embarking on another arduous 10-hour journey. As the sun began its descent once more, Yin Ran felt an unsettling sense of stagnation. As if they were merely circling in place, which gradually stirred a sense of annoyance within her. It seemed imperative to learn some formations. Otherwise, if they found themselves ensnared, escape would be impossible. Yet, mastering formations is no simple feat, Hutong mused with a hint of regret, reflecting on the struggles she faced while attempting to grasp the intricacies of formations. If they were easily learned, she wouldn't find herself lacking in knowledge, unable even to decipher a moderately complex maze. In truth, the four arts of formations, alchemy, talismans, and tools are all arduous to master. Despite her exceptional talent in crafting tools, the journey to becoming a master craftsman was fraught with challenges that few could comprehend. Success is contingent upon effort, with diligence. One can glean at least a superficial understanding. A chuckle escaped Hutong as she recalled the disorienting days spent grappling with formations, sending a shiver down her spine. Observing Yinran's naive demeanor, she felt compelled to offer a dose of reality. To truly learn formations, one must possess a credible lineage of knowledge. Do you have that? Even if you do, to genuinely fathom formations requires mentorship. I know you might argue for self-study, but allow me to caution you. Throughout history, even the most prodigious talents and formations have seldom achieved mastery without guidance. Indeed, the notions of inheritance and mentorship are merely external factors. The true determinant of an individual's potential success in the realm of formations lies in their innate talents. Do you consider your capabilities in computation and reasoning to be formidable? If these faculties are lacking, I would advise you against attempting this endeavor, for I fear you may render yourself foolish. I recall a time when I delved into formations for merely a month, and my mind became a chaotic jumble, taking several months to regain clarity. In your eyes, it seems that nothing is insurmountable. Yinran is quite speechless at Hutong's penchant for discouragement. However, it is worth noting that cultivators inherently defy destiny, and all their pursuits are fraught with immense challenges. Yinran, uninterested in debating with Hutong, remarked, "Old fox, do you not possess any prowess yourself? After all this time, you have yet to discover an escape route. If you believe I am incapable, then lead the way." Feeling her dignity compromised by Yinran's retort, Hutong halted, observing Yinran with a discerning gaze. Hutong leisurely trailed behind, exuding an air of certainty that Yinran would soon find herself in distress and subsequently seek assistance. Zhao Yuanhao and Zhao Yuanyu remained silent, for they held little sway in the presence of Yinran and Hutong. Leading the group, Yinran disregarded Hutong's earlier comments about searching for a terrain distinct from others, and instead followed her understanding of the natural maze to chart her course. Is this natural maze not formed by the terrain? All terrains are intertwined with Earth's spiritual energy, hence she sought a way out based on the fluctuations of that energy. The primary purpose for their entrance into this place has not escaped her memory. If this method truly leads out of a labyrinth, it is likely to reach the destination sought by the martial cultivators. After traversing several kilometers, the surrounding foliage began to thin. The expression of the last in line, Hutong, shifted repeatedly as she glanced at Yinran. Could it be that this girl is genuinely a genius in formations? After approximately half an hour, Yinran and her companions emerged from the dense thicket, revealing a vast ruin of a palace before their eyes. "Old fox, see, I have indeed found my way out. It seems your previous assertions were incorrect. In truth, whether it be formations, alchemy, talisman crafting, or weapon forging, none of it is particularly difficult, is it?" Yinran remarked with an air of humility, gazing at Hutong. Observing Hutong's desire to retort, yet finding herself at a loss for words, Yinran's spirits soared, her almond-shaped eyes suddenly sparkling like a crescent moon. Chapter 44. Calmly lost in thought, who goes there? As the trio and the fox stepped into the ruins, over a dozen cultivators emerged from within, swiftly encircling them. Judging by their positions, they appeared to belong to three distinct factions. "Esteemed cultivators, we are from Shuqing," Zhao Yuanhao interjected, stepping forward to explain upon noticing the hostility radiating from the surrounding cultivators, most of whom he recognized. Some were from the Dao Alliance's martial division, while others hailed from the Guan and Wu families. "Ah, I remember now. Aren't they the ones who sold us the badger?" "Indeed, it is them. What brings you here?" Zhao Yuanhao glanced at Yinran and Hutong before smiling and remarking, "We ventured out to hunt demon beasts, yet somehow found ourselves here." This site, a newly emerged relic, had only recently come to light, and they were among the first cultivators to arrive. Currently, the three factions' leaders were still exploring within, and if new forces were to join, the resources inside would undoubtedly be divided among them, a situation they wished to avoid. Following the upheaval of the world, ancient relics began to surface across various regions, each harboring an abundance of cultivation resources, such as teachings of techniques, magical artifacts, and talismans. Typically, those who enter such relics first are rewarded with substantial gains. However, such relics are scarce, and thus, their emergence often stirs all local factions and cultivators into action, with the potential for violent confrontations. Such conflicts are invariably accompanied by casualties. No one desires injury or death. So upon realizing that Yin Ran and her companions posed little threat, the three factions of cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing the waning hostility, Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao also felt a sense of ease, their gazes drawn longingly to the ancient relic behind them. Despite the challenges in travel between regions after the Great Upheaval, the exchange of information remained largely unobstructed. The satellites of Huagua in outer space had not been damaged by meteorites and continued to function normally, ensuring that the network remained intact. Consequently, even an ordinary individual like Zhao Yuanyu was aware of the significance of the relics. As a cultivator, Zhao Yuanhao possessed a wealth of knowledge. He had previously encountered ancient sites, albeit those were stripped bare by countless cultivators, reduced to mere remnants of their former glory. This particular ancient site, however, had only just emerged, undoubtedly brimming with abundant cultivation resources. The mere thought of the battle knife acquired by the mercenary leader within the ruins ignited a fervor in Zhao Yuanhao's heart. If he could only gain entry now, even without obtaining a treasure akin to the leader's, he would at the very least secure some valuable resources for his cultivation. Driven by his eagerness, Zhao Yuanhao instinctively took a few steps forward. Everyone, this relic. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by a cultivator from the opposing side. Do not move. Should you take another step forward, do not blame us for being merciless. Members of the Guan and Wu clans swiftly emerged to obstruct him, glaring fiercely at Zhao Yuanhao, their expressions suggesting that any further advance would result in immediate violence. Yet, Zhao Yuanhao was not without allies. He quickly turned to look at Yin Ran and Fox Tong. Though the opposing cultivators were numerous, their strength largely hovered around the third level of qi refinement. Yin Ran and the Fox, capable of vanquishing even fifth-level qi refinement beasts, should have no trouble dealing with them. The allure of the plentiful resources within the ruins would surely stir their ambitions. To his dismay, however, at this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the pair, a human and a fox, seemed utterly distracted. Witnessing their lack of focus, Zhao Yuanhao felt an urge to scream to the heavens in frustration. Upon regaining her senses, Yin Ran fixed her gaze upon the pensive Hu Tong, abruptly pulling her into an embrace and softly inquiring, "Old fox, do you not find that this ruin bears a striking resemblance to the aftermath of a great battle?" Hu Tong, initially poised to react with ire at the unexpected interruption, was momentarily taken aback by Yin Ran's question. Her expression shifted to one of admiration as she regarded Yin Ran. "You are perceptive to notice this. It reflects a certain discernment. Do you feel the same?" Yin Ran's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Isn't it rather obvious?" Hu Tong resumed her characteristic sidelong glance. To reduce a palace constructed from an array of exquisite materials to such a state, there can be no other explanation than the occurrence of a monumental battle, and not one involving lowly cultivators. It appears that this wild land has indeed witnessed the presence of supreme beings. A flicker of realization crossed Yin Ran's face as she recalled the fierce conflict she had witnessed on Jade Pearl Peak at Kunlun Mountain. "Sister," Zhao Yuanyu interjected, unable to contain himself as he noticed Yin Ran drifting off again. "What is it?" "Sister, they are preventing us from entering. What shall we do now?" "What shall we do?" "Naturally, we shall charge right in," Hu Tong exclaimed, springing from Yin Ran's arms and dashing like a gust of crimson wind towards the ruins, leaving the opposing cultivators in her wake. The cultivators from the Guan, Wu, and martial departments found themselves unable to react in time to halt the swift fox, and a sense of frustration lingered among them for their failure to obstruct her, especially given their considerable numbers. Just as they prepared to hold Yin Ran and her companions accountable, another shadow flitted past their line of sight. As Hu Tong departed, Yin Ran skillfully manipulated the winds, propelling herself and Zhao Yuanyu into the ruins with the assistance of the gusts. By the time the trio of cultivators realized what had transpired, Yin Ran and her companions had vanished without a trace. Alarmed, the others exclaimed that the intruders had entered and urgently called for the captain, young lady, or young master. At the heart of the ruins stood a grand hall, its roof missing, cleaved in half by an immense force. Su Tao, Guan Miaoxin, and Wu Kuan each commanded a team of cultivators, positioned at 3 distinct angles, engaged in a silent contest. In their midst lay a subterranean compartment, approximately 1 square meter in size, now ajar, revealing a crystal vial the size of a glass, filled with a shimmering liquid of crimson hue. It was evident that all 3 factions coveted this vial. The atmosphere within the hall was eerily quiet until a sudden, thunderous crash shattered the stillness. As a crimson figure collided with a jade tablet lying at the entrance, sending it crashing to the ground. Swiftly, countless gazes turned towards the source of the commotion, only to discover that it was a fox, eliciting expressions of astonishment. Before their surprise could subside, 3 figures soared into the chamber. Chapter 45. The opportunist emerges. Hu Tong and Yin Ren entered the hall in succession, significantly disrupting the delicate ambience that had prevailed. The unexpected arrival of the trio caught the attention of Guan Miaoxin, Wu Kuan, and Su Tao, who were well aware that they had left numerous cultivators outside the ancient site, making it no easy feat for outsiders to gain entry. "Please, continue with your affairs. We are but passers-by," they remarked. Upon entering the grand hall, Yin Ren swiftly surveyed the surroundings. Opposite her, a group of cultivators exhibited several potent fluctuations of spiritual energy, indicating their cultivation levels surpassed her own. Without hesitation, she scooped up the fox, Hu Tong, who was fixated on the opposing cultivators, and cast a glance at the crystal vial concealed in the dark recess before signaling Zhao Yuanyu to follow. With determination, she turned and exited the hall. The trio, along with the fox, departed as hastily as they had arrived, leaving Guan Miaoxin and the others both surprised and perplexed. Observing them seeking resources elsewhere, the onlookers remained largely indifferent. The ancient site was not extensive, and they had already scoured other areas, leaving behind only a scant chance of missing any resources. That fox. Guan Miaoxin's gaze flickered as she regarded the red fox cradled in Yin Ran's arms. It had reportedly attained spiritual intelligence and could allegedly articulate speech. Su Tao remarked, "Is that so?" Guan Miaoxin's eyes brightened, revealing a glimmer of intrigue. At that moment, the cultivator who had previously obstructed Yin Ran and her companions rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency. "Who permitted your entry? Were you not instructed to remain outside?" Guan Miaoxin and Wu Kuan exclaimed in unison. "3 individuals and a fox have intruded," a cultivator hurriedly explained, but was quickly interrupted by Wu Kuan. "We are aware of this situation. You must return outside and ensure no others enter." It was evident that the crystal vial in the concealed recess held the utmost value in this ancient site. And with the 3 factions yet to reach an accord regarding its ownership, it was indeed ill-advised to allow any other forces to intervene at this critical juncture. Understood. Subsequently, tranquility returned to the Grand Hall. What allure could these crumbling remnants possess? This ruin, though slightly more intact than the previous palace, still seemed unremarkable for treasure hunting. Yet, upon witnessing the throngs within, you fled in terror. Hu Tong's tone dripped with disdain. Was that truly a hasty retreat? I would argue it was a display of prudent wisdom. Several individuals within surpassed my own cultivation. What purpose would my presence serve there? I could easily become a target of collective hostility. Only a fool would remain in such a predicament. No matter how you twist your words, it cannot alter your inherently timid nature. With that, Hu Tong turned her head away, her gaze fixated on a distant crimson figure within the hall. Yin Ran noticed a peculiar change in Hu Tong's demeanor and followed her line of sight, catching sight of Guan Miaoxin in the grand hall. "Old fox," she mused. "You headed straight for this hall upon entering. What is your intention?" Upon hearing this, Yin Ran raised an eyebrow, surprised that this individual refrained from referring to herself as this old one. "Old fox, why do I sense something amiss with you?" "Do not speak nonsense," Hu Tong retorted, her irritation evident as she glared at Yin Ran. Yet, when their eyes met, hers filled with curiosity, she instinctively averted her gaze. "While you all remain here to inspect these ruins, I shall explore elsewhere." Observing Hu Tong's somewhat panicked demeanor, Yin Ran felt a stir of concern. What is wrong with her? "Sister, should we follow her?" After exploring a significant portion of the ruins, the trio found themselves empty-handed. The Wu family, the Guan family, and others have been excessively ruthless, thoroughly pillaging this place and leaving nothing for the rest. Zhao Yuanhao and Zhao Yuanyu complained as they searched. "What is this?" Under a pillar, Zhao Yuanyu uncovered a yellow piece of paper adorned with unfamiliar symbols. "This is a spirit talisman. I've seen it with the commander." Zhao Yuanhao exclaimed joyfully, as they finally had something to show for their efforts. A spirit talisman? Let me see. Yin Ran took the talisman in her hands, examining it closely. The symbols, drawn in red ink, appeared simple at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, they seemed to grow increasingly intricate, causing a slight dizziness the longer one stared. Zhao Yuanhao had to avert his gaze after just a couple of glances, while Zhao Yuanyu didn't dare to look directly at the symbols. The level of this spirit talisman must be high. Insufficient cultivation could lead to discomfort from prolonged observation. Noticing Yin Ran's pale complexion as she continued to scrutinize the talisman, Zhao Yuanhao felt compelled to speak up. Hearing this, Yin Ran did not immediately divert her gaze from the symbols. As she contemplated the path of the symbols, a sudden flash of light illuminated her mind's eye, and a symbol identical to the one on the yellow paper began to evolve within her consciousness. As the symbol fully manifested, Yin Ran felt as though all her strength had been drained, collapsing onto the ground. Sister, what's wrong? Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao looked at her with concern. I'm fine. At that moment, Yin Ran appeared quite frail, her spiritual energy severely depleted. After sitting down briefly to recuperate, her complexion improved slightly. Recalling the evolution of the sigils within the sea of knowledge, Yin Ran's index finger involuntarily began to trace the ground. In mere moments, a sigil identical to that on the spirit talisman was meticulously drawn. While Zhao Yuanyuan remained relatively composed upon witnessing the sigil, Zhao Yuanhao's eyes widened in astonishment. He frequently interacted with cultivators and thus understood the immense difficulty of drawing sigils. In all of Shuqing, cultivators capable of inscribing sigils could be counted on one hand. The most challenging step in crafting a spirit talisman is, undoubtedly, the inscription of the sigil. The fact that Yin Ran could replicate the sigil after only a single glance was nothing short of extraordinary. With a swift motion, Yin Ran erased the sigil and declared, "Let us move on and explore other areas." "Are you all right, sister?" Zhao Yuanyuan inquired anxiously, sensing that she appeared somewhat fatigued. "Let us proceed." Though her spiritual energy was not likely to recover in the short term, her physical strength had indeed regained some vigor. Soon, the trio had thoroughly explored the entire ruins, uncovering only a few spirit talismans without any further findings. Let us return to that grand hall we visited earlier. At this moment, the cultivators from the martial department, the Guan family, and the Wu family had already departed, leaving the grand hall nearly stripped bare. It was as though a swarm of locusts had swept through. Faced with the emptiness of the hall, the expressions of Zhao Yuanhao and Zhao Yuanyuan fell immediately. Yin Ran paid no heed to their grievances and walked straight towards the concealed compartment in the center of the hall. Bang! A resounding noise echoed throughout the grand hall. "Sister, what are you doing?" Once Yin Ran emerged, the two Zhao brothers turned their gaze to the compartment, only to discover that beneath it lay yet another concealed space. Zhao Yuanhao's emotions were in turmoil. Whether it was the Guan family, the Wu family, or the martial sect cultivators, their extensive experience in exploring ancient ruins had nearly stripped this site bare, yet they had overlooked the hidden compartment beneath the concealed compartment. However, Yin Ran had discovered it. Was this mere coincidence, or simply a stroke of good fortune? "Sister, is this a brush in gold?" Zhao Yunyu gazed curiously at the pristine white brush and the golden stone, no larger than a glass bead, in Yin Ran's hand. There was no doubt that these deeply hidden items were treasures, far more valuable than the crystal vials that the martial sect had previously fought over. This should be a talisman brush, and as for this, Yin Ran observed the golden stone with a look of confusion. This should be a seed. Zhao Yuanhao interjected. A seed? I recall that the Dao Alliance's official website mentioned something similar, suggesting that cultivators had brought such items out from secret realms. After stating this, he turned to Zhao Yuanyu and said, "Do not speak of my discovery of these two items." Both Zhao Yuanhao and Zhao Yuanyu nodded solemnly. Although Yin Ran possessed commendable strength, she was still outnumbered. If other factions were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be tempted by greed. "All right, let us depart. Sister, shall we not search for Hutong?" Yin Ran paused, her brow slightly furrowed. She is no longer within the ruins. Chapter 46, Blood of the Talisman. Wait a moment. Just as Yin Ran was leading Zhao Yuanyu out of the ruins, her expression suddenly changed, halting their progress. "Sister, what is wrong?" Outside, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed, casting a serious expression upon Yin Ran's face. Could it be that other factions had discovered this place? No, even if they had. As long as there were cultivators from the martial department present, they would not dare to act recklessly. Zhao Yuanhao shook his head. Let us go take a look. But be cautious. We must not allow those outside to notice us. The three of them advanced cautiously toward the ruins. And soon Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao also heard the sounds of combat, the scent of blood thickening in the air. When they were still over 10 meters away from the outskirts of the ruins, the trio halted, concealing themselves behind a broken wall, quietly observing the battle unfolding outside. At that moment, outside the ruins, the cultivators from the martial department, the Guan family, and the Wu family were engaged in a fierce struggle against several mid-stage qi refinement beasts. The ground was already littered with the corpses of over a dozen fallen foes, blood saturating the earth. Upon witnessing the emergence of so many mid-stage qi refinement beasts, Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao's faces paled instantly. Although they had substantial experience battling beasts, it had mostly been against those at the first and second levels of qi refinement. Confronting mid-stage beasts, their only option would be to flee. Sister, what should we do now? Zhao Yuanyu asked anxiously, glancing at Yin Ran, whose expression remained unchanged. We wait, she replied, her gaze fixed intently on the scene outside, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Initially, the sight of so many mid-stage beasts had also caused her anxiety, even with her spiritual energy fully restored. She knew she could not stand against those beasts alone. However, she soon realized that the group of demonic beasts had no intention of entering the ruins. Rather, they were recklessly attacking the cultivators, with the primary target being Guan Miaoxin. A sense of relief washed over her. The demonic beasts must be after something within the ruins, and that very object happened to be in Guan Miaoxin's possession. Suddenly, a formidable pressure descended upon the scene. This oppressive force bore down upon the battling cultivators and demonic beasts like a mountain. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the cultivators were crushed to the ground, utterly devoid of any power to resist. Even the trio of Yin Ran, who had sought refuge among the ruins, found themselves pinned to the earth by this overwhelming force. This is bad. There's a foundation establishment demonic beast. Su Tao uttered with great difficulty, his eyes filled with despair. A foundation establishment demonic beast was an insurmountable mountain for qi refinement cultivators. Should they encounter one, their fate was sealed to be obliterated. The other cultivators, upon hearing this, were engulfed in terror. At that moment, a piercing eagle's cry echoed from the nearby woods, and soon after, a massive eagle, several meters in size, burst forth. The eagle circled above the ruins several times before its cold, unyielding gaze fixated directly on Guan Miaoxin. The instant the eagle locked onto her, Guan Miaoxin's pupils constricted sharply, and her face drained of color, as she sensed the looming presence of death. Without delay, the eagle, having confirmed her location, swooped down towards her. Miss. The cultivators from the Guan family were filled with dread as they witnessed the eagle's sudden plunge towards Guan Miaoxin. At the moment when the talons of the eagle, glistening with a cold light, were about to seize Guan Miaoxin, a crimson beam burst forth from the direction of the ruins. Bang! One of the eagle's claws was severed by the red light, tumbling to the ground. The anguished cries of the eagle immediately echoed through the air, startling both the cultivators and the demonic beasts, causing them to clutch their heads and collapse. Upon seeing its fallen claw, the eagle's eyes glinted with a chilling light. It cast a cold glance towards the ruins and swiftly retreated into the distance. With the departure of the eagle, the other demonic beasts, like startled birds, hastily fled as well. There existed even more formidable creatures within the ruins. Sister, isn't that Hutong? Zhao Yuanyu exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the red fox perched on the outermost wall of the ruins. I never knew she was so powerful, able to scare off that eagle with a single move. Yin Ran remained silent, her eyes narrowed, lost in thought. Now that the danger has passed, let us venture outside. Though Guan Miaoxin's complexion remained as pale as a sheet of paper after her harrowing encounter, her mind had now found tranquility. At that moment, she gazed fervently at the red fox, who was equally fixated on her. Indeed, she has calmed down swiftly after such a shock. She is a promising candidate for cultivation. Hutong mused with satisfaction in her heart. Just as Guan Miaoxin was about to approach Hutong, Yin Ran emerged alongside Zhao Yuanyu. Seeing Yin Ran's playful expression directed at her, Hutong felt a twinge of unease. With a graceful leap, she descended from the broken wall to join them. Old fox, did you not always say that as cultivators, we should refrain from meddling in trivial matters? Yin Ran remarked with a hint of amusement, her gaze fixed on Hutong. I never expected you to involve yourself in such affairs. I was merely concerned that the eagle might harm you, Hu Tong said with a hint of uncertainty. Yin Ran let out a silent scoff, glanced at Guan Miaoxin and the others who were still watching them, and then departed. As the trio, Su Tao, Guan Miaoxin, and Wu Kuan, swiftly retreated, their expressions revealed a semblance of agitation. The emergence of a foundation-level demonic beast here compels us to vacate this area promptly and relay this information. Su Tao remarked gravely. I am rather intrigued by that red fox. It managed to drive back a foundation-level demonic beast. What do you suppose its cultivation level might be? Wu Kuan pondered thoughtfully. Foundation level? It seems about right. Since the great upheaval of heaven and earth, countless rare spiritual fruits have surfaced on Earth's star, among which exists one that allows cultivators to ascend directly from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage upon consumption. Meanwhile, Guan Miaoxin did not partake in their discussion but instead contemplated. During the struggle for the crystal vial, that sudden burst of red light must have originated from the red fox. But why would it assist me? After departing from the ruins, Yin Ran and company hastened towards Shu City. Old fox, do you know what that group of demonic beasts sought to seize from Guan Miaoxin? Was it the red liquid contained within the crystal vial? Indeed. Although it bears the name blood, the symbol blood is not true blood. It is the sap exuded by the vermilion symbol tree, an exceedingly rare and precious liquid for drawing talismans. Talismans inscribed with symbol blood wield greater power than those drawn with beast blood. Why would those demonic beasts covet such a liquid for talisman crafting? Do demonic beasts also create talismans? What tone is that? What is wrong with demonic beasts crafting talismans? The old man informs you that the demonic beasts are no less adept than humans in the arts of alchemy, array formation, weapon crafting, and talisman creation. Is it not surprising then that they indeed possess the ability to create talismans? One cannot help but envision a demonic beast wielding a talisman brush. A thought that leaves Yin Ran feeling rather unaccustomed. Yet, it is inconceivable. Those beasts have yet to awaken their spiritual intelligence, rendering them incapable of inscribing the intricate and profound symbols. They do not apply their minds to the task. So, what could be the underlying reason? The blood of talismans possesses the power to awaken the innate abilities and potential of the demonic beasts, which elucidates their fierce competition for it. If that is the case, then why have you not procured the crystal vial? The talisman blood holds little significance for me. What purpose would there be in competing for it? Yin Ran cast a glance at the fox spirit, Hu Tong, who had reverted to her original form, and after some contemplation, chose not to disclose the matter of the talisman brush and the golden seed. From her words, it seemed highly likely that the golden seed was indeed the fabled Zhu Fu Mu. Did you never consider acquiring the talisman blood on my behalf? Yin Ran suddenly posed this question. Her inquiry momentarily stunned Hu Tong, who replied, but it would be of no use to you. How could you know it would be of no use, if you never ask? Chapter 47. The projection of consciousness during their journey back to Shu City. Yin Ran and her companions encountered numerous cultivators, all hastily making their way towards the ruins, presumably having received news of the ancient site's emergence. We have only discovered a handful of spiritual talismans. Those individuals will likely return empty-handed as well. Zhao Yuanyu grumbled. The martial department, the Guan family, and the Wu family have scavenged everything so thoroughly, without leaving anything for posterity. You shall be the first to enter the ruins. Will you leave anything behind for those who follow? Hu Tong shot a disapproving glance at Zhao Yuanyu. Then, with a flicker of insight, turned her gaze towards Yin Ran. From this expedition into the ruins, have you gleaned any profound insights? What insights? When cultivators embark on their journeys, aside from enhancing their strength and acquiring resources, there exists a critical aspect, insights, which are the reflections gained during their endeavors. Do not underestimate these insights. After returning from their trials, cultivators often dedicate a portion of time to seclusion, specifically to consolidate their realizations. These insights play an indispensable role in the forging of a cultivator's heart. If I were to assert that I have grasped something, it would be this. For instance, my own feeble strength, were it not for that. Even if Guan Miaoxin and the others were present, the blood talismans would still belong to me. Hearing Yin Ran mention the blood talismans again, Hu Tong's expression shifted slightly. Is there nothing else? Nothing more. Hu Tong was on the verge of rebuking Yin Ran again, but restrained herself, ultimately conceding. Have you never contemplated why it was not you who first discovered the ruins? Upon hearing this, Yin Ran paused, her expression thoughtful, and gradually turned to face Hu Tong. What do you wish to convey? It is nothing. I merely wish to impart that in the path of cultivation, beyond merely enhancing one's prowess, other elements bear equal significance. Hu Tong regarded Yan Ran earnestly, then continued with deliberate implication, for instance, connections. Just like this time. If you had a channel of information and had learned about the ruins in advance, the resources within those ruins would likely have been yours. Connections are indeed a manifestation of strength. However, the representatives from the Dao League and the two prominent families are simply beyond the reach of us common folk. Before Yan Ran could say anything, Zhao Yuanyu spoke up. Thus, foundation is of utmost importance, especially in this awakening realm. Hu Tong glanced at the silent Yan Ran and chose not to say more, ignoring Zhao Yuanyu entirely. In the subsequent half-month, Yan Ran ventured out of the city several times to hunt magical beasts, under the nourishing effect of the spiritually rich beast meat. The complexions of Wu Xiaoyun and Yin Yong'an gradually regained their rosy hue, and their bodies grew considerably stronger. Sister, even before entering the villa, Zhao Yuanyu's booming voice reached their ears. I have nothing to do, you see. Zhao Yuanyu approached Yan Ran. Sister, where's Lord Red Fox? Upon hearing that Hu Tong was absent, Zhao Yuanyu exaggeratedly sighed with relief. Are you that afraid of it? Yan Ran found the situation amusing. Of course. It's a foundation-establishing magical beast. If I provoke it, it could easily take my life with a mere finger. Why would you provoke it? Seeing it makes me anxious. By the way, sister, did you know that Lord Red Fox has become famous in Shu City now? The incident last time at the ruins, where it drove away the foundation-establishing Tsongyang, is now known among nearly all the cultivators in Shu City. Haven't you noticed that there are significantly more cultivators wandering around the villa these days? They all came with the intention of seeking the esteemed Lord Red Fox. Sister, Yuan Hao informed me that numerous factions in Shuqing are currently probing into matters concerning Lord Red Fox, and he advised you to exercise caution. Zhao Yuanyu observed Yan Ran, who wore a frown and pressed her lips tightly together with utmost care. I am aware of this, Yan Ran finally uttered softly after a considerable pause. That evening, after the full moon ascended, Yan Ran leaped onto the rooftop, glanced toward Hu Tong's chamber, and then retrieved a spirit stone to commence her cultivation. Over the past fortnight, Yan Ran had accrued several hundred spirit stones through the hunting of demon beasts. Aside from her living expenses, she devoted all the rest to her training. The spiritual energy within the spirit stones flowed continuously into her body, swiftly converging in her dantian and sea of consciousness under the guidance of the Behaiju. At this moment, the energy sea within her dantian had thickened to the consistency of white clouds, devoid of any hint of superficiality, indicating that the spiritual energy had been compressed to its utmost limit. The sea of consciousness was also expanding steadily, with wisps of white mist beginning to coalesce above it. Should Hu Tong become aware of this, she would undoubtedly be astounded beyond measure. This white mist represented the initial form of the primordial spirit within the sea of consciousness. Although all living beings are endowed with a soul at birth, this soul remains exceedingly fragile, susceptible to dissipating with the slightest oversight. It is only when the soul strengthens to a certain degree that one can forge the sea of consciousness and condense the primordial spirit. This explains why cultivators must reach the foundation establishment stage to open their sea of consciousness and gradually solidify their primordial spirit in the later stages of foundation establishment. Yet now, an individual like Yan Ran, a mere fourth-layer Qi practitioner, had managed to condense her primordial spirit. This phenomenon transcends the mere explanation of rapid cultivation speed. Throughout history, many practitioners have encountered significant opportunities, especially those who, during the Qi refinement stage, have ventured to open their consciousness. Yet, none have achieved the remarkable feat of condensing their primordial spirit during the mid-Qi refinement phase. This underscores the extraordinary talent of Yan Ran and the unparalleled nature of her cultivation method, the Hongmeng Guanju. Yan Ran absorbs spiritual energy with astonishing speed. Luminous spirit stones swiftly transform into dull powder within her grasp. While an ordinary practitioner may deplete a few spirit stones in a single night, she effortlessly consumes dozens. Typically, a practitioner at the fourth layer of Qi refinement requires around 200 spirit stones to advance to the fifth layer, but for her, the requirement is at least several times greater. Thus, despite her rapid cultivation pace, she does not yet surpass her peers in terms of cultivation level. At the stroke of midnight, a subtle sound emanated from her dantian, causing the already condensed Qi sea within to expand outward at an astonishing rate. doubling in size almost instantaneously. If the initial size of the Qi Sea at the Dantian's opening resembled a mere drop of water, it now resembled a small pond. She had finally advanced to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Yan Ran opened her eyes, a clear smile illuminating her features. The ample spiritual energy contained within the spirit stones facilitated a swift absorption process. Had she relied solely on the ambient spiritual energy, she would likely have to wait another month or two for her advancement. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she realized that the entire villa was vividly present in her mind. Her spiritual consciousness had been projected outward. Chapter 48. Antique Street. The ability to project one's consciousness outward brought immense joy to Yan Ran. This consciousness, akin to what is commonly referred to as mental strength, could be utilized for distant exploration once projected, though the range was contingent upon the strength of one's primordial spirit. At that moment, Yan Ran could only extend his consciousness a little over 10 meters. While he reveled in the practice of controlling his consciousness, a red fox spirit named Hutong leaped gracefully into the villa's courtyard. Only cultivators in the later stages of foundation establishment could project their consciousness, so it seemed that Hutong had merely been mistaken. "Why are you still awake?" Hutong asked, feeling a pang of guilt as she recalled her recent actions. Unable to meet Yan Ran's gaze. "You often criticize my slow cultivation pace, so I am seizing every moment to practice, lest you continue to look down on me," Yan Ran replied. Upon hearing his words, Hutong's expression stiffened. "In truth, your cultivation speed is not particularly slow. While cultivation is crucial, one must also remember to balance work and rest. Adequate breaks are essential." With that, Hutong hurriedly retreated to her room, seemingly flustered, perhaps caught off guard by Yan Ran's awareness. In the following days, Hutong refrained from her usual late-night escapades. While Yan Ran engaged in his training and ventured out to hunt ferocious beasts, she would actively share insights into cultivation practices. Sister Hutong, basking in the sun in the courtyard, heard the call but did not lift her eyelids. She had long grown accustomed to Zhao Yuanyu's occasional visits to the villa. Upon entering the villa, Zhao Yuanyu, displaying a sense of understanding, chose not to disturb Hutong. Instead, he approached Yan Ran and whispered, "Sister, Yuan Hao mentioned that there is a small trading fair at the Antique Street today, where many cultivators are expected to gather. Would you care to join me?" "A trading fair?" Yan Ran inquired. "Indeed, the Antique Street frequently hosts such events, primarily for the exchange and sale of cultivation resources." "Such a place exists? We must go and see it," she replied. "The fair is already underway. We should set off immediately lest we arrive too late and miss out on the treasures." "All right." As the siblings prepared to leave, Hutong sprang up excitedly, exclaiming, "I shall accompany you." Yan Ran hesitated, reluctant for Hutong to tag along due to her conspicuous nature. However, realizing that if she were to object, Hutong would likely venture out on her own, potentially causing a commotion in the absence of supervision, she silently opened her arms, inviting her to leap into her embrace. "I shall walk on my own," Hutong insisted, unwilling to appear as Yan Ran's pet. "Yet, should you rashly appear amidst the crowd, it may incite panic." "I would not harm anyone unprovoked," Hutong retorted, and with a swift motion, darted ahead to the front of the group. "Old fox, slow down. Sister, fret not. By now, the people of Shuqing should be well aware of the presence of the Red Fox Lord, and none would be foolish enough to provoke her. Who would dare challenge a foundational-level beast? Let us hasten and catch up." The Antique Street, located in the southern district of Shuqing, has existed since before the great transformation of the world. The vendors primarily engage in the trade of antiquities, though whether one can procure genuine artifacts depends largely on the discerning eye of the buyer. When Yan Ran and her companions arrived, the street was already abuzz with activity, bustling with both cultivators and numerous ordinary folk. The moment the trio, a human and a fox, appeared, they captivated countless gazes. It was none other than the striking red fox that had driven away the foundational-level Kanjiing. Indeed, that very creature. Surely, it wouldn't suddenly launch an attack on us. No, this red fox is rather sociable with humans. As long as we do not provoke it, it will not harm us. That is reassuring. Is it truly the kind of beast that can be tamed by humans as mentioned on the Tao Alliance's official website? It must be, otherwise it wouldn't be following that woman. That woman is quite formidable, having managed to tame a foundational-level beast. At the entrance of the Antique Street, in an antique tea house, Guan Miaoxin stood at the window of a private room on the second floor. her gaze fixed intently on the red fox, swiftly disappearing into the throng. Miaoxin, do not worry. That red fox is likely not yet the beast companion of that girl, said a sprightly, white-haired elder seated behind her, his eyes filled with warmth as he regarded his granddaughter. There is a high probability of that. Miaoxin, fret not. Even if that red fox has become the girl's companion, your father will find a way to retrieve it for you, interjected a shrewd and robust middle-aged male cultivator standing behind the elder. Father, we are not thieves. You need not hastily seize from others. You, my dear, am I not acting in your best interest? Yet you turn and reproach me. Guancheng wore a gloomy expression. Is your daughter not speaking the truth? I have observed that you have been rather reckless of late, seizing possessions as if this were a bandit's lair. The elder cast a disapproving glance at Guancheng. Father, it seems I am displeasing both sides. Noticing the opposition from both grandfather and grandson, Guancheng appeared quite dispirited. Seize? Do you think you can prevail? That is a foundational realm beast. If you fail to capture it, you might well lose your own life. The elder glared at his son with a mix of disappointment and frustration. This fellow was astute in many matters, but when it came to Guan Miaoxin, his intelligence seemed to plummet. What then? Would Miaoxin not be able to acquire the red fox? Not necessarily. According to the intelligence received from the Alliance headquarters, spirit beasts are quite selective in choosing their masters. That red fox is likely of the fire element, while that girl possesses a mixed elemental root. Do you genuinely believe a single-element spirit beast would choose a practitioner with a mixed elemental root as its master? Certainly not. Both Guancheng and his daughter's eyes brightened simultaneously. Indeed, dragons do not consort with snakes. Grandfather, what must I do to ensure it chooses me as its master? The red fox first assisted you in obtaining the talisman blood within the ruins, and then saved you from the clutches of the eagle, indicating it has already taken an interest in you. Afterward, you need only to showcase your abilities before it. I believe it will make its choice. Will it abandon that girl? I have heard that they entered the city together, suggesting a significant bond between them. Guo Miaoxin felt uncertain in her heart. Observing the indecisive expression on Guo Miaoxin's face, the elder exchanged a silent glance with Guocheng, their demeanor betraying no concern. Having traversed the myriad facets of human experience, the two understood well that in this world, no relationship is truly unbreakable. Only interests endure eternally. The red fox possessed a fire spirit root, while Guo Miaoxin was a fire spirit body. Being in her company was undoubtedly far more advantageous than being alongside that girl. Moreover, Guo Miaoxin had the backing of the Guo family, whose resources for cultivation far surpassed what that girl could offer. Thus, as long as the red fox remained astute, its path forward was abundantly clear. Chapter 49. Signs. Pause for a moment. Observe the relics from before the Xia dynasty. Antiquities from the Zhou dynasty. Along the antique street, stalls displayed an array of jade, bronze, and porcelain artifacts, each exuding an air of antiquity. The merchants' calls rang out incessantly, drawing throngs of onlookers. The antique street buzzed with far more activity than before. Watching the crowds that surged around her, Yin Ran was somewhat surprised by the liveliness of the antique street. She had visited previously, but the street had been desolate at that time, as few affluent individuals could afford to indulge in antiques. It was not merely due to a piece of dilapidated iron causing a stir. Oh, Yin Ran looked curiously at Zhao Yuanyu, awaiting his next words. At the dawn of a great transformation in the world, a cultivator happened upon a seemingly inconsequential piece of scrap metal that had been used by an antique shop owner to fill a gap in the wall. For a mere pittance, he acquired this forsaken fragment. Initially, the onlookers mocked the cultivator, deeming him a fool for spending his money on a worthless hunk of iron. However, they were soon proven wrong. The sharp edges of the scrap inadvertently cut the cultivator's palm, and a miraculous spectacle unfolded. The metal began to adhere to his hand, voraciously drawing in his blood. As his life essence was absorbed, the scrap radiated a blinding light, and the iron shavings began to fall away, ultimately transforming into a resplendent bronze sword. The spectators, despite their initial ignorance, recognized the former scrap as a treasure, while the antique shop owner lamented his folly with a heart full of regret. From that moment forth, a fervent frenzy swept through the antique street, as anything remotely antiquated was eagerly sought after and stripped bare. Foolishness. Hutong scoffed at Zhao Yuanyu's words. Lord Red Fox, you must admit, there are indeed individuals who have stumbled upon remarkable treasures in the antique street. Some have acquired magical artifacts, others have received legacies, and there are those who, having purchased a long-dead herbal remedy, found themselves transformed into cultivators overnight. In any case, the tales of the strange and wondrous from the antique street have never ceased, which is precisely why it attracts such multitudes, not only from Shu City but from other cities as well, where antique streets bustle with equal vibrancy. I do not deny that certain opportunities may exist in every locale. However, such fortuitous occurrences are exceedingly rare. Those who pin their hopes on obtaining such chances are often individuals inclined towards opportunism, and such characters seldom achieve greatness. One should not attempt to undertake delicate tasks without possessing the requisite skills. Nor should one expect to reap rewards without diligent effort or aspire to ascend in a single bound. Hu Tong cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Yuanyu, who, upon being so directly addressed, lowered his head. Indeed, he harbored a mindset of seeking shortcuts, particularly upon learning of ordinary individuals who had transformed into cultivators overnight. Thus, whenever he found himself unoccupied, he would meander through the antique street, nurturing the fanciful notion that perhaps fortune might smile upon him as well. Yet now, after Hu Tong's remarks, the ethereal hope within him felt rather shattered. So, are the opportunities in this world exclusively reserved for those blessed with great fortune? Upon noticing Zhao Yuanyu's despondent demeanor, Yin Ran shot an indignant glare at Hu Tong. Is it mere just to say that the heavenly principles are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder? Do not nitpick my words. I meant no such implication. At that moment, a stir rippled through the crowd, and a path was cleared down the street, revealing Miss Guan Miaoxin of the Guan family, escorted by several cultivators, as she approached the trading platform of the antique street. Yin Ran and Hu Tong instinctively turned their gazes towards Guan Miaoxin. Indeed, she was a manifestation of the fire spirit body, having ascended from the 5th to the 6th level of qi training in less than a month. It must be said, some individuals are born as favored children of destiny, while others, regardless of their efforts, can never hope to catch up. Hu Tong remarked with a sense of lamentation. As soon as those words escaped her lips, Yin Ran immediately turned her gaze toward her, her expression flickering with uncertainty. What did the old fox mean by that? Yin Ran couldn't tell if she was overthinking it, but she felt as though Hu Tong's words were directed specifically at her. Sister, what's wrong? Zhao Yuanyu waved his hand in front of her, noticing her stillness. It's nothing. Let us proceed. All right. After taking only a few steps, Yin Ran suddenly halted, regarding Zhao Yuanyu with utmost seriousness. Although the old fox's words held a semblance of truth, they were not entirely accurate. You need not take it to heart. It is a demon beast. Its thoughts and feelings diverge from those of humanity, and it cannot comprehend the significance of hope for us. Sister, I understand. I shall not relinquish my aspiration to become a cultivator. Zhao Yuanyu's previously somber mood brightened in an instant. Indeed, the trading platform on Antique Street lay at the very heart of the thoroughfare, a cylindrical dais with a radius of 10 meters. By the time Yin Ran and Zhao Yuanyu arrived, the area surrounding the platform was already teeming with a crowd. However, there was one relatively vacant spot, the area where Hu Tong stood, where no one dared to approach within a 5-meter radius. Casting a glance at Guan Miaoxin, who was directly opposite Hu Tong, Yin Ran led Zhao Yuanyu over. Why are you so late? Hu Tong complained upon seeing Yin Ran's arrival. You were simply too fast. Yin Ran shot a sidelong glance at Hu Tong before redirecting her attention to the trading platform. Upon the platform lay a dazzling array of items, some worn and battered, others incomplete, all exuding an aura of antiquity. Alongside them were pristine pieces, their age indiscernible. Before long, a middle-aged male cultivator, beaming with warmth and approachability, stepped onto the trading platform. The male cultivator wasted no time and went straight to the point upon taking the stage, introducing the items on the trading platform. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the items on the trading platform are categorized into 3 sections. The first section available for trade consists of these items. With merely 10 spirit stones, you may choose any one of them. The middle-aged cultivator smiled and pointed to an area where a number of small objects were piled together. No sooner had he spoken than numerous cultivators surged forward, eager to seize those items. Yin Ran surveyed the surroundings and noticed that those who had rushed to select were primarily ordinary individuals and cultivators at the initial stage of qi refinement, while members of prominent families or influential factions remained conspicuously absent. The trading platform, after the initial frenzy, settled into a calm atmosphere, as most participants were unaware of the quality of the items, relying solely on luck. Before long, many individuals withdrew from the trade, for not many were willing to part with 10 spirit stones for an item of uncertain utility. In Shucheng, a demon beast at the first layer of qi refinement was priced at a single spirit stone, meaning that 10 spirit stones equated to the hunt of 10 such beasts, an endeavor quite daunting for most ordinary people and cultivators at the first or second layer. As the crowd thinned, Yin Ran prepared to take a closer look. Sister. Upon noticing her intent, Zhao Yuanyu swiftly grasped her arm and whispered, Sister, let me tell you, the items traded first on the platform are almost all of little use. These items have usually passed through many hands and are brought forth for trade only after being deemed entirely useless. The actions of the exchange serve to provide a glimmer of hope for ordinary individuals and those cultivators of modest means. For the trading prices in the two forthcoming areas are certainly beyond the reach of the average person. After contemplating this, Yin Ran remained silent for a moment before resolutely making her way towards the trading area, thinking to herself, I shall take a look. As she approached the trading zone, Guan Miaoxin also advanced in the same direction. The two arrived almost simultaneously, extending their right hands towards a specific object. Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively exhaled. For one was the esteemed lady of the Guan family, while the other was accompanied by a foundational realm beast, should a conflict arise. It would be a spectacle to behold. The onlookers became somewhat exhilarated. Just as everyone anticipated a fierce competition for a singular item, both women picked up different objects. Yin Ran grasped a cracked purple clay teapot, while Guan Miaoxin selected a palm-sized reddish-brown porcelain sword. They exchanged a fleeting glance, deposited 10 spirit stones, and then turned to depart in opposite directions without any further interaction. Now, esteemed guests, we shall proceed to the next trading area. In this section, any item may be claimed for the modest sum of 1,000 spirit stones. A chorus of gasps echoed around as the figure of 1,000 was announced. Even Yin Ran's brows furrowed at the thought, for she currently possessed not even 100 spirit stones, just as certain factions prepared to pay their spirit stones for selection. Exclamations of astonishment erupted from the cultivators of the Guan family. The crowd turned their gaze, and instantly, expressions of envy and jealousy manifested upon their faces. At this moment, a flaming red sword hovered 10 centimeters above the palm of Guan Miaoxin's right hand, which was, remarkably, the seemingly unremarkable porcelain sword she had randomly chosen in the first trading area. Gazing at the fiery blade before her, Guan Miaoxin's expression was one of astonishment. She had not anticipated that such a casual selection would yield a magical artifact. Suddenly, a spark lit in her eyes as she quickly glanced up. Meeting the gaze of the red fox, a broad smile blossomed on her face. Chapter 50. Betting on stones. The acquisition of the magical artifact by Guan Miaoxin drew envious glances from those surrounding the trading platform. The previously quiet first trading area swiftly transformed into a bustling hub, with even cultivators from prestigious families and powerful factions jostling to select items. Indeed, Guan Miaoxin's fortune was exceptional. Zhou Zhirong, the captain of the first division of the Martial Alliance, cast a wistful glance at Guan Miaoxin. The red-brown porcelain sword she had chosen had passed through his hands before being put up for trade. It was discovered by Xiao Zhou from their team during an expedition to ancient ruins. Fortuitously, he had not attended today, otherwise, he would have been seething with frustration. Su Tao, the captain of the third division, wore a similarly contemplative expression. It was indeed disheartening to witness how the same porcelain sword, which had proven utterly useless in their possession, had transformed into a magical item in Guan Miaoxin's hands. Could it be that the selection of a magical artifact is influenced by one's appearance? As Guan Miaoxin reveled in her newfound treasure, the question lingered, was the luck of the other female cultivator equally fortuitous? At this thought, the members of the Martial Alliance turned their gazes simultaneously toward Yin Ran. At that moment, they were not alone in their curiosity. Numerous onlookers around the trading platform had also fixed their eyes upon Yin Ran. Had Yin Ran not been accompanied by Hu Tong, or had she not encountered Guan Miaoxin while selecting the purple clay teapot, perhaps fewer people would have taken notice of her. Su Tao glanced at Yin Ran, suspecting that luck was not on her side. After all, that teapot had passed through the hands of Elder Wang from the artifact refining department. If it were indeed a treasure, Elder Wang would not still be stationed in the refining department. It is true that Elder Wang prides himself on his discerning eye. No treasure can elude his grasp. The surrounding crowd, upon overhearing the conversation, quickly diminished their attention towards Yin Ran. In truth, Most cultivators did not believe that the purple clay teapot chosen by Yin Ran was of any significant value. The antique street trading fair had been held numerous times, and over such a long period, only Guan Miaoxin had managed to find a treasure in the primary trading area. Previously, when hearing the cultivators of the Guan family claim that Guan Miaoxin possessed extraordinary fortune, I was skeptical. However, it now appears to be the case. The onlookers cast complex glances at Guan Miaoxin, their eyes betraying jealousy and envy. "Why would you choose this utterly useless broken teapot?" Hu Tong disdainfully remarked, glancing at the purple clay teapot in Yin Ran's hands before quickly looking back at Guan Miaoxin. The balance in her heart, already wavering, tipped even further. "I simply enjoy collecting purple clay teapots," Yin Ran casually replied, handing the teapot over to Zhao Yuanyu without much concern. Although she feigned nonchalance, her heart was anything but tranquil. The moment she arrived at the trading platform, her eyes were immediately drawn to the teapot, and thereafter, she found it impossible to divert her gaze. This sensation was peculiar, arising without reason, compelling her to take it seriously. "Zhao Yuanhao, my brother is speaking to you. Why are you lost in thought?" A charming girl, appearing to be merely 15 or 16, gazed discontentedly at Zhao Yuanhao, who seemed preoccupied. "My brother asks, is that person Zhao Yu's sister?" Wei Yushi, with her large eyes, shot a disdainful look at Zhao Yuanhao, who appeared rather daft. "Yes, she is Yin Ran," Zhao Yuanhao replied, following Wei Yushi's gaze and nodding rapidly. At that moment, a hint of perplexity lingered in his eyes as he regarded Yin Ran. Recalling his previous experience at the ancient site, he couldn't shake the feeling that the purple clay teapot was extraordinary, perhaps even more exquisite than Guan Miaoxin's porcelain sword. "I don't find her particularly impressive. 10 spirit stones may not be a trivial amount, but to purchase a shabby teapot," Wei Yushi remarked, shaking her head in disbelief as she observed Yin Ran. "Yushi, how many times have I told you not to underestimate anyone?" Wei Yucai shot a stern glance at his younger sister. I know. I was merely expressing my thoughts," Wei Yushi replied, instantly tugging at Wei Yucai's arm in a playful manner. Observing Wei Yushi's antics, Wei Yucai felt a sense of helplessness. Yet he couldn't refrain from imparting another piece of advice. "Yushi, the world has changed. You must not speak so freely as you did before. Remember, trouble often arises from careless words." Empress, fearing her brother's incessant lecturing, Wei Yushi promptly nodded obediently, not wishing to be reprimanded in front of so many people. The items in the second area are bustling with activity. Those unable to produce 1,000 spirit stones can only enviously watch as items, seemingly magical artifacts, are chosen one by one around the trading platform. The quality of goods in the second trading area is markedly superior to those in the first. There is a fundamental distinction between items purchased for 1,000 spirit stones and those acquired for merely 10. Whether one can select a treasure ultimately hinges on personal luck and discernment. During this process, Yin Ran suddenly noticed that cultivators were encroaching upon their vicinity, their gazes occasionally drifting towards the purple clay pot held by Zhao Yuanyu. Unfazed by their presence, she found it astonishing that individuals would still covet the pot. With a swift motion, she removed her ox-bone knife and thrust 1/3 of its blade into the ground with force. A sudden tingling sensation coursed through the feet of the approaching cultivators. When they looked up, they were met with Yin Ran's somewhat frosty gaze, causing their hearts to race in trepidation. Hu Tong cast a disdainful glance at these fools. It was evident that the purple clay pot held no value. How could anyone be foolish enough to believe that the decrepit pot could be a treasure akin to Guan Miaoxin's porcelain sword? It was as if their brains had been devoured by dogs. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the cultivators stiffened, and even Yin Ran's cheeks twitched slightly, realizing that the old fox had inadvertently scolded her as well. However, across the trading platform, Guan Miaoxin's lips curled into a slight smile upon hearing Hu Tong's remarks, indicating her dissatisfaction with the female cultivator. At this moment, the items in the second area had already been selected by several prominent families and powerful factions. "Very well. Esteemed guests, we shall now commence the trade of items in the third sector." As the words fell, an array of stones, varying in size and hue, were transported onto the trading platform, some even emanating a faint luminescence. Observing a stone the size of a basketball being laboriously lifted onto the platform by two muscular men, Yin Ran's brow twitched in surprise. After all, these were two cultivators at the mid-stage of qi refinement, and one would expect such a small stone to be effortlessly placed upon the table. Yin Ran swiftly scanned the surroundings and noticed that the previously composed representatives of various factions now appeared quite agitated, their gazes intensely fixed upon the stones. Even Hutong's eyes sparkled with excitement, darting restlessly as though plotting some mischievous scheme. Esteemed guests, the stones available for trade here are priced at 100,000 spirit stones each, with each faction permitted to select one item. A chorus of gasps and swallowing sounds erupted in unison. Alas, it seemed that the transactions in this sector were beyond our reach. Historically, participation in the third sector's trade was reserved for prominent families and powerful factions. We were merely here to observe the spectacle. Upon hearing the price, Yin Ran's pupils constricted sharply. Although the spiritual energy of the earth was gradually revitalizing, the duration had been fleeting. Thus, even if spiritual minds were to surface, the quantity would likely be limited. 100,000 spirit stones. Who, aside from the Tao Alliance, could possibly produce such an amount? However, Yin Ran was soon dealt a harsh blow to her expectations as, within less than a minute, 5 or 6 factions cultivators stepped up to the trading platform. Observing the cultivator on stage, who was meticulously selecting stones, Yin Ran swallowed hard. Regardless of the time, the affluent are ever present. Hearing Yin Ran's murmurs, Hutong raised her gaze, perhaps realizing the disparity between herself and others. While one fretted over a mere handful of spirit stones, others were already in possession of an entire spiritual mine. What do you wish to convey? Yin Ran's eyes met Hutong's in an instant. I wish to express that in a realm undergoing revival, foundational strength is paramount, as it determines whether one can emerge among the first tier of elite powerhouses. Although the current gap may not be conspicuous, it will inevitably widen with time, leading to a cycle where the strong perpetually thrive and the weak remain stagnant. Just as Yin Ran was about to articulate her thoughts, she noticed Zhao Yuanhao approaching with several cultivators. Yin Ran, allow me to introduce our leader, Wei Yucai. As soon as Zhao Yuanhao arrived, he promptly made the introductions. Greetings, I am Wei Yucai. It is a pleasure to meet you. Wei Yucai, ever the gentleman, extended his right hand. Yin Ran glanced at Wei Yucai, having no intention of shaking his hand. Hello. After a polite nod, she looked quizzically at Zhao Yuanhao, wondering what purpose he had in bringing these individuals. Zhao Yuanhao exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Yuanyu, who then pulled Yin Ran aside. Yin Ran, the situation is as follows. Our leader wishes to collaborate with you. Zhao Yuanhao stated directly. Collaborate? Collaborate on what? Zhao Yuanhao glanced at the trading platform, gambling on stones. Yin Ran was taken aback, looking toward the trading platform, realizing they were wagering a staggering 100,000 spirit stones here. Do you know what lies within this stone? Jade? Yin Ran glanced uncertainly at Zhao Yuanhao. Zhao Yuanhao's expression stiffened, and he quickly shook his head. Who would spend 100,000 spirit stones just to extract a bit of jade? It is not jade, it is an extraordinary stone. An extraordinary stone? Indeed. Do you know how the Guan family discovered the fire spirit mine? It was through an extraordinary stone. No way, Yin Ran expressed her disbelief. It is true. Our leader has channels for information and can confirm that Guan Miaoxin found the fire spirit mine using an extraordinary stone. Moreover, there are rumors that the stones involved in this transaction may contain extraordinary stones capable of leading to ancient relics. The last ancient site we visited was also located by the Guan family through an extraordinary stone. Zhao Yuanyu interjected, clearly aware of the matter as well. If the extraordinary stones within these blocks are so precious, why are they being offered for trade? Although the Tao Alliance is powerful, it cannot monopolize all resources. Often, they must concede some benefits. Otherwise, the various factions in Xucheng would cause them considerable trouble. Furthermore, with the continuous revival of spiritual energy in the world, the strength of demonic beasts is escalating, and the activities of ghost cultivators and demonic cultivators are expanding. Humanity must hasten to enhance its strength. Nevertheless, the Tao Alliance will not engage in unprofitable dealings. Despite the 20 or so stones on the trading platform, it is estimated that only 1 or 2 may yield extraordinary stones. Zhao Yuanhao cast a worried glance at the trading platform. Given the low probability of selection, why do you still choose to gamble? Spiritual stones can be acquired through the hunting of demon beasts. However, treasures and inheritances are beyond the reach of practitioners like us, who lack a solid foundation. Unless we join the Tao League, we will have no opportunity to encounter such things. Thus, we can only place our hopes on the. Upon hearing this, Yin Ran fell silent. Habitually, she turned her gaze towards Hutong, only to be momentarily taken aback. Unbeknownst to her, Guan Miaoxin had approached and was now quietly conversing with Hu Tong. What is your proposed collaboration? Yin Ran observed the interaction between the person and the fox for a while before her gaze sharpened, shifting towards Zhao Yuanhao. We will cover the cost of the spiritual stones for purchasing the stones. If we uncover a that leads to ancient relics, our mercenary group will accompany you inside. Any treasures found will belong to the finder. However, if we discover a that leads to a spiritual mine, the division will be 3 to 7. At this juncture, Zhao Yuanhao paused, glancing at Yin Ran. You will receive 3, while your mercenary group receives 7. Does this arrangement suit you? If not, we can negotiate further. To be candid, he had not anticipated that the leader would extend such favorable terms to Yin Ran. Upon hearing this, Yin Ran suddenly smiled. Do you trust me so readily? Did you say something to your leader? No, I have not mentioned anything. I merely informed him of your remarkable abilities. Zhao Yuanhao quickly denied. And he believed you just like that? Yin Ran found the situation somewhat ironic as she looked back at Hu Tong, who was engrossed in a lively discussion with Guan Miaoxin. That individual had been by her side for several months, yet had never truly regarded her with any significance. Yin Ran glanced at Wei Yucai, who was smiling at them, before quickly shifting her gaze back to the trading platform. After a moment's contemplation, she finally spoke. I agree to cooperate with you. Upon hearing Yin Ran's agreement, Zhao Yuanhao immediately nodded enthusiastically at Wei Yucai, who then approached with several other cultivators, expressing, I hope we have a pleasant collaboration. I must make it clear from the outset. If I do not select stones containing the anomalous, or you cannot hold me accountable. Of course, Wei Yucai's candidness took Yin Ran by surprise. One would think that a sum of 100,000 spirit stones would warrant a more ostentatious display of wealth. Or perhaps, as Hu Tong suggested, she had indeed fallen behind. I have already submitted the spirit stones. You may proceed to select. Are you not going together? Not at all. Yin Ran cast a deep glance at Wei Yucai before turning toward the trading platform. Brother, do you truly trust her? That is a considerable sum of 100,000 spirit stones. What if she, Wei Yushi, expressed her concern? For that amount represented the entire fortune of their mercenary group. Trust is paramount. If you suspect someone, don't employ them. Have faith in my judgment, Wei Yucai reassured, gently patting Wei Yushi's head before quickly surveying the anxious Xiaoyu, who was intently watching Yin Ran. Moreover, the most crucial point is that Yin Ran agreed with remarkable decisiveness. I perceive no hesitation in her eyes. One cannot undertake delicate tasks without the necessary skills. Her willingness to agree suggests she possesses genuine competence. Chapter 51. Words and Deeds. Old fox, why are you standing there in a daze? Come with me to select the stones. As Yin Ran passed by Hu Tong, she cast a glance at the still present Guan Miaoxin and spoke directly. Upon hearing Yin Ran's words, Hu Tong's expression became somewhat awkward. I apologize, but I have already invited Senior Hu Tong to accompany me to the trading platform to select stones. Guan Miaoxin stepped forward with poise, displaying an appropriate smile as she regarded Yin Ran. The old fox typically refrains from meddling in others' affairs. You should not expect her to accept your invitation. But she agreed. Guan Miaoxin raised her eyebrows slightly, exhibiting a hint of pride. Yin Ran was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, How is that possible? She swiftly turned to Hu Tong. Observing the astonishment and disbelief in Yin Ran's eyes, Hu Tong lowered her head, feeling a touch guilty. Noticing Hu Tong's demeanor, Guan Miaoxin stepped closer, subtly positioning herself to shield Hu Tong behind her. I lack the discernment. Thus I wish to request Senior's assistance in overseeing matters. Yin Ran chuckled derisively. Old fox. If you possess such abilities, then come over here and lend me your keen sight. With that, she smiled at Guan Miaoxin, saying, Excuse me. Please allow the old fox to come over. You are blocking her. Yin Ran's straightforwardness caused Guan Miaoxin's expression to stiffen, and upon seeing Hu Tong emerge from behind her, the smile on her face faltered. At that moment, the attention of those surrounding the trading platform was drawn to them. Even the cultivators selecting stones paused their tasks to observe their every move. Child that. Hu Tong leaned forward but did not approach Yin Ran directly. What are you waiting for? Come over quickly. Observing the hesitant demeanor of Hu Tong, Yin Ran felt her spirits plummet. Yin Ran. Alas, months of companionship seemed to pale in comparison to the fleeting encounters of others. A sense of irony filled Yin Ran's heart. The onlookers glanced at the earnest Yin Ran, diligently selecting stones, then shifted their gaze to the contemplative Guan Miaoxin and the perplexed Hu Tong, who was scratching her head. Brother, if that fox doesn't follow her, will Yin Ran still be able to choose stones with extraordinary properties? Wei Yuxi expressed her concern while clutching Wei Yucai. As Wei Yucai observed Yin Ran, who was inspecting the stones atop the platform with a casual yet discerning eye, he too felt a twinge of uncertainty. His trust in Yin Ran stemmed largely from the presence of that red fox by her side. He was well acquainted with a cultivator from the Guan family and had learned numerous pieces of insider information, one of which revealed that the remarkable Guan Yaoxin had acquired blood talismans in the recent discovery of ancient relics, seemingly with the assistance of that very red fox. Through subtle inquiries regarding the Zhao brothers, Zhao Yuanhao and Zhao Yuanyu, he had come to sense that the red fox was no ordinary creature. It was this very fox that had accelerated Yin Ran's cultivation, enabling her to reach the 5th layer of qi refinement, while many single-rooted cultivators were still at the 4th layer. After Yin Ran had thoroughly examined the stones on the trading platform, Hu Tong suddenly approached her. Upon seeing Hu Tong stride toward her, Yin Ran's heart soared with joy. Despite the fox's perpetual air of disdain and penchant for gossip, she still felt a sense of loyalty from her. Yet, before she could manifest a smile, Hu Tong's words struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her momentarily stunned. Yin Ran, having promised to assist Guan Yaoxin in selecting stones, found himself unable to offer help to you. After speaking, Hu Tong, seemingly embarrassed, swiftly darted towards Guan Yaoxin. As Yin Ran watched Hu Tong flash past him, a sudden tension gripped his heart, and he placed his slightly trembling right hand on an unremarkable stone beside him, forcefully suppressing the urge to turn and confront. Following Hu Tong's departure towards Guan Yaoxin, the previously bustling trading platform experienced a brief lull. Moments later, it erupted into even greater clamor. Isn't that red fox the demon pet of that female cultivator? Why has it gone to Guan Yaoxin's side? Most cultivators were taken aback by Hu Tong's choice, yet the prominent families and powerful factions found it quite reasonable. In terms of both lineage and talent, Guan Yaoxin far surpassed Yin Ran. Amidst the discussions among the crowd, several groups of cultivators hurriedly approached. Make way. Make way. What brings them here? The elder Wang from the alchemy department also arrived, prompting questions about what had transpired. Upon seeing one of the teams, the expressions of several members from the martial department shifted rapidly as they squeezed through. Jiang Yifan, you elusive busybody, what brings you to this place today? Su Tao inquired, perplexed by the imposing presence of the team that had just arrived. The moment they appeared, the crowd instinctively parted, for they were the elite members of the Shuqing Dao Alliance's martial department, each exuding an aura of fierce determination. The young male cultivator, upon being questioned, glanced at Su Tao and the others, and as he was about to speak, he noticed that several other factions accompanying them had swiftly sent representatives to the trading platform. He immediately turned to an elder beside him and said, Elder Wang, please ascend the trading platform first. Without hesitation, the elder hurriedly brought along a junior cultivator and leaped onto the stage. Is something amiss? With the newly arrived teams heading straight for the stone blocks, Zhou Zhirong and the others adopted serious expressions. Surrounding Shu City, pristine ancient relics had emerged. Jiang Yifan did not conceal the reason for their hurried arrival and articulated it plainly. What? Pristine? Zhou Zhirong and the others exclaimed in astonishment, drawing the attention of those nearby. Observing their outburst, Jiang Yifan's brows furrowed tightly, and his presence grew increasingly formidable. My apologies, we were simply taken aback. Su Tao and the others responded sheepishly. Their astonishment was justified, as since the great upheaval of the world, any ancient relics that had surfaced were invariably damaged. What connection do the relics have with the stone blocks on the trading platform? These stone blocks may conceal the keys to unlocking the ancient relics. What? The keys we possess to access the relics were unearthed alongside these very stones. Should we cancel this transaction? Not necessary, Jiang Yifan replied, shaking his head. Although the Dao Alliance was the predominant force behind the trading house, it would be unwise to undermine the hard-won regulations that had been established. The ancient relic that has emerged this time is a magnificent palace, with numerous grand halls, each corresponding to a key. The Dao Alliance is unwilling to monopolize all the resources within, hence, even if keys are in the hands of other factions, it is of little concern. Upon witnessing the newly arrived factions hastening towards the stone blocks at the trading platform, the previously hesitant cultivators decisively took action. In no time, the once spacious trading platform was bustling with cultivators vying for a stone radiating a crimson glow. Among them, the swiftest was Hu Tong, who, upon making her selection, prompted Guan Miaoxin to assist the Guan clan cultivators in lifting the chosen stone from the trading platform. At that moment, the Guan clan also received news about the emergence of the intact relic. Senior, an intact relic has manifested. There is a high probability that the stone we selected contains the key to unlock it. Please come with us now, Guan Miaoxin exclaimed excitedly to Hu Tong. Hu Tong hesitated for a moment as she glanced at Yin Ran, still standing at the trading platform. Perhaps, Senior, we should also bring that female cultivator along. Guan Miaoxin proposed with a smile. Hu Tong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. All right, I will go and call her. Let us depart. Once more, Hu Tong cast a glance at the stubborn figure on the trading platform, sighed softly, and quickly joined the ranks of the Guan clan. Meanwhile, one by one, the stones were chosen by the cultivators. Whenever a cultivator passed by Yin Ran, they would glance at the stone beneath her, only to hastily move on. Compared to the vibrant stones emitting faint glows, hers appeared utterly unremarkable, resembling an ordinary rock. From the moment Jiang Yifan and his companions arrived until the stones on the trading platform were completely selected, the entire process took less than 10 minutes. These individuals came in haste and departed just as swiftly. The cultivators attending the transaction were all astute individuals, observing the hurried exits of various factions. They began to speculate quietly among themselves. Before long, the trading platform and even the entire antique street was engulfed in a flurry of rapid departures. I told you she was unreliable, yet you insisted on choosing her. Now look, 100,000 spirit stones wasted. Wei Yuxi expressed her dissatisfaction towards Wei Yucai, shooting a fierce glare at Zhao Yuanhao and Zhao Yuanyu. Zhao Yuanyu, however, paid her no mind and hurried to the trading platform, anxiously inquiring, Sister, are you all right? Upon hearing this, Yin Ran's eyes flickered momentarily as she regarded Zhao Yuanyu with amusement. What could possibly be wrong with me? I mean, miss, do you still remember how to select the stones? At this juncture, Wei Yuxi and Wei Yucai approached the trading platform, their expressions reflecting concern as they observed Yin Ran's uncharacteristic demeanor. At the mention of this, Yin Ran's gaze sharpened, locking onto Wei Yuxi's eyes, which startled her into taking a step back. Wei Yucai, noticing his sister's alarm, felt a twinge of discontent toward Yin Ran, as they had yet to voice their concerns, yet she had already lost her temper. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, the sound of shattering stone resonated through the air. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound, witnessing the stones beneath Yin Ran's grasp rapidly fracturing, shards of varying sizes cascading down. In an instant, a flash of golden light erupted forth. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the key emanating a golden radiance from Yin Ran's hand. With an expressionless gaze, Yin Ran surveyed the countenances of Wei Yuxi and the others, letting out a derisive chuckle. I am a person of my word. Chapter 52. The back door in the deep mountains, hundreds of miles beyond Shu City. A multitude of figures raced swiftly toward a luminous peak. Atop the summit stood an impeccably preserved, majestic palace. Around the palace, a throng of cultivators and demonic beasts had gathered, their eyes filled with covetous longing, as if they yearned to rush inside at any moment. However, the palace gates remained firmly shut, impervious to the assaults of both cultivators and beasts alike. The cunning of these demonic creatures had evidently evolved. They now displayed an acute awareness of their surroundings. The martial cultivators exchanged worried glances as they observed the beasts across from them. To prevent a skirmish over the palace's resources, the martial sect would unite with other factions to eliminate any solitary beast that dared to approach the summit. Yet, it soon became evident that the demonic creatures no longer ascended alone. They arrived in formidable numbers, choosing to evade confrontation with their human counterparts rather than engage in battle. Thus, the congregation of demonic beasts upon the peak continued to swell. Our situation was still relatively manageable, although the beasts had attained a modicum of intelligence. It was not particularly advanced, and their actions were still largely driven by instinct. In stark contrast, the demonic beasts from Kunlun Mountain were truly fearsome. They could articulate human speech and even organize other beasts to collectively oppose humanity, a power that was nothing short of otherworldly. Is that really true? Of course it is. My cousin resides in Kunlun, and all of this information comes from him. The circumstances there are far more dire than in Shu. Heavens, let us fervently hope that such formidable beasts do not manifest in the land of Shu. Rest assured, the circumstances in Shu differ greatly from those in Kunlun. The concentration of spiritual energy in Kunlun is excessively high, and the abundance of rare treasures accelerates the evolution of the beasts. However, the cultivators there also progress at a swift pace. It is said that many have advanced to the foundation establishment stage. As the number of beasts continues to swell, we must ensure that when the palace is unveiled, they do not reap the benefits too easily. That will not happen. The news of the ancient relics has already spread, and the major factions in Shu City will undoubtedly take action. When the time comes, we shall unite our efforts. Even if we cannot eradicate all these beasts, we can certainly eliminate the majority. It should be imminent, as the roars of the beasts from the mountains grow ever louder. At this moment, a cacophony of beastly howls reverberates through the mountains, causing vast expanses of forest to tremble violently, while countless birds and beasts flee in disarray. A multitude of cultivators hasten towards the summit. An intense scent of blood hangs in the air, and the ground lies strewn with the corpses of both beasts and humans alike, as cultivators carve a bloody path to the peak. At the foot of the mountain, more cultivators continue to enter, among whom one team stands out for its formidable strength, featuring several mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners. This group is none other than the Starry Sky Mercenary Corps. Yin-Ran, are we not joining forces with the other teams? As he observed their path diverging increasingly, Wei Yu could no longer contain his curiosity and stepped forward to inquire. The strength of the demonic beasts within these mountains far exceeds that of those outside Shuqing. As we ascend, I fear only a few of us will remain, Yin-Ran remarked after glancing at the cultivators in the group. Without further ado, she urged Zhao Yuanyu to stay close and swiftly advanced. Brother, should we not? Keep up. The key remains in Yin-Ran's possession. We cannot afford to be separated from her. During their ascent, they encountered numerous demonic beasts, most of which were at the initial stage of Qi cultivation. Fortunately, their numbers were not overwhelming, allowing the group to pass through with minimal peril. The strength of the demonic beasts here is astonishing, Zhao Yuanyu said, a sense of dread creeping over him. He felt grateful for his sister's protection. Without her, he doubted he would have survived this far. The spiritual energy in these mountains is dense, which naturally accelerates the growth of the beast's powers, Yin-Ran replied, her brow furrowed. The closer they approached the mountain's peak, the heavier her heart felt, as she sensed several formidable presences. We are nearing the summit. Everyone, exercise caution. Half an hour later, the group reached the mountain's pinnacle. Upon arrival, they were left awestruck, both by the magnificent palace before them and by the multitude of demonic beasts surrounding it. Good heavens, there are so many demonic beasts. If they were to descend upon human cities simultaneously, it would be catastrophic. The expressions of the onlookers were grave, and Yin-Ran's countenance mirrored their concern, as she sensed a few beasts among the horde that bore a similar aura to the foundational stage Xianxia they had previously encountered. A sense of urgency surged within her. For the first time, she realized that her pace of cultivation was still too slow. Unbeknownst to her, she had already fallen behind. If this continued, she feared that, as the old fox had warned, she might not even be able to ensure her own safety. In the short term, this was unlikely, as the strength of these demon beasts was insufficient to withstand the onslaught of human firearms. Moreover, there had yet to be a formidable demon capable of commanding the others. Wei Yu spoke softly. Let us not dwell on the grand matters for now. We should focus on what to do next. With so many demon beasts around, we cannot approach the palace. Wei Yu, she reminded. Indeed, how shall we pass through the encirclement of demon beasts? Just as everyone was racking their brains for a solution, Yin-Ran suddenly felt a warmth on her back. When she removed her backpack, she discovered that the key she had previously obtained was shimmering. Could this key guide us into the palace? Yin-Ran's expression shifted. Regardless, there was no way to breach the encirclement of the demon beasts at present. So she decided to give it a try. She glanced at Wei Yu, who was watching her intently, and quickly conveyed her thoughts. Wei Yu was equally daring and immediately agreed to give it a shot. Thus, the group proceeded in the direction of the key's more rapid flickering. After winding through several turns, they unexpectedly arrived at the rear of the palace. Unlike the grand and imposing main entrance, the back of the palace featured a modest door, barely wide enough for two to pass through simultaneously, appearing rather shabby. So, we obtained a key for the back door. No wonder the stone that encased it was so unremarkable. Wei Yushi pouted in disappointment, noticing Wei Yucai glaring at her, and mischievously stuck out her tongue. The key to the back door seems quite convenient. Perhaps it was intentionally left by the palace's owner for a select few. After all, there are always those who take the back route, Zhao Yuanyu jested, concerned that Yanran might feel disheartened. Yanran cast him a bemused glance, disregarding Wei Yushi entirely. With a flick of her right hand, the key soared towards the palace's back door. As the key slid into the lock, it emitted a creaking sound, and the back door slowly swung open, revealing a courtyard shrouded in mist. Once we enter, let us split up, Yanran instructed Wei Yucai. Yuanyu, let us proceed. She gestured for Zhao Yuanyu to follow her as she stepped through the door. Brother Yuhao, hurry up. Oh, I'm coming. Upon Zhao Yuanyu's call, Zhao Yuhao glanced at Wei Yucai and promptly followed suit. Has Zhao Yuhao forgotten that he belongs to the mercenary group? Wei Yushi thought, feeling a flicker of annoyance as she saw him leave without hesitation. Wei Yucai's expression flickered momentarily, yet he chose not to elaborate. Let us enter as well. Sister, there are so many spiritual herbs. What a pity they have all withered away. Upon entering the back door, they were greeted by a courtyard filled with plots of medicinal fields. While remnants of spiritual herbs lingered, all their potency had been lost, causing a pang of sorrow in Yanran and the others. Beyond the courtyard lay a series of magnificent palaces. But Yanran paid no heed to the opulence of these gilded structures, hastily passing by without entering, as she strode purposefully toward the eastern palace. Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao watched with great interest, yet neither dared to inquire, hastening to follow Yanran closely. After traversing through numerous palace courtyards, the trio reached the far eastern section of the palace. Unlike other palatial structures, the easternmost palace revealed an expanse of seemingly endless artificial mountains. At that moment, Yanran was swiftly navigating through the labyrinthine pathways of the rock formations. The passageway was not shrouded in darkness. It was adorned with several luminous orbs emitting a soft white glow. Upon seeing these orbs, Zhao Yuanhao and Zhao Yuanyu felt a surge of desire to pry a few away to take with them. However, noticing Yanran striding ahead with increasing distance between them, they reluctantly shelved their thoughts. As they ventured deeper, their glances towards Yanran became more frequent. The pathways within the artificial mountain complex were intricate and interwoven. At various junctions, Yanran showed no signs of hesitation, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of losing her way. Yuanyu, do you sense that the spiritual energy in the passage is intensifying? Zhao Yuanhao inquired in a hushed tone. I am not a cultivator. How could I possibly discern such energy? Zhao Yuanyu muttered in response. My apologies, I had forgotten. I cannot sense the spiritual energy either. But I do hear the sound of flowing water, suggesting we must be nearing the exit of the artificial mountain. I wonder what lies beyond. Zhao Yuanhao pondered, filled with anticipation. Throughout their journey, Yanran remained singularly focused, seemingly indifferent to the opulent palaces surrounding them, driven solely towards this destination. It was hard to believe that nothing had caught her eye along the way. As they ventured deeper, the aura within the passage grew increasingly potent, accompanied by the resounding rush of water, which brought forth expressions of delight from the trio, prompting them to quicken their pace. Before long, they beheld a radiant light emerging at the tunnel's end. The spiritual energy was incredibly rich. The moment they stepped out of the passage, Yanran and Zhao Yuanhao were taken aback by the overwhelming essence that enveloped them, both extending their arms in sheer ecstasy, while even Zhao Yuanyu, who could not sense the spiritual energy, felt invigorated. Look, sister, brother Yuanhao, there's a massive stone. Yanran turned her gaze in the direction of Zhao Yuanyu's voice and spotted a colossal stone tablet, towering over 10 meters high, standing majestically a few meters ahead. The tablet bore 3 flowing characters, glowing with a golden light, for treasure's repository. As soon as Yanran deciphered the 3 golden characters, a sudden wave of pressure surged in her mind, accompanied by a sharp pain in her eyes, compelling her to avert her gaze to alleviate the discomfort. At that moment, both Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao let out a cry of alarm. Turning to look, Yanran's expression shifted as she noticed 2 streaks of crimson blood trickling from the corners of their eyes. This stone tablet harbors something sinister. Thankfully, we closed our eyes swiftly, or we might have been blinded, Zhao Yuanhao remarked, his face reflecting a lingering fear. Yanran, her complexion slightly pale and emotions in turmoil, realized that gazing at the characters inscribed on the tablet would deplete one's spiritual consciousness, akin to her previous experience staring at the intricate patterns on spiritual talismans. These 3 characters were crafted from an abundance of profound symbols. Neither Yuanyu nor Zhao Yuan had any spiritual awareness, thus, they could not withstand the profound and intricate patterns inscribed on the stone tablet with their naked eyes. Although she had cultivated some degree of spiritual awareness, allowing her slightly greater resilience. Prolonged exposure would not fare well for her either. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yuanhao did not scrutinize the inscriptions on the stone tablet for long, and after a brief respite, their eyes ceased to ache. Cautiously, the trio made their way behind the stone tablet. The moment they passed the stone tablet, an unexpected incident occurred. 3 slender crimson beams, as fine as threads, surged toward them with lightning speed. The red light arrived too swiftly and unexpectedly for Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yuanhao to evade. With a resounding boom, the crimson light struck them, igniting their bodies in fierce flames. They collapsed to the ground, rolling incessantly in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire engulfing them. On the other hand, as the red light approached, Yanran instinctively pivoted to the side, narrowly avoiding the assault. Upon contact with the ground, the crimson light erupted into a raging inferno within a radius of several meters. Yanran hastily retreated, escaping the fiery blaze. "Sister, be cautious. There is someone behind the stone tablet," Zhao Yuan shouted. "Someone?" Yanran's expression changed as she swiftly grasped her oxbone knife and turned to face the stone tablet. Although she did not find the person Zhao Yuan had mentioned, she did spot a skeleton seated upright, its bony fingers clutching a yellow talisman radiating a red glow. It was evident that the crimson light that had just attacked them originated from that talisman. Realizing that it was not a living being, Yanran immediately exhaled in relief. Once she confirmed that no further crimson light was forthcoming, she dashed toward Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yuanhao. With a deft manipulation of water control, the ethereal moisture in the air rapidly coalesced, culminating in the formation of a shimmering curtain of water above the 2 individuals. Countless droplets cascaded downwards, drenching them instantly and extinguishing the flames that had engulfed them. "Sister, thank goodness for you. Otherwise, both Brother Yuanhao and I would have been in dire straits." Zhao Yuanyu lamented, his voice tinged with despair. "Cough, cough. Are you both all right?" Yanran inquired awkwardly, turning her back. Suddenly, 2 sharp cries pierced the air as Zhao Yuanhao and Zhao Yuanyu huddled together like startled fawns, their limbs tightly clasped. Their faces flushed with embarrassment as they cast their gazes downward, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Although Yanran's timely intervention had spared them from injury, their garments had been scorched and their hair singed, which explained their earlier sensation of chill. Let me see if I can find some clothes for you," Yanran said, quickly scanning her surroundings. Her gaze fell upon a skeleton behind a stone tablet, and, regrettably, it was adorned in attire. "Thank you, sister," Zhao Yuanyu murmured so softly it was nearly inaudible, exchanging a bitter glance with Zhao Yuanhao before once again bowing his head in embarrassment. "How can I possibly retrieve that talisman?" Yanran pondered with a frown, eyeing the offensive talisman clutched in the skeleton's hand. Despite her prolonged deliberation with the oxbone blade, she had yet to devise a strategy. Observing Yanran's astonishment, the corners of Zhao Yuanyu's mouth twitched. Indeed, her strength was rather formidable, as even a simple retrieval of a blade had stirred the surrounding air currents, toppling a skeleton in the process. "It seems that fate does not wish to witness your 2 naked escapades." Without much thought, Yanran smiled as she glanced at Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao, cautiously picking up a piece of talisman paper the size of a playing card. Suddenly, her expression froze, and her breathing became rapid, for she discovered that a dull gray ring adorned the bony fingertip. "It must be a storage ring, a spatial storage ring. It has to be a spatial storage ring," Yanran silently prayed, suppressing her excitement. She instinctively glanced at Zhao Yuanhao, and upon seeing that both he and Zhao Yuanyu were oblivious, she swiftly reached out to remove the ring. Once Yanran managed to calm her racing heart, she turned to Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao. "What are you still dawdling for? Come over and grab some clothes. You can each wear a jacket and an undershirt. Make do for now." "Sister, those are the clothes of the deceased," Zhao Yuanyu replied somewhat reluctantly. Upon hearing his words, Yanran seemed to have an epiphany. She quickly bowed earnestly to the skeleton and then said with utmost seriousness, "When borrowing the clothing of our esteemed predecessor, you must show respect. We still need to find a place to lay our predecessor to rest, understood? Are we really going to wear them?" "Well, you could choose not to. Just dare to run naked," she retorted. "I truly don't understand what you are thinking. These garments are clearly extraordinary, yet you still display disdain. What makes these clothes extraordinary? The skeleton is in such a state, yet the clothing remains intact. How can you say it's ordinary?" Yanran shot them an annoyed glare. Indeed, Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao finally began to comprehend the situation. Before the skeletal figure stood a man of apparent nonchalance and independence. He donned only a robe, trousers, and a pair of straw sandals. Through a game of rock, paper, scissors, Zhao Yuanyu acquired the robe, while Zhao Yuanhao obtained the trousers. Considering that Zhao Yuanyu was not a cultivator and lacked physical strength, Zhao Yuanhao graciously offered him the straw sandals as well. While the two exchanged garments, Yan Ran examined the ring she had just acquired. Could this ring be a storage ring? How do protagonists in novels identify magical artifacts? Is it through blood recognition, or by imprinting their consciousness upon it? Regardless, she decided to proceed with blood recognition first, followed by a mental examination. Yan Ran bit her finger, squeezing several drops of blood onto the ring as if it were of no consequence. Upon witnessing the ring absorb the blood, an exhilarating thrill coursed through her. After the blood touched the ring, its initially dull surface began to shimmer with golden light, gradually coalescing until a resplendent golden ring appeared in Yan Ran's hand. The ring bore no adornments, merely inscribed with the character. Chapter 54. The Four Treasures of Talisman, Crafting. How impoverished, utterly destitute. Yan Ran gazed at the golden ring in her hand with a hint of disappointment. After all, it was a prestigious golden ring. One would expect the previous owner to embellish it with something befitting its stature, perhaps a few boxes of spirit stones. Yet, despite her outward complaints, Yan Ran secretly reveled in joy, for the ring indeed proved to be a storage ring, possessing a surprisingly spacious interior, nearly 10,000 square feet in size. At that moment, in her eyes, the spatial storage ring was an exceptionally advanced treasure. Even the cunning old fox, who often looked down upon others, frequently lamented the desire to forge one, yet regrettably, he could not gather the requisite materials. Nevertheless, the space felt rather vacant. Within its innermost corner lay a bookshelf adorned with several jade slips. Aside from that, there were merely a few empty jade bottles and wooden boxes, presumably intended for the storage of elixirs and spiritual herbs. However, this was of little consequence. Although the ring may be somewhat empty now, she could gradually fill it in due course. What was there to fret about? It seemed that to attain wealth, one ultimately had to rely on oneself. The kind of personal space described in novels, brimming with millennia-old spiritual herbs and fruits, piled high with spiritual stones and elixirs, was something she could not expect to acquire. With joy, Yan Ran slipped the ring onto the index finger of her left hand. Initially, it was slightly oversized, but as golden light flowed, the ring size adjusted to fit her perfectly. The moment the ring graced her finger, the blood she had dripped upon it was completely absorbed, causing the golden radiance emanating from the ring to retract entirely. Lost in her elation, Yan Ran failed to notice that at the instant the golden glow vanished. The entire palace flickered rapidly, as if it were on the verge of vanishing into thin air. Simultaneously, the cultivators and demon beast vying for treasures in the front hall changed their expressions, gazing in horror at the suddenly appearing, faintly discernible golden symbols overhead. This is bad. The palace's prohibitions have been activated. Hu Tong, who stood beside Guan Miaoxin, turned pale at the sight of the symbols. Elder, what has happened? The palace is about to vanish. What? Guan Miaoxin and the Guan family cultivators were all struck with terror. Senior, what shall we do now? We must exit before the barrier fully activates. Otherwise, we shall be obliterated by its power. Let us depart from the Great Hall and refrain from congregating with these individuals. The greater the number, the more potent the barrier's influence becomes. Not only did Hu Tong sense the impending danger, but other cultivators and beasts also felt the ominous atmosphere. Their previous tranquility shattered. Upon sighting treasures and resources, they immediately resorted to seizing them, resulting in a cacophony of shouts and chaos throughout the palace. The Four Treasures Pavilion. Fortunately, the golden ring adorned upon my finger is rather aesthetically pleasing. As Yan Ran contemplated the ring, the oddly dressed Zhao Yuanhao and Zhao Yuanyu suddenly appeared before her. Observing Zhao Yuanhao, who stood bare-chested and bashful, alongside Zhao Yuanyu, who wore an awkwardly split skirt, Yan Ran's expression stiffened, and her lips twitched uncontrollably. How could these two be so visually jarring? After a prolonged moment, Yan Ran finally spoke. All right, since you are both dressed, let us explore other areas. Beyond the stone tablet lay a vast open square, at the center of which stood a magnificent four-story pavilion, resplendent in gold. Why are all the palaces here golden? Could it be that the master of this palace is a newly affluent individual? Zhao Yuanyu chuckled. Upon hearing this, both Yan Ran and Zhao Yuanhao simultaneously shot him a disapproving glance. The the Four Treasures Pavilion. Having learned from the previous lesson with the stone tablet, the three of them dared not linger on the plaque hanging at the entrance of the pavilion. Sister, shall we venture inside? Zhao Yuanyu gazed longingly at the pavilion. Yet memories of the previous fiery incident instilled a sense of trepidation regarding potential dangers within. He cast an uncertain glance at Yan Ran and Zhao Yuanhao. Well, we've come all this way. How can we not venture inside? I'll go ahead, Zhao Yuanhao declared, steeling himself as he approached the entrance of the pavilion. Until they reached the grand doors, nothing untoward transpired. While no immediate threats were present, Zhao Yuanhao exerted all his strength to no avail. The doors remained obstinately shut. Observing this, Zhao Yuanyu hurried to assist, and both wore flushed expressions, yet the doors continued to resist their efforts. Could it be that a specific key is required to open this door? Zhao Yuanyu lamented. Let me give it a try. Yan Ran stepped forward, extending her hands toward the door. Just as she prepared to push with all her might, a creaking sound resonated, and the doors gradually swung open. Sister, you're incredible! Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao exchanged astonished glances, both giving Yan Ran a thumbs up. Yan Ran, too, appeared taken aback, subtly glancing at the golden ring adorning her hand, which seemed to shimmer as she pushed the door. Enough of the chatter, let us step inside and explore. The trio crossed the threshold, only to be awestruck by the array of items within. The pavilion was spacious and circular, comprising 4 distinct levels, each separated by a vibrant, translucent light curtain, devoid of staircases, with every layer brimming with a multitude of objects. The first level is entirely adorned with brushes, each varying in color and size. The second level is filled with ink sticks, also diverse in hue and dimension. The third level boasts sheets of paper, again differing in color and size, while the fourth level showcases ink stones, each unique in its own right. The pavilion emanates a medley of fragrances, harmonious yet distinct, rich without being oppressive, evoking a refreshing and invigorating sensation. Initially, the three may not have recognized these items, but upon reading the inscriptions on the luminous screens of each level, their understanding dawned. From bottom to top, the screens bore the inscriptions: Spirit Brush, Spirit Ink, Spirit Paper, and Spirit Inkstone. Astonishingly, all essentials for crafting talismans are present. Have we stumbled upon the treasury of the 4 treasures of the study? Zhao Yuanhao gazed in awe at the contents of the pavilion. On the table lay a crystal book, fortuitously opened to the first page, prominently displaying the 4 grand characters: crafting talismans for treasures. Yet, what captivated Yan Ran's attention were the small characters beneath it. Reading, the great way is vast. Talismans serve as its vessel. So, the 4 treasures referred to on the stone tablet indeed signify the Spirit Brush, Spirit Ink, Spirit Paper, and Spirit Inkstone. The heritage of Chinese calligraphy is truly profound. Tracing back to the crafting of talismans, Zhao Yuanyu's expression was one of nostalgia and pride. Upon hearing this, both Yan Ran and Zhao Yuanhao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the depth and richness of Chinese civilization. However, the moment Zhao Yuanyu's right hand brushed against the spirit brush, an unexpected occurrence transpired. With a sudden whoosh, the previously orderly brushes began to tremble, and one by one, they soared into the air, dancing gracefully within the confines of the loft. The flight of the talisman brush ignited a fuse. In the blink of an eye, the second layer of talisman ink, the third layer of talisman paper, and the fourth layer of talisman inkstone began to soar forth in succession. Alarmed, Zhao Yuanhao shouted as he noticed some of the talisman brushes, inks, papers, and inkstones seemed to be disintegrating and vanishing. He swiftly rushed towards the chaotic flurry of talisman-making treasures, grabbing whatever he could reach. Once secured in hand, these items would not disappear. We must seize them quickly. Hearing Zhao Yuanhao's words, Zhao Yuanyu immediately joined in the fray. However, Yan Ran remained still, her gaze fixed upon the suddenly radiant crystal book. As the crystal book turned to its second page, a black talisman brush emerged. Instantly, a flash of darkness surged forth, and an ethereal projection swiftly materialized, causing the talisman brush on the crystal book to vanish in an instant. Upon raising her head, Yan Ran saw the projection merge into a spinning talisman brush. Zhao Yuanhao, forget the others, sees that brush radiating black light. Although Zhao Yuanhao was somewhat perplexed by her urgency, he nonetheless threw himself towards the brush she indicated with unyielding determination. At that moment, the crystal book opened to another page, revealing a reddish-brown inkstone shaped like a turtle. Similar to the previous talisman brush, The red inkstone flickered and disappeared just as swiftly. Yuanyu, catch that inkstone. By a stroke of fortune, the inkstone flew right past Zhao Yuanyu, who lunged forth, successfully pinning the inkstone beneath him. Yin Ran glanced back at the crystal book, which showed no signs of further turning pages. Instead, it appeared to be on the verge of disintegration. Meanwhile, Yin Ran was horrified to discover that the pavilion was rapidly fading, and the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones swirling in the air were disappearing at an alarming rate. Yin Ran hurriedly rushed over to join the fray. After quite some time, she managed to seize a few talisman papers. However, the 4 treasures for talisman making moved with such swiftness that capturing them proved nearly impossible. Zhao Yuanhao and his companion had been at it for a considerable while and had barely collected anything. We cannot linger here. We must hasten our departure, Yin Ran urged, noticing the pavilion swaying precariously. Sister, look. What is that? Following Zhao Yuanyu's pointing finger, Yin Ran beheld a white cauldron floating atop the pavilion, slowly descending. This is dire. The structure is about to collapse. We need to leave immediately. Zhao Yuanhao, who had already sprinted towards the exit, was in a state of panic, drenched in sweat as he noticed that Yin Ran and her companion had not followed. At that moment, the pavilion trembled violently, becoming increasingly transparent, flickering as if it were on the verge of vanishing entirely. Yin Ran, Yuanyu, forget about it. Run. Zhao Yuanhao's heart raced with dread as he sensed imminent danger. If they did not escape, they might perish here. Yuanyu, you go first. Gritting her teeth, Yin Ran dashed towards the center of the pavilion. With a leap, she utilized the table for momentum, soaring towards the cauldron. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, she was drawing closer to the cauldron. With a sudden thud, Yin Ran's right hand grasped the cauldron, and as her golden ring flashed, the cauldron vanished. With a resounding thud, she fell from several meters high. But disregarding the pain coursing through her body, Yin Ran sprinted frantically towards the door. As soon as they dashed out the door, a thunderous roar erupted beside Yin Ran's ear. Hurry. Chapter 55, Fortunate. Bang. Yin Ran seized Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao, and just as they had run a few meters, a violent force surged from behind, propelling the 3 of them through the air. Thud, thud. The trio was hurled dozens of meters away, with Yin Ran and Zhao Yuanhao crashing heavily to the ground, unable to suppress their blood from spilling forth, feeling as if their bodies were shattered, struggling on the ground. Sister, Yuanhao. Upon witnessing the 2 spitting blood, Zhao Yuanyu's expression changed dramatically, and he scrambled to his feet, rushing towards them. Don't come over. Zhao Yuanyu, having been knocked the farthest, landed directly in front of the stone tablet. Seeing him rushing towards them, Yin Ran urgently shouted, and Zhao Yuanhao also called out to stop him. At this moment, the pavilion at the center of the square had vanished, replaced by swiftly rotating golden symbols. The symbols multiplied and grew increasingly radiant, stirring the air currents and raising fierce winds. Even though they were already quite distant from the center of the square, the spreading winds still lashed at them, akin to being scraped by blades. Zhao Yuanyu was merely a mortal, his physical strength inferior to theirs, and at this moment, his approach could not aid them. It would only put him in danger. However, what transpired next took both of them by surprise. Zhao Yuanyu showed no fear of the winds assaulting him, charging forward until he stood before them, grasping one in each hand and forcefully dragging them behind the stone tablet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Yin Ran and the others were pulled to the stone tablet, Zhao Yuanyu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Yin Ran and Zhao Yuanhao exchanged peculiar glances at Zhao Yuanyu. Logically, as a mere mortal, he should have sustained the most severe injuries. However, the current situation was quite the opposite. He was the only one unscathed among the 3. Are you all right, Yuanyu? Zhao Yuanhao inquired tentatively. I'm fine, Zhao Yuanyu replied, clearly unaware of why the cultivators Yin Ran and Zhao Yuanhao were injured while he remained perfectly intact. At that moment, he felt a surge of satisfaction for having assisted the 2. Throughout their journey, he had felt utterly useless, incapable of providing any meaningful help. Now, however, he finally felt a sense of purpose. From now on, wear this outer robe and do not take it off, Yin Ran suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanhao's expression shifted, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He cautiously touched the pants he was wearing, until Yin Ran mentioned it. He had not realized that while the gale had caused pain to his upper body, his lower half remained completely unharmed. Zhao Yuanyu's outer robe and his pants were undoubtedly valuable items. Additionally, the pair of straw sandals was also of great quality. It seemed that when Zhao Yuanyu had pulled them along, his speed had been significantly enhanced. We should not linger here any longer. Let us depart swiftly, Yin Ran said, her demeanor serious as she glanced at the square. The runes upon it were multiplying, their spread growing wider, and the turbulent winds were intensifying. All right. Yin Ran and Zhao Yuanhao struggled to rise to their feet. They had emerged just in time, escaping serious injury, and after a brief moment of recuperation, their bodies had regained much of their strength. The trio swiftly navigated past the stone tablet and entered the passageway of the artificial mountain. Meanwhile, the other cultivators and beasts within the palace were not as fortunate. Particularly in the front hall, nearly all the great chambers were enveloped by glimmering golden runes, with only a few areas left untouched. A multitude of cultivators and beasts were swept away by the violent winds summoned by the runes. Upon contact with the runes, they were instantly obliterated. This scene filled the remaining cultivators and beasts with dread and trepidation. At that moment, most of them abandoned their pursuit of treasures and resources, frantically rushing towards the main entrance, desperate to escape this hellish place. However, some audacious individuals took advantage of the chaos to rapidly scavenge various opportunities within the palace. In the passageway of the artificial mountain, Yin Ran and her companions hurriedly traversed numerous forks in the path. Sister, what's wrong? Let's head right. Upon entering the right passage, Zhao Yuanhao felt a surge of energy. The spiritual essence in this corridor was far denser than in other areas. After several twists and turns, the spiritual energy intensified, and ahead, colorful lights began to emanate. Catching a whiff of a familiar fruity aroma, Yin Ran inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the oblivious Zhao Yu, and smiled as she remarked, "Your luck seems quite favorable." With that, she swiftly advanced forward. Huh. Zhao Yuanyu gazed vacantly at Zhao Yuanhao, perplexed by Yin Ran's sudden remark. Zhao Yuanhao, equally bewildered, followed closely behind despite the myriad of questions swirling in their minds. A few hundred meters away, they discovered a small stone cave capable of accommodating several individuals, within which resided a mesmerizing array of colorful lights and the enticing aroma of fruit. The radiant colors emanated from a half-meter-tall stone stalagmite, atop which flourished a diminutive green tree, standing over 20 centimeters high. This tree bore a fruit that radiated a spectrum of colors, with a milky white liquid seeping from the stone wall directly above it. However, the liquid appeared to coalesce at a painfully slow pace. Even after Yin Ran observed it for a considerable time, she discerned no signs of it dripping down. Sister, could this be a spirit fruit capable of shaping spiritual roots? Zhao Yuanyu's voice quivered slightly, his gaze fixated on the spirit fruit adorning the stalagmite. Yin Ran nodded with a smile. The spirit fruit was a coveted treasure for those without spiritual roots, a dream come true. To their astonishment, they had encountered one here. Zhao Yuanyu glanced at Yin Ran and then at Zhao Yuanhao. Seeing encouragement reflected in their eyes, he felt a surge of exhilaration and approached the stalagmite. Gulyalu. Zhao Yuanyu hastily plucked the spirit fruit, so eager that he swallowed it in one swift motion without even savoring its flavor. As the fruit descended into his stomach, he felt as though he were in a dream. Had it not been for the palpable sensation of a gentle warmth coursing through his body, he might have slapped himself to affirm his reality. I am now a cultivator. I have finally become a cultivator. Zhao Yuanyu was overwhelmed with joy. Yuanyu, congratulations. Ignoring the two individuals who laughed foolishly, Yin Ran swiftly approached the stone pillar, fixating her gaze upon the small cluster of viscous, milky white liquid atop it. This must be the spiritual milk that the old fox spoke of. With a flicker of inspiration, a palm-sized white jade vial materialized in Yin Ran's hand. Typically used for storing elixirs, it should suffice for containing the spiritual milk as well. Carefully, she positioned the vial at the pinnacle of the stone pillar. As the opening aligned with the spiritual milk, the liquid trembled and rapidly separated into droplets the size of glass beads, each one autonomously soaring into the vial. 1 drop. 2 drops. 8 drops. Just 8 drops, how meager. Yin Ran murmured in disappointment. If Hu Tong were present to hear Yin Ran's lamentations, she would undoubtedly be infuriated. Did she not comprehend the rarity of this spiritual milk? Countless powerful beings exerted tremendous effort merely to procure a single drop for their juniors. Yet Yin Ran, having obtained 8 drops, still found it insufficient. Raising her head, Yin Ran consumed a drop of the spiritual milk, and in an instant, she felt every cell in her body saturated with spiritual energy. This energy flowed autonomously, refining her physical form and expanding her dantian and spiritual sea. Upon introspecting her body, she was momentarily dumbfounded. Her dantian and spiritual sea had more than doubled in size, accompanied by a faint cracking sound emanating from her dantian. Was it only a matter of seconds? She had progressed from the 5th to the 6th level of qi cultivation. Yin Ran appeared somewhat dazed. As the spiritual energy continued to surge within her, and her dantian and spiritual sea expanded further, showing no signs of abating. The old fox did not deceive me. This spiritual milk is indeed a rare treasure capable of facilitating direct advancement. Moreover, it possesses no adverse effects whatsoever. Generally speaking, a sudden surge of spiritual energy within the body can lead to ruptured meridians, damaged dantians, and insufficient physical strength, potentially resulting in catastrophic explosions of the body. However, consuming spiritual milk completely averts such calamities. The spiritual energy contained within this elixir embodies the essence of heaven and earth, posing no threat to living beings. It is one of the few extraordinary treasures that does not affect one's foundation and allows for direct advancement beyond one's level. I cannot fathom how much my cultivation could improve with just a single drop. With this thought, Yin Ran's expression darkened. If I were to advance directly to the foundation establishment stage this time, let's see if the old fox would dare to claim I am inferior to Guan Yaoxin. Yin Ran declared fiercely. Chapter 56. A resounding slap. The spiritual energy contained in a single drop of spiritual milk is overwhelmingly vast. Sensing that everything was normal within the rockery and that there was no danger, Yin Ran contemplated meditating here to refine it. Noticing Zhao Yuanyu still foolishly reveling in delight, she felt compelled to speak up, stating, "The spiritual energy in this cave is relatively dense. You should seize the opportunity to draw it into your body while your spiritual roots are still fresh. But I currently lack a cultivation method and do not know how to draw it into my body." Zhao Yuanyu replied with embarrassment. This. Yin Ran furrowed her brow, involuntarily recalling the Hongming Guiyuan technique. She could now ascertain with complete certainty that this technique was extraordinary, if Yuanyu were to cultivate it. At that very moment, as this thought crossed her mind, she felt a tremor deep within her soul, and her complexion instantly turned ghostly pale. The law does not pass to the 6th year. The more precious the technique, the greater the need for secrecy. Some supreme beings, in order to prevent their legacies from being stolen by others, often place restrictions on their techniques. Should the inheritor divulge the method, they will be immediately obliterated by these restrictions. The words of the old fox suddenly echoed in Yin Ran's ears, and in that instant, she comprehended that the Hongming Guiyuan method contained restrictions that must not be shared with others. Even the thought of it was forbidden. The mere notion sent shivers through her soul, indicating that the Hongming Guiyuan method was even more extraordinary than she had imagined. This was undoubtedly the kind of rare and unparalleled technique spoken of by the old fox. After Zhao Yuanyu consumed the spirit fruit, the stone cave grew somewhat dim, causing neither Yin Ran nor Zhao Yuanyu to notice her changing expression. If there is no technique, then what am I cultivating? Zhao Yuhao interjected. This cultivation method was passed down by the Dao Alliance, applicable to all cultivators. Come, let me enlighten you. Observing Zhao Yuhao beginning to instruct Zhao Yuanyu in his cultivation, Yin Ran steadied her tumultuous emotions, closed her eyes, and focused her mind, commencing the full absorption of the spiritual milk. Thanks to the all-spirit fruit she had consumed earlier, Yin Ran's meridians and dantian were significantly broader than those of others, which directly resulted in her absorption of spiritual energy skyrocketing several times over. Coupled with her extraordinary Hongming Guiyuan method, which not only tempered the physical body, but simultaneously opened up her dantian's qi si and consciousness si. The abundant spiritual energy within the spiritual milk was visibly refined and absorbed, causing Yin Ran's dantian qi si and consciousness si to expand at an astonishing rate. For decades, or even centuries, it takes to condense a single drop of spiritual milk. The essence contained within is truly beyond imagination. If an ordinary cultivator were to absorb it, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to fully refine it. Yet, here in Yin Ran's case, she absorbed it all in less than an hour. While her aspirations were lofty, the reality was harsh. Upon completely refining the drop of spiritual milk, Yin Ran found herself not advancing to the anticipated foundation establishment stage, nor even able to reach the 7th layer of qi refinement. This left her somewhat disheartened. However, upon seeing that the lotus seed in her dantian had become more plump and crystalline than before, her fleeting disappointment was cast aside. This lotus seed had absorbed so much spiritual energy. It must surely be a high-level magical artifact. Yet, the function of a lotus seed artifact seemed rather limited. Could it serve as an offensive or defensive tool? How would a lotus seed attack? Would it simply be thrown like a brick? She dismissed the thought, fearing that while attempting to strike someone, the lotus seed itself might be destroyed. She did not deem the lotus seed particularly sturdy. But if it were to provide defense, how could a bare lotus seed offer any protection? Just as Xianran pondered the nature of the lotus seed as a magical artifact, a sudden violent tremor emanated from the artificial mountain. Zhao Yuanyu, who had just learned to induce entry into his body, and Zhao Yuanhao, who was diligently absorbing spiritual energy, both opened their eyes simultaneously. Is the array in the square expanding? Zhao Yuanyu inquired urgently. It doesn't seem so. It feels as though there is a battle occurring outside. Zhao Yuanhao shook his head. We have been here for quite some time. The others must be searching for us. Yin Ran spoke up. Let us make our exit. The conflict outside appears quite intense. If the artificial mountain is destroyed, we will be buried within. Yin Ran took a few steps before halting, turning to gaze at the size of the plate in Zhao Yuanyu's hand, which held a reddish-brown tortoise-shaped inkstone. Alongside the black talisman brush approximately 1 meter long in Zhao Yuanhao's grasp. Noticing Yin Ran's eyes lingering on the talisman brush, Zhao Yuanhao felt a pang of reluctance but ultimately extended the brush toward her. Yin Ran raised her eyes to meet Zhao Yuanhao's visibly reluctant expression and spoke softly. Since it was obtained by you, it rightfully belongs to you. After saying that, she shifted her attention to Zhao Yuanyu, explaining that both the brush and the inkstone were likely magical artifacts, and they would need to drip their blood upon them to establish ownership. Sister, I feel a connection to this inkstone. Zhao Yuanyu exclaimed joyfully. So do I. Zhao Yuanhao's face radiated uncontainable delight. Magical artifacts were exceedingly rare. To acquire an intact one was a daunting challenge. Across Shuqing, few cultivators possessed such treasures, with only the leader of the Starry Mercenary Corps owning a single piece. Suddenly, the foam mountain trembled violently. We must leave. The mountain is about to collapse. Yin Ran's expression shifted as she swiftly led the two away from the stone cave. Outside the foam mountain, various factions were engaged in a fierce battle. Their conflict centered around a flickering, fist-sized, yellowish flame hovering above the mountain. The flame danced erratically in the air, rising and falling, darting left and right with remarkable agility. Senior, what should we do? We can't even approach the flame. Guan Miaoxin, her expression fraught with urgency, looked anxiously at Hu Tong, her eyes gleaming with determination for the flame. As a fire spirit body, she possessed an acute sensitivity to all flames in existence. The mere sight of the fire ignited an inner voice urging her to seize it. However, who would not desire something precious? The golden flame moved with astonishing swiftness, leading them from the front hall to this artificial mountain. Wait, let them fight first. Hu Tong's gaze remained fixed on the flame, her eyes shimmering with fervent light. The earth source fire. Who would have thought such a primal fire existed here? Truly, it is a boon from the heavens. If I can absorb the earth source fire, the significant fissures in my dantian could be mended by at least half. Hu Tong quickly glanced at Guan Miaoxin, her eyes filled with profound admiration. If she had harbored even a hint of hesitation when they were in the antique street, now all doubt had vanished. Her choice had indeed been wise. Their first outing together had bestowed such an extraordinary opportunity. This was something Yin Ran could never have achieved. You are a fire spirit body. All flames in this world are inherently drawn to you. I shall divert those foundation-building cultivators and demon beasts, and you can beckon the flames to us. Together, we shall absorb them. Upon hearing Hu Tong's intention to absorb the flames alongside her, Guan Miaoxin's expression instantly brightened. Is the senior willing to form a contract with me? Unlike Yin Ran, who was somewhat naive, she possessed a deeper understanding of cultivation matters. Bolstered by her family's support, she was well aware of numerous happenings following the great upheaval, including news from Kunlun, which she often heard. Many prodigious cultivators from Kunlun had formed contracts with demon companions, and she had come across numerous tales in that regard. If a demon beast were willing to cultivate alongside a person, it signified its readiness to enter into a contract. Hu Tong cast a sidelong glance at Guan Miaoxin and slowly articulated 4 words: equal contract. Excellent. Guan Miaoxin readily agreed. Although her acquaintance with Hu Tong was brief, she had already grasped its capabilities. This time, under Hu Tong's guidance within the palace, the Guan family reaped numerous fortuitous opportunities. Having such a powerful demon companion by her side would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to her. And while it was regrettable that they were not bound by a master-servant contract, her current low cultivation level left her with little choice. An opportunity has arisen. I shall draw others in while you attract the flames. Hutong darted like a crimson bolt of lightning towards the most intense skirmish. Simultaneously, Guan Miaoxin soared towards the flames. When Yin ran and the others emerged from the rockery passage, the battle outside had already concluded. At that moment, the assembled crowd of humans and demons glared at the pair, a person and a fox, ensconced in a layer of earthy yellow light, their faces contorted with anger, jealousy, and envy. It was not that they lacked the desire to charge forth and seize the prize. Rather, the protective barrier thwarted their attempts, rendering them helpless and despondent. Above the rockery, a translucent, earthy yellow barrier enveloped Guan Miaoxin and Hutong as they sat facing each other in meditation. Hovering above them was a fist-sized flame of the same earthy hue, while between them, two droplets of blood rapidly merged, emanating a dazzling crimson light. The brilliance of that red glow pierced Yin Ran's eyes, and she was no longer the naive novice she once was, now fully aware of what that light signified. To her astonishment, the arrogant old fox had indeed entered into a contract with Guan Miaoxin. A sudden wave of abandonment engulfed her, leaving her feeling embarrassed, furious, and sorrowful. The unexpected appearance of Yin Ran and the two others astonished everyone around the artificial hill, including Hutong and Guan Miaoxin, who were absorbing the earth's fire and immediately turned their gazes toward them. Encountering Yin Ran's eyes, which brimmed with sadness, Hutong felt an uncomfortable pang and swiftly averted her gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Observing Hutong's expression, Guan Miaoxin felt a flicker of relief. Fortunately, that girl did not accompany them into the palace. Otherwise, with her presence, Hutong would not easily agree to a contract. Who are these three individuals? Do you know them? Jiang Yifan stared at Yin Ran and the others, his expression uncertain. Astonishingly, these three had emerged from the artificial hill. The martial sect practitioners were the first to chase the flames to this area, arriving before others, yet no one could approach the hill during the ensuing chaos. This indicated that these three had arrived even before the martial sect practitioners. However, upon the palace gates opening, the Taoist Alliance practitioners had always been at the forefront of every faction, leading the way into both the front and rear halls. Now, the emergence of three individuals who arrived even faster left him utterly bewildered. That red fox had entered Shucheng alongside that girl. Su Tao cast a complex glance at Yin Ran. Having lost his own demon pet to another, he could only imagine the turmoil within her heart. What? In Jiang Yifan's eyes, a flicker of surprise emerged. The fox, willing to accompany her into the city, signified its acknowledgement of her. How could it then abandon her for another? Naturally, it is human nature to aspire to greater heights, just as water flows to lower grounds. Did one not see who the fox had chosen instead? TSK. It is often said that foxes are cunning, and indeed, this situation proves to be no exception. It is rather comprehensible. Once a demonic beast awakens its intelligence, its intellect surges dramatically. Understanding the nuances of circumstance is hardly surprising. When comparing the girl with Guan Miaoxin, the disparity is glaringly evident. If I were that fox, I too would opt for Guan Miaoxin. How do you discern who is superior and who is inferior? Jiang Yifan shot a glance at the cultivator who spoke. Captain, is it not obvious? Guan Miaoxin possesses a singular fire spirit root, exceptional talent, and rapid cultivation speed, supported by a formidable family that provides ample resources and deep-rooted heritage. What does that girl have? A cultivator with a mixed spirit root. There is simply no basis for comparison. As Gu Liang finished his statement, he felt a piercing gaze directed at him. Looking up, he met the icy stare of the girl he had just discussed. Oh no, that was terrifying. Are girls today so fearsome? The thought of her sharp, knife-like glare made Gu Liang involuntarily swallow hard. Now he realized the folly of judging by appearances. Jiang Yifan cast a sidelong glance at Gu Liang, then thoughtfully regarded Yin Ran. What remarkable hearing she possessed. Even from such a distance, she had caught their conversation. I have not judged by appearances. What I spoke of were merely facts, an objective reality, were they not? Gu Liang felt somewhat wronged. Meanwhile, similar discussions were unfolding elsewhere. In this day and age, without power or influence, even possessing valuable items is futile, as one merely becomes a benefactor for others. Indeed, one must possess self-awareness. After forging a pact with the red fox, Guan Miaoxin became the foremost individual in Shuqing, the first cultivator to own a demon pet, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the top-tier geniuses of Kunlun. As her cultivation progressed, Yin Ran's sensory abilities rapidly enhanced, within a radius of 1,000 meters. She could hear any sound if she paid attention. Thus, she caught snippets of the crowd's discussions, mocking her, deeming her overconfident, and reveling in her misfortune. These taunts incessantly filled her ears. "Sister, are you all right?" The voices of the cultivators were not deliberately lowered, and Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao exchanged worried glances at the pallor on Yin Ran's face. "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Yin Ran replied with a sardonic smile. "It's merely a fox. The Lord of the Red Fox will inevitably come to regret this." Zhao Yuanhao glanced at the fox, Tong, within the circle of light and muttered under his breath, "Regret? Who would care about the regrets of an irrelevant demon beast?" Yin Ran scoffed, "Let us depart." With that, she intended to lead Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao away, but before they could exit the rocky area, a commotion erupted from the crowd. Heavens! Guan Miaoxin's cultivation is advancing at an astonishing pace. Qi refinement level 6, Qi refinement level 7. At the 10th and 11th levels of Qi refinement. Could it be that she is about to directly ascend to the foundation establishment stage? A foundation establishment cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. "Look, the red fox is beginning to glow." As the earthy yellow aura infused, Guan Miaoxin's cultivation continuously elevated, and a faint red light enveloped the red fox. What kind of flame is that? It appears even more formidable than spirit milk. The moment she beheld the flame, Yin Ran's pupils constricted. She had been so focused on the contract between Hu Tong and Guan Miaoxin that she had scarcely noticed the thread of earthy yellow flame. My goodness! Guan Miaoxin has advanced to foundation establishment. This is terrifying. Her cultivation is still on the rise. Witnessing Guan Miaoxin's rapid ascension, the cultivators and demon beasts surrounding the rockery could no longer restrain themselves and surged forth to assail the luminous circle. However, the moment their attacks made contact with the circle, they were instantly dispersed, proving utterly ineffectual. Yet, despite this, most cultivators refused to relent. The allure of a flame capable of propelling Qi refinement cultivators directly to foundation establishment was far too enticing for all cultivators. As the ferocity of their assaults intensified, the luminous circle began to tremble. Guan Miaoxin's focus wavered, causing her absorption rate to slow. Do not lose your concentration. Focus solely on absorption. Those individuals cannot breach the barrier brought forth by the source flame, Hu Tong cautioned. Indeed, if you can absorb this source flame entirely, advancing to the golden core stage is not beyond the realm of possibility. Really? Guan Miaoxin's expression brightened, only to be replaced by concern. Advancing so swiftly, would it compromise her foundation? Rest assured, among the few extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth that possess no side effects and can be directly absorbed, the Earth Source Fire ranks among the top 3. You may absorb it without fear of any instability in your foundation. As Hutong spoke, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, her expression one of shock as she gazed at the violently trembling halo. How could this be? It seemed the barrier of the Earth Source Fire was on the verge of breaking. Though this strand of Earth Source Fire had only recently revived, and its power was still minimal, the barrier it carried was not something cultivators below the golden core stage could breach. Huatong quickly glanced towards the cultivators beneath the rockery. Apart from a few foundation establishment cultivators, there were no others of higher cultivation or any formidable beast present. Why did the barrier of the Earth Source Fire suddenly show signs of breaking? At that moment, Huatong was filled with confusion. In the distance, Yin Ran was fixated on the flames, so absorbed in her observation that she failed to notice the golden symbol on the ring adorning her left index finger pulsating with golden light. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the halo shattered, and the flames surged forth with a whoosh. All present, both humans and beasts, unleashed their most treasured skills to pursue the flames. However, the speed of the fire was astonishing, and in mere moments, it left everyone trailing behind. "Sister, the flames are heading towards us," Zhao Yuanyu exclaimed excitedly. In the blink of an eye, the flames approached Yin Ran and her companions. As Yin Ran beheld the oncoming flames, uncertain of how to intercept them, she grasped her oxbone knife, and, at the instant the flames swept by, she swung her blade in an attempt to cleave it. Bang! The flames erupted as if in an explosion, scattering in all directions. As the flames parted, Yin Ran seized Zhao Yuanyu and hurled him towards a relatively large flame. After she cast Zhao Yuanyu away, the largest flame surged directly into her body. Zhao Yuanhao, standing nearby, was also engulfed by a flame. The entire process, from the splitting of the flames to their complete dissipation, transpired within mere seconds. Apart from Yin Ran and the two others, no cultivators or beasts absorbed the fire. I have advanced to the foundation establishment stage, Zhao Yuanyu exclaimed, bewildered. Not long ago, he was merely an ordinary person. I seem to have done so as well. Zhao Yuanhao was at a loss for how to express the tumult of emotions within him. Observing the two foundation establishment cultivators beside her, Yin Ran felt a wave of frustration. She had absorbed the largest flame, yet her cultivation had not even surpassed the 8th layer of qi refinement. The reason was that once the flame entered her body, it circulated through her meridians before being drawn away by the lotus seed in her dantian. Is it not true that comparison breeds resentment? We toiled for half a day, battling fiercely, yet we could not even touch the flames, while the three of you stood idly by as the flames came to you. Gu Liang, panting from a distance of several meters, glared at Yin Ran and the others with envy and jealousy, particularly at Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao, whose cultivation had significantly increased. Chapter 58, Heartbreaking. You absorbed the flames? Came the furious voices. Shortly after Gu Liang arrived, other cultivators and beasts approached Yin Ran and her companions. Their eyes filled with envy as they regarded Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao, who had advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Gazing at the crowd who glared at them with indignation, Zhao Yuanyu feigned innocence, stating, "It was not our intention to absorb it. The flames came rushing towards us on their own." As soon as these words escaped his lips, Yin Ran and Zhao Yuanhao could not help but facepalm. Yuanyu was too earnest, oblivious to the fact that sometimes the truth should remain unspoken. These individuals, along with their demonic companions, had toiled for half a day, suffering countless casualties in the process, only to witness others reaping the rewards effortlessly before their very eyes, all while the beneficiary maintained an expression of innocence. How could this not pierce their hearts? To the onlookers, Yuanyu's demeanor appeared as if he had profited while feigning innocence. This would undoubtedly intensify the crowd's fury. Yin Ran lifted her gaze and, indeed, the expressions of the crowd had darkened further, with glimmers of fire igniting in their eyes. Among the throng, many regarded the trio of Yin Ran, Zhao Yuanyu, and Zhao Yuanhao with scrutiny and contemplation. Unlike the others, Zhang Yifan seemed particularly fixated on Yin Ran. This individual had cleaved the flames with a single stroke, scattering them in all directions. To be candid, when he witnessed her blade strike the flames with such precision, he was genuinely astonished. Having pursued the flames from the front hall to this very spot, he had developed a profound understanding of their agility and swiftness. They were indeed formidable to capture. As a practitioner of the wind element, he would modestly assert that within the entirety of Shu, he could claim the second fastest, with no one daring to contest his position as the fastest. However, now, his confidence wavered. Before him stood someone whose speed was on par with his own. This truly illustrated that there are always greater talents beyond one's own, and he realized he had been somewhat narrow-minded and short-sighted. The fortuitousness of these three individuals is truly remarkable, particularly the two who have advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Many observers expressed their envy with a hint of bitterness. Indeed, the flames seemed to lead us on a wild chase, as if deliberately toying with us, while those three merely had the flames gravitate towards them. A situation that incites frustration. We, at least, never harbored hopes of obtaining the flames from the beginning. Can you imagine the current sentiments of Guan Miaoxin and that red fox? To have a prize slip through one's fingers is hardly conducive to happiness. Have you not noticed the gloomy countenance of the Guan clan's cultivators? Amidst the crowd, the members of the Guan clan cast unfriendly glances at Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao, while Guan Miaoxin, though concealing her emotions, emanated a somewhat oppressive aura. She was genuinely elated at the prospect of advancing directly from qi refinement to foundation establishment. However, that joy dissipated entirely upon witnessing the flames being absorbed by Yin Ran and her companions. Had others claimed the flames, her frustration might not have been as pronounced. But it was particularly irksome that it was Yin Ran, associated with the fox spirit. Under ordinary circumstances, she would not have paid Yin Ran any heed, as they belonged to different social strata and rarely crossed paths. Yet, the presence of the fox spirit forged a connection, compelling her to take notice. Although she had already formed a pact with the fox spirit, aligning herself with the victorious side, she still harbored hopes of outshining Yin Ran in every aspect, thereby affirming to the fox spirit that her choice was indeed the wisest. Thus, subconsciously, she found herself inevitably comparing her achievements to those of Yin Ran. Upon witnessing Yanran absorb the flames, her spirits naturally plummeted, especially as she observed Hu Tong's complex expression directed at her. This only deepened her gloom. A few members of the Guan family noticed Guan Miaoxin's pallor, their expressions betraying a flicker of concern. Those three individuals seemed to possess an extraordinary advantage, effortlessly absorbing the flames into their bodies, whereas Guan Miaoxin and the Red Fox had struggled significantly, consuming a considerable amount of time. One might ponder whether they had entirely refined the flames at such a rapid pace. Suddenly, two loud voices pierced through the crowd, and at that moment, Yanran and her companions felt the gaze of many shift towards them, particularly that of several foundation-stage demon beasts. Though these beasts had yet to attain the ability to speak after gaining intelligence, they could comprehend human language. The fact that the flames remained unrefined indicated their continued presence within the trio's bodies. Should they consume them, the flames would inevitably transfer into their own. In an instant, the gazes of the foundation-stage demon beasts towards Yanran and her companions were infused with unmasked malice. Yanran shot a cold glance in the direction from which the voices emanated and swiftly urged Zhao Yuanyu and the others behind her to flee the scene. However, just as the trio began to move, several foundation-stage demon beasts charged at them. It appeared that someone harbored ill will towards the three, intent on utilizing the beasts to eliminate them. Alas, the trio was in dire straits. Nowadays, certain families and factions had become increasingly brazen. Daring to incite conflict at such a moment, did they not wish to leave? Su Tao's expression darkened as he cast a sweeping glance over the various families and factions. Did these individuals not sense that the fluctuations of the surrounding air have intensified more than before? They continue to engage in internal strife, oblivious to the fact that the runes have already begun to spread towards the artificial mountain area. A group of self-righteous individuals. Jiang Yifun's voice was somewhat subdued. At the moment the ferocious beasts attacked, Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao positioned themselves in front of Yanran. Practitioners of qi refinement lacked any means of defense against those at the foundation establishment stage. Although they had recently advanced to foundation establishment, they were still capable of withstanding a blow or two. Observing the two brave souls charging ahead, Yanran retreated, refraining from recklessly rushing forward. Yet she placed her right hand behind her. In combat against the foundation establishment beasts, the garments worn by the two displayed their formidable defensive capabilities almost instantaneously. During the fray, Zhao Yuanyu found himself unable to evade in time, as the sharp claws of a fierce tiger lunged towards his chest. Just when everyone believed he was doomed, they witnessed him locked in a fierce stare with the tiger. The tiger's claws pressed against Zhao Yuanyu's chest, leaving not a single scratch. Instead, the claws themselves began to bleed. Those garments are quite impressive. I previously thought they dressed in a nonconformist manner. Gu Liang remarked in astonishment. Could their clothing be some sort of magical artifact? He continued. How could that be? Do you think magical artifacts are as common as cabbages on the street? Those garments are at most made of fine material with some defensive properties. The girl remained remarkably composed. Could she have some hidden strategy? Captain, should we not assist them? Gu Liang inquired. Let us wait and observe, came the reply. Gu Liang cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Yifan, who seemed lost in thought. If we wait any longer, those three will be slain by the demonic beasts. With the magical artifacts acquired earlier, they launched an assault on their foes. Observing Zhao Yuanyu and his companion becoming increasingly beleaguered, Yanran, standing protectively behind them, declared in a commanding tone. Her right hand, positioned at her back, flickered with the luminous energy of the talisman nestled between her index and middle fingers. Upon hearing Yanran's urgent warning, Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao swiftly summoned their inkstone and talisman brush. The onlookers, including the hesitant Hu Tong, who had been contemplating whether to intervene, were taken aback as the two conjured artifacts seemingly from thin air. Hu Tong's pupils dilated in astonishment as she murmured, "Spirit tools. Do these two possess spatial artifacts? Ones that can be stored in their dantian?" Gu Liang's expression mirrored his shock. Unlike others, the elite team members from the martial department had access to a wealth of information and often interacted with cultivators from the Kunlun district, making them far more knowledgeable than the average individual. As Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yuanhao unveiled their inkstone and talisman brush, the elite team immediately recognized their significance. Few in Kunlun possessed spirit-grade artifacts. Gu Liang swallowed hard, and suddenly, something caught his eye, prompting him to exclaim with a grim countenance, "Such wanton waste." Engaged in fierce combat with the demonic beasts, Zhao Yuanyu, still grappling with the control of spiritual energy, clumsily wielded the inkstone as if it were a mere brick, hurling it towards the beasts. Witnessing the invaluable spirit tool being used as a bludgeon, the martial department cultivators could only watch in anguish. Bang, bang, bang. Despite its modest size, the inkstone produced a resounding impact as it struck the demonic beasts. The onlookers watched in astonishment as two foundational level beasts were struck mercilessly by the inkstone, each blow creating a deep crater, until they were reduced to mere pulp, lifeless on the ground. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunhao wielded his talisman brush with even greater ferocity. The spiritual energy emitted from it annihilated any beast it struck, disintegrating them instantly with a force that eclipsed that of a missile. In less than a minute, 4 beasts perished in succession, prompting the remaining creatures to flee in terror. Unwilling to confront Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yunhao head-on. Do not pursue. We must leave this place swiftly, Yin Ran urged, her expression grave as she glanced upward, where the ethereal talisman patterns were multiplying rapidly. The trio contemplated their escape when they noticed several foundational cultivators approaching them in flight. Swish, swish, swish. Yin Ran's hand shimmered with crimson light as slender beams shot forth, targeting the approaching cultivators. Ah, ah. 2 anguished cries echoed as onlookers turned to see 2 figures ablaze, rolling frantically on the ground. The cultivators who had intended to intercept Yin Ran and her companions appeared quite disheveled. What have you done? They gasped, still trembling from their narrow escape as they cast fearful glances at the icy gaze of Yin Ran. At that moment, she crossed her right arm defensively over her chest, her index and middle fingers pinching a glowing red talisman, her demeanor cold and unyielding. Do not force my hand. With that, she swiftly departed alongside Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yunhao. At this juncture, no one dared to pursue them any longer. Wait, could that possibly be another magical artifact? Gu Liang exclaimed dramatically. It is a talisman. Jiang Yifan took a deep breath before speaking, marveling at the profound fortunes of the 3 individuals. Despite the numerous entrants into the Dao League and the considerable resources they procured, few could rival the quality of what these 3 presented. Gu Liang was utterly speechless. He had previously discovered several spirit talismans, yet their value paled in comparison to those held by the girl. Was it possible that these 3 had accumulated an excess of treasures? The surrounding cultivators nodded in agreement. Standing behind Guan Miaoxin, Hu Tong wore a contemplative expression, acknowledging the girl's remarkable fortune, while others may have been oblivious. She understood that the combined gains of everyone present could not measure up to even a single spirit artifact or garment possessed by Zhao Yuanyu and his companion. Did the earth source fire truly gravitate towards the trio? Moreover, the girl's younger brother had unexpectedly manifested spiritual roots, and they had stumbled upon the elusive spirit-nurturing fruit. Had Zhao Yuanyu and his companion garnered such fortunes merely by following the girl? Alas, a twinge of regret surfaced. It was perhaps premature to have signed the contract. Chapter 59. The barrier Yuan Ran led Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yunhao away from the artificial mountain area, only to be obstructed by the rampant gust of wind swirling throughout the palace. After much wandering, they still could not locate an exit. At this moment, the majority of the palace's halls were enveloped in shimmering golden runes. Merely looking up revealed a chaotic dance of talismans filling the skies. Why were runes so pervasive in this place? Once, this place served as the logistics department for a sect that specialized in talisman crafting. A melodious voice resonated in the ears of Yin Ran and her companions. What a delightful coincidence. I never anticipated encountering you here. It seems fate has intertwined our paths. Gu Liang, ever the sociable one, greeted Yin Ran and her friends with a warm smile. After they departed from the rockery area, the martial sects practitioners hastily exited as well. Now, fierce winds swept through the palace, rendering many areas impassable, and unexpectedly, they stumbled upon the 3 of them. Zhao Yuanyu and Zhao Yunhao exchanged subtle smirks but chose to remain silent, while Yin Ran cast a fleeting glance at the martial practitioners before diverting her gaze. Undeterred by their aloof demeanor, Gu Liang approached them with enthusiasm, and the martial practitioners behind him offered no objections. You seem unaware of your surroundings, don't you? Yet, isn't the entrance to the palace marked as the Tiansu sect's repository? Did you not enter through the main gate? Gu Liang moved closer to Yin Ran and her companions, his curiosity apparent as he spoke, engrossed in his own conversation despite their lack of response. Have you found a way out? Perhaps we could join forces. It would be advantageous for us to look out for one another. As he posed this question, Gu Liang's gaze was fixed intently on Yin Ran. It was evident that she was the leader among them. Without much hesitation, Yin Ran agreed, for the palace was vast, and with the turbulent winds, they often found themselves disoriented. Although the individual before them exhibited a certain familiarity and loquacity, there was a clarity in their gaze, suggesting that while they might have ulterior motives in inviting them to accompany, their intentions were likely not malevolent. Following them seemed reasonably safe. Gu Liang was momentarily taken aback by Yen Ran's unhesitating agreement. Why was this person deviating from the expected script? He had prepared a plethora of persuasive arguments to sway their decision. After meeting with Jiang Yifan and the others, Yen Ran and her companions joined the martial sect cultivators in their quest to find an exit from the palace. The palace was rife with gusts of formidable winds and flickering talismanic patterns, as grand halls seemingly vanished into thin air. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Yen Ran and her companions grew exceedingly grave. Suddenly, a cacophony arose from ahead, followed swiftly by the sight of a throng of cultivators rushing towards them. The leader was Elder Wang and his group. Elder Wang, why haven't you managed to escape? Jiang Yifan and the others were taken aback to see the Dao Alliance cultivators, especially since the palace's talismanic patterns had just begun to manifest when Elder Wang and his group had departed. The palace doors are overwhelmed with talismans. We were completely blocked and unable to exit. Many cultivators were even drawn into the talismanic circles and perished. Elder Wang spoke, fatigue and sorrow evident in his voice. What shall we do now, Captain? Let us proceed to the rear hall and see if we can discover a way out. Jiang Yifan declared decisively. The longer they lingered here, the greater their peril became. The group hastily moved towards the rear hall, but before they could venture far, they spotted a disheveled group emerging from that direction. It was the members of the Starry Sky Mercenary Corps. Were they emptying out the rear hall? Upon witnessing the members of the Starry Mercenary Corps, each carrying an abundance of packages, the gathered cultivators were left in a state of astonishment. The sheer volume of resources they had amassed was staggering. Zhao Yuanhao and Zhao Yuanyu, as well as Wei Yushi, who was burdened with a seemingly heavy parcel, hurried towards Yen Ran and her companions. Where have you all been? Do you have any idea how long we have been searching for you? Upon reaching them, Wei Yushi nonchalantly tossed the parcel to Zhao Yuanhao and his brother. Noticing how naturally they accepted the burden, Yen Ran raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say we wouldn't need to look for you? Zhao Yuanhao retorted. We were merely concerned for your well-being. It seems that kindness goes unappreciated. Wei Yushi shot a disgruntled glare at the two brothers, her gaze swiftly gliding over Yen Ran, whom she felt an inexplicable trepidation towards. Oh, Zhao Yuanyu, you've become a cultivator? Wei Yushi exclaimed, her face lighting up with astonishment. Her words successfully captivated the attention of several nearby cultivators. Jiang Yifan and his companions exchanged knowing glances, their expressions shifting subtly. Brother Yuanyu, were you not a cultivator before? Gu Liang quickly sidled up to Zhao Yuanyu. Could it be that you discovered a spirit fruit within the palace? The onlookers were not naive. They instantly grasped the implications of his words. This place is not safe for prolonged stays. We should depart promptly. Yet, the palace was now riddled with ruins, with both the front and rear halls completely sealed. Where can we possibly go? There are still areas untouched by the ruins. If we navigate those paths, we should be able to find a way out. Jiang Yifan conferred with several team leaders before guiding everyone through the palace with careful deliberation. It appeared that we were on the right path. As the fierce winds diminished, the group relaxed their vigilance. However, at that moment, Yen Ran's brow furrowed deeply, her concern growing more pronounced. Be cautious. There may be trouble ahead, she warned Zhao Yuanyu, her voice audible to many around her. What trouble could there be? Gu Liang inquired after scanning the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Jiang Yifan glanced at Yen Ran, who was once again retrieving her talisman, and after a moment of contemplation, instructed the Dao Alliance cultivators to remain alert. The majority of cultivators from other factions disregarded Yen Ran's caution. Wei Yu cast a wary glance at Zhao Yuanhao and the others, quietly advising the Starry Mercenary Corps to stay vigilant. The journey continued uneventfully for over 10 minutes, but as they entered the central plaza of the palace, calamity struck. A barrage of fierce attacks erupted from the direction of the plaza, catching the unprepared and sluggish cultivators off guard, swiftly eliminating them. Who is attacking us? Show yourself, the cultivators exclaimed, a mix of anger and fear in their eyes, staring at the seemingly empty plaza where the assaults had inexplicably originated. In less than a minute, numerous factions suffered severe losses. At that moment, the members of the Dao Alliance and the Starry Mercenary Corps secretly sighed in relief. Is it possible to foresee danger in advance? Gu Liang covertly glanced at Yen Ran, who appeared lost in thought. Perhaps, Jiang Yifan mused. Also observing Yen Ran with newfound caution. Could it be that an old fox had spoken of a barrier ahead, gazing at the desolate and empty square? Yen Ran recalled the formless and transparent barrier that Hutong had once mentioned. Is it the barrier that is assaulting us, or is there someone within it? Yen Ran's speculation proved accurate. Indeed, there was a barrier at the site of their previous attack. And on the other side of the barrier lay a circular platform with a diameter of 100 meters. At that moment, the platform was teeming with cultivators and demonic beasts, unlike Yen Rand and her companions, who could see nothing. Those on the other side of the barrier could clearly observe everything about them. Senior, do you think they can enter? Yen Ran asked, glancing at Hutong, who was lying nearby. Hutong cast a fleeting glance at Yen Ran outside the barrier but remained silent. The platform was already overcrowded. If anyone else were to enter, it would mean that someone or something on the platform would have to be pushed out. I doubt those outside can come in. Until the final moment. One should never draw hasty conclusions. Hutong replied slowly. Indeed, Senior is correct. Yen Ran said, her expression tinged with worry. Senior, can we leave this place? I do not know, but I hope among this group there exists a genius in formations, Hutong sighed. Taken aback by the unexpected crisis they had encountered so soon after arriving in the savage land.